Chapter 1, Rebirth in 98. Mr. Lee, next week, the New Year's Forbes list will be announced. You should be able to move a few steps forward, right? Mr. Lee is only 25 this year, right? In 5 years, from $4,000 to $4 billion. Can you teach us how to invest? Mr. Lee, you are now worth $100 billion and have 7 listed companies under your banner. Do you think I can be your little brother? Can I serve you? I'll drink to you. In the banquet hall, there was a lot of drinking. Those who were able to enter here were at least billionaires who were worth more than $1 billion. But at this moment, these billionaires, however, kept on toasting and complimenting a young man. While Li Yan was smiling, he drank until his glass was dry. I do not know how long I drank. Li Yan's consciousness under the effect of alcohol gradually lost. People's voices, compliments, laughter, also gradually far away, as if separated by a world so far away. For a long time, Li Yan sleepily looked around and was directly dumbfounded. In front of him was not a glorious banquet hall, but a small room of less than 40 square meters, with a small kitchen and bathroom connected together. Opposite the bed was a worn-out black and white TV set, and on the small table next to it, some leftover food was scattered, already giving off a sour odor. Curtains drawn, he subconsciously pull open. The rising sun shines the sky into a dark purple, as his mood at this moment. I am not dreaming, right? He rubbed his face hard, and the result was crystal clear. Hiss, he felt a bit of a headache, and soon, an unfamiliar memory surfaced. Li Yan, a hobo, had a wife. The other, really can't remember. As if he hit his head somewhere before, the whole person is confused. He casually opened the TV. It happened to be the time of the morning news broadcast, and the host opened his mouth. Hello viewers, today is December 6th, 1998, the lunar calendar. Gulp, Li Yan swallowed his saliva. The host's well-worded Mandarin reminded him of one thing. He had traveled across the world, and it was now the end of 98. Just at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Li Yan couldn't think about it and walked in to open the door. At the door a woman wearing light blue overalls, carrying dishes in her hand walked over, although it was overalls, but could not cover a concave and convex, more than 20 years old. It is the woman's most tender age, a proper big beauty. It is that the whole person looks a little cold. From memory, this woman is his wife in this body. Xin Ruoxue. Look at this appearance. Should be the factory just after the night shift back. Xin Ruoxue bypassed Li Yan and walked into the house. Seeing the messy appearance of the house, she couldn't help but sigh, frowning and full of fatigue. Then she took off her overalls and silently went to clean up the leftovers on the table next to her. After cleaning up for a few moments, Xin Ruoxue hesitated and sat in front of the bed. Li Yan, come over here. I have something to say to you. Oh, it just so happens that I also have something I want to talk to you about. Li Yan was struggling to digest the few memories in his mind at the moment. Xin Ruoxue was introduced to him by the original body's mother and got married 2 years ago. But until now, there was no consummation. The reason is also very simple. The original body does not seek advancement. Xin Ruoxue on the one hand feels that life is unstable, not willing to hand over her body just like that, and on the second hand also wants to use this to force the original body a hand. Obviously have a wife, but want to bachelor. 3 years down the conflict more and more. The relationship between the two completely to the freezing point. But these are not the scope of Li Yan's consideration. His only idea now is to make a fortune first, otherwise this 98 days can be too difficult. 98, the financial storm has just passed. The stock market, now is not the time. Real estate, not work. Invest in 2 horses? Too early. Going into business? Too late. Most importantly, there's not enough capital. Running transportation? Not enough connections. Bitcoin? It's not born yet. Internet? Wall Street and Silicon Valley bubbles are going to blow up. No, still no. After all, with the memories of his previous life, the most profitable things in the next few decades flowed through Li Yan's mind like a movie. Then one by one, they were rejected by him. A moment later, his mind suddenly lit up. It was now 1998, December 6th. It would soon be New Year's Day. The memory of the shocking Mung Bean contract of Zhang Shangjiang would usher in a historic game. As long as it is operated properly, still really faster than robbing money. He recalled, this time the main contract of Mung Bean futures or 901. The market has been launched signs. Inside the plan, the two sat across the table. Xin Ruoxue fingers gripping the corner of the coat, whispered, I want a divorce. Li Yan nodded and said, yes, you can. You net out of the house. The house belongs to me. A week later, I will additionally buy you a big set. He didn't have a penny right now. The only thing he could use his brains for was this house. Although this house, after 10 years, might change from the current $30,000 to $300,000, but Li Yan simply couldn't afford to look down on that little increase in real estate. Moreover, he and Qin Ruoxue do not have a little emotional foundation. Turn back their own money, give her to buy a large set, also counted on her. You promise so easy? Qin Ruoxue's eyes instantly reddened, tears in her eyes, despairing. Li Yan, I can kind of see through you. It's been 3 years, except for not giving you my body. I've given you everything I can. You don't work, I can raise you. You beat me, I can tolerate it. But why did you take the money I used to treat my mom and go eat, drink, whore and gamble? Li Yan frowned. From his memory, he could tell that the original body did take a sum of money and went out to spend a fortune. Just didn't expect that this money was the mother-in-law's medical expenses? Li Yan was silent for a moment and said, after a week, I can give you an extra $200,000. Your mom's illness is not a big deal. Qin Ruoxue let out a bitter smile and said, what are you going to give me? To sell blood? You've been hitting on this house for a long time, haven't you? Li Yan couldn't explain well and said with a cold face, don't you care so much? Give me the house book and then we'll go for a divorce license. Qin Ruoxue gritted her teeth in death, glanced at the cabinet and shook her head. This house is the only thing your mom left us. You want to sell it now? If you want to sell it along with me. Tears slid down Qin Ruoxue's cheeks. This heart of hers, at this moment, completely died. Li Yan keenly noticed her gaze, stood up, and walked towards the cabinet. Qin Ruoxue panicked and hurriedly blocked the cabinet, shaking her head and crying, Li Yan, count on me to beg you. Okay, I won't divorce you. Don't sell the house. Let's live a good life, okay? Chapter 2. A week in the big house. Hearing Qin Ruoxue's words, a trace of tenderness flashed through Li Yan's heart. In his last life, he was intoxicated with gold. Stepping on banknotes and dancing, countless women went crazy, wanting to pounce on him, but there has never been a woman who has told him that she wants to live well with him, and over time, he has long forgotten what feelings really are. A long-lost warmth rose from his heart. You believe me once, I take the house book to do the right thing. I can give you money you can't imagine. Qin Ruoxue shook her head, and died protecting the closet. Li Yan clenched his teeth, his face went cold, as he pulled Qin Ruoxue away, saying, block me again. Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death. Qin Ruoxue was pushed to the bed by him. Knowing that she couldn't stop Li Yan, she flung herself under the covers and sobbed. Li Yan rummaged around for a moment, found the house book from the closet, glanced at Qin Ruoxue and said, don't cry, I'll bring the money back. After saying that, he stepped out the door. Qin Ruoxue cried her heart out behind him, shouting, Li Yan, I hate you, I will never forgive you. Li Yan secretly said sorry in his heart, then stepped out the door without looking back. Soon, he mortgaged the house at the bank, opened the card, and exchanged the mortgage for $30,000, all of which he called in. In 98, real estate has not yet started. The price of housing is almost at an all-time low. In this kind of small city, 100 square feet of house, but also just about 60,000 or 70,000 yuan, and asked the bank teller. Learned the city futures company is located, then non-stop rushed to the futures company. After arriving at the place, Li Yan looked up and saw a banner hanging on the building. New Wave Futures 3rd anniversary of the big reward. Unlimited funds for account opening, same-day account opening, next-day trading, the best service concept, accompanying you to the peak of life. This futures company had just opened 3 years ago, and it couldn't compete with the older futures brokers, so it could only enhance its services to be more competitive. But for Li Yan, it was just right. Soon, under the guidance of the salesman, opened an account, transferred $30,000 into the account, and then walked to the side of the trading hall. In this day and age, personal computers are not popular, so doing transactions are in the trading hall. Of course, if the volume of funds is large, you can enjoy the specialized services of the futures company. Go to the large account room, that is, the VIP room. Just at this moment, a fat man with his arm around a young girl walked out from the big account room. Li Yan's gaze turned cold. It was actually him, Lin Jun. From the original body's memory, Lin Jun was the deputy director of the smelting steel factory where his wife worked, and at this time in 98, it could be said that he was in a high position of power. The little girl next to him is his secretary. Before, Qin Ruoxue, in order to let the original body can also work in the smelting steel plant, not less beg Lin Jun, and Lin Jun rely on this, but also often wanted Qin Ruoxue crooked thoughts. However, Qin Ruoxue's thinking was traditional and she didn't accept it at all. The most strange is that these things the original body obviously know, but still all day boast to Lin Jun, military brother long, military brother short, shouting not happy. And at this moment, Lin Jun also saw Li Yan, and immediately walked to Li Yan with a teasing face. Isn't this Li Yan? Where did you get the money from again? Sold your wife? You're a loser whose hair hasn't even grown. And you actually want to learn how to play futures from others? Li Yan sneered and said, what does it have to do with you? Mind your own business first. When Lin Jun heard this, he was stunned. If it was placed before, this Li Yan was afraid that he would have fawned over him. Why this reaction today? Li Yan lazily ignored him, turned on the machine, opened the trading software, familiarized himself with the operation of this ancient version. Lin Jun back to God, pushed Li Yan a hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You ing with me here to pretend what pussy? Taking the wrong medicine? The secretary next to him also laughed. Brother Jun, don't be angry. Probably see other people make money. Feel their own line. This kind of dilettante, which has the military brother you powerful I see him not tomorrow, will have to lose their pants, and licked a face. Come to beg the military brother you reward a meal. Lin Jun laughed, pointed at Li Yan and scolded. Pretending to be a pussy in front of me. Are you good enough for you? Lousy sitting in the big family room. How dare you use this tone of voice to talk to me? Do you believe I'll go back and fire your wife? Li Yan pushed away Lin Jun's hand, coldly sized him up and said, the big family room is great? Do you believe that I can make futures companies beg me to sit in the big account room in a week's time? As for you, not only the big account room to stay soon, and the state-owned enterprises have long started the reform. Metallurgical steel plant, I see also enough to hold out. By then, you are also a lost dog. In Li Yan's memory, 98 years to start the reform of state-owned enterprises, has continued to 0 years. The country accumulated 25 million people laid off. For ordinary people, is a real disaster. But for the country, is the beginning of the economic takeoff. When Lin Jun heard this, he was furious and cursed. You're ing looking for death, aren't you? The secretary beside him quickly stopped him and laughed. Jun, don't get excited first. Let us see how long this can be loaded. And it is not too late to wait for him to finish losing money before making a move. He wants to gamble. We will gamble with him. Lin Jun nodded, coldly smiled, and slapped Li Yan's shoulder heavily twice, saying, Li Yan, Lousy is waiting for you in the big account room. If you can't get to the large account room within a week, in front of everyone in the sales department, kneel down and apologize to me. Good. What if you lose? Li Yan said indifferently. I'll lose. Kneel down and apologize to you as well. Ha, but you won't be able to wait for that day. After saying that, Lin Jun turned around and went back to the large family room. The market was about to open, and Lin Jun didn't have the time to waste time with him. Li Yan didn't even look at him, since Lin Jun was looking for death. Let's settle old grudges and new ones together. He pulled up all the contracts for mung bean futures and took a look. The main green bean contract was still 99.01, but the 99.03, 99.05 at the back, the position was also large. Looking at the familiar price action, Li Yan pursed his lips and smiled. 99.01 yesterday's settlement price is far below the closing price, and the closing price is exaggerated to stand above 4,000 points. To know, at the beginning of the year, the price was only around 2,500. However, Li Yan knew that what was even more terrifying was yet to come. For others, this position, how to do is a risk, but to me, this is all an opportunity. Li Yan remembered that in his previous life, someone on the internet had done a statistic. In the A stock market, want to turn the funds from 10,000 to 100 million in a year, need to eat every day stop, non-stop switching stocks, catch all the demon stocks of the year, before and after the need for 31 trading days, and in the futures market, only the most extreme market, 8 trading days. Thinking back on all this, the corner of Li Yan's mouth rose slightly. My first bucket of gold, right here, in the blink of an eye. The time reached 8:57, the pre-market collection bidding began. Li Yan's hand instantly landed on the mouse. Snap, the continuous knocking began. After being reborn, the first transaction, at this moment, was born. The varieties of Xingsheng. In the collection bidding stage, it is possible to see the bidding. Time just past 8:57, instantly, the disc jumped a little, 4,011 points. Yesterday's closing price was 4,010, basically a flat open. The price of 4,011, a standard contract 10 tons. And because the new wave of futures in order to attract customers, directly all of the exchange standard margin, in accordance with the 10% margin charged, sweep the software. A single margin is exactly 4,011. Li Yan's account exactly 30,000. Full position dislike, can open 7 orders. Swish, multi-single, full position, directly hit in, price 4,015. And the disc bidding price has been maintained at 4,011 until the last 3 seconds of bidding. Swish, the number jumped and was directly fixed at 4,014. Li Yan revealed a satisfied smile. All the 4015 he hung up were sold. Futures trading, long call profit, short put profit. There is a saying that the short side does not die and the long side does not stop. From 2,500 points at the beginning of the year to more than 4,000 points now. Especially recently, basically every day is a crazy upward dislike of long orders. Has long been the disc mood mobilization. Higher open is inevitable. And after the high opening, under the limit pressure, those who cannot carry the short will choose to stop and close the position. A minute ticked by. 9 o'clock on the dot. The market opens instantly. Chapter 3, Is This Still Human? Swish, just a jump. The disc price, directly by 3,000 sheets of a large order of short flat, hit 4,040 yuan, and long ago put his hand on the mouse Li Yan. Almost in the disc pick jump that instant, directly choose to close the position. Sell the hands of the long single. Deal, from 4015 yuan to 4,040 yuan. Profit 25 points. According to the margin standard for green bean contracts, a point of $10. At the moment, after closing out his 8 long orders in his hand, it's a 200-point profit. Account instant profit of $2,000. Looking at the account floating red numbers, Li Yan face is very calm. In this era where the average monthly salary was only a few $100s, he had made $2,000 in just a few seconds of work. This was the charm of futures. It's only $500,000 to go up to the big account room. Lin Jun. We'll see. A cold smile emerged on Li Yan's face. In futures, there were many maneuvers. Swing, trend, long-term, short-term, ultra-short-term. And at this moment, Li Yan chose one maneuver. Speculative orders. $500,000 a week? This was not his goal. 1 million. At least make it to 1 million. And accumulate his funds with the fastest speed possible, so that he can catch up with the wave that will shock China and abroad in half a month's time. Speculative orders. You only need to take a few points at a time. Take it and go. But in the rapidly changing market, want to catch a few seconds, or even a second of market fluctuations? It's like dancing on the tip of a knife. But this is not difficult for Li Yan. The disc continues to jump. In 4040 briefly paused for a moment, because the lower side of the hanging of the buy order is not enough. Instantly a transaction to 4,020. Li Yan calmly looked at the disc, hands crackling on the keyboard. 4,020 yuan. 8 more orders, again hit in. 20 seconds later, the disc gradually in the excitement has disappeared, began to follow the established frenzied rhythm upward. In the blink of an eye, it was pushed up to 4,030 by the retail investors who followed behind. Sell, close the position. 8 orders, each with another 10 pips profit. Profit of $800. Open again. Profit 3 pips, close the position. Open position. Profit 11 pips, close position. And as Li Yan kept tapping on the keyboard, a few limited customers next to him gathered their eyes over. Ha, what's this kid doing? Someone asked curiously. Ha ha, probably practicing typing. It's ing hilarious. Come here to play. It's not good to go to an internet cafe. A middle-aged man next to him, however, frowned. When I came here just now, it seemed like this young man was opening an account. I think he should be making a deal. As soon as he opened his mouth, several people beside him roared with laughter. I say, old son, you're not being silly. Have you ever seen trading get so screwed up? How much money do you have in your hand? Opening positions non-stop. Also, maybe I'm overthinking it. The middle-aged man laughed and shook his head. The person next to him said, young people don't know the sky and the earth. At this time there was a change in the market, and several people hurriedly focused on their trading accounts. Snap, clack clack clack, clang clang clang. On Li Yan's side, he kept up this rhythm. If it was usual, this sound of the keyboard and mouse, they wouldn't even pay attention to it. But they couldn't afford to keep this frequency on Li Yan's side. A few people's position performance is not very good, and the green beans market, in the 4000 to 4030 between the 30 points, began a non-stop up and down oscillation. Expressed in the disc, it shows that the long and short kept exchanging hands. This market cannot do. I'm locking my position. The price of this green beans is too high. I see enough to be able to rise up again. A few people casually chat a few sentences, and finally coincidentally once again the eyes fell on Li Yan's body, and Li Yan was busy making money. To a few people around him, simply lazy to take care of. This market was said to be a zero market. However, in Li Yan's opinion, it was all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It is a negative market. Funds come in and go out so much. The exchange and futures companies have to charge commission. Can make money less people. It's good to earn on your own. As for those who are destined to be eliminated by the market, some people, but it is just a passerby on the way to his rise. Finally, it's 10:15 in the morning. Phew. Li Yan stepped on the spot and flattened all the orders in his hands. Futures in the morning session 10:15 to 10:30 minutes. Will stop 15 minutes. Is considered to be the intermission. Li Yan looked at his account and couldn't help but frown. Not bad at all. It's been a while since I've speculated with such high frequency. The rhythm is not grasped very well and behind him, those few people who had been curious for a long time, led by the middle-aged man, walked over. Kid, you do trading too? One of them, a tall skinny man, asked with a face full of teasing. Li Yan raised his head and glanced at him. Yeah, what are you doing here without trading? Practicing typing here. Ha, ha ha, all the people around them laughed. Earlier when the few of them were discussing, the tall and thin man had unintentionally teased Li Yan that he was typing. Unexpectedly, now Li Yan returned the remark to him. Kid, how to talk? We're all trading in one hall. Before you blow up, head down, head up, will you behave? The tall and thin man's face was a bit untenable, and he chided. That's right, young people don't be too proud. The water in the futures market is very deep. Be careful to drown yourself. You know what Lao Zhao's record is? He's made a 10% profit this week. When the crowd said this, the tall and thin man immediately revealed a smug expression. Li Yan glanced at them and said indifferently, how much? 10%? I advise you not to do it at this level. The face of the tall and thin man was instantly red with anger. Looking down on me? How much can you earn from knocking around here all morning? Don't be losing money, right? Do you dare to show it to everyone? I'll show you all if you want to see. Li Yan casually tapped the account on the screen. A red-hot percentage of capital profit appeared in front of the crowd. 241%. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. The tall thin man shivered and asked, Kid, what you did was a simulation, right? It's not real, is it? Li Yan raised his eyebrows in disdain and said, since you're doing a deal, do it for real. Is the money earned from the simulation disk money? Ha ha. The crowd roared with laughter. The tall thin man's face, red with shame, did not dare to raise his head. Just now he was bragging about his 10% record for a week. But what about others? One morning, 241%. Is this still a human being? Chapter 4 10 times a day. 241% of this profit ratio, not to mention only a mere hour and 15 minutes. Even if it was for a year, 99% of the people would not be able to do it. At this moment, the surrounding group of people who were originally going to watch Li Yan's hustle and bustle were speechless. It turns out that people knocking on the keyboard, not practicing typing, but in robbing money with the market. However, after the initial shock, everyone looked at Li Yan with red eyes. Older brother, which variety did you do? I didn't find anything particularly volatile in the early trading session. That's right, most of them are half dead. Right, are you long or short? Tell me. A group of people looked at Li Yan with bated breath, waiting for Li Yan to reveal some secrets to them. There was no way. This profit is really too scary. Li Yan didn't hide it and said, I'm doing mung beans. There are only a few trading varieties. The exchange is open. They can do it and so can others. There is nothing to hide. However, the people around him just after his words fell, all of them came with the sound of sucking in cool air. The tall and thin man raised his head and clasped his fists at Li Yan with a face of shame. Older brother, you are a true expert. Don't take what I said just now to heart. I'll make amends to you. I was dog-eyed. Li Yan was surprised and glanced at the tall thin man, holding his own, a character. It's just good luck. You're welcome, old brother. At this time, that leading middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and asked, Old brother, can I ask a question? No? Mung beans fluctuate 20 to 30 points in one morning. How on earth did you do it? 20 or 30 points of fluctuation, compared to the current price of more than 4,000. The amplitude is less than 1%. Even if the highest point and the lowest point all 8, even from the lowest point to buy to do more, to the highest point to sell to close the position, and then again the highest point to open a short order, the lowest point to buy to close the position. This 2 round trips, but also less than 20% profit. What's more, futures trading, prices change rapidly. Who has the certainty of being able to accurately grasp the highest and lowest points? Li Yan's account right in front of them. Hard to make the impossible possible. This is the miracle, the way of trading, regardless of origin. Profit is king. This I can't say. Disc sense. Li Yan said indifferently. Speculation signaled this kind of thing, talking about that instant feeling, and they said also do not understand. And upstairs in the large family room Lin Jun, at the moment just out of the wind rest, see a group of people below surrounded Li Yan. Suddenly heart-a-happy. This waste will not make a joke, right? In his heart, Lin Jun stepped to the side of Li Yan, opened his mouth. Lousy said a long time ago, this thing is not your kind of can play, but also ing pretending to be, bursting the right? You give Lousy a kowtow and apologize. Lousy is in a good mood, maybe teach you how to play. After saying that, Lin Jun will see, all around everyone, our expression surprised staring at himself. He froze for a moment and said, what are you looking at me for? You guys also want to learn? Let this kid apologize to me first, and I'll be kind and teach you all together. if it were usual, if a person with a large family room like him was willing to teach experience, I'm afraid that this group of people would have already pounced on him. But now, these people were all looking at him with smiles on their lips and disdainful faces. The tall thin man snorted coldly and said, "What are you pretending to be here? Sitting in a big family room, see how superior you are, but also to teach people to play? Are you worthy?" That middle-aged man also laughed and said, "Want to be someone's teacher master? I'm afraid it's still almost interesting." Lin Jun pushed a few people away and cursed, "If I'm not worthy, are you worthy? A bunch of poor s. I want to see, this can still make money not?" A few people scattered, revealing the computer screen that was blocked. The red and purple 241% on it was displayed in front of Lin Jun. Lin Jun took a look at this profit, and immediately, if he was pinched in the throat, he couldn't say anything, and his face turned red. Only after a moment did Lin Jun clench his teeth and say, "What a ing piece of a waste like you can make money." The acidity in his words was simply too thick to melt. The tall thin man continued to speak, "Less pretending here. If you're fine, hurry up and leave. Less disturbing our exchanges." The middle-aged man laughed and said, "What are you still pretending at this time? If you give this young man an apology, maybe people can also be willing to teach you?" Listening to the taunts and mockery of the crowd, Lin Jun couldn't hang on to his face. His teeth were about to be gritted. While walking upstairs, he said, "Don't you guys get too happy? Sooner or later you'll all have to lose out." At this moment, the time reached 10:30. The 15-minute break passed in a flash. The previous rhythm started again. Li Yan swept a glance. Directly his fingers flew on the keyboard and hit 20 orders to open the position. Snap, click click click, clang clang clang. The previous rhythm resounded once again, and the funds on top of the account were increasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Every time a position was opened, every point of profit, it kept jumping, and behind him, the gang didn't go back. They just kept watching Li Yan operate, their eyes full of admiration. The tall thin man while whispering emotionally, "Old son, you say we have been doing this for so long. Other people, Shaoli, in one morning, hanged all of us. This, alas, it's true that people have to die than people. That's right, but little Li is a real trading genius. You see, soon we'll be on the big account room." Middle-aged old son said. Next to him, old Zhao immediately became anxious. "No way. I was planning to ask for advice. What can I do when this goes on the big account room?" "Are you stupid? Little Li is right here and won't run away. I was planning to treat little Li to a meal when the market closes anyway. It's good karma." Old son's eyes flashed with shrewdness. "Count me in. You can't eat alone." Several people beside them heard old Zhao and old son's conversation and immediately expressed that they all wanted to participate. "I'll arrange it then. Let's go to the biggest restaurant in the city today. Make sure to serve this god of wealth well." Li Yan's attention, on the other hand, was all on the handicap, but when the time reached 11 or so, Li Yan frowned. The mood of the disc was already a bit poor. His capital had already reached 100,000 at 10:30, but now it had only managed to increase to 150,000. It wasn't that there was a problem with his operation, but the mood of the disc wasn't very good and trading wasn't active. Pending orders were not always filled in a timely manner. This is just a bottleneck. After this stage, when I have enough money to push across a price level, everything will change. Li Yan calmly judged the disc. He could basically open 24 orders at the same time now, but the thickness of the pending orders on the disc was around 100. It went on until the close of the market at 3 o'clock in the afternoon exactly. Li Yan cleared all the positions in his hands at the last second. The funds on the books had reached $300,000. At this moment, Li Yan, who had been holding back for a day, finally revealed a smile. 300,000, 10 times a day. He. This opening is not bad. At this time, old son and the others walked over and opened their mouths in an amiable manner. "Older brother, at night, our brothers would like to invite you to have a meal at the Emerald Residence. Do you think it's convenient?" Chapter 5, Asking for Money. Li Yan thought about it. These days still have to be in the trading floor. Low head to see the head. Besides, these days can come up with some money to do futures, although not on the big room, but in the local are counted as a dignified figure. Play good relations may be when you can use. So Li Yan nodded and agreed. "Good, then we will wait for old brother at the Emerald Residence." Old son and the others smiled and bid farewell to Li Yan. After sending off old son and the others, Li Yan turned around and went to the next counter, asking the business hall to help him take out 100,000 from his account and put it in a plastic bag before turning around and leaving the trading hall. "There are still 200,000 in the account. Tomorrow morning then speculative orders. Wait until the time of the afternoon. Should be able to participate in a new wave of the market." Li Yan secretly thought about these in his heart and quickly returned home. As soon as he pushed open the door, Li Yan found that in addition to Qin Ruoxue, there was an old and a young man in the house. From memory, These two people are the old man Qin Yishan and brother-in-law Qin Bo. Qin Bo is good at eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, and before that, he often collaborated with outsiders to make a game for Li Yan and cheat him out of the money he was holding. This old father-in-law is also not a good thing. Patriarchal. From the beginning to the end, as Qin Ruoxue as a cash machine, every now and then asked her to help Qin Bo a hand. Li Yan cold face, opened his mouth and asked, "What are you here for?" They, Qin Ruoxue moved her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. Qin Ruoxue's younger brother, Qin Bo, snorted coldly, his eyes staring at the plastic bag in Li Yan's hand. "Humph, you came back just in time. What did you do? This is out of your hands. What exactly did you guys come for?" Li Yan asked indifferently. "Want money." Li Yan frowned. "Want money? Want what money?" Li Yan, "My sister said that you have mortgaged the house. This house has my sister's half, so you must give us half of the money." Li Yan turned his head expressionlessly and looked at Qin Ruoxue and asked, "What do you mean?" Qin Ruoxue shook her head in panic and said, "Li Yan, don't misunderstand. I just don't want you to sell the house." After Li Yan left, she was flustered beyond belief and didn't know how to stop it. Thinking about it, she could only call home, hoping that her father would come and stop Li Yan, but she didn't realize that her dad and brother didn't care if the house was sold or not, and didn't care if she had a place to live, but just demanded that after it was sold, it would be split in half between them. Hearing Qin Ruoxue say this, Qin Bo immediately said to Qin Yishan beside him, "Dad, did you hear that? My sister is saying that she didn't want to give us any money at all. I don't care. Anyway, I owe people a debt. If I don't pay them tomorrow, I'll have to cut off one of my hands." Qin Yishan hurriedly said, "Son, don't be afraid. Dad won't let you be bullied." After saying that, he coldly spoke at Li Yan. "Li Yan, I asked around. This house can be sold for $30,000 to $40,000, so get us $20,000. Don't say I'm not reasonable." "Oh," Li Yan laughed back in anger. "My own house, my own money. You come up and ask me for $20,000, and you say you want to be reasonable? Then I'd like to ask, on what grounds? Even if we get divorced, this money should go to Ruoxue. It's not your turn. Asterisk. Do you want to get your ass kicked? I'm telling you, if you don't give me $20,000 today, it's not over. You two probably won't last long. You've been sleeping with my sister for years. Aren't you going to make up for it? There are plenty of rich people out there who want to sleep with my sister. If it wasn't for you, my family would have made it big by now." Qin Bo shouted with his waist crossed. As soon as Li Yan heard this, he frowned and opened his mouth. "Qin Bo, clean your mouth. She's your sister. Let me hear you say this kind of words again. I'll tear your mouth apart." Qin Bo immediately became furious, grabbing towards the plastic bag in Li Yan's hand, cursing, "What do you care about me? What's in your bag? Show me." Li Yan lifted his foot and then kicked Qin Bo in the stomach, directly sending him flying out and smashing over the table. In his previous life, in order to cope with the absence of bodyguards, he also practiced fighting, although now the physical quality is average, but the consciousness is still there. There is the minimum self-protection ability. 3 or 4 ordinary people cannot get close to him. Qin Bo's stomach was in severe pain, pointing at Li Yan and cursing, "You dare to hit me, you're going to revolt you." Li Yan looked at him coldly and said, "If you make any more trouble, I'll break your legs, believe it or not." Qin Bo had never seen Li Yan with such might, and for a moment, he was actually stunned and didn't dare to make another sound. Qin Yishan was heartbroken for his son and cursed at Qin Ruoxue's nose. "You're just going to watch your brother get beaten up by this punk, aren't you? I'll fight you all. Dad, I beg you, you guys go back. I'll find a way to pay for the money." Qin Ruoxue begged her father and brother, stopping the two of them dead in their tracks. Qin Yishan angrily cursed, "Money-losing contraption. You think of a way. How are you going to think of a way? Your brother is about to have his hand chopped off, and you're actually helping him out? I'm telling you, either let Li Yan give $20,000, or think about what I told you before." In his eyes, his son is the most important thing. His daughter is nothing. It's just a money-losing thing. "I know. I'll really think about the money." Qin Ruoxue nodded with a pale face. Qin Yishan viciously rushed at Li Yan and said, "Get $20,000 ready for me. Otherwise this matter is not over." Only after saying this did he leave with his precious son. Only after they left did Qin Ruoxue silently lower her head. "I'm sorry. I really didn't know they would be like this." Li Yan knew that it wasn't Qin Ruoxue who was counting on him. His heart felt a lot more comfortable. He opened the plastic bag and pulled out $20,000 from it and said, "You can take this money and spend it first. However, your brother's matter. I suggest you don't care. You saved him this time. It's useless. He'll only intensify his behavior." Qin Ruoxue looked at the plastic bag full of a pocket of money, surprised and asked, "Where did you get so much money?" Their house was simply not worth so much money. Li Yan thought about it. No matter whether it is speculation in futures or speculation in stocks, in Qin Ruoshua's opinion, there is no difference with gambling. If she knows that she is speculating in futures, I am afraid that she will still have to persuade herself. So he opened his mouth and said, "Don't you care? Anyway, it's the right way to come." Qin Ruoshua put the money back into the plastic bag, grabbed Li Yan's hand and said, "Li Yan, you take this money, go do some trading, even if it's to open a kiosk, we'll both live well, okay?" Li Yan nodded and smiled. "You don't want to divorce me now?" Qin Ruoshua's face flashed a hint of redness and said, "I just want to push you. I don't want you to have nothing to do all day. I don't really want to divorce you." She had been crying for a day, and at this moment, she was pearly and lovable. Li Yan held her in his arms as he spoke. "Don't worry, I will let you live a good life." Qin Ruoshua instantly blushed with shame. The two of them had never had such intimate movements before, and was at a bit of a loss for words. However, she could vaguely feel that Li Yan was really different from before. After hugging for a while, Qin Ruoshua somewhat embarrassedly struggled out of his arms and spoke, "I'll go cook for you." Li Yan then remembered that he still had a dinner tonight, so he said, "I have something to do tonight. I have a date with a few friends, so you can eat by yourself." Qin Ruoshua's body gave a start and asked in a low voice, "Again with those friends of yours?" She just felt that Li Yan had a glimmer of hope. If he was hanging out with those fox friends from before again, then it would really be hopeless. Li Yan shook his head and laughed. "No, the few new friends I met today are all decent people who do industry." Qin Ruoshua breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. You come back earlier and drink less. My brother is afraid that he won't stop. I'm home alone. Scared." Li Yan nodded his head in agreement before going out the door. Chapter 6, The Big Man. When Li Yan arrived at the Emerald Residence, Old Sun and the others had long been waiting at the door, just like treating Li Yan as the god of wealth. "Older brother, you finally came. Come, inside please." Old Sun and Old Zhao brought Li Yan to the reserved box. The two old brothers are polite. "Let's chat while eating." Li Yan smiled and nodded. Immediately, Old Zhao and Old Sun briefly introduced themselves. Old Sun called Sun Jianping Building Materials Business. Old Zhao called Zhao Ziyong, under the hands of a few large trucks to hire drivers to run transportation. Although the two are not considered to be rich, but in the local area, it is also considered to have a face. A moment's effort. A few bottles of flying mutai up. Drinking. We are familiar with up. The sky in the north and the south chatting. In the scene, Li Yan looks the youngest, but when everyone talked to him, all accompanied by a smile, and Li Yan acted very blandly. This scene was all too familiar. There was a time when all the people surrounding him were the top bigwigs, just to get a word of investment advice from Li Yan's mouth. Right now this is just a small scene. It won't take long to return to the top, Li Yan said secretly in his heart. After 3 rounds of drinking, Zhao Ziyong opened his mouth. "Older brother, today you, kind of really scared the hell out of our gang. How in the world did you do it? I still can't figure it out." The crowd raised their heads in unison and looked at Li Yan, hoping that Li Yan would solve the confusion. The way of trading is very simple. It's just a matter of emotional grasp. Making money is just a positive feedback of your market emotions. When you seize the market mood, then the money comes naturally. Li Yan's simple sentence. The crowd immediately had a feeling of clarity. When they themselves do the market, the mind follows the beating of the disc. More often than not, they hope that the disc to go in the direction of their own single favorable. But never and Li Yan the same thinking. It turns out that trading can be so simple. At this time Zhao Ziyong and Sun Jianping glanced at each other. The two of them stood up together with their glasses. Zhao Ziyong spoke. "Older brother, there's not much else to say. Today, all of us can sit together and eat this meal. It's a great destiny. In the future, I'd like to ask you to give us some guidance in our dealings. If you have the time, please give us a few pointers. It's not easy for all of us. We're all losing money and spitting blood." Sun Jianping also smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, we'll tell the truth. Don't mind if you don't mind." "Old brother." Li Yan couldn't help but secretly nod his head as he listened to these words from the two. There was no beating around the bush, directly stating their meaning, which was more than a little sincere. These two people could be befriended for a while. Thus, he stood up with his wine cup. "The two old brothers are polite. You guys looking up to me is giving me Li Yan face. In the future, we can just make plates together. Then I'll thank you. Old brother, in the future, I'll follow you to eat meat. Old brother, if you have any trouble, remember to inform us. Although we are not big shots, we still have some face," Zhao Ziyong said with a red face. At this time, the door of the box suddenly eked out. Immediately after that, someone pushed the door open with a foot and barged in without a care in the world. ********. Li Yan, good you grandson. Didn't you say you don't have any money? Actually eating at the Emerald residence. You lied to me. You, give me the money. Otherwise, you can't leave today. Li Yan turned his head to see that it was actually Qin Ruoshue's younger brother, Qin Bo, and couldn't help but frown. What are you doing here? Sun Jianping and Zhao Ziyang's faces were about to toast with Li Yan, but they were directly interrupted and their faces turned green with anger. However, seeing that Li Yan seemed to recognize the visitor, he forced himself not to have a fit. Seeing this scene, Zhao Ziyang couldn't help but frown and ask, "Older brother, you owe him money?" Li Yan shook his head. "Don't owe." Beside him, Sun Jianping said to Zhao Ziyang, "Old Zhao, you're stupid. Would old brother Li owe him money? With elder brother Li's ability, would he lack money?" Qin Bo felt that since these people in front of him were with Li Yan, they were basically a bunch of poor people with no scruples at all. With a cold laugh, he directly came up to tear Li Yan's clothes. Scram! Zhao Ziyang was a violent temper, and at this moment, he was eager to perform in front of Li Yan. Without saying a word, he kicked Qin Bo in the stomach. "Cursed horse! You dare to hit me! Do you know who my boss is? The Black Son of City East. What's wrong with hitting you? How dare you slander old man Li for owing you money? Oh, how much does he owe you?" Zhao Ziyang asked with a cold smile. Qin Bo got up from the ground and said viciously, 20,000. No, 30,000. Ha ha, older brother Li owes you $30,000, and then you chased him here to ask for money? No way. It's killing me with laughter. That's a tease. $30,000. Where the is this? Brain dead. All around the people. All laughed out loud. Laugh you paralyzed. You guys wait. I'll call brother Blackie over right now. I'm going to make you all look good. And Li Yan, you're finished today. I'm telling you, if you don't get the money, I'll have brother Blackie break your legs. Alright, you call someone. I'll wait. Little bastard, Zhao Ziyang said with disdain. Qin Bo was so angry that he was about to explode. Turning around, he ran outside. Less than 2 minutes, arrogant footsteps came from outside, and Qin Bo returned to the box again with a group of people walking in 8 steps. Brother Blackie, that's him. The money is on him. A bare-chested young man wearing a flowery shirt's eyes lit up after hearing Qin Bo's words. Li Yan, right? Beat me to death. Finished speaking, a few little brothers directly rushed up. Li Yan sneered. This kind of small scene, he didn't put it in his eyes at all. Without waiting for those few juniors to rush up, Li Yan grabbed a chair and directly smacked on Heizi's body. Heizi screamed miserably. His entire body exploded with anger. In the east of the city, he was the only one who beat others. When had he ever been beaten? Kid, you're finished. You're dead. Today, if I don't kill you, I won't be called Blackie. Blackie gritted his teeth and said with a fierce light in his eyes, "Who the are you going to get killed? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ah, brother Yong, how are you? I. Blackie was about to explode, but then he looked up and saw Zhao Ziyang. However, Qin Bo hadn't reacted yet and instead added more fuel to the fire. Brother Blackie, he's the one who just called you a bastard. He also said that if he wanted money, he would make you kneel down and call him daddy. That's right, this is Li Yan. The money is on him. Just give me 5,000. Blackie, ha. 5,000. 5 nigga ah. Blackie turned back and directly slapped Qin Bo's face. Cursed mud horse, you're going to get me killed. Do you know who he is? This is my brother Zhao. I'm under his protection. How dare you slander my big brother? Blackie said viciously. Although Blackie was a gangster, he also had to live. Zhao Ziyang's several fleets of cars to repair and other work, basically given to Blackie to do. Completely his golden father. What? This can't be possible. Brother Blackie, are you mistaken? This Li Yan is a piece of trash. How could he possibly eat with your big brother? Qin Bo covered his face full of disbelief. Chapter 7, Who the hell are you? How much does he owe you? At this time, Li Yan suddenly walked up to Heizi and asked. Heizi swallowed his saliva and carefully said, 5,000 capital, 5,000 interest. Li Yan directly laughed in anger. Qin Bo owed Blackie 5,000, asked himself for 30,000, and gave Blackie 25,000 just so he could get $5,000 out of his hands. How brainwashed does one have to be to do such a thing? I'm not going to give the money. He owes you. Ask him for it. After figuring things out, Li Yan's expression was cold. A person like Qin Bo was a complete white-eyed wolf. Blackie hesitated. Brother Li, I didn't know that you are a friend of Brother Yong, but this money, I also have the capital. Why don't you watch and give me the capital, and forget about the interest? Li Yan sneered. Not even a dime. Next to him, Zhao Ziyang's face turned ugly as he pushed Blackie away. Blackie, is my face not good? This matter today. You claim to die early. Elder brother Li is my brother. Don't make yourself uncomfortable. Otherwise, you won't be able to take on any of my jobs in the future. Blackie looked at Zhao Ziyang, and finally nodded. I'll give this face to you. Brother Yong, let's go. After saying this, he waved his hand and turned around to lead his men out of the box. As Blackie left, Zhao Ziyang asked in a low voice, older brother, what's the relationship between that kid and you? It doesn't matter, Li Yan said indifferently. That's good. Blackie is probably going to clean up that kid when he goes back. Ha ha, this kind of cheap skin kid. Just pack it up. Come, let's drink. The atmosphere in the box was once again lively. And this side, Black Z led people out to the side of the road, and violently stopped. A hand grabbed Shin Bo directly hit his head on the street light pole next to him. Grass mud horse. Shin Bo, really? You're playing me? No brother Blackie. I wouldn't dare even if I had 10,000 guts. That Li Yan didn't know how he met that big brother. I really don't know. I don't know. Hit me. He didn't get the money, but also lost his face and almost offended Zhao Ziyang. Blackie held back a bellyful of anger, and at this moment, he vented it all on Shin Bo. Soon, Shin Bo was beaten like a dead dog. Blackie squatted down and spat on Shin Bo's face. 5,000 capital, 5,000 interest. Now it's changed. 20,000. You get me 20,000. If you don't pay tomorrow night, I'll kill you. Ha, 20,000. Brother Blackie, I don't have that much money. I really don't have it, Shin Bo said miserably. A cold smile suddenly appeared on Blackie's face. No money? Don't say brother Blackie doesn't take care of you. Do something for me. In the next 2 days, find a time for me to burn the Star Internet Cafe with a fire. You choose one. Burn the cafe? Shin Bo shivered. Brother Heisey, this is against the law. If I get caught, I'll go to jail. Blackie sneered. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. Either pay back the money or work for me. Otherwise, I'll make you regret coming into this world. After saying that, he left Shin Bo, who was paralyzed in place, and left. When they dispersed after the meal, Sun Jianping individually called Li Yan to one side to reveal a piece of news to him. When the market closed, I saw Lin Jun looking for a few people to go to the big account room. One of them I happened to be familiar with, so I inquired about it, and Lin Jun let slip on the spot that he wanted you to be unable to make a deal. Li Yan let out a cold laugh. He had felt before that this dead fat man wouldn't be honest. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to sit still after only 1 day. But a mere Lin Jun, Li Yan wouldn't be afraid at all. There were plenty of ways to clean him up. Saying goodbye to the crowd, Li Yan turned around and went home. At home, Qin Ruoxue was watching TV on the sofa. Seeing that there was nothing unusual about Li Yan, and that he really wasn't going to fool around, her heart was secretly relieved. Li Yan didn't talk to Qin Ruoxue about the Emerald residence, lest the woman ask about it and think about it more. I'm a bit tired. Go to bed early, Li Yan said to Qin Ruoxue with a smile. Qin Ruoxue gave then whispered, I plan to go to the hospital tomorrow to see my mom. The money you gave me, I want to save it for my mom's medical treatment. Li Yan nodded. If you have a disease, you need to see it early. You can't put it off. You go to the hospital tomorrow and ask the doctor first to see if it's enough. If it's not, I'll turn around and get you some more. Qin Ruoxue shook her head. It's enough. Besides, there's still my dad. You can't be made to bear everything alone. Li Yan laughed bitterly in his heart. Qin Ruoxue's thoughts were good, but that family, he didn't want to say much. There were no words for the night. At 8:30 the next morning, Li Yan appeared at the trading hall on time. Walking over to the position he traded yesterday, he sat down with the intention of logging into his trading account. A middle-aged man wearing sales department clothes suddenly came over and pointed at Li Yan and said impatiently, I'm Zhao Fei, the head of the sales department. Give way and trade somewhere else. What do you mean? Li Yan raised his head to look at it and frowned. You're a retail investor. Where's the why? Just let you change the place you change, Zhao Fei said impatiently. Li Yan sneered. Who are you to tell me to change places? Or are you saying that your new wave futures doesn't allow customers to trade? If that's the case, then I'll change places. Zhao Fei instantly grimaced. This machine is used by someone. You can just change the place. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I'll take this machine first. Don't let it. Li Yan lowered his head to open his account and didn't bother with him at all. Zhao Fei, however, was furious and his face turned blue. Don't give me any face. Get the hell out of here. You don't want to trade today. With that, he went to pull Li Yan's arm. As Li Yan pushed it away, Zhao Fei was directly pushed to the ground by him. Ha! Who was I then? So arrogant. Where did all the people in the sales department die? Hit someone didn't see it? Why don't you get this kid out of here? Right at this moment, Lin Jun walked over with his arm around the little girl from yesterday, yelling with a playful face. Originally, Li Yan was still curious. This one called Zhao Fei jerked around looking for trouble from himself? But the moment Lin Jun appeared, the words that Sun Jianping said to himself last night came to his mind and he instantly reacted. Li Yan sneered and said disdainfully, Lin Jun, what are you, worthy of meddling in my affairs? Ha ha, what kind of thing am I? Old me is a big household. Do you know that? I'm a VIP with exclusive services. What do you care? I want you to get lost. It's a matter of one sentence. You know? Lin Jun laughed and cursed proudly. A large household? Lin Jun, remember what I said to you? Within a week, someone from the sales department will invite me to the big account room. If I were you, I wouldn't be in such a hurry to jump out and find trouble with me. This will only show that you're afraid of me, Li Yan said in a cold voice. Lin Jun jumped up with a swish like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Why did he come to find Li Yan's trouble? Wasn't it because Li Yan's one day of trading yesterday had completely scared him? After the close of business, he inquired at the sales department in his capacity as a large investor. After knowing Li Yan's 10 times a day's record, he was instantly on the edge of his seat. That's what led to this today. Zhao Fei is what he arranged. Originally thought that with the identity of the big players, so that the sales department of the people to create some trouble for Li Yan, interfering with Li Yan's transactions. Unexpectedly, Li Yan was hardened. I will be afraid of you. Heavenly joke. I daily profit and loss fluctuations. A few points jump in your account total funds. I will be afraid of you, Lin Jun said disdainfully. When the secretary beside him saw Lin Jun get defeated, he immediately pointed at Li Yan and said, "That's right. You're nothing. Even a hair on Brother Lin's body is thicker than your thigh. How do you deserve to be compared to Brother Lin? Now kneel down and apologize to Brother Lin, or else you won't be able to make deals here." Ha ha, kneel down? Apologize to you? Just by virtue of you. You're also worthy? Li Yan laughed out loud. Then his gaze turned cold. Chapter 8 Who Should Kneel? At this time Zhao Fei on the ground climbed up and fawningly rushed at Lin Jun. Mr. Lin, you mustn't be angry. If you have anything to say it properly. I'll kick him out now. Zhao Fei, don't say I'm not giving you face. Get this kid out. He's just a retailer, beeping at me. You don't know what you're doing. Lin Jun tilted his chin and said to Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei frowned and turned his head to give Li Yan a cold look. You're a broken retailer who dares to offend Mr. Lin. Now kneel down and apologize to Chief Lin. Ha, Li Yan directly laughed. What's wrong with you? Since you're the head of the sales department, then I'm your customer after opening an account with you. First you find trouble with me, and now you want to kick me out? On what grounds? Zhao Fei laughed disdainfully. Customer? That's right. You are a client of our business department, but you're just a small retail customer. Mr. Lin is our big client. Next week there will be $20 million of hedging funds in the account. He has exclusive services, so you'll have to apologize to him. Li Yan suddenly laughed and extended his hand, pointing at Zhao Fei. Your words, I've memorized it. I hope you don't regret it. After saying that, Li Yan beckoned and called over the account opening teller who was at the side. Help me with the withdrawal and cancel the account by the way. This, Supervisor Zhao. You have to ask the boss. This, customer wants to cancel the account. The one responsible for handling these procedures was a 20-something-year-old beauty Han Zishuan, who was looking at Zhao Fei with a difficult face at the moment. Ask what to ask. Just give it to him directly. What we want is a big account. This kind of trash. If he wants to go, just let him go, Zhao Fei said with an ugly face. Han Zishuan nodded helplessly and smiled apologetically at Li Yan, then was about to operate. But the next moment, after Han Zishuan entered Li Yan's account number, she suddenly exclaimed, Supervisor Zhao. Supervisor, this can't be done. Can't cancel the account. What? Is the system malfunctioning? It shouldn't be. Zhao Fei probed his head and asked. Nope, it's not. Li Yan. He is Li Yan, the one that boss personally instructed in yesterday's meeting. The one with the 10 times a day account. Han Zishuan shouted excitedly. What? No, that's impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can it be possible? Zhao Fei exclaimed, directly sitting on his butt. After the close of business yesterday, there was a routine meeting within the sales department. As a result, after the financial statistics, a one-day tenfold account was found, and it was a high-frequency transaction. This account, whether it is profitability, or because of high-frequency operations brought about by the commission profits, far from beating all the accounts of the sales department, including large funds here. At that time, this matter shocked everyone. The boss of the sales department, Mr. Zheng Siyuan, personally gave orders. Must be called Li Yan Customer Service. The reason why Zhao Fei appeared here today, the main purpose, is in accordance with the boss's instructions. Good contact with the big man. Play the emotional card, so that Li Yan has been to stay in the new wave of futures business transactions. But now, smashed, completely messed up. Everything was finished, as fake as it is. I am Li Yan. Li Yan said coldly. Rumble. Zhao Fei's brain rumbled inside. He turned around with great difficulty and stared at Lin Jun dead in the face, his eyes hating him as if he could eat people, his voice hoarse as he roared. Lin Jun, you punked me. Pick you? What are you saying? I don't know. Lin Jun had a ghost in his heart at this moment, and was a bit embarrassed by his face. You watch your attitude. Lousy is your big account. Still want that $20 million or not? Zhao Fei immediately looked entangled, obviously hating this fat man in front of him to death, but he couldn't do anything about it. As for Li Yan's side, he also looked at him with an icy gaze. You are Mr. Li Yan Li, right? Just at this time, someone hurriedly ran over from the distance. The person who came was dressed in a decent suit with gold-rimmed glasses, and his face had an undisguised look of joy. Mr. Zheng, boss. Zhao Fei and Han Zixuan beside him exclaimed at the same time. I'm Li Yan. You're. Li Yan frowned as he looked at the person in front of him. My humble self, Zheng Si Yuan. I'm in charge of this business department. Zheng Si Yuan introduced himself. Seeing that the old boss personally came, Zhao Fei hurriedly squeezed to Zheng Si Yuan's side. Boss, alright, look at what you did that was. You don't need your bonus this year. Now apologize to Mr. Li. Zheng Si Yuan directly decided on Zhao Fei's treatment in 3 or 2 sentences, and he said it in front of Li Yan. At this time, Zhao Fei only begged to be taken out of this matter. Nothing else could be cared about anymore. He turned around, bent down and bowed to Li Yan with a pleading tone. Mr. Li, it is my fault. I should never have offended you in 1,000 ways. I am here to say sorry to you. Please, forgive me. Wow, Zhao Fei, as the head of the sales department of the titular New Wave Futures, could be said to be an absolute top level, but at this moment, directly in front of so many people to apologize to Li Yan, and even used a pleading tone. All around the people watching, all exclaimed, a clamor. Some do not know. One after another began to inquire Li Yan in the end what kind of person, district a trading floor of the retail customers, actually dared to hard just big account room of the big account. The old boss of the business department personally come to mediate, but also forced the head of the business department to apologize? Li Yan just coldly glanced at Zhao Fei. You don't need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm just a retailer. Nothing qualifies you to apologize. Elder brother Li, I'm really sorry for what happened today, but don't worry, I can guarantee you that something like this won't happen again in the future. Seeing this scene, Zheng Si Yuan hurriedly opened his mouth and said to Li Yan. Li Yan, however, shook his head and said with a smile, You're welcome, Mr. Zheng. It's not that I'm saying this against your sales department. Your hallowed boss personally came out. This face I'll give. I can continue to trade at New Wave's business department, but there's one thing, I don't want anyone to disturb my trading. This is natural. The third large account room just happens to have a position. I now represent the New Wave business department. Officially invite Mr. Li to become our large account, specialized configuration trading room. Enjoy our best quality service. Mr. Li, you can move in now, Zheng Si Yuan hurriedly said. After saying that, Zheng Si Yuan looked up at Li Yan with an expectant face. Li Yan grinned. This means, Mr. Zhang, you personally invited me up to the large family room? Zheng Si Yuan looked at Li Yan in surprise, not knowing why he asked this question, but still nodded. Of course. Li Yan turned around and looked at Lin Jun next to him triumphantly. Fatty Lin, what do you have to say now? Yesterday we made a bet in front of everyone. If I make it to the big family room within a week, you kneel down and apologize to me. How's that? Now I've won. Isn't it time for you to honor the bet? Chapter 9, One Day to See the Dawn. When Li Yan opened his mouth like this, Zhao Ziyang next to him instantly asked curiously, Older brother, what's the bet? Li Yan looked at Lin Jun playfully and raised his voice. Whoever loses, kneels and apologizes to the other party. How about it? Mr. Lin, are you planning to break the contract? Everyone was in an uproar, while Lin Jun's face was a shade of green and white. Lost? He actually lost. What the hell? To kneel down to this punk? It's impossible to beat me to death. Seeing Lin Jun's expression, Zhao Ziyang deliberately said, Don't talk like you don't count. This is really humiliating. Yes, if you don't count your words, you might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. That's right, you're so powerful every day, but you can't afford to lose. The people around them were all up in arms. Shut up, Li Yan. This doesn't count. Who knew that Mr. Zhang would suddenly let you go to the big house? If you had gotten into the big house on your own, I'd admit defeat. But now this is an accident. Lin Jun yelled with a straight neck. Li Yan laughed coldly. He had already thought that this fatty wouldn't give in so easily. Then what are you going to do? Have the ability. You reached the big house standard this evening. I'll admit defeat, Lin Jun hurriedly said. He didn't want to kneel down to this punk Li Yan. Good, as you wish. But Mr. Zhang is here. You better keep your word. What do you say, Mr. Zhang? Li Yan said indifferently. Zhang Si Yuan frowned, not expecting Li Yan to involve him. He glanced at Li Yan with great meaning and said with a smile, Since Mr. Li has opened his mouth, Then I'll be a witness. Lin Jun, are you okay with this? No problem. Next, under Zhang Siyuan's witness, Li Yan checked the account on the spot. There was only $200,000 left in Li Yan's account because he had taken out $100,000. And the standard for a large account room was $500,000. Zhao Ziyang and Sun Jianpain, who were on good terms with Li Yan, looked at Li Yan with a bit of concern. Ha ha, kid, I'll see how you die. 200,000 turned into 500,000. What a dreamer. Get ready to kneel down for me at the closing bell. Lin Jun said triumphantly. Li Yan sneered. I'm not as shameless as some people. If I lose, I'll naturally admit it. However, you don't have much hope of seeing that scene. I will make you lose this time. Lin Jun's face turned red at Li Yan's words. Then we'll see. After saying that, he glared at Li Yan with a resentful face, and lumbered off with his secretary towards the large family room. At this time, Zhang Siyuan whispered to Li Yan, Mr. Li, although Lin Jun isn't a good person, he still has a few tricks up his sleeve when it comes to trading. I didn't expect the two of you to actually get into such a stalemate. You play well first. Don't think too much. When the market closes, I'll have a chat with Lin Jun. Li Yan froze for a moment before he reacted. Apparently Zhang Siyuan was afraid that Lin Jun would make things difficult for himself if he lost and sold himself a good deal. Mr. Zhang has a good heart, but I don't think I'll lose. Well, it's time to open the market, so I won't chat with Mr. Zhang for now. I'll see you at the close. Zhang Siyuan smiled awkwardly. Since you have this confidence, old brother, then I won't say anything more. I'm looking forward to personally inviting you up to the big account room when the market closes. With that, Li Yan sat down and prepared to open trading, and Zhang Siyuan turned to leave. Right now it's 200,000 to fund to 500,000, then we need to make 300,000 profit today. One day is enough. Li Yan's eyes flashed with a strong self-confidence. 9 o'clock exactly. The futures market opened. It is still the trading variety of Xinjiang. Green beans. Yesterday, green beans closed at 40.23. The overall view, in a high platform on the oscillation period, more than the short exchange is obvious. Today's opening bidding, flat open. Li Yan moved his wrist, started to operate up, still yesterday's way. Speculative orders. After yesterday's day of trading, Li Yan account funds are now 200,000. The operation is obviously a lot more flexible than yesterday. This time, bidding, he directly opened a short order, the so-called one drum, and then again. Yesterday's day did not rush out a new high to go, no matter how today's disk. Now is not the extreme market outbreak of the node. Then look at the punch is not up. Impatient long retail investors, I'm afraid to leave the field. Li Yan opened the moment, directly hung a full position of 4,020 empty single. The moment of the opening, directly sold, followed by the disk in the 40-20 above the pause of less than 30 seconds. Sold a few, and then a few consecutive more than 500 hands of the single, directly knocked down the price. Brush, first to 4,008, and then once again, directly to 4,000, still playing down. The mood of the disk instantly exploded. The short side in these few seconds of time prevailed, and Li Yan watched the disk price fall to 3,995. Without the slightest hesitation, directly closed the position backhand. Empty flip more. The previous profit of more than 20 points, all cashed in, before and after less than a minute. This is the rhythm. Li Yan smiled faintly. A strong confidence emanated from his body. The biggest money-making point of futures is that it can be floated and added to the position. Rolling operation, and Li Yan's speculation, the previous second of profit, and can be instantly turned into principal, in the non-stop increase in his operating space. Crackle. Fingers on the keyboard kept jumping. The funds that can be operated, as if it were a snowball, constantly rolling, and in the right direction, bringing even more horrifying profits. This is compound interest. And Li Yan's extreme speculation orders, the characteristics of compound interest, used to the limit, open flat, open flat, open flat, all day long. Li Yan was operating non-stop. At 2:59 in the afternoon, Li Yan stopped. The next moment, all the quotes on the ticker software stopped jumping, and Li Yan, also at the last moment, the hands of the single all flat. After he saw the amount of money lying calmly on his account, he grinned, and at this moment, the entire business hall, no matter if it was a retail investor or a large investor, all of them walked out and gathered over here. The matter of Li Yan and Lin Jun betting against each other had already reached everyone's ears. How about, kid, time's up. I can't wait. Lin Jun smugly walked over with his secretary. Li Yan leaned back in his chair and looked at Lin Jun indifferently. It's time. So you've urgently come to kneel down for me? Li Yan's tit-for-tat made Lin Jun's face hang and sneer. Kid, 200,000 turned into 500,000. If my guess is right, kid, your account isn't up to par. is it? Everyone, watch this. This kid lost a bet. Going to kneel down for me, Lin Jun said aloud with a confident look. Seeing him like this, Li Yan laughed coldly in his heart. Lin Jun had obviously gotten someone to look at his account. That's why he was so sure. Next to him, Zhao Ziyang and Sun Jianpain, who were good with Li Yan, asked with anxious faces, "Older brother, have you passed 500,000 today or not?" Li Yan smiled without saying anything. However, at this time, Lin Jun sneered and said, "Rubbish, don't dare to say it, right?" Then turning to look at the crowd, Lin Jun said with a smug look on his face, "Li Yan's account hasn't passed 500,000 at all. It's simply not up to the standard of a large account. Therefore, he lost." Chapter 10, like an old dog. All around, there was an uproar. Many people sighed. How can a retail investor be compared to a big investor? Losing is doomed. Yeah, this kid is out of his mind. Actually betting with others under such a big gap. Alas, it's good for young people to be wild, but it's a bit too much. Zhao Ziyong's heart was on fire as he listened to these words. What are you guys blindly pushing for? It's not certain who will lose or win. Can't you see that Mr. Zhang hasn't come yet? Lin Jun sneered and said, "Mr. Zhang is giving him face. Okay, let's wait. When Mr. Zhang comes, I'll see how you die." Mr. Zhang is here. Right at this moment, outside the crowd, someone suddenly exclaimed. Immediately after, Zhang Siyuan was seen walking down from his office on the second floor. "Mr. Zhang, can we announce the results now? This kid won't stop until he reaches the Yellow River." Lin Jun hurriedly rushed at Zhang Siyuan. Zhang Siyuan, however, asked back with an expressionless face, "Are you so confident that Li Yan lost?" And quite a few people who were not optimistic about Li Yan before, at this moment, when they heard Zhang Siyuan's words, they revealed expressions of surprise. Could it be that? Ha, Mr. Zhang, everyone is an understanding person. $200,000 turned into $500,000 in one day. Just today's market. Is it possible? This kid has not been doing mung beans? Mung beans fluctuations throughout the day. On the opening net more than 20 points. Even if he is full position can earn how much? The rest of the time, fluctuations did not exceed 5 points. He makes money? With what to make money? Lin Jun said this, and the people around him all came to a realization. Yeah, if you're doing green beans, it's a 5-point fluctuation a day. That's playing for. Looks like Lin Jun is winning, even if it fluctuates a lot. That's not something that just anyone can profit that much in a day. Even if that kind of market occurs, can you hold on to your orders? So, this kid was pretending before? At once, many people's expressions changed as they looked at Li Yan. Zhao Ziyang and Sun Jianpain stood by Li Yan's side and had the intention to say a few words for Li Yan, but with the facts in front of them, they couldn't open their mouths. Older brother, don't be too upset. The big deal is to bow your head to Fatty Lin. In this market, if we lose today, we will win back tomorrow. Zhao Ziyang patted Li Yan's shoulder and comforted. Yeah, older brother, don't be afraid. Old Zhao and I are always on your side. We know your ability in our hearts. And today it's really the market that's not giving out. Li Yan raised his head and looked at the two men and suddenly smiled bitterly. Who said I lost? Zhao Ziyang heard Li Yan say this and said in a serious tone, "Older brother, you're still young. There are plenty of opportunities. Really don't think too much." Li Yan opened his mouth and finally looked helplessly at Zhang Siyuan. "I say Mr. Zhang, now you should announce the results, right?" Ha, older brother Li you would say that. Then I'll announce it. Zhang Siyuan shook his head with a bitter smile, then looked at Lin Jun, a trace of pity flashing in his eyes. Lin Jun's heart thumped, and he was immediately annoyed. "Mr. Zhang, just say it. I'm still waiting for this kid to kneel down for me. I declare, this time for the bet between the two of you. Li Yan has accomplished his goal. Li Yan wins." Zhang Siyuan announced the result in a deep voice. Instantly, the entire room was in an uproar. This represented that Li Yan had used 200,000 and earned more than 500,000 in one day. Is this possible? Everyone looked at the young man standing in the crowd with a shocked expression, and their faces were filled with awe. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Jun took 2 steps backwards, staring at Li Yan with a deadly stare and said, "How is it impossible? Are you doubting me?" Zhang Siyuan's tone went icy cold. He clearly only made it to 340,000. How could it be more than 500,000? Mr. Zhang. Lin Jun couldn't care about anything else at this moment, and eagerly called out at Zhang Mingyuan, because if he lost, he would have to kowtow to Li Yan. That would be worse than killing him. At this time, Li Yan sneered, because I made a deposit of $300,000 at noon, together with the 340,000 on my account right now. The total on my account is 640,000. Li Yan's words directly made Lin Jun's whole body paralyzed. No, impossible. This is impossible. Absolutely no one can do this. Lin Jun beat a dead horse and refused to admit it. Zhang Mingyuan was instantly annoyed. Just now, Lin Jun had revealed the status of the funds on Li Yan's account in front of so many people. It was simply a slap in the face of him as the sales department boss. And at this moment, he was acting as a witness for both parties. Seeing Lin Jun like this, he became more and more impatient. Lin Jun, I was originally going to give you some face. Since you don't want face, then there's nothing more to say. This is the delivery slip. Every single one of Li Yan's transactions today is here. After saying that, Zhang Mingyuan let out a cold smile and directly threw a printed delivery slip in front of Lin Jun. Lin Jun's face was ashen as he looked at every transaction on it, and the more he looked, the colder his heart became. Li Yan walked to Lin Jun's front and condescendingly said, Lin Jun, you've lost. Now, kneel down for me. You. Lin Jun's eyes were burning with rage. His face was all stifled as he stared at Li Yan with gritted teeth. Li Yan sneered. What? You don't want to admit it again? If you can't afford to play, don't play. Next to him, Zhang Siyuan looked at Lin Jun expressionlessly, but the warning in his eyes was obvious. Don't renege on the debt. At this moment, Lin Jun was a bit regretful. What he regretted wasn't betting with Li Yan, but regretting letting Zhang Siming be this witness. If it was someone else, Lin Jun could have denied it, but Zhang Siming couldn't. As a veteran of the New Wave Futures Sales Department, he could not be a witness. As the boss of the New Wave Futures Sales Department, Zhang Siming has a very deep background that Lin Jun can't afford to mess with. The heart is suffocating to death. Lin Jun actually one day have to give Li Yan this waste kneeling. Lin Jun's heart cried out madly. However, in the end, slowly lowered his head and bent his knees. This kneeling, everyone around them looked at Li Yan as if he were a god, while Lin Jun was an old dog that had lost. Chapter 11, Serious Illness. Mr. Li is indeed a young hero. He's a remarkable man. $200,000 turned into $600,000 in one day. This is definitely a masterpiece. Genius. A true genius. Mr. Li, if you have the chance, be sure to give us some pointers. In his ears, all the voices praising and flattering Li Yan fell on Lin Jun's ears, but it was like a knife scraping his cheeks. With regards to this kind of scene, Li Yan had long been accustomed to it and smiled as he nodded at the crowd before walking over to Lin Jun, who was kneeling in front of him. Lin Jun, you want to play with me? I'll play with you anytime. Now you can stand up, or else everyone will think that I have an extra son of a like you. Li Yan, I'm not finished with you. Lin Jun stood up, gritting his teeth and roaring, his eyes filled with resentment. Then we'll see. Li Yan wasn't afraid in the slightest, coldly looking at Lin Jun. At this time, Zhao Ziyong, a few people, spoke up. Just don't pretend. Losing is losing. It's not like you can't afford to lose. It's obvious that I can't afford to lose. This kneeling is not heartfelt at all. Ha ha, but seriously, I wouldn't dare to bet with old brother Li. It's obvious that he's looking for pain. Under the cynicism, Lin Jun was embarrassed to stay here even if he had a thick skin, and panicked as he left the trading hall with his secretary. Lin Jun left. This scene is also over, but Li Yan in this business department, became a living legend. At this time Zhang Siyuan walked to Li Yan's front, took a deep breath and said, Older brother, I have been practicing for many years. You are the most powerful young man I have ever seen. Now on behalf of the New Wave Futures Sales Department, I formally invite you to become our big account room big account. Enjoy the company's best service. Ha ha, good. Thank you, Mr. Zheng. We'll cooperate more in the future. After humiliating Lin Jun, Li Yan had gotten out a mouthful of bad anger, and with the fact that he had made a lot of money today, he was in a good mood at the moment and directly agreed. Good. Cooperate more in the future. Zhang Siyuan smiled and shook hands with Li Yan. At this time, he took advantage of the handshake and said in a low voice, Lin Jun, this person is a complete villain. Vindictive. You have to be careful. Old brotherly. Li Yan sneered. A mere Lin Jun. I don't put it in my eyes yet. If he wants to seek death, I don't mind giving him another lesson. But thanks to Mr. Zheng. Well said. Well said. With that, Li Yan greeted Zhao Ziyang, Sun Jianping and the others and turned around to leave the business department. Happening to pass by a gold store, Li Yan suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Qin Ruoxue have any jewelry at home in the past few days. Today, he hit Lin Jun's face and made money. Li Yan's mood was quite good. Then he turned around and went in, spending more than 20,000 to buy a pair of bracelets. Intending to go back to Qin Ruoxue, considered his own little heart. Women, earned money is used to pain. I, Li Yan's wife, cannot be so shabby it? Back home, Li Yan just intended to take out the bracelet to Qin Ruoxue as a surprise, but as soon as he pushed open the door, he found Qin Ruoxue's eyes red and her face pale. Her mood was very wrong. What happened? Li Yan asked. Qin Ruoxue raised her head to look at Li Yan. and within her red eyes, clear tears immediately flowed down. I've been expelled. Expelled? Li Yan froze for a moment, then asked in a deep voice, is it Fatty Lin? Qin Ruoxue let out a hum. Her suppressed emotions could no longer be held back as she crept into Li Yan's arms and cried, don't cry. It's good to be fired. The steel mill doesn't make much money anyway. Come back just in time to rest. I'll support you in the future. Qin Ruoxue said, you'll support me? Yes. You're my daughter-in-law. If I don't support you, who will? Come and see what this is, said Li Yan taking out the bracelet he bought on the road on a whim. It came in handy. A pair of beautifully crafted bracelets were placed in front of her eyes and Qin Ruoxue was startled. This is for me? Where did you get them? You didn't do anything to steal it, did you? Li Yan, how could you be like this? Don't learn to be good. Go quickly with me to turn yourself in to the police station. Li Yan instantly rolled his eyes. Turn yourself in for what? I bought this with my own money. Hearing Li Yan's explanation, Qin Ruoxue suspiciously asked, the money from your house mortgage should be gone, right? How do you still have money to buy this kind of thing? I earned it myself, Li Yan said as he patted his chest. Qin Ruoxue looked at Li Yan suspiciously. You said you were in some futures sales department these days. Did you really earn it? Li Yan nodded, then grabbed Qin Ruoxue's hand and put the bracelet on her before saying, you don't have to worry about money in the future. Buy whatever you like. Put you bullishly. Right. I went to see my mom today. That $20,000. I left it for my mom to see a doctor. Qin Ruoxue joyfully looked at Li Yan and said, the money was given by Li Yan, and she was more or less afraid in her heart that Li Yan would be unhappy. Unexpectedly, Li Yan smiled. Is it enough? If it's not enough, turn around and talk to me. Qin Ruoxue didn't expect Li Yan to be so open-minded and was touched. While the two were talking, there was a sudden knock on the door from outside. Qin Ruoxue walks over and opens the door. It's the third aunt who runs the kiosk in front. Ruoxue, you should hurry to the hospital. Your father just called over, saying that your mom is dying. What? Qin Ruoxue was instantly like thunder devouring her, her body collapsing softly. Li Yan was quick to hold Qin Ruoxue up. Qin Ruoxue grasped Li Yan's arm, crying anxiously, when I went to see my mom during the day, she was still fine. How did she suddenly? Oh, Li Yan, what to do ah? Li Yan's heart is also strange. Mother-in-law's disease he more or less a little bit of impression. It is just a disease of accumulated labor, and is not a big problem. How could it suddenly not work? He pondered for a while and said, don't worry about that for now. Let's hurry to the hospital. Good. Qin Ruoxue was completely out of ideas at this moment, and the two hurried out the door. Chapter 12, Raised Not to Teach the Father's Fault. On the road, Qin Ruoxue cried into a tearful person, grabbed Li Yan's arm and said, Li Yan, you said if my mom has a long or short, what can I do? Don't you worry first, we'll be arriving at the hospital soon. It will be clear when we get to the hospital. Your mom should be fine. Li Yan gently patted Qin Ruoxue's shoulder to comfort her. Soon, the car arrived at the hospital. However, Li Yan and Qin Ruoxue had just walked to the front of the hospital room when they saw Qin Ruoxue's father, who was carrying her mother on his back, walking out from the inside in a sorry state. Dad, what are you doing? Why did you pick my mom up? She needs to be treated in the hospital at this time. What are you doing? Seeing this scene, Qin Ruoxue couldn't hold back any longer and while crying, she grabbed her father Qinishan's hand and asked. Qinishan coldly glanced at Qin Ruoxue. It's natural to be discharged from the hospital without money. The hospital is not a charity. People don't give treatment anymore. Your mom can only go home and wait to die. What? Dad, didn't I give you $20,000 to treat my mom? How could there be no money? Qin Ruoxue asked. Qinishan said impatiently. How should I know if you ask me? $20,000 tops nothing. Anyway, if you don't have money your mom will have to go home and wait for death. Li Yan didn't say anything at first, but Qinishan's words about not having the money to cure her made him frown. What kind of disease is it? 20,000 is not enough? Ha! You're an outsider. What qualifications do you have to ask about our family's affairs? Get the hell out of my way. Get out of the way. Qinishan said nonchalantly. Dad, how do you talk? How is Li Yan an outsider? He's my husband. He's your son-in-law. You're taking my mom back like this. Are you going to get her killed? Speak up. What's going on? How much is the hospital short? If it's not enough, we'll find another way. Qin Ruoxue's face turned white with anger as she chased after Qinishan. It's still 20,000 short. Where's the money? Take the money. Take the money and I'll immediately send your mom back to the hospital room. Qinishan sneered. What? Short of $20,000? Dad, where the hell did you get the money I took for my mom's treatment? At this moment, Qin Ruoxue looked at Qinishan with wide eyes and questioned. I'm your dad. How are you talking to me? Anyway, there's no money. If you two care about your mom's death, hurry up and get the money. Otherwise I'll take your mom home. At that time, I'll let the neighbors see that our family has given birth to a good daughter who watched her own mother die of illness. However, Qin Yishan coldly uttered such words. After he finished speaking, he even looked at Li Yan with bated breath. Li Yan couldn't help but laugh in anger. Are you planning to make me pay for it? Otherwise. Anyway, my words have already been said here. You guys watch and do as you see fit. Qin Yishan tilted his neck and said with a stern face, Dad, how can you be like this? Do you know that the $20,000 I spent on my mom's medical treatment before was all given to me by Li Yan? Qin Ruoxue looked at her father as if she was looking at a stranger. Although all along, the family has been patriarchal, favoring his younger brother to be nonchalant towards himself. But Qin Ruoxue didn't think that her father could actually be cold-blooded to this extent, in order to ask himself and Li Yan for money, actually to the mother's safety at risk. What's this got to do with me? Anyway, I raised you so well, and now your mom is sick and has no money for medical treatment. You as a daughter can do it yourself. Qin Ruoxue's questioning did not cause Qin Yishan to restrain himself. Instead he said with a cold face, Dad, are you trying to force me to die? That's right, you raised me. But, not only did you raise me alone, there's also the younger brother. I paid my share of the money, but did you spend it on my mom? Now you're asking me for money. Li Yan and I aren't money printers. Qin Ruoxue was in tears and was forced to say the last thing she wanted to say. Li Yan's eyes were filled with anger. He sort of understood. Qin Yishan had called Qin Ruoxue just to force himself and Qin Ruoxue to come here and ask for money. What Qin Ruoxue's mom was critically ill. It was all an excuse. Where exactly did the money go? If you can't tell us, we won't care about this matter today. Li Yan indifferently looked at Qin Yishan and said. Qin Yishan hesitated for a moment. There's really no money. It was all taken by Xiaobo. Qin Ruoxue looked at her father with a pained expression. Dad, don't you know what Xiaobo is like? This is my mom's life-saving money. At this time, Li Yan happened to look up and saw a figure sneaking around the ward peeking this way. It was none other than Qinbo. Li Yan did not say anything, rushed over and grabbed a handful of people, a slap on his face. Your mom's life-saving money, you're all hokum. Are you still a person? Where's the money? Give it to me, Li Yan asked with an icy gaze. What money? I don't know. Li Yan, let go of me, or else I'll tell my dad. Let my sister divorce you. It's useless to tell anyone. If you don't get the money out today, I'll break your legs, said Li Yan. Directly grabbed a chair and was about to slam it on Qinbo's leg. Stop, Li Yan, what do you want? Seeing his son being beaten like this, Qin Yishan was heartbroken and panicked as he stopped Li Yan. Li Yan gave him a disdainful look. Not doing anything. This money is mine. I want it back. Then you can't hit someone. He is your brother-in-law. Besides, the money belongs to our family. Qin Yishan said sharply. That money my sister already gave to our family. It has nothing to do with you. Qinbo had a face in front of his eyes and shouted at once. However, a sentence was not finished. Li Yan directly grabbed the stool and smashed it on his leg. Qinbo immediately screamed miserably. Don't fight. Don't hit. I'll give. With that, he pointed to his pocket. Li Yan expressionlessly took the money out of his pocket. No more, no less, exactly $20,000. Ruoxue, you go pay the hospitalization fee for your mom. All as a deposit. Things have come to this. Qin Ruoxue's heart is not a taste, but the most important thing at this time is her mother's safety. She hurriedly took the money to pay the hospitalization fee. While Li Yan let go of Qinbo, he turned to Qin Yishan and said coldly, raising a child without teaching is a father's fault. You're the one who spoiled him today. If it wasn't for the fact that you're my old husband today, I would have even cleaned you up together. Qin Yishan looked at Li Yan's gaze and his heart flinched. This son-in-law of his used to be a softie. When did he become so intimidating? At this moment, he didn't dare to say a word more. Soon, Qin Ruoxue came back, and Li Yan helped settle his mother-in-law Zhao Jilan in the hospital room, and had the doctor come over to do a checkup, and learned that the patient had only fainted due to the stimulation of the drug break, and there was no major problem. Qinbo took advantage of Li Yan's inattention, secretly slipped out of the hospital and walked to the side of the alley. Inside, Blackie was smoking with a few people. Where's the money? Did you get it? Today is the last date. Blackie impatiently slapped Qinbo's face. Qinbo cried and said, Brother Blackie, originally, I had already gotten the money. As a result, it turned out to be snatched back by Li Yan. What? Then there is no money. Hold him down. Blackie's face was cold. A few minions immediately rushed over to hold down Qinbo. Brother Blackie, spare me. I promise. I'll set the fire for you. Spare me. Qinbo cried out in a frightened panic. Blackie sneered. If you had said that, it wouldn't have been fine. This matter is done. Our accounts will be cancelled. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Chapter 13 Internet Cafe License. Coming back from the hospital, Qin Ruoxue said to Li Yan with a sad face, should I go out and find a job tomorrow? I've been fired from the steel factory. My mom needs money to see a doctor. And my dad and my brother can't count on it. Li Yan was a bit heartbroken and said, rest for a few days first. I'll take care of everything. However, Qin Ruoxue said, I'm already happy that you can say that. I want to do something on my own. I can't rely on you for everything. What kind of job do you think I should find? Find a job? No matter what kind of job one was looking for, it was nothing more than a wage earner. Li Yan really couldn't think of anything that Qin Ruoxue could do. Besides, the salary that Qin Ruoxue earns from her hard work is not in Li Yan's eyes at all, and he doesn't see the need for it either. Li Yan thought for a moment and said, don't be too busy about finding a job. Tomorrow, we'll go buy 2 cell phones first, otherwise it won't be very convenient to get in touch. Qin Ruoxue was startled. Buy cell phones? 2 cell phones? It's very expensive. Only the big leaders in our factory can afford it. The one I know bought a pager last month. I don't know how many people are envious. A cell phone in 98 years is not the same as in the latter days. But so what? No matter how expensive it was only a few $1,000s. Maybe it seemed a lot to others, but Li Yan didn't feel much at all. Early the next morning, Li Yan took Qin Ruoxue to the cell phone market. But once she saw the expensive cell phone, Qin Ruoxue refused to take it. In the end, Li Yan had no choice but to match himself with one and Qin Ruoxue with a pager. It's good that I have this. If there's anything in the future, I'll page you, Qin Ruoxue said happily. Li Yan looked at Qin Ruoxue, who was happy like a little girl, and suddenly felt that his efforts to earn money to make the people around him happy were meaningful to the thief. Li Yan reached out and touched Qin Ruoxue's head. Then, by the way, install a phone for the side of your home, otherwise it's not convenient for you to contact me. The two of them then went to the communication company, and quickly went through the formalities. The salesman asked, do you want to open the internet? Dial-up internet is supported by the lines on your side. I can go online. Internet access? Li Yan froze for a moment. A memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. Then he slapped his thigh and said excitedly, why did I forget this? Qin Ruoxue was startled by Li Yan's action and couldn't help but ask worriedly, Li Yan, are you alright? How about we don't install the phone? Install? Why don't we install it? The money is all paid. Go! I know what you should do. Ruoxue, Li Yan said excitedly. After leaving the business hall, Qin Ruoxue asked curiously, Li Yan, can you find me a job? No, not looking for a job. Why are you working for someone for a good reason? A part-time job? It's impossible to work in this life. Li Yan shook his head and smiled mysteriously. Qin Ruoxue didn't have the heart to say, if you don't work part-time, you can still be a boss. Ha ha, it's being the boss. I'm going to let you open an internet cafe, Li Yan said seriously after thinking about it. Looking at Li Yan's serious expression, Qin Ruoxue froze for a moment. Internet cafe? I don't know that one either. Besides, the investment must not be small. Computers are expensive. Don't worry, these will be wrapped up in me. You'll understand when the time comes. Although Qin Ruoxue was not optimistic, she couldn't bear to hit Li Yan, and thought in her heart, toss it however you want. The big deal is that I won't be able to toss it out, and I'll go back to work. At least the Li Yan who can toss and turn now is more comfortable than the one who was lazy before. It's already the end of 1998, and in a few days it will be the year of 1999, if I remember well. In a few days, something that will shock the nation will happen. From then on, the industry of internet cafes will be completely changed. Li Yan's thoughts opened up at once. Nowadays, most of the internet cafes were black internet cafes. There was no such thing as formal operation. This is his opportunity. Sending Qin Ruoxue home, Li Yan went to the sales department and found Sun Jianping and Zhao Ziyang who were watching the market. Two old brothers. Do you have any acquaintances in the business bureau? What do you want? I can't talk about acquaintances, but there's no problem finding a few that I know to run an errand, Sun Jianping said. Li Yan thought for a moment. I want to get a batch of internet cafe licenses to open an internet cafe, but I don't know if it will be troublesome if this thing is approved. An internet cafe? This still needs to be registered for approval? Older brother, you're not mistaken. There's one right under my building. Just get a few machines and you can open it. But this thing does not make money. Basically a group of students dolls play games, sell some cigarettes, mineral water noodles. This small amount of money, a month is not as much as you make in a morning. Old brother, what do you want to do with this? Zhao Ziyang lit a cigarette and asked in confusion. Li Yan smiled mysteriously. Don't ask this, old brother. Just say if you can do it for me. How big a thing? Wait for my news. Zhao Ziyang clapped his hands and said. Originally, Li Yan thought that he would have to wait for quite some time, but it turned out that early the next morning, Sun Jianping and Zhao Ziyang drove up to his door. Two old brothers, you guys, this. Here, it's all for you. The formalities are all done. 1,000 apiece. $50,000. The money Lao Sun and I have already advanced you. When to open? Find a good place. Take it to the Commerce and Industry Bureau to sign the rest of the formalities on the line. Zhao Ziyang smiled and handed Li Yan a stack of internet cafe licenses. Li Yan was directly dumbfounded. It was simply too powerful. 50 sheets. A full 50 sheets. This stuff is even wholesale? However, if you think about it, it's still 1998. The human society. If you have acquaintances, this kind of is really as much as you can get. Li Yan took a deep breath. Two old brothers. Thank you so much. If it's money, I'll turn around and transfer it to you. Don't. $30,000 to $50,000. You all what time to point down our old brother just. Zhao Ziyang smiled cockily, and Sun Jianping also meant the same thing. However, Li Yan insisted on giving money, pulling the two to go to the bank. The scene to give them the money. Zhao Ziyang and Sun Jianping are not clear now, but if in a few days, they will know. This hand side of the internet cafe license in the end how valuable. In order to avoid some trouble at that time, Li Yan naturally had to give the money first. Two old brothers. If you guys believe me, I suggest you also get a few of these on hand. Li Yan thought about it and decided to return the favor by pointing out to the two. However, both Sun Jianping and Zhao Ziyang were lacking in interest. Li Yan didn't say anything more, and after thinking about it, he took out 10 of them. Count my 40 sheets here, and you guys take these other 10. Consider it a little token of my appreciation. Zhao Ziyang and Sun Jianping saw that Li Yan insisted, and although they felt that this little old brother was taking this stuff too seriously, they also didn't feel good about showing too much obviousness. Then we'll take it. May we follow you in the light. Old brother. They said this on their lips, but the two of them didn't care at all in their hearts. It's not like this stuff can be spent as money. However, 5 sheets per person was 5,000. Two people took Li Yan 10,000 yuan for nothing. More or less feel a little embarrassed. Zhao Ziyang thought for a moment and said, older brother, if you open the internet cafe, find a good place yet? If not, I do know a boss wants to let, or help you contact. Chapter 14 Profiteering. 4 million. Li Yan didn't expect Zhao Ziyang to actually happen to know. This old brother was simply his own blessing. Thanks a lot old brother. I was fretting about it. Ha ha, it's best if it's one that can open for business immediately. Zhao Ziyang said. Touché, the owner is a friend of mine. He doesn't think this stuff is profitable and wants to open a foot washing city. Just looking to close this stall. It would be best if it could be transferred out. Under Zhao Ziyang's leadership, Li Yan they drove to the place. Li Yan found that it was not far from the hospital. The flow of people was good. Zhao Ziyang said the internet cafe. The name is Xuan Internet Cafe. The owner, Ran Wei, was a middle-aged man in his early 40s and personally received Li Yan and his party. Older brother Li, since you're boss Xiao's friend, I won't say too much. The machines and everything work. 30 in total. For the internet fee, there's still half a year left, and the rent is 1 year. I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on this project, but it's too slow to make a profit. I've got another project on my hands, so I'm thinking of getting rid of this thing. If you're really interested, I've got all the contracts ready. I'll transfer them to you. $500,000. One price. Zhao Ziyang listened to Ren Wei and whispered to Li Yan. It's indeed a fair price. These equipments and stuff are estimated to be just over $100,000. Li Yan pondered for a moment. If Brother Ren is painfully happy, I'm also painfully happy. $500,000 is no problem. However, I don't have that much cash on hand, so I'll give you $100,000 as a deposit first. The rest will be paid to you within a month. What do you think? $500,000. He could take it out, but investing all of his liquidity into it, this was not Li Yan's style. Ha ha, older brother Li is really a pain in the ass. Then it's decided. Let's sign the contract? The contract was finalized on the spot. Ran Wei threw the key to Li Yan, and then went to the bank. Li Yan transferred 100,000 to Ran Wei, agreeing that the remaining 400,000 would be given at the end of the month. In the evening, Li Yan invited Zhao Ziyang and Sun Weiping to dinner to thank the two for their help. At the dinner table, Zhao Ziyang smiled bitterly and said, older brother, you've been messing around for a day and smashed out $500,000 or $600,000. Brother, I really can't understand. Sun Jianping also asked curiously. Older brother, what exactly is your idea? Li Yan didn't say much. It's useless to say anything. He just smiled and said, you'll know when the time comes. After drinking and eating, it was already past 9 when they went home. Qin Ruoshui helped Li Yan get some hot water and asked with a frown, why did you come back so late? What did you do? Don't worry, doing the decent thing. These are for you, said Li Yan as he threw a bag to Qin Ruoshui. I helped you license an internet cafe. It's ready for business anytime. Tomorrow, I'll just accompany you to finish the formalities first, Li Yan said with a smile. Qin Ruoshui was directly dumbfounded. You really dished up an internet cafe? How much did it cost? Li Yan said indifferently. Not much, just over $500,000. It will soon pay back the capital. Hiss. Qin Ruoxue sucked in a breath of cool air. More than $500,000. Li Yan actually had more than $500,000? It had only been a few days. At this moment, what Li Yan brought her was not a surprise, but a shock. She asked with a pale face. Li Yan, what futures you did? It's not illegal, right? Ha ha. Li Yan was amused by her appearance. Don't worry, it's legal and compliant. Don't worry about the money. Tomorrow I'll accompany you to register some of the formalities of the internet cafe. Find someone to simply decorate it, and it'll be open for business. Starting tomorrow, you'll be the boss's wife. Qin Ruoxue was in a trance. But, this is more than $500,000. Li Yan, I don't know what's going on with that futures, but it's definitely not easy to make money. More than $500,000 is enough to buy 2 sets of houses. You actually only get an internet cafe. I can find a job at any time. This in case of a loss of words. Li Yan gently grabbed Qin Ruoxue's hand. Don't worry, it's not important if the internet cafe makes money or not. It's just a thing for you to do. What really makes money are these things, Li Yan said and pointed to the 40 internet cafe licenses. Qin Ruoxue was confused. What are you doing getting so many of these for? It's not like you can spend it as money. Li Yan laughed and recalled a memorized piece of news in his mind. XX City. In a black internet cafe, a fire case occurred and dozens of minors met their deaths. Back then, he had also skipped school to go to internet cafes, and then there was a period of time when all the black internet cafes were cracked down on, until after he became an adult. He inadvertently learned the truth of the matter back then. Because of the proliferation of black internet cafes, got people killed, and finally the state strengthened the management. Strict control of internet cafe license. That period of time, the internet cafe license was speculated to a sky-high price. Now everything is ready for the east wind. Although he didn't want the tragedy of that year to happen, he didn't know what place's internet cafe accident had triggered the rectification, and could only mourn for those children who skipped classes to surf the internet. At the moment, in Qin Ruoxue's and even everyone's eyes, Li Yan drew the wind to get so many internet cafe licenses, but only Li Yan himself knows. He holds, is the opportunity, is money, is his rise on the road a gold brick? Monday, Li Yan went to the new Tide Futures business department early. Han still owed the previous internet cafe owner Renwei 400,000. Li Yan naturally wanted to do it first. When he entered the door, he happened to meet Lin Jun. When Lin Jun saw Li Yan, he immediately brightened up and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Egu, this isn't Li Yan. I can't believe you're still in the mood to come here. Your wife's job is gone. Are you, a loser who relies on his wife to support him, going to starve to death? Ha ha, Mr. Lin, I can't starve to death. This kind of what things can't be done Maybe tomorrow bring his wife along to beg for food." The little honey next to him giggled. Li Yan indifferently looked at Lin Jun. "Sorry, that job in the steel factory, my wife really doesn't see it. She's her own boss now. I'm afraid I've disappointed you." Holy, who wouldn't know how to blow up a powerful person? She's also the boss. Who do you think you are? You've made a few bucks in the past few days and you don't know your own last name, do you? Who would believe that? Lin Jun said with disdain. However, his words had just fallen. Zhao Ziyang and Sun Giant Pain hurriedly ran over and pulled Li Yan's hand. "Older brother, God has done it. God, you are simply divine. By the way, that internet cafe of yours isn't open yet, is it? Don't do it. Sell it quickly." The two were so excited that they almost jumped up. When Lin Jun heard this, he burst out laughing. "Li Yan, is this what you call being a boss? Opening an internet cafe? What a ing boss. People like you really can't make it to the top. Opening an internet cafe and calling yourself a boss." Haha laughs. Zhao Ziyang couldn't stand it anymore. "You don't know. Don't think that being a deputy factory director is a big deal. What does the factory have to do with you? Mr. Li bought this internet cafe yesterday for $500,000. If he sells it today, it'll be at least $1 million. Wow." The people who were looking around were all dumbfounded. A clamor. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. An internet cafe. Who is crazy enough to spend $1 million to buy it? You think we are all little cuties? Do you think we are? Or are you two singing a double act with Li Yan yourselves? Zhao Ziyang sneered and took out a newspaper and slammed it in Lin Jun's face. Front page headline. There was a fire at a local internet cafe last night, burning a dozen people to death. The state has decided to rectify internet cafes. All internet cafes without internet cafe licenses, all shut down. And the internet cafe in Li's hand happens to have an internet cafe license. There are less than 3 internet cafes with internet cafe licenses in the city. Do you think his cafe is worth $1 million? Chapter 15. Someone is up to no good. Don't be complacent. It's not certain if anyone will buy it. Maybe you won't be able to open that internet cafe in a few days, Lin Jun said with a straight neck. However, Right at this moment, outside the door, a few people ran in from outside in a hurry. Excuse me, who is Mr. Li Yan Li? A middle-aged man looked at the group of people and asked. I am. What are you guys looking for me for? Li Yan raised his head and asked. That middle-aged man immediately rushed over with a few people around him, stretching out his hand with a smile on his face. Boss Li, I've finally found you. Please also ask Boss Li to save your life. That's right, Boss Li, please give us a way out. Boss Li, if you have an internet cafe license in your hand, you must sell us a few. Several people were begging Li Yan with bitter faces, and the crowd around them, they all heard it. Because of that incident in the newspaper, a notice was sent from the top this morning. All internet cafes are to be reorganized, and all those without an internet cafe license are to be closed. And these people in front of them are all the big and small internet cafe owners in this city. After inquiring about the large number of internet cafe licenses in Li Yan's hands, they immediately came to the door, and Lin Jun's face became more and more ugly. Only a moment ago, he had opened his mouth to say that Li Yan's internet cafes might not necessarily be sold out. But look at this situation now, not to mention the internet cafes that can operate normally. Even the internet cafe licenses are hot to this extent. This is completely Li Yan say he said unconvincingly, a few broken internet cafe licenses. This thing isn't worth a few bucks. Do you guys have to beg this kid? Who the hell are you? How can you talk to Mr. Li? What do you know? This group of internet cafe owners didn't know him. Lin Jun, the middle-aged man cursed in a bad mood. That's right, you don't know. Boss Li has 50 internet cafe licenses. Let's not talk about that. 100,000. Boss Li, I've brought all my money. $100,000 to buy you an internet cafe license. You can't help me. $100,000? 50? That's $5 million. All around, everyone's faces changed as they looked at Li Yan. Li Yan looked at Lin Jun like he was a clown and sneered. Lin Jun, I'm sorry, you might be disappointed. Lin Jun's face went green and white for a while. Just stepped on luck. What's there to be proud of? We'll see, Lin Jun said defiantly. Zhao Ziyang laughed coldly. Other people's elder brotherly relies on his ability to eat. It's not like some people. They still have a sense of superiority when they're just waiting to die in a state-owned enterprise. I don't know where he got the face to act like a pussy. Lin Jun, defeated, no longer good to stay here, viciously dropped a sentence. Li Yan, I will not let you go. Then he turned around and went to the second floor. Li Yan looked at Lin Jun's back and laughed coldly in his heart. I won't let you go either. Next, in the envious eyes of the crowd, Li Yan directly took out 40 internet cafe licenses and then traded them to those internet cafe owners on the spot. For $1 million in cash in hand, before and after. It only took one day. The eyes of the people around directly went red. Making money? This is a money grab. Among them, Zhao Ziyang and Sun Jianping. The two of them are laughing their mouths off. Yesterday, when Li Yan gave the two of them 5 internet cafe licenses each, the two of them still couldn't see eye to eye. But now, 5. It was equivalent to Li Yan giving each of them $500,000 for nothing. Older brother, old son, and I shouldn't have taken this money. It's yours. Zhao Ziyang handed the money to Li Yan in embarrassment. Sun Jianping also said, yes, old brother, that money is hot. I feel bad about it. Li Yan, however, smiled and shook his head. Without the help of the two old brothers, I wouldn't have been able to take this. It's me who should thank you. This is what you guys deserve. Take it. Only after hearing Li Yan say this did the two of them put the money away. Older brother, don't say anything else. You're a true god of wealth. In the future, my brother will follow you. If you say so, I'll go wherever you want me to go, Zhao Ziyang said as he patted his chest. Sun Jianping also nodded vigorously. Ha ha, with this amount of money, the two of us can also go to a big family room. Ha ha, let's see how arrogant Fatty Lin is in the future. It's just a big room. What a big deal, Zhao Ziyang said proudly. Sun Jianping then asked Li Yan curiously. Older brother, how did you know that the price of this thing was going to go up? Could it be that you can see things before they happen? Li Yan naturally couldn't expose his secret, and after thinking about it, he said with a smile, actually, this is also the way of trading. As long as you observe attentively, opportunities are everywhere. It's up to you to seize them. I've noticed that many internet cafes are in a mess, and there are a lot of safety hazards. Sooner or later, something will happen. If something goes wrong, we have to rectify it. This is the same reason we do trade when supply and demand. So I got the idea to hoard internet cafe licenses. Plus I got lucky. It worked. Hi, it's really high. Older brother, you've simply opened a new door for us. This is the true path of trading. What technical school? What fundamentals? All bull asterisk. Being based on life is king. Sun Jianping and Zhao Ziyang too. This moment, for Li Yan is completely worshipped. Internet cafe license out. In one night, Li Yan got $4 million at the cost of $50,000. 100-fold profit. The funds in his hand. Wide open. He found Runway at the first opportunity and transferred the remaining $400,000 to the other party. Runway's heart is dripping blood. It's just one night away. If he had signed the contract today, he would have gotten more than this price for the internet cafe. But now there's nothing left. Originally it took a month to get the $400,000, but Li Yan gave it to him a day later. It should have been a happy thing, but Runway couldn't be happy. Older brother, why don't my brother give you $700,000 and turn the internet cafe back for me? Runway tentatively asked Li Yan. However, Li Yan just laughed. I don't lack this amount of money, just want to find something for my wife to do. If you want to get an internet cafe, brother Run, just get another one. For $700,000 you buy it back. You might as well open a new one? Runway thought about it and felt the same. I heard Boss Zhao say that you are an investor, so let's have a good chat if we have the chance in the future. This time although the internet cafe lost money, but made a friend of you, old brother. It's worth it, Runway said with a smile. While talking, Li Yan's cell phone rang. Just as he picked it up, he heard Qin Ruoxue say with a sobbing voice, Li Yan, come to the internet bar. Someone is causing trouble. They want to rob our internet cafe. What? When Li Yan heard this, he was instantly enraged. Who is so bold? You wait, I'll be there now. Li Yan pacified Qin Ruoxue for a few sentences and hung up the phone. Runway was beside him, and seeing that Li Yan's face did not look right, he immediately asked, older brother, what happened? Someone is causing trouble at the internet cafe. Might go over to deal with it. Runway had seen Li Yan's ability to invest, and was already interested in befriending Li Yan. At this moment, when he heard that something had happened at the internet cafe, he immediately said, I'll go over with you. This ING is looking down on me. Runway just transferred the internet cafe to you, and there are people causing trouble. This is not a slap in my Runway's face. Then I'll trouble brother Ren. Chapter 16. This is the ruthless man. Qin Ruoxue stood on the counter with a pale face. All the guests of the internet cafe had already been kicked out. A few punks blocked the door. A young man in his 30s sneered as he sat on a chair. Qin Ruoxue, you're on your own. You have to give an account for what your brother did. Either pay me back for the internet cafe, or take the money. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. Qin Ruoxue shook her head with a firm gaze. This matter has nothing to do with me. I won't compensate the internet cafe to you. Then in that case, there's nothing to say. Come on people, smash it for me. Hosan sneered and commanded his gangsters to make a move. Stop, whoever moves, I'll kill him. Right at this moment, Li Yan cursed and walked in from outside the door. Li Yan, you're here. Qin Ruoxue saw Li Yan and nervously stood beside him. You are Li Yan, right? The one called Qinbo is your brother-in-law, right? This kid set fire to my internet cafe last night. You tell me what to do. Hosan pointed at Qinbo, who was beaten up and shrunk into a ball kneeling on the ground beside him. Li Yan frowned. Qinbo, this asshole, actually went to burn someone else's internet cafe? Simply looking for death. Qinbo burned your internet cafe. What does it have to do with me? Li Yan said with a cold smile. Hosan immediately said arrogantly, Qinbo is your brother-in-law. Who do I look for if not you? Anyway, you look at it. Either offset the internet cafe to me, or give $500,000. Anyway, I've asked around. You spent $500,000 to buy this internet cafe. You don't lose anything. Qinbo immediately nodded his head vigorously. Third brother, you ask him for money. He has money. Li Yan's eyes narrowed as he stared at Qinbo. I told you, don't ing look for trouble again. Otherwise, break your legs. I see that you don't remember, right? Qinbo instantly didn't dare to say anything, cowering and lowering his head. He was forced by Hazy to burn Hosan's Star Internet Cafe, and he just did it. Qinbo was beaten up and confessed to the fact that Li Yan had opened an internet cafe, and this morning, Hosan received news early in the morning that his Star Internet Cafe was going to be closed down for operating without a license. At this time, he hit on Li Yan's attention. As long as he took down Li Yan's New World Internet Cafe, then he would make a fortune. Li Yan turned to Hosan and said, money, I won't give a dime. It's even more unlikely that the Internet Cafe will be given to you. Get the hell out of here. Asterisk. You're so arrogant. If you say that, then you won't be able to do business in this Internet Cafe. Brothers, smash it for me. Hosan didn't expect to scare Li Yan at all and angrily asked his men to make a move. Stop. Hosan, who the hell gave you the guts to cause trouble here? Seeing that those men were about to make a move, Qin Ruoxue was already scared and didn't know what to do, when a voice came violently, followed by Renwei walking in. Ah, brother Ren, why are you here? Seeing that it was Renwei, Hosan was startled and hurriedly told his men to stop. You dare to cause trouble in my territory. Do you not want to mix? Renwei has a few foot spas under his hand. The strength in his hand is extraordinary. Hosan simply can't afford to mess with it. Hosan at this moment saw Renwei standing in front of him. His face panicked. Couldn't help but say, "Brother Run, this internet cafe, haven't you already turned out? I'm looking for Li Yan." "It has nothing to do with you." Renwei sneered. "Nothing to do with me? Elder brother Li is my brother. Do you think it's related?" Hosan was instantly dumbfounded. Renwei had actually stepped up for Li Yanxiang, which was something he had never expected. This time, it actually kicked the bucket. He instantly looked at Li Yan in panic. "Brother, I was wrong. It's me who had the eyes to not recognize him. Tai. I didn't know that you're Ren's friend. You're generous. Spare me." "Spare you? Didn't you just ask for $500,000? And also my internet cafe?" Li Yan said with a cold smile. Hosan immediately trembled in his heart. Don't dare. That was just farting from me." Li Yan looked at him with cold eyes. "You said that Qin Bo burned your internet cafe and you came to me for trouble. Then you smashed my internet cafe and affected my business. How does that count?" I'll pay." Hosan gritted his teeth and said, 20,000. Li Yan coldly looked at Hosan and said. Hosan had a face of flesh pain. "Brother Li, isn't this too much?" Li Yan sneered. "If you don't give it, you can take your internet cafe over to offset the debt." I'll give it now." With that, Hosan pulled out 20,000 cash with a face of flesh pain and respectfully handed it to Li Yan. At this time, Qin Bo saw that the matter was resolved, and immediately yelled with full of concern, "Li Yan, are you blind? Can't you see that I'm still tied up? Why don't you untie me? Otherwise I'll tell my dad, and bring me the money. I took a beating. I earned this money." However, just after the words were said, Li Yan violently slapped him in the face. "Untie? What are you?" Qin Bo was instantly struck dumb. "Li Yan, how dare you hit me? I'll make my sister divorce you." Qin Bo straightened his neck and wailed. "You shut up. Why do I have a brother like you, who just knows how to get into trouble every day? When will you do something decent?" Qin Ruoxue was furious and said hatefully. Li Yan looked at Qin Bo indifferently. "What did I tell you last time?" Qin Bo was startled by Li Yan's expression and shrunk his neck. You said. Snap. Li Yan slapped him on the face. Qin Bo instantly cried and roared. "You said you would break my legs." Li Yan sneered and pointed at Hosan. "Hosan, this kid burned down your internet cafe. You clean it up however you want. It has nothing to do with me." Hosan understood in a second when he heard this, and with a cold smile, he carried a chair and walked towards Qin Bo. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I'm really wrong. I won't dare anymore. I was forced to do it. I really don't have a choice. Blackie said he'd kill me if I didn't pay him. Please, help me." Qin Bo no longer had the arrogance he had before. Lying on the ground, calling out one brother-in-law after another, his whole body was about to collapse. Li Yan, Qin Ruoxue couldn't look on. After all, Qin Bo was her brother no matter what. Li Yan called out to Hosan with an expressionless face. "Do something for me, and today's matter will be over." Hosan instantly nodded joyfully, afraid that Li Yan would not agree. With Renwei around he couldn't make a scene at all. He just wanted to figure out how to get out of it as soon as possible. "Call the police and say that someone set fire to your internet cafe. Send this kid in," Li Yan said coldly. Hosan immediately shivered. Send his brother-in-law in? This is a ruthless person. Previously, he was still thinking, when Renwei left, whether he wanted to find a way to get back to the scene, but at this moment, he did not have the slightest heart. Chapter 17, The Poltergeist. The police came quickly. The top is now cracking down on this kind of thing. Qin Bo was considered to have hit the bullseye. With Hosan's cooperation, everything went smoothly. Qin Bo was taken away on the spot. "Older brother, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first." Seeing that there was nothing more to do, Renwei smiled and said to Li Yan, "It's been a hard day for Brother Ren. You take this $20,000. It's a little token of my appreciation." Li Yan casually grabbed the $20,000 and handed it to Renwei. Renwei shook his head. "It's not a big deal. Feel free to call me anytime in the future. If you really thank me, remember to bring me along if you have any opportunities to get rich in the future." Okay. After sending Renwei away and all the dust settled, Li Yan just turned around and returned to the internet cafe. When he saw Qin Ruoxue looking at herself with a complicated expression. "Is it blaming me?" Li Yan asked. Qin Ruoxue shook her head. "No, Qin Bo should pay for what he did wrong, and he's getting more and more unruly now, so if he goes inside for a few days, it'll be considered a lesson for him. I'm just a little worried that my parents are having a hard time." "Don't worry, attempted arson like him is only half a month in jail. Let him sober up in there, and he'll know the sky is the limit. Don't tell your parents for now. lest they worry. Qin Ruoxue hummed and gently hugged Li Yan's arm, resting her head in his embrace. Don't be sad. There's a good news that I haven't told you yet. Li Yan touched Qin Ruoxue's small head and said with a smile. Qin Ruoxue raised her head and asked, what good news? That batch of internet cafe licenses came out. Qin Ruoxue immediately exclaimed. Really? How much was it sold for? Did you lose money? How could it be a loss? This thing is now speculated to sky-high prices. Do you know why Hosan came to our door and tried to take away our internet cafe? It's because we have an internet cafe license. How is this possible? Is the internet cafe license worth a lot of money? Qin Ruoxue was a bit confused, so Li Yan simply said the logic inside. Qin Ruoxue was enlightened, then swallowed her saliva and asked in a low voice. Then how much money did we earn from our internet cafe license? Li Yan stretched out 4 fingers. $400,000? This is too much. A day's work. Qin Ruoxue looked at Li Yan with difficulty, her face full of disbelief. However, Li Yan smiled and shook his head. Not 400,000, but 4 million. What? Qin Ruoxue covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock. A pair of beautiful eyes lost in thought as she looked at Li Yan, feeling so unreal. Real gold and silver. 4 million. It's lying in my bank card right now. Although Li Yan didn't care about this amount of money, he enjoyed the kind of worshipful gaze Qin Ruoxue looked at him with. Internet cafe today because of the crackdown, temporarily closed for self-inspection. Qin Ruoxue also has nothing to do. Li Yan suddenly remembered just 2 days ago when he took the house as collateral. He promised Qin Ruoxue that after earning money, he would give her a big house for a change, and immediately said with a smile, go, let's buy a house. Buy a house? Buy what house? Our old house can also be lived in. You have not lifted the mortgage. There is no need to spend this money. Li Yan, however, looked deeply into Qin Ruoxue's beautiful eyes and softly said, I promised you that I would give you a big house when I earn money. $4 million is not much, but buying a house is always enough. But in the future, you have to use money in many places. You earn some money is not easy. Okay, listen to me. I make money for what? Isn't it to give you a better life? If you work hard to make money just to be a miser, what is the meaning of life? Besides, making money is easy for me. Qin Ruoxue hummed and smiled sweetly. Listen to you all. Hubby, a husband made Li Yan tremble. This was the first time since his rebirth that Qin Ruoxue had called herself so affectionately. It was a completely different feeling from those so-called girlfriends of his in his previous life when they called him husband. Go, let's go buy a house. With a wave of his big hand, Li Yan grabbed Qin Ruoxue's small hand and headed out. After going out, Li Yan called Sun Jianping and asked if there was a familiar real estate agent. Sun Jianping gave the phone number of an agent called Wang Hai. After talking on the phone, Wang Hai recommended a property called Kaichan Real Estate, which was newly developed this year and had discounts for recent activities. Li Yan and Qin Ruoxue decided to take a look. The two waited in front of the Kaichan building for a while, and soon a middle-aged man walked over. Excuse me, is this Mr. Li? I am Li Yan. You are Wang Hai, right? Li Yan asked at once. It's me. We've contacted each other by phone before. I didn't expect Mr. Li to be so young and promising, Wang Hai said with a smile piled on his face, full of politeness. No need to be polite. Let's go. Take us up to have a look. Li Yan said indifferently. His body had its own aura. He had seen great storms in his previous life, and these in front of him were just small scenes. This scene fell in Wang Hai's eyes, and in his heart, he secretly guessed Li Yan's identity. So young, and with a beautiful woman. It seems to be the son of a rich family. This kind of customer, if caught, that is definitely a big order. Thinking this way, Wang Hai's attitude became more and more respectful, leading the two to the inside of the building. On the way, Wang Hai introduced, Kaichan building was built last year. Now, the 8th and 9th floors are still available. This neighborhood will definitely be a commercial area in the future. If you're interested, Mr. Li, I personally suggest you consider it. This way. Alright, I know. Let's take a look first, Li Yan said indifferently. Wang Hai immediately nodded his head, not daring to speak. Soon, under Wang Hai's leadership, he visited the 8th, 9th, and 11th floors. Only then did Wang Hai tentatively ask, Mr. Li, after seeing it all, are you satisfied? If you're satisfied, there are activities on this side today. If you pay a deposit, there is a 10% discount. After saying that, Wang Hai looked at Li Yan blearily. Indeed, quite good. Li Yan nodded. He then looked down and asked Qin Ruoxue, Ruoxue, which one do you like? What do you think? Qin Ruoxue hesitated for a moment and said, both are quite good. I don't know which one to choose. Why don't you decide? She had never thought before that she would come to buy a building one day, and it was this newly developed high-grade property. For a while, The whole person was a bit at a loss. Li Yan pondered for a moment, turned around and asked Wang Hai, "What are the prices of these two houses like?" Wang Hai immediately said, "For the 8th floor, it's 140 square feet, and with the discount, it's over $700,000. The 9th floor is about the same." "What? It's that expensive? In that case, wouldn't it be more than 5,000 square feet?" "Li Yan, why don't we forget about it and look at other properties?" After Wang Hai finished his offer, Qin Ruoxue immediately exclaimed, anxiously saying to Li Yan, "This year, the average local housing price is 2 or 3,000. If according to Wang Hai's offer, Kaichen real estate to average 5,000 a square foot, ridiculously high." However, at this moment, a conspiratorial voice came from the distance. "Egu, what a big talker. These days, there are all kinds of people. They don't know their own last name when they make a few bucks. How dare you come to buy a house in Kaichen real estate? Is this kind of place something a poor guy like you can buy?" Li Yan turned his head and instantly saw a middle-aged fat man staggering over with his arm around a little girl. His face instantly chilled. "I didn't realize that you're really a ghost. I can meet you everywhere I go." Lin Jun. Chapter 18, I'll buy both sets. "Kid, don't think you're rich just because you make a few small bucks. You're not even close." Wang Hai grunted and said disdainfully. Qin Ruoxue didn't expect to meet Lin Jun here. When she was in the steel factory, Lin Jun was the leader and often harassed her, and she was instinctively a bit intimidated when she saw Lin Jun. "Li Yan, why don't we go? Come back to see it another day." Qin Ruoxue pulled Li Yan's arm and whispered. This scene fell into Lin Jun's eyes, and a flash of smugness appeared on his face. Then he wrapped his arms around the woman beside him and said, "Women, it's really necessary to follow the right person. Baby, say it, which set do you have your eye on?" And brother said, "I'll buy it for you." "Wow, Mr. Lin, you're really too good to me. It's not like some people who follow a poor guy. It's so shabby. It's only 5,000 a square foot and you think it's expensive. I don't realize that his house is worth that much." The woman twisted in Lin Jun's arms, kissed him and said proudly. Lin Jun's stomach was full of fat, and hugging that little girl was like hugging a Barbie toy. Li Yan looked at her with a chill. Some strange images flashed through his mind and he couldn't help but shiver. "Mr. Lin, I have my eye on the set on the 8th floor," the girl said coyly, and gave Qin Ruoxue and Li Yan a smug look, clearly hearing that Qin Ruoxue had her eye on the 8th floor earlier, and did it on purpose. Lin Jun frowned. He originally just wanted to act like a pussy. He didn't expect the girl to actually dare to open her mouth, but with Li Yan beside him, he naturally couldn't admit defeat, purposely clearing his throat. "That way. The 8th floor is just fine." "Right, that agent, how much did you just say the 8th floor cost?" $700,000. The agent behind Lin Jun quoted at once. "How much is the down payment? How much does the monthly payment have to be?" Lin Jun continued to ask. "Mr. Lin, this down payment and monthly payment can only be calculated based on your loan amount. As long as you decide to buy it, I'll immediately go to the bank to apply for a loan for you." "Wait." Right at this moment, Li Yan suddenly laughed coldly and spoke up. "What's wrong? You want to buy it too?" "Sorry about that. My baby has her eye on the 8th floor. You take your wife and get lost," Lin Jun said smugly. Li Yan coldly glanced at him and faintly said to Wang Hai, "I'll buy it." "Wang Hai, have you prepared the contract?" "Ah, fancy it?" "Mr. Li, why don't we choose the 9th floor? I can still give you a discount on this side." Wang Hai was an agent, and the agent who brought Lin Jun here was also his colleague. He said with a bit of difficulty at the moment, "No need. The 8th floor, the 9th floor, I've got my eye on all of them. Bought them all." "What?" Wang Hai's eyes instantly lit up. "Mr. Li, you mean, you, all fancy, all to buy?" "That's right. Any problems?" "Nope, no problem," Wang Hai said excitedly at once. "Mr. Lin, look, The woman next to Lin Jun saw that Li Yan was actually directly overbearing and wanted to buy both sets of houses. She immediately cried and hugged Lin Jun's arm and pampered and made a scene. Disgraced in front of his own woman, Lin Jun's face was gloomy and scary. "Li Yan, are you just ing with me? If you have money, you can buy 2 sets. Humph, don't be a pussy. Who do you think you are? A loser without a job? Do you think the bank will give you a loan for 2 houses? Wang Hai hesitated for a moment and said to Li Yan in a low voice, "Mr. Li, it's really not a good idea to approve 2 houses together." Li Yan, however, frowned. "Loan? A loan for what? Did I say I want a loan? Ah, what then?" Wang Hai froze for a moment and asked blankly. Li Yan laughed and said lightly, "Only poor people buy houses with loans. I'm not poor enough to pay for these 2 houses in full. When can I sign the contract?" "What?" Wang Hai directly exclaimed. "These days, an ordinary person's salary, which is just over 10,000 a year, is considered a good job. To buy a house, It took several generations to work together. Even then, it's just a down payment. The rest of the loan is for 20, 30 years, and you pay it back slowly. This is already the norm. He'd been an agent for so long, but he'd never seen a full payment buyer of a house, and he'd bought 2 sets at once. What? This house is not for sale? Seeing that Wang Hai didn't move, Li Yan said with a bit of displeasure. Sell? How can it not be sold? I can sign the contract with you right now. Wang Hai excitedly jumped up in place. Saying this, he took the contract out of his briefcase on the spot. Slow down. How do you do things as an intermediary? We just said we want the set on the 8th floor. What do you mean you're selling it to this kid now? Lin Jun said with an ugly face. Wang Hai apologized with a smile. Sorry, Mr. Li is a full payment. The developer has already said when he commissioned us that full payment is preferred. If you pay in full, I can discuss it with Mr. Li. What do you think? Lin Jun instantly turned red and didn't say anything. Full payment? It wasn't that he couldn't take hundreds of thousands of dollars. Rather, he couldn't afford to part with it for the sake of a woman beside him. General Manager Lin. I don't care. I want the 8th floor. You've already promised me. The woman beside him immediately hugged Lin Jun's arm and pouted. Baby, Kaiken's house isn't the best either. Let's go look somewhere else. Lin Jun said with an embarrassed face. Mr. Lin, you're not very rich. This punk can afford it, can't you? Or do you not love me at all? If that's the case, there's no need for us to be together. The woman said with an ugly face. Damn it, old me spent so much money on you and you just want to leave? What do you take me for? Annoyed, Lin Jun slapped the woman's body. Oh, Lin Jun, you actually dare to hit my old lady. Lao Miang isn't afraid to tell you. When I was with you, my old lady even raised a little white boy. Long ago green you this, lousy get you dead. You this. Lin Jun was so angry that the veins on his forehead jumped up and he rushed up to fight with the woman. Mr. Lin, don't be like this. The intermediary following Lin Jun behind him couldn't bear to watch and rushed up to pull away with great difficulty. And Lin Jun's face had already been scratched by the woman into a grass flower. Skin and flesh. So miserable. Oh, what a long time to live. The woman you raised actually gave you a green hat. Li Yan looked at Lin Jun's appearance and laughed gloatingly. Li Yan, say that again if you damn well can. Lin Jun's eyes spewed fire as he roared at Li Yan. Li Yan sneered. What's wrong with saying you? You're the one who can't afford to buy a house. Don't pretend in front of me. What the hell? If you're capable of buying it, buy it. Buy it in full and cuckold the woman who cuckolded you. I'll let you have it. You. Li Yan's words were simply salt in the wound. Lin Jun's eyes went black. His breath didn't come out and he directly fell to the ground. What the hell? You don't have the money to pretend to be your mom. Li Yan spat disdainfully. Then he turned around and took the key Wang Hai handed over and handed it to Qin Ruoxue. Ruoxue? What I promised you. I did it. Qin Ruoxue covered her mouth and looked at Li Yan with red eyes. Although she was heartbroken that Li Yan bought 2 sets directly, but at this moment, all the goodness that Li Yan had done for her came flooding back to her heart, and she couldn't hold back any longer and directly hugged Li Yan. Thank you, Li Yan. Li Yan reached out his hand and touched Qin Ruoxue's small head and said with a smile, if a man makes money, he should give it to a woman to spend. If you're not capable, you'll be looked down upon. I'm not like some people. Chapter 19, each has their own plans. After saying this, Li Yan pulled Qin Ruoxue, told Wang Hai to take the contract and go to the bank to transfer the money to pay for it, and left. Lin Jun, who had just woken up leisurely with the help of the intermediary, heard this and once again went black, staring at Li Yan with a face full of resentment. He roared, the hedge money from the factory will arrive next week. At that time, I will make your life worse than death. Let you know the consequences of messing with me. Li Yan, we'll see. First went to the bank and transferred $1.5 million on the spot. The house this moment officially belongs to Li Yan. Wang Hai looked at Li Yan as if he had become the god of wealth. 2 houses out. He can get a substantial commission. At this time, Wang Hai said his brother-in-law opened a decoration company. Can be customized after the decoration. Qin Ruoxue came to interest. Decided to go to see. Li Yan looked at the time as still early. So he said to Qin Ruoxue, you and Wang Hai go to see his brother-in-law's renovation company. To discuss the renovation of things, I first go to the Futures Business Department. Qin Ruoxue nodded, then pulled Li Yan's arm a little worried and said, Li Yan, Lin Jun that person is vindictive. We are so offended by him today. All right, it's fine. He's nothing. You don't have to take it to heart. Li Yan said disdainfully. Qin Ruoxue looked at Li Yan and nodded, then urged, then you should be careful too. When he arrived at the Futures Sales Department, Li Yan remembered that he was already a large account and had an exclusive large account room on the 2nd floor. Finding the 3rd large account room pushed open the door and walked in not a moment later. Outside the door suddenly came a pleasant voice. Mr. Li, can I come in? Li Yan lifted his head. The woman at the door was clearly the teller who had previously pierced through his identity with a single bite at the counter. He didn't pay much attention to it before, but today Li Yan realized that this beauty was simply wasted on the counter. Just the right career line. Face hung a hint of flirtatious expression. The whole person is both subtle and flavorful. At this time, the woman walked in and blankly glanced at Li Yan, seemingly blaming Li Yan for staring at her all the time. Then she hid her mouth and smiled. Mr. Li, my name is Han Zixuan. In the future, I will be the exclusive service for your large family room. Oh, it was obviously a very simple sentence, but when Han Zixuan spoke, her body gently trembled, driving her chest to rise and fall. Li Yan couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva and said with a smile in his heart, Don't Mr. Li, just call me by my name, since it's an exclusive service for a large family room. Then, help me make a cup of tea? Han Zixuan threw a wink. People will come right away. Li Yan secretly muttered. What a siren. No wonder Zhang Xiyuan would let her do the large family room service. It was practically tailor-made. This kind of single young lady was both mature and flavorful. A complete poison for men. Li Yan suddenly remembered a passage he once heard. In a company, go and see how many pretty ladies there are. The more it proves that the company is developing well. After all, beautiful women are an absolute scarce resource. At this time, Han Zixuan walked over with tea, curiously asked, Li Xiao, you plan to do Shanghai copper? While speaking, Han Zixuan's hand was tightly attached to the back of Li Yan's hand that was placed on the mouse. A tantalizing perfume odor was hidden. He could not help but feel a little embarrassed, and muttered in his heart, why is this woman so proactive? Li Yan, however, forgot one thing, a young man in his 20s, handsome not to mention, with $2 or $3 million lying on the books. How attractive it is to a woman. Han Zixuan to have the appearance of the appearance, to have the body of the body. Education is not bad. Casually find a state-owned enterprises how can be good. Why want to stay in a broken futures company? Not just want to find a good way out. Unfortunately, she has pride in her heart. Do not want to cheapen those old men. Yesterday, Li Yan made a big splash. The first time she stared at Li Yan, took the initiative to find the old general manager Zhang Xiyu and transferred to the big room to do personal service to Li Yan. These, Li Yan did not know. Hearing Han Zixuan asked, then said, Zixuan, you helped me organize the recent week's Shanghai Copper each institution's position. Print it out. Han Zixuan gave a and turned to run outside. As the exclusive customer service of Li Yan's large account room, she was not just the usual pampering and eye candy, but she still had to do her daily work. However, Han Zixuan just walked out a few minutes. The door suddenly came from the noisy voice. Li Yan heard like Han Zixuan's voice, stood up and walked out. However, he saw Han Zixuan standing in place like a frightened sheep with a flustered face. Moreover, Lin Jun's colorful eyes fell on her, and he gulped and said, the funds I'm operating with right now are $20 million. You should be serving me. Wouldn't it be a waste of your figure to follow that punk Li Yan? Come, let brother see how well you've developed. Saying that, he directly went to embrace Han Zixuan, but before he got his way, a sharp pain that pierced his bones came violently from his outstretched hand. You dare to touch my person? Who gave you the guts? Li Yan stood in front of Han Zixuan with an expressionless face. Li Yan threw himself with such force that Lin Jun was instantly brought crashing into the wall on one side, sucking in cool air in pain. Humph, who said it was your people? Is this chick your wife? You're in too much control, Li Yan. I'm telling you, I've got my eye on this chick. Lin Jun said with a hideous face, growing a pig face. Do you think you have a big face? Who the hell gave you that face? Li Yan said with disdain. Lin Jun sneered. Kid, Laozi is now the trading representative of the steel mill. More than $20 million of hedging funds. What do you think I'm based on? On the basis of this, as long as I have more money than you will be pressed by me. What's the point of beeping? If you're capable of doing it in the trading market, we'll see what happens. Ha ha, good. You said it. Lin Jun, I'll see you at the trading market. Li Yan sneered and shook off Lin Jun. He then grabbed Han Zixuan's hand and pulled back to his trading room. As for the originally angry Lin Jun, after Li Yan left, a grim smile emerged on his face. Kid, this time I'll let you die without even knowing how. Fighting with me, as long as you dare to enter this market, I'll let you die without a burial place. These were all calculated by Lin Jun. After having $20 million in hedge funds, he vowed to take revenge. However, he was worried that Li Yan wouldn't follow him into the market, so he happened to see Han Zixuan, and in his heart, he deliberately provoked Li Yan, in order to get Li Yan to fall for it. In Li Yan's large family room, Han Zixuan was in shock, looking at Li Yan with a pitiful expression. Thank you, Mr. Li, if you hadn't stepped in just now, I really wouldn't have known what to do. In her position, she had no right to resist at all in the face of Lin Jun. However, Li Yan waved his hand. There's no need to thank me. In the end, it's me who dragged you down. Lin Jun is targeting me. You're just suffering from an unearned disaster. By the way, did you find the information I asked you to look for? Han Zixuan let out a hum, and then handed the organized information to Li Yan. Li Yan flipped through it, and a trace of coldness surfaced in his heart. When he bought the house today, he had humiliated Lin Jun in front of the woman beside him, so he knew that he wouldn't let it go. It just so happened that when he thought about what Lin Jun and Zhao Fei had said earlier about the steel mill having $20 million of hedging funds coming into the market recently, Li Yan had set his sights on these $20 million. Unexpectedly, Lin Jun actually came to provoke himself on purpose. Who is the mouse and who is the cat? Only know when you have fought. When I swallow the $20 million of hedging funds you're relying on, I'd like to see how you, Lin Jun, will face the accountability of the steel mill. Chapter 20 Rival Disc. Originally, Li Yan didn't have enough funds and had the will to do it. But now, the internet cafe license side got $4 million. The house cost $1.5 million. Buying Renway's internet cafe cost $500,000. Together with the previous funds on the futures account, the funds he was able to use, there were about $2.5 million. With $2.5 million, plus enough leverage and maneuvering, he already had the ability to pulverize Lin Jun. At the end of 1998, finance was far less developed than in later years, and there were very few varieties of derivatives like futures. Only a handful. Hainan Gelatin. Shanghai Copper is the most operational too. As for the latter achievements of countless people of soybean meal futures and cotton futures, that after 2,000 years will be listed, and steel mills are closely related to iron ore and rebar. Hot-rolled coil stainless steel is even more remote. Steel mills need iron ore, mainly from Australia and Brazil transportation, not to mention the 98 years, that is, the next 2 decades, the pricing power has been in foreign countries. The dollar pricing, this has become the pain in the heart of countless domestic steel enterprises, and hedging, the choice of Shanghai Copper, can be disguised as locking the foreign exchange difference, so that steel mills to achieve the purpose of hedging, steel mills hedging, can only choose Shanghai Copper. This is Li Yan before let Han Zixuan collect Shanghai Copper position information purpose. Han Zixuan's emotions have recovered at this time. After what happened just now, the distance between her and Li Yan has gotten a lot closer. There is no more of that unfamiliarity that she felt before, especially Li Yan's sentence, "My people." It made Han Zixuan secretly happy in her heart. At this moment, she came over and gently hugged Li Yan's arm. Instantly the soft and tender feeling made Li Yan's body a jolt, and his heart secretly set a siren. Li Yan's behavior Han Zixuan eyes, immediately complacent thought, Li Xiao is also a man well. Li Yan quickly browsed Han Zixuan printed out the position summary, and then against the disc K line look at the recent trend of Shanghai Copper, from 24,000 points in 1997, has been oscillating downward, and now has been far broken since the listing of this variety of limits, suppressed to 15,500 points, but this kind of disc, but just verify is saying, when you think to the floor intends to bottom out. The floor underneath the basement, and the basement underneath. There may be 18 layers of hell. This is the power of the trend. And remember, in early 1999, Shanghai Copper was hit to 14,280 points. Now it's only about 17,000. This space, completely operational. At this moment, Li Yan's light flow, directly opened the account, began to build a position. Shanghai Copper futures contract. A single is a standard contract of 5 tons. The exchange margin standard is 9%. The disk is probably floating above and below 17,000 points. Li Yan calculated. Open a single. Probably need the margin in 8,000 faster so. I have $2.5 million in my hand. A full position can almost open 300 orders. Li Yan thought for a moment and raised his head to Han Zixuan. Zixuan, go help me open another account. I'll make up for it later. Put $1.5 million in it. For the customer's request, she naturally agreed without fail. Although she was curious as to why Li Yan was doing this, but she didn't ask too many questions and quickly helped Li Yan do it. Li Yan pointed to the computer beside him. From now on, you help me keep an eye on and operate with me. Shanghai Copper main contract. Every time the upturn appeared a stage high, open a position. How much can build, how much to build? All short orders. Han Zixuan froze for a moment, exclaimed, all short orders? Li Xiao, you're not mistaken, right? Shanghai Copper has reached this price. And then down has not much space. Everyone says it's about to reverse. Li Yan but confident smile, is going to reverse? But do not forget that this is the futures market. Before the reversal comes, maybe 90% of the people are dead. Okay, after all, Li Yan was a customer. Han Zixuan couldn't say much, and sat down in front of the computer to start helping with the orders according to Li Yan's request. And Li Yan himself was not idle. All day, opened 20 short orders. The price is basically locked above 17,000. After the close, Lin Jun's large account room, a sales department employee called Xiao Lu sneakily said to Lin Jun, "Mr. Lin, it's all been figured out. That kid is doing Shanghai Copper. Opened all the short orders, and it looks like it's planning to do a swing, without closing the position, because Li Yan did mung beans before. A single take a few seconds to walk away. Simply do not give anyone the opportunity to target." At this moment, after Lin Jun heard this news, he immediately slapped his thigh in excitement and laughed out loud. How much money is on his account? Over $1 million, Xiao Lu hurriedly said. Lin Jun sneered. This kid was awesome before, but he was just lucky. Now he's thinking of shorting Shanghai Copper. Ha ha, you're just looking for death. God is going to take you. I have $20 million. I'll play you to death. The next day the market opened. Lin Jun almost directly opened a 300-lot long order at the time of the assembled bidding. Swish, the price of the assembled bidding, because of the appearance of these 300 lots, was piled up significantly higher. Directly opened at 17,500. Then yesterday's closing price instantly up 500 points. Looking at the trend on the disc, Lin Jun said triumphantly, Li Yan, futures game, is the game of money. I casually spread 2 million down, only 10% of the position, to dry burst you. I want to see what you can do to me. If I don't kill you this time, I'm not Lin Jun. At this time, the entire Shanghai Copper varieties of positions less than 40,000 single, and Lin Jun disliked 300 orders at the opening of the market at once. It caused violent price fluctuations. At this moment many of those who were short-term, seeing the sudden sharp rise of 200 points, immediately exclaimed, feeling that the bottom had appeared. Bottom, absolute bottom. The trend has reversed. This time, Shanghai Copper is going to return to 20,000 points. Open long, buy in, a once-in-a-million years opportunity. In the middle of the hall, many of the retail investors who were staring at the disc shouted, looking exuberant, and Han Zixuan, who had just come in from outside, looked at the disc with a pale face and nervously asked Li Yan, Young Li, what do we do now? This has lost so much. She helped Li Yan yesterday to operate the account. Opened 15 short orders, which instantly rose 500 points, a blink of an eye. The account has been floating loss of small $40,000. This has been almost to catch up with Han Zixuan's small 2 years of wages. However, Li Yan smiled indifferently. What are you afraid of? This fluctuation is normal. If I'm right, someone should have made a move by now. When Han Zixuan heard Li Yan's words, she suddenly remembered what Li Yan said yesterday, and immediately exclaimed, Young Li, you mean Lin Jun? Naturally, it's him. We'll know when the latest position report comes out this afternoon. And Han Zixuan's entire body was dumbfounded, anxiously saying to Li Yan, Young Li, Lin Jun has $20 million. We're doing a rival trade with him. Isn't this an ant against an elephant? Can we win? Even as she said it, Han Zixuan felt a pang of trance. In her opinion, Li Yan's move was no different from seeking death. It's not certain who the deer will die, but Li Yan said this indifferently, seemingly not caring about his situation at all. Chapter 21 Epilepsy. After the opening of the morning session, because Lin Jun 300 hands brought up a small climax, driving the whole disc, there is so a wave of rebound momentum. Some short-term short all chopping position, loss out. Some people who like to plunge into the bottom, began to intervene in the bottom. The whole disc, from the opening of 17,500 all the way up, to the noon to close, and almost hit 200 points up. What to do now? What to do? After losing so much money, will Li Yan blame me? Han Zixuan thought fidgetily. At this time, Li Yan glanced at the account that Han Zixuan had helped to operate and frowned. Why haven't you opened a position? Didn't I tell you to add to your position whenever the price reaches a new high? Han Zixuan looked at Li Yan in dismay. It's all lost like this, and you're still adding? Li Yan looked at Han Zixuan's expression and instantly understood what was going on. Don't worry and boldly increase your position. You don't have to think about the floating loss. All you have to do now is just execute my strategy perfectly. No matter the final result, it has nothing to do with you, but in case it hits higher in the afternoon, our positions are getting heavier and heavier, and our losses will increase, Han Zixuan said in disbelief. Li Yan smiled mysteriously. You'll know in the afternoon. Remember, you must execute my strategy in the future. If he didn't cooperate, how would Lin Jun feel comfortable and bold enough to increase his position on the bait? The price didn't rise as much as it did in the morning afterward, but it still floated upwards a little. Han Zixuan's heart is still apprehensive, but thinking of Li Yan's account, finally gritted his teeth. the position to 30 short orders. The price of the short position. The cost has been to 17,300. The floating loss is still. But Li Yan is like a person like nothing. After the close of trading, let Han Zixuan go to print the latest position report to him. After getting the position report, Li Yan immediately brightened up. Just today, New Wave Futures position in Shanghai Copper has increased by 500 lots, and it was net long. Lin Jun really took the bait. Li Yan waved his fist hard. At this moment, in Lin Jun's large account room, Lin Jun once again got Li Yan's position information through that little Lu he bribed. But after looking at it, he couldn't help but frown. How is this kid so calm? Together with yesterday's 20 orders, he's only increased by 10 today. No way. I still have to give him a boost. As soon as the market opened the next day, Lin Jun sneered and flattened 100 of yesterday's long orders. The price instantly shot down a bit. In order to better grasp the dynamics of Li Yan's position, Lin Jun even more thoroughly bribed Xiao Lu. Let Xiao Lu help him in the background real-time staring Li Yan's position. As long as there is any change, immediately reported to him. Lin Jun's side has just flattened 100 sheets. Xiao Lu's news came. Li Yan opened 50 short orders this time. It seems to be chasing short. Lin Jun immediately laughed in triumph. I thought you were so good, but it's just that. Since that's the case, I'll let you in for a good time. In the next little while, Lin Jun first added back the 100 lots of orders that he had just reduced, and then flattened 200 more at once, knocked the price down. Then he added back the hand order again. The reaction on the disk was that the price was shaking violently, as if it was going to go down. This time, Li Yan's account on the position directly increased to 100 lots. The account only a total of 1 million funds Li Yan. The risk of the position has reached 85%. According to the current fluctuations, as long as the fluctuations were a little more drastic, Li Yan would blow his position. Alright, it's now. Lin Jun's eyes were red with excitement. You were originally a loser. You made some money by fluke and actually dared to call my bluff. This time, I'm going to make you blow up, so that you'll become a penniless pauper once again. I'd like to see, at that time, if you, Li Yan, are still so arrogant. Lin Jun, who was gritting his teeth. The appearance of Li Yan with nothing to lose being stepped on by him seemed to appear in front of his eyes, and once he gritted his teeth, he directly made a big move. 500 more orders, again pressed up. At this moment, Lin Jun's position in the entire Shanghai Copper has reached 800. The price instantly rose sharply. The margin alone accounts for $12 million, far exceeding the hedging disk's safety threshold of 50% riskiness. And at this moment, Li Yan looked at the account that was at high risk. Finally, he took a long breath and revealed a cold smile. Over the past 2 days, he and Lin Jun hadn't had any face-to-face encounters, but their encounters in the futures market had never stopped. All the way up to this moment, the fish has taken the bait. Next, it's my moment to perform. Li Yan sneered. Zixuan, wait, that account of yours? Set up all the orders. Open a short order at 18,000. This time, full position. Full position 2 words out. Li Yan whole body momentum, as if a hidden blade for many years of the sword. This moment, to sheath, and Han Zixuan felt Li Yan's gloomy expression. Already cannot care to ask why. Hand and foot began to hang single. The next moment, Li Yan's fingers on the keyboard, gently knocked. The hands of 40 hands of empty single, directly chopped off. His hands are empty single, chopping the position. Then, is back to fill the single. Hedge closed, equivalent to disguised push prices up. The price swish, directly jumped empty up a big jump. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This kid is going to run. Let him just run away. I'm not wasting my efforts. The price movement on the disk and Xiao Lu's news about Li Yan's position change instantly caught Lin Jun's attention. He clenched his teeth. Once again, a 300 lot order, directly pressed up. Swish, just one click. The price instantly probed to 18,000 points. The expression on Lin Jun's face turned hideous. Now, I'll let you run wild. He couldn't wait to see Li Yan's despair after he blew up his position. After saying that, Lin Jun turned around and headed out, directly kicking open the door to Li Yan's large family room. Ha ha, Li Yan, you're just a piece of trash. Old me getting rid of you is just like getting rid of an ant. You're bursting at the seams, aren't you? What else do you have to say now, to actually dare to offend me? Lin Jun, you should have known that sooner or later there would be a day like this. Li Yan was in front of his computer and didn't expect Lin Jun to be so rampant that he rushed right in and spouted off. Li Yan sneered and said to Lin Jun, he, explode the position? Just playing with you. Do you really think you're smart? If I were you, I'd better hurry back and look at my own positions now. The fervor in Lin Jun's head was doused by Li Yan's words. Positions? Looking at Li Yan's expression, he seemed to have known that he was targeting him. Could it be that? Cold sweat swished down Lin Jun's forehead. Don't be ing smug. I'll come back to you after I've dealt with the position. Lin Jun viciously stared at Li Yan and cursed. Li Yan said in a cold voice, wait until you have a chance to come out alive. Lin Jun's teeth clenched, but he didn't dare to delay any longer. At this moment, Li Yan's words reminded him instead. Just now, it was too risky. The original position had already exceeded 50% and smashed another 300 lots into it. Li Yan is likely to burst the position, right? But what about yourself? 300 hands more than single. Now this price transaction. Then, single margin to occupy to more than $3 million. Together with the previous position, Lin Jun in Shanghai copper position margin has nearly 15 million. Of course, this process his account is floating profit. But, in case of a pullback, wouldn't that be? Chapter 22, Pressing by Steps. Lin Jun no longer dared to imagine going on. How's it going? How's it going? He hurriedly turned around and returned to his large family room, pushing open the door and rushing to ask Mimi, who was drawing her eyebrows. Mr. Lin, I don't understand this. The woman giggled and walked up to hug Lin Jun's arm to be pampered. However, just after taking 2 steps, she was directly pushed away by Lin Jun. Off. What a ing waste. Useless. Lin Jun hung a cannibalistic expression and cursed, opening the ticker software. The next moment, he was directly paralyzed in his chair. The K-line that appeared in front of him was a long upper shadow line with a bare head and feet. The price, after he smashed out 300 lots, was directly disliked to 18,110. It is equivalent to killing through the upper side of the buy order in disguise. This is a long single holders. At that moment, his floating profit maximized. But, before the profit is not realized, all this is just a flower in the mirror. Just at the moment he rushed over to pretend in front of Li Yan, the price from 18110, by a huge sell order, directly pressed, the disc was instantly knocked back to 18,000. With a swish, his profits were missing by a large margin. Lin Jun's face was cloudy as he looked at the disc, sweating like a pig. Li Yan is operating a personal account. Even if he burst the position is fine, only a little money loss. But he, Lin Jun, is operating a hedge account for steel mills. He opened this rashly is already a violation of the rules. The original thought was that after the Li Yan hit the position, he immediately dropped the position today, so that everything is not known to the ghosts. But now it is still possible? His position, too heavy to the disc, simply cannot undertake at once, can only slowly drop. But if I can delay it, Li Yan will definitely have to blow his position first. Lin Jun thought about it and secretly let out a breath. However, his words had just fallen. On the disc, dozens of sell orders appeared one after another. Which one of these grandsons is up to something? Lin Jun cursed in anger, driven by these dozens of sell orders. The price that was originally hit up by Lin Jun's large hand was originally a tower in the air. Swish 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 down. In just a blink of an eye, the price returned to 17,700. All of a sudden, nearly 300 points of profit disappeared. Lin Jun's heart was dripping blood. This was all the profit that belonged to this account of his, but at this moment, he could only watch it slip away. Must close the position. It can't go on like this, or else. He directly hung up a 50-sheet closeout order. Sell. Swish. The price went straight down by 70 points. This nigga. Where did they come from? They're selling at this price. Lin Jun pointed at the disc and cursed. He just reduced 50 single. The hand of the position is less than 0. The result of the price fell 70 points, which if all thrown out, what will happen? He didn't even dare to imagine it. Right. Drag it on. I'm not afraid of my big account. It's all come to this price. Resist it, and maybe it'll pass. Over here, Han Zishuan was covered in fragrant sweat, looking at Li Yan with bated breath and asking eagerly, Young Li, you're really a god. What's the next operation? She operated this account, a total of 1.5 million funds. Before the floating loss is only a few tens of thousands of dollars. But after listening to Li Yan's order, directly after 18,000 full position hanging short orders, the entire cost line of the position was pulled directly to 17,900. Full of empty single 150. Just this small amount of effort, the disc price fell back to 17,650 or so. There has been a profit of 250 points. The floating surplus instantly more than 200,000. Li Yan's side of the account of 1 million. Before the forced chopping, the loss is only 200,000 or 300,000. Equivalent. Li Yan did not lose money at all. But the account position is more than 150 lots of 17,900 short orders. What to do? Increase the position. Continue to increase positions. Li Yan said with a faint smile, the look of victory. Still add positions? What if the disc rebounds? Han Zishuan asked nervously. Li Yan, however, confidently said, Lin Jun's hands no longer have the funds to follow up to pull the market. At this time, we are just the right time to beat the dog, not letting him spit out all of that $20 million. How can I solve my heart's hate? Then Li Yan said to Han Zixuan, wait as long as there is a surplus to me to increase the position. Always, play down. I want Lin Jun to feel real fear. Li Yan swept a glance at his account. There was still about 800,000 left. Without saying a word, 100 lots of short sell orders were opened, directly sweeping away the buy orders below. Instantly, the disc, which had stabilized a little bit, once again began to sink. In the blink of an eye, it reached 17,400. Li Yan laughed coldly. If my guess is right, Lin Jun, your position cost is here. The next life and death a moment, depending on how you choose to go. Li Yan projected the cost of Lin Jun's position through the disc transaction, and the actual cost of Lin Jun's position. Basically not much difference. Lin Jun, who had just decided to carry on with his life, at this moment, his whole face was pale and his whole body was shaking. It's gone. The floating surplus is all gone. How to do? What should we do? In the blink of an eye, the huge floating surplus disappeared into thin air, and even in the next second, it would fall into a loss like this. Lin Jun looked at the disc in 17400 and did not stop for a long time. Lin Jun knew he had to make a choice. With the amount of long orders he now holds, the slightest fluctuation cannot withstand. Bite his teeth. Directly in 17,300 hung 300 lots of short orders to close the position. Swish, the price was instantly knocked down. Li Yan the first time the hand just full into the short 100 hand short single flat. Lin Jun long out of breath. As long as the position down, even if the loss of a little bit, according to his body of funds, cannot hit back to do it back is. However, this breath is not out of the end. His face changed again. Because, hanging 300 short orders, the results of the direct transaction of 100 outside. Sporadic eat a little. The rest of the ripples did not move. Then it was carried along by the mood on the disc, and the price continued to beat down. Lin Jun's breathing became more and more rapid, and with a clench of his teeth, he hung the rest of the orders, then even lower prices. However, as soon as he hangs, another 100 lots were sold. The rest of all of them were again topped by hanging orders that couldn't move. Who the hell is against me? This is to force me to death. Ah! Lin Jun roared. His mind suddenly remembered the words of Li Yan when he broke into his large account room just now, and hurriedly grabbed the phone to contact Xiao Lu. Li Yan just opened 100 lots of short orders and quickly stopped out, but just now opened again. What? Click. The phone was in Lin Jun's hands and was directly crushed by him. He turned around and looked at the 100 lots of orders on the disc that had just been traded several times in a trance. Li Yan. It was actually Li Yan who had been jamming his points, just not letting him close out his position. And this time, the price in the two operations, another dip of more than 100 points, has reached 17,150. Lin Jun's entire position has been the overall loss of more than 250 points. He is more than 1,000 single in hand. Just this moment's effort, the entire account of the floating loss to more than $1,300,000, and the remaining account available funds, only left 3 million out of the beginning. Another wave or two, he is going to fall into the situation of the burst position. The moment he thought of the word burst position, Lin Jun fell into an ice cave. I can't lose. I can't blow up my position. It's all over if I do. After watching the plate briefly fall into a calm, Lin Jun clenched his teeth and turned around to walk towards Li Yan's large account room again. Yo, why is Mr. Lin here again? Come to see me blow up my position again? Seeing Lin Jun appear, Li Yan sneered and said indifferently. Lin Jun took a deep breath and said, Li Yan, I had a bad attitude before. I won't go against you in the future. What do you think? Chapter 23 A Joke. Li Yan looked at Lin Jun's gloomy face and laughed coldly as he stood up and walked over to him. I don't understand what you're saying. Didn't you want to compete in the market? I did as you wished, but I didn't hear what you just said. Lin Jun's eyes spewed fire as he looked at Li Yan and gritted his teeth. I said, I was wrong before. I won't go against you in the future. Please don't interfere with the disc. Ha ha. Li Yan suddenly let out a wild laugh. What kind of thing are you? You're telling me to stop just because you say so? Do you have the qualifications? The market is right here. I can trade however I like. Hearing Li Yan say that, Lin Jun couldn't hold back any longer. He usually wasn't imposing wherever he went. He didn't expect Li Yan to actually not give face. Li Yan, you're damn near looking for death. Laozi pulled down his face and lowered his head to talk to you. And you actually don't know enough. Don't give face. Li Yan smiled coldly. You're the one who is shameless, going against me 3 times. Now get out of my large family room. You. Lin Jun's teeth itched with hatred as he stared at Li Yan with a fierce face. In that case, then let's die together. Die? The one who dies is you. I won't die. Li Yan laughed disdainfully and directly drove Lin Jun out of his large family room. Lin Jun returned to his own big account room with a gloomy face. He just went to Li Yan's big account room when he also saw Li Yan's account situation. Actually, there are still more than 900,000 funds, and full of short positions. Looking at the disk is still expanding losses. Gritted his teeth and said, Li Yan, you forced me. And the disk, this moment in the absence of a single sustained support, crazy turned down. As long as there is any block, there will immediately be a single to open a gap in the blocking order, and then swarmed by the crowd. Lin Jun trembled and walked to the computer, began to close the position with a large hand. Dozens of hands, 100 hands, orders like this, constantly hitting down, and the price, with a mountainous trend, slid downward madly. To beat the dog, has always been the favorite way of the short-term money in the market. Since someone started this and the trend hasn't completely flipped before, let this force carry through to the end. Every second, orders were being traded. The price, on the other hand, dipped, and dipped again in a trend that sent chills down Lin Jun's entire body. 17,100, 17,000, 16,700, 16,300. Ultimately, didn't wait until the closing bell. The price was directly by a sky-high volume of sell orders. Sealed down, 16,270. The steel mill hedging account. There are still more than 700 lots of long orders. Did not close the position. On the account, has chopped the loss. Reached more than 9 million. Lin Jun this moment, seems to have exhausted the last bit of strength. Directly paralyzed in front of the computer. Okay, fortunately, it is not possible to 2 consecutive stops. And then after the opening of the disk, we'll be able to come out. At that time directly all chopped off, but also can stay part of the funds. Li Yan, you bring me humiliation today. I must turn back 1,000 times 100 times to get back. Just as he finished saying this, the door of the large family room was directly pushed open from the outside. Zheng Siyuan walked in with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man hurriedly yelled at Lin Jun. Lin Jun, what the hell are you up to? The factory let you operate the money for hedging, not for you to speculate. Ah, factory director. I didn't Lin Jun looked flustered and blocked the computer screen. Zheng Siyuan frowned inside as he said to Lin Jun, Mr. Lin, the wind control of the sales department has detected that your account has an excessively high risk rate, and I notified factory director Chen. You can handle the rest yourselves. Chen Yongping, the steel factory director, pushed Lin Jun away, and immediately saw the funds on the computer screen before his eyes went black. This was $20 million and it had only been a few days. Now there was less than half of it. Still saying no? Lin Jun, you wait for the factory to deal with it. Chen Yongping gritted his teeth and said, Li Yan, it's all Li Yan. It's him who's working against me. Lin Jun's entire body was like a gambler with a red eye, his face grimacing as he roared. Li Yan is finished. I'll be able to make my money back soon. Factory manager, you believe me. You must believe me. Lin Jun grabbed Chen Yongping's hand and shouted hysterically. But right at this moment, Li Yan's figure appeared outside the door, and when he heard Lin Jun's words, he couldn't help but laugh. Earn it back? I'm afraid you won't have that chance. Li Yan, don't you dare pretend here. I don't have a chance? Ha ha, so what if I lose a little even? We're hedging our position. With such a large amount of money, every minute fluctuation is more than your entire account. You've already blown your position now. What qualifications do you have to talk in front of me? Trading genius. I poo. Just a punk who stepped on luck. Once a waste, always a waste. Talking about people like you. Li Yan's appearance was completely adding fuel to the fire for the already grieving Lin Jun. At this moment, the entire person was like a mad dog barking at Li Yan, itching to eat him. Li Yan looked at Lin Jun's appearance. His eyes were ice cold, and after a cold laugh, he said, Sorry, I've already split the position, so the person who blows up the position will be you, not me. What? This is impossible. This. Lin Jun was like thunder devouring. The whole body of the man was trembling with anger. I really don't know where you get your superiority complex. Oh yes, there is a news to inform you. Because of the drop, according to the rules, Shanghai Copper next trading day, the margin is raised to 13%, and the limit of up and down is 10%. Chen Yongping immediately asked, How much will I lose when this happens? Lin Jun opened his mouth and his face was too pale to speak. Zheng Siyuan sighed and said, According to your accounts, after raising the margin, 700 lots of multiple orders, you are basically on the verge of bursting your positions. The most important thing is that today there is this kind of downturn disk, coupled with raising the margin. I do not know how many people will be chopped by the wind control. It can be imagined that after the opening of the next trading day, it is absolutely bloody. As for this account, you can stay 5 million, even if the market's mercy. When Chen Yongping heard these words, he almost lost his breath. Suddenly grabbing a chair next to him, he directly smashed it on Lin Jun's head. Lin Jun, you piece of trash. Do you know that because of your personal problems, let the entire factory bury you? Now I'm relieving the deputy factory director of his position. You'll be investigated. The blood on his forehead slowly flowed down. Lin Jun knew he was finished. Completely finished. Li Yan, it's all you. It's all because of you. If not, how could I be like this? At this time, when he saw Li Yan standing next to him, all of his anger was suddenly spilled out at Li Yan. I caused this? Ha! A good hedging disc was made into a speculative disc by you chasing up and down. Who are you to talk to me? Who do you think you are? I really don't know who gave you the superiority complex all along. Li Yan pointed to the market on the computer and said lightly, I also have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have earned so much this time. After Li Yan finished speaking, Lin Jun subconsciously asked, how much did you earn? Not much. It's only just tripled. But the disc hasn't finished yet, hasn't it? Lin Jun's eyes were wide open, staring at Li Yan with a deadly stare. Red eyes roaring, impossible. Where did you get so much money to increase your position? It's only 1,000 points. How could you possibly earn so much? Li Yan sneered, because the sell orders above 18,000 are all positions opened by me. Your operation that you thought was smart is nothing but a joke. At this moment, with these words from Li Yan, Lin Jun understood it all. From start to finish, Li Yan had never lost. The account that was shown to him was nothing more than a blindfold to attract him to the bait. Lin Jun had become a joke from beginning to end. Chapter 24, Giveaway Out. With these words from Li Yan, Lin Jun's entire body paralyzed on the ground. Lost. This time, he had lost completely. There was no more place to turn around. Why? Why is this happening? Lin Jun's face was like death as he questioned Li Yan, who sneered and said, you think that you can secure a victory by bribing the employees of the sales department to get my positions and transaction records? I can only say that you are too naive. In fact, last time, when Li Yan and Lin Jun made a bet, when Lin Jun easily stated how much Li Yan had made a profit, Li Yan had kept an eye out. This time, he intentionally split his position in order to use this already exposed account position of his as a bargaining chip to attract Lin Jun's attention, while the real profit plate was under Han Zixuan's operation. This kind of thing, not to mention Lin Jun, even if you were someone else, you wouldn't necessarily be able to think of it. After all, who would easily hand over their account to a customer service to operate these big accounts of theirs? Buying off the sales department's employees? Li Yan, are you sure? Zhang Xiyuan asked with a slight change in his face very sensitively. Li Yan said to Zhang Xiyuan, Mr. Zhang, Lin Jun clearly know my every operation and trading position. I think in addition to your company has employees to do the mole words. I cannot find any other reason. Zhang Xiyuan immediately nodded with a grave expression on his face. Li Yan, don't worry. I will definitely find this person and give you a statement. After saying that, he looked at Lin Jun with an icy face. Will you say it yourself, or will I call the police? It's little Lu. Lin Jun knew at this moment that the matter was exposed and there was nothing he could do. Facing Zhang Xiyuan's questioning, he said apprehensively. Zhang Xiyuan quickly called at Xiao Lu in front of him. Xiao Lu understood everything when he took a look at the situation. Mr. Zhang, I was wrong. I was deluded. Spare me once, Xiao Lu said with a pale face. Spare you? Do you know what you've done? Now you have been fired from the company. In addition words, the right to pursue your criminal responsibility is reserved. Everything depends on Li Yan's meaning, Zhang Xiyuan said through gritted teeth. Although at the end of 1998, some of the rules and regulations of domestic futures trading were not yet perfect, but there are some things that everyone turns a blind eye to. There is a degree. But what Xiao Lu did this time, completely destroyed the rules and bottom line. Mr. Li, I was wrong. I shouldn't have betrayed your position. It was Lin Jun. It was all Lin Jun. He compelled me. You spare me. Hearing this, Xiao Lu cried out in pain and begged on his knees. Expulsion. Pursuing criminal liability. Enough to keep him from turning over for the rest of his life. Li Yan indifferently glanced at Xiao Lu, not moved in the slightest. Don't do what you shouldn't do. Since you did it, you have to bear my wrath. Mr. Zhang, you see to it. Zhang Xiyuan nodded and called the police. Lin Jun, it's all because of you that I've been victimized. If Lao Zi is in bad luck, you don't want to feel better either. Xiao Lu, who had completely fallen into despair, violently turned his head and stared at Lin Jun with a face full of resentment. Lin Jun was startled. What are you doing? Doing what? Lao Zi's life has been ruined by you. You don't want to be good either. Xiao Lu laughed hideously and violently rushed over to hug Lin Jun, opening his mouth and biting. Lin Jun let out a scream and was instantly covered in blood. An ear, hardened, was bitten off by Xiao Lu. Stop. Stop it. This scene, who did not expect? Zhang Xiyuan, scared pale, hurriedly called someone to put Xiao Lu under control. After calling the police soon came and arrested Xiaolu. Lin Jun, I won't let you go even as a ghost, Xiaolu said with a hideous face, seeming to have gone mad. Lin Jun was directly scared and collapsed, panicked and got up from the ground, grabbed Zhang Yongping's hand and roared, "Save me! Save me! Save me! Factory director!" Zhang Yongping's face turned blue as he looked at Lin Jun with an increasingly gloomy face. As he shook Lin Jun away, he gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Jun, you wait for the organization to deal with it. You don't need to be in charge of the account now." After saying this, he waved his hand and Lin Jun was taken away by the steel mills people in despair. Li Yan looked at the despair in the eyes of Lin Jun, who was like a lost dog, and revealed a smug smile. Lin Jun was the first, but definitely not the last. Li Yan had already predicted Lin Jun's outcome. The steel mill would not let him off easily. Having taken out a mouthful of bad breath, Li Yan felt refreshed and intended to go back to deal with his deal. But at this time, Zhang Yongping suddenly stopped in front of him. "Li Yan, right? You can't leave yet." "What do you mean?" Li Yan raised his eyebrows and frowned at Zhang Yongping. Zhang Yongping said with a gloomy face, "You plunged all of our steel mills' hedging funds into the market. You always have to give a statement on this matter." Li Yan instantly laughed back in anger. "Did you make your funds? It has a dime to do with me, but the money we lost went into your pockets. This is unreasonable." Zhang Yongping raised his head with a red face and said, "Ha ha." Li Yan laughed coldly. "The door to the trading market is open right here. Don't enter the market if you can't afford to lose money. If you put it this way, is it that all those who have lost money have to look for compensation from those who have made a profit? Is there such a thing in heaven? Not being able to keep up with the rhythm of the market economy. You deserve to have your factory get worse every year." Li Yan cursed without any humor. As the director of the steel factory, Zhang Yongping had never had anyone dare to talk to him like this. He was instantly furious. "Kid, you must give an explanation for this matter today." Li Yan irritably pushed him away and said to Zhang Siyuan, "Mr. Zhang, you can handle this matter as you see fit." After saying that, the person had already disappeared in the doorway. While Zhang Yongping was furious and stormy, he wanted to go after Li Yan, only to be pulled back by Zhang Siyuan. "I say, old Zhang, you're confused you. What kind of thing are you doing here? The trading market is supposed to be a flow and transfer of wealth. The money Lin Jun lost was lost to the market. It was his own lack of ability. Li Yan earned his money from the market. How can you, a big factory manager, say such things? I'm not angry. Wow. This kid has clearly laid a trap for Lin Jun. That stupid bastard. But my steel plant's hedge fund of $20 million, it's just gone. How can I explain it?" Zhang Siyuan said bitterly. "It's not Li Yan's fault. If I say, you not only can't make things difficult for Li Yan, maybe also beg others to give you a way out." "What? I begged him? How could that be possible? I'm lucky if I don't find him to settle the score." Seeing him like this, Zhang Siyuan said with a cold face, "The rest of those funds you have, there are still more than 700 lots in the field. What are you going to do?" Zhang Yongping immediately had a constipated expression appear on his face. "Yes, $20 million after the loss. There are still 700 lots of long orders. Was sealed in the field did not come out yet. At this time, how to get the rest of the money out is the key. What do you think I should do? Do I really have to go and beg him?" Zhang Yongping's face turned red and asked in a tangled manner. Chapter 25, The Bowing Down of the Return. "That's up to you. I'm just saying that." Zhang Siyuan smiled and did not say anything more, but he knew very well in his heart, this time Zhang Yongping must bow his head. "Let me beg him? Dream on. Harming our factory like this. Still want me to beg him? I'm not finished with him," Zhang Yongping said with annoyance. The next morning, Zhang Yongping with a few company finances, early to the previous Lin Jun's large account room. Lin Jun has been controlled and investigated. Zhang Yongping did not sleep well all night, only looking forward to the opening of the next day. Hurry to the remaining positions flat, minimize losses. Just when the opening moment, the disc in the bidding, it was directly pressed to death on the decline. How can this be? This no one cares? Zhang Yongping looked at the upper side of the continuous accumulation of sell orders. The orders in his hands want to sell, simply cannot row. For a while, his head was filled with cold sweat in a hurry. Plant manager, when the stock bidding, there will often be the main force hanging down or up used to deceive people. Maybe when the moment the market opens, the price will go back. At that time we directly use the fastest speed to clear out. A finance beside him who had a bit of experience in stock speculation, comfortingly said, Right. Maybe when the market opens, we can sell out. Zhang Yongping said nervously, eyeing the computer. However, when the time reached 9 o'clock sharp, the moment the market opened, things did not go in the direction they wanted. Not only did the sell orders not decrease, but they became even more numerous. How could this be? Didn't you say that we would be able to sell when the market opens? Zhang Yongping turned around, full of anger, and asked at the person who had just opened his mouth. That finance stammered. This I don't know. All a bunch of rice buckets. Zhang Yongping cursed in anger. Because of the expanded version of Tebeo after yesterday's drop, today's opening price fell directly to 14,640, and the hedging account of the steel mill, the loss on the original basis, once again increased by 5.7 million. The original loss of 9 million, followed by a loss of 5.7 million. By this moment, $20 million has only 5.3 million left, and now the disc under the fall. Their hands of 700 more orders. One did not go out. After yesterday's downturn, after withdrawing the insurance, maintaining 700 long orders, the margin required is around 6 million. Factory Director Zhang, what are you up to? Why don't you close your position? Do you know that? It's wearing out the position now. Right at this moment, outside the door, Zhang Siyuan rushed in from the outside with an iron face, and as soon as he came in, he roared at Zhang Yongping. The so-called wearing out a position is when the amount of loss is not enough after deducting the original funds. At this time, the equivalent of this account has owed a sum of money to the business department that opened the account. Customers wear positions. This is the business department resolutely not allowed. I'm not flat, is not out can't get out at all. Zhang Yongping whole person is going to collapse. At this moment, where he still has the prestige of the factory director, only the collapse of despair. Now your steel mill already owes my sales department hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's wearing a warehouse. Hurry up and replenish the funds. This is the rule, Zhang Siyuan said with an iron face. Replenish. Replenish how much? Zhang Yongping asked apprehensively. Zhang Siyuan sighed. At least $10 million. Now it is still down. If the downstop cannot be opened today, then tomorrow will trigger the trading rules of the 3 boards forced flat. You are 700 hand orders. I don't know how much I'm going to lose. Zhang Siyuan's words were like a pot of cold water, directly sprinkled on Zhang Yongping's brain. It's not enough to lose $20 million. Now you have to take $10 million? Even if the steel plant is a state-owned enterprise cannot carry this toss. The entire plant's annual profits only how much? This responsibility, Zhang Yongping cannot afford. He panicked, grabbed Zhang Siyuan's arm. Old Zhang, you're in the business. There must be a way. There must be a way, right? For the sake of our friendship for many years, you saved my life. Whatever the cost, I'm willing to bear it. Zhang Siyuan suddenly sneered. The way I already told you yesterday, Li Yan has a sky-high amount of short orders in his hands. As long as he is willing to close his position and get out, I think, can open the downstop in a flash. By then you guys should be able to get out with a quicker hand. Then you let him close his position, Zhang Yongping said without the slightest hesitation. Zhang Siyuan bared his teeth and said with a face like he was looking at an idiot. People are making sky-high profit orders now. Why would they want to close their positions? There's nothing I can do about that. If you want Li Yan to close his position, go beg him yourself. I'm not involved in this matter. However, the bottom line of our sales department is at 10:30 a.m. If you don't have the means to close the position, you have to add $10 million to the account. After saying that, Zhang Siyuan turned around and walked out, and Zhang Yongping froze in place. Only after half a minute did he raise his head and said with immense difficulty, "Let me beg him? I'm the director of the steel plant. He's just an ordinary person. Let me go beg him?" This, truly, he couldn't pull this face at the bottom of his heart. Hard to accept. Plant director, why don't we go for a bit? Time is already running out. It's almost 10 o'clock. The people around him reminded. Looking at the time, it was already 9:30, and the shocking loss of money on the account was like a life-threatening talisman stuck around his neck. In the end, Zhang Yongping took a deep breath, turned around and walked towards the door. In Li Yan's large account room, Han Zishuan sat on Li Yan's lap, holding washed grapes in her hands and feeding them into Li Yan's mouth. "Young Li, you just said that a guest is coming later. Who is it?" Han Zishuan asked curiously. Li Yan smiled mysteriously. "You'll know later." Just as his words fell, someone knocked on the door and walked in. Han Zishuan immediately let out a gasp of surprise and stood up from Li Yan's lap in a panic. Immediately afterward, she saw Zhang Yongping appear in the doorway. "Mr. Li, can we talk?" Zhang Yongping changed his previous arrogant and domineering attitude and said in a humble manner. Li Yan looked at him with a smirk. "What do we have to talk about? You're a big factory director. I'm just a small person. It seems like we can't chat together," Zhang Yongping said with an embarrassed face. Chatting. Mr. Li, you are a trading genius. It's my honor to know you." After saying this, Zhang Yongping resentfully shrunk his hand, seemingly with nowhere to rest his body. Li Yan laughed coldly. In the current era of this group of lords from state-owned enterprises, one by one, the nostrils look at people. did not expect to have such a day. Don't say what honor or not. I can't afford it. Yesterday is not to say that I have to give an explanation? What? Are you here to ask for this explanation today? Li Yan said expressionlessly. Zhang Yongping immediately shook his head. Li Yan, don't misunderstand. I was the one who was abrupt yesterday. I was also so angry by Lin Jun that I lost my mind. Just forgive me. I came here to beg you today. Beg me? You beg me? Ha ha. Li Yan stood up and sized up Zhang Yongping with interest. Zhang Yongping's face, a burst of green and white. His heart was suffocating. But as soon as he thought of the 700 sheets in the field that couldn't even get out through the warehouse, his heart was dripping blood. Clenched his teeth and said, "That's right. I am here to beg you. Yesterday's matter. It was me who was sorry. I was wrong. Li Yan, for the sake of your lover, who was also in the factory before, save me and save the factory." Next to her, Han Zixuan was dumbfounded. The factory director of the state-owned steel factory, at this moment, actually bowed her head in front of Li Yan. So, trading to the extreme is really so powerful, Han Zixuan secretly exclaimed, while once again being convinced by Li Yan's ability to turn his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain. A pair of beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. Originally, she thought that Zhang Yongping had put down his stature and begged Li Yan, so Li Yan would definitely agree. But what she didn't expect was that Li Yan just looked at Zhang Yongping lightly. "I can let go of what happened yesterday, but why should I help you? When my wife was forced to resign by Lin Jun, why didn't I see you show mercy? To show mercy with me now, big factory manager. Don't you think it's too late?" Chapter 26, Not Poor Anymore. Lin Jun, you, old me is being punked to death by you At this moment, how humble Zhang Yongping was in front of Li Yan, how much he hated Lin Jun in his heart. Lin Jun, everything was Lin Jun. If it wasn't for him, the $20 million wouldn't have been lost like this. If it wasn't for him, how would he have offended Li Yan? And he wouldn't have to beg at this moment. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid Li Yan wouldn't have refused to grant his request, right? This moment, if Lin Jun was in front of him, I'm afraid that he would have already been killed by Zhang Yongping by 1,000 cuts. But right now, resolving things was the key. Otherwise, Zhang Yongping knew that he was absolutely doomed. The heart crossed. In Han Zixuan's stunned eyes, Zhang Yongping plopped down and directly knelt in front of Li Yan. "Li Yan, please, save me. I really don't have a choice. I know that you have a large number of short orders in your hands. You're the only one who can pry the disc now. As long as you can get the steel mill's orders out, you can make any conditions you want. Any conditions you want." Oh, what conditions can be? For Zhang Yongping, Li Yan cannot talk about any disgust, just simply do not like his approach. Right now if the opening conditions, perhaps. Zhang Yongping saw that Li Yan's tone had loosened, and nodded his head vigorously. Any condition is fine. The $20 million of the hedge must come out. No matter how much is left, it must come out, or else we're a position to compensate the business department. This thing is a big deal. Cannot close the scene. 2 conditions. If it can be promised, I can let you guys out. Li Yan thought about it and said coldly. First, Lin Jun must be disposed of. This, I think factory director Zhang also thinks so. Right. Secondly, my current order, if I don't go out, I'll be able to maximize my profit by opening tomorrow, and my going out now is equivalent to losing a portion of my profit. This profit, you guys give me compensation. Zhang Yongping hesitated for a moment and asked, Li Yan, then how much do we need to compensate? Li Yan said indifferently, $5 million. What? It's going to be this much? This, Zhang Yongping said with a tangled face. Li Yan sneered, according to this position of yours, if you don't come out today, I think tomorrow's loss will not only be $5 million. Good, I promise. But, can't get the money at once now, Zhang Yongping said with heartache. Li Yan said expressionlessly, no money then I can't do anything. Now it was the people from the steel mill who were begging him. He wasn't worried at all. Zhang Yongping's brain spun quickly, and finally asked tentatively, our factory has a property in the city. How about, I transfer a layer to you? Do you know about Dingsheng Mansion? Li Yan froze for a moment. Dingsheng Mansion, how can you not know it? According to Li Yan's vision, being in the center of the city, it was bound to be a proper business district in the future. I did not expect Zhang Yongping to actually propose such a way to do so, but it's no wonder. In this era, commercial districts and property real estate, the market had not yet completely boiled over, and with Zhang Yongping's vision, it was obvious that he could not see the way in it. It's possible, Li Yan directly agreed. Zhang Yongping secretly breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Li Yan would back out. He hurriedly called the company's finances and quickly drew up a property rights transfer contract, employing Li Yan as the company's investment advisor, with the property rights of the third floor of the Dingsheng Mansion as the advisor's commission. So when do we start? Zhang Yongping didn't have much of an idea about losing a property. All he wanted now was to hurry up and get things settled on the deal. Seeing that he had signed the contract, he urged urgently, "Right now, log the account in here, act on my orders." Sitting in front of the computer desk, Li Yan said with a calm demeanor. His eyes fell on the disk, and Li Yan directly clicked a key to close the position. Instantly, the originally accumulated large number of sell orders were directly opened a gap. In this kind of extreme market, there was never a lack of attention. Someone in the market immediately realized this, directly began to follow the wind to divide the upper hanging sell orders, and the upper hanging orders see the gap was opened, and someone began to withdraw the seal. Blink of an eye, the situation of the fall completely opened. Zhang Yongping almost instantly, just directly in the hands of the 700 lots of more orders directly flat. There is only a pitiful $30,000 left on the account. From $20 million to $30,000 is simply ironic. However, the futures market is so cruel. After closing the order, Zhang Yongping took a long breath and paralyzed on the chair, before being trapped dead in the field in how much torment and despair. At this moment he has how comfortable. As for the loss, he no longer cared. This calamity was considered to have passed, and his position as factory manager was saved. He stood up and looked at Li Yan with a complex expression and said, "Thank you." Li Yan smiled and didn't say anything, but Han Zixuan beside him suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, Li Xiao, you're too good." Over here, after Li Yan closed his position, all the funds were returned to the account. How much was earned? How much did you earn? Zhang Yongping, who was next to him, also asked curiously. Not much either. More than $7 million, Li Yan said indifferently. There was still a slight gap between this single and his projected profit. It wasn't perfect. With $2 million, in 3 or 2 days, you made over $7 million? Zhang Yongping felt his voice shaking. It can be more than that. Lin Jun kept looking for trouble, forcing Young Li to lose almost $1 million more. Otherwise, it would be $8 million. Han Zixuan said next to him in an unfavorable manner. Zhang Yongping felt his throat tighten as he raised his head and looked at Li Yan's unperturbed expression, suddenly feeling that Lin Jun hadn't lost unjustly. At this time a thought suddenly popped up from his mind. Li Yan's trading ability was too powerful. If he could be allowed to trade for the steel mill, wouldn't the $20 million he had lost previously be quickly earned back? Li Yan, are you interested in trading for our steel mill? Zhang Yongping looked at Li Yan and asked blearily. Li Yan frowned. Plant Director Zhang, for the sake of that layer of property, let me remind you, what your steel mill is doing is hedging, not speculation. If you hold this kind of mindset of yours, this loss won't be the first time. Zhang Yongping's face was filled with embarrassment as he was lectured by Li Yan. As for manipulating for your steel mill, sorry, I'm not interested. Li Yan balked. Zhang Yongping was upset, but had no way out, transferring all his hatred to Lin Jun's body. To be an enemy of such a person is simply looking for death. Subsequently, according to the contract, Li Yan and Zhang Yongping went to the transfer procedures. Ding Sheng Building, 3 floors of a whole floor all under the name of Li Yan. After this battle, Lin Jun is a complete waste, and Li Yan's own account on the cash, before and after together, almost 9 million, only one step away from $10 million. However, there is one more property in his hand. This one property, real estate alone, put it for a few years, is absolutely sky high. Finally, I'm no longer a poor man, Li Yan couldn't help but lament. Chapter 27, Lin Jun commits suicide. Han Zixuan bared her teeth and laughed. Young Li, if you're a poor man, then what do I count as? A beggar? You're such a blow to people. Han Zixuan's soft voice, coupled with her flirtatious look, looked at Li Yan's heart. Zhang Yongping won't let Lin Jun go, and it's considered revenge for you. Han Zixuan looked at Li Yan with a face full of adoration. Her eyes were full of little stars. Then she intimately wrapped her arms around Li Yan's arm, sweetly and greedily sounding. Many thanks to Li Xiao for helping me take revenge. Li Yan felt the amazing elasticity coming from his arm, smiled and said, it's just by the way, in the future, people can follow you, Li Xiao, and I still ask Li Xiao to take care of you. The soft voice was like a small hand sweeping through his heart. Li Yan couldn't help but pinch Han Zixuan's arched buttocks. What a little demon! Han Zixuan leaned into Li Yan's arms with charming eyes and giggled. Having earned so much money, Li Yan was relieved and planned to go back and share the good news with Qin Ruoxue. After getting along these days, Qin Ruoxue had already unconsciously occupied a very important position in his heart. Just as he arrived at the door of his house, Li Yan realized that there was a crowd around the door. Qin Ruoxue's panicked voice came from the crowd. You hurry up and leave. What's it like to kneel here? Li Yan pushed through the crowd and walked to the door. His face frowned. The one kneeling on the ground was actually Lin Jun. Li Yan coldly looked at Lin Jun and asked, what are you doing here? Li Yan, you're back. Please spare me. Spare me. It was all my fault before. I'm sorry. Lin Jun begged for mercy while kneeling at the door and kowtowing to Li Yan. Lin Jun let the steel mill lost $20 million, was brought back directly after the accountability. At the same time over the years on the body of some unseemly things, but also a little bit was turned out. He was really desperate. He could only come to beg Li Yan. Li Yan turned his head to Lin Jun and said, "You are to blame for having today. You deserve to be punished. Spare you? Oh, now get the hell out of here, or I'll beat you to death." After saying that, Li Yan kicked Lin Jun over on the ground. The surrounding tenants have summoned the steel factory work no Lin Jun. At this moment all face shocked look at Li Yan. In their eyes, the Lin Jun actually kneeled in front of Li Yan and begged for forgiveness. Li Yan also hit Lin Jun, but Lin Jun didn't even dare to let out a single fart. Is this the same Li Yan they knew? Lin Jun was lying on the ground like a dog. Miserable. Li Yan had a cold smile on his face. This is what happens when you offend him. Li Yan, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Lin Jun wailed in despair as he fell to the ground. Li Yan said disdainfully, "Then you can go be a ghost." Lin Jun turned away with a resentful face. Closing the door, Qin Ruoxue asked Li Yan in a panic. "Li Yan, why is Lin Jun begging you to spare him? What's going on here?" Lin Jun suddenly came to the door. She thought he was looking for trouble. She was really frightened just now. Li Yan said casually, "Setting a trap for me on the trading floor, and was crushed by me. Lost the steel mill a lot of money. The steel mill is looking for trouble from him." "Ah, so, you made money? How much?" Qin Ruoxue sighed in relief, then asked curiously. Li Yan stretched out a finger. 10,000? That's not bad either. It's catching up to several months of my previous salary. Qin Ruoxue happily hugged Li Yan's arm and said, "You're awesome." However, Li Yan shook his head. "If it was 10,000, do you think Lin Jun would kneel in front of me? How much is that? 100,000? 10 million, Li Yan said indifferently. "What? This? You're not kidding me? How much money should that be?" Qin Ruoxue's eyes were round. It felt like a dream. $10 million? She had never seen so much money in her life. She didn't even dare to think about it. Looking at this cute look of Qin Ruoxue, Li Yan immediately laughed. At this time, Li Yan's phone suddenly rang. It was actually Zhang Siyuan calling. "Mr. Zhang, something is wrong?" Li Yan picked it up and asked. "Lin Jun committed suicide," Zhang Siyuan said in a low voice. Hanging up the phone, Li Yan looked out of the window, and the whole person fell into silence. Lin Jun had died. This was something he hadn't expected. It wasn't that he sympathized with Lin Jun. It was just that he didn't expect that the first time he encountered such a thing since he was reborn, it would actually be Lin Jun. Every copper plate of capital was bloodstained. This was not true at all. Qin Ruoxue gently walked over and hugged Li Yan's waist from behind, pressing her face against Li Yan's back. "Li Yan, why don't you stop making deals? I'm a bit scared." Li Yan turned around and kissed Qin Ruoxue's lips. "Don't worry, Ruoxue, I won't lose." At this moment, Li Yan secretly clenched his fists. The cruelty of the capital market. That was for others. To him, never. $10 million, just the beginning. Emerald Residence. Han Zixuan had also helped in this successful transaction, so Li Yan planned to reward her. After the food was ordered, Li Yan felt out 50,000 in cash from his pocket and shoved it into Han Zixuan's hands. "This is for you." "Ah, what are you doing with this?" "Young Li, I can't take it." Han Zixuan was startled. 50,000 ah. It was almost as much as her salary for several years. What was Li Yan doing? Although she wasn't repulsed by Li Yan, the two of them hadn't touched each other substantially in the past few days, and it wouldn't taste right if she took the money. However, just at this moment, an angry voice suddenly came from the side. "Good you Han Zixuan. I'll say it. You've been so nonchalant towards me these past few days, so it turns out that you've long since been adopted ah. You this." Li Yan frowned and glanced over to see that the one who had opened his mouth was a young man in his 20s, who was currently staring at himself with a cannibalistic expression. He asked Han Zixuan, "Your boyfriend?" Han Zixuan hurriedly shook her head. "No, he's just..." Before Han Zixuan could finish her words, the young man directly and roughly interrupted. "Han Zixuan, oh, really lowly, you have the guts to steal but not the guts to admit it? Now that I've caught you in the act, what do you have to say? Du Bin, you've had enough. I don't have any relationship with you. I didn't promise to marry you either. This is my client. It's not what you think." Han Zixuan was shaking with anger. When Du Bin heard her say that, he yelled, "A client? You're a client and you still won't admit it? How's that? Doesn't it feel good to be adopted by a rich man? Quite generous. So much money. Shut up you. What are you, yakking around here?" Originally, Li Yan was unwilling to meddle in Han Zixuan's personal affairs, but at the moment, this Du Bin opened his mouth and closed his mouth of the package of. Li Yan couldn't listen to it. A push away Du Bin stood in front of Han Zixuan. "You actually dare to hit people. There is no king's law anymore. Come on, let's all take a look. He slept with my wife, and he's still hitting people. Everyone come and judge. Which no. Li Yan pushed a hand. Dubin directly lying on the ground began to roll. There were not a few people eating around, and they were all frowning and talking at this moment. Li Yan instantly laughed in anger. What the hell is this? Han Zishuan grabbed Li Yan's arm and said with a pale face. Young Li, let's go. There's no need to bother with him. Stand still. Who told you guys to go? Chapter 28 Adoption. Seeing Han Zishuan about to leave, Dubin instantly rose from the ground and blocked in front of the two. What do you want? Li Yan gave him a cold look. Dubin glared viciously at Han Zishuan. Let's talk about the two of us later. Right now it's between me and this brat. After speaking, he pointed at Li Yan. You're quite rich, aren't you? That's fine. Tell me, what are you going to do about you and my wife? Your wife? Li Yan looked toward Han Zishuan. Han Zishuan waved her hand. Li Yan, don't listen to him. I didn't promise to marry him. He was the one who went to my house to propose marriage, and I didn't even agree to it. And he just kept pestering me. Dubin sneered. Yes, you didn't promise, but your father promised. The bride price money was collected. I'll have my dad return the dowry money to you. Dubin, you're dead in the water. I won't marry you, Han Zishuan said with a face full of boredom. Old me doesn't care. You're coming home with me today. If I don't sleep with you, I'm not called Dubin. Dubin's pair of small eyes greedily skimmed over Han Zishuan's body, gulping down his saliva as he directly came to grab Han Zishuan's arm. However, he had just stretched out his hand. Li Yan directly kicked over, and Dubin instantly screamed, furious, and came to grab Li Yan. Without saying a word, Li Yan lifted the chair next to him and smashed it on Dubin's head. Bullying doesn't bring you to play like this. What the hell? Li Yan spat a mouthful of saliva on Dubin's face and said coldly, You dare to hit me? Dubin was afraid by Li Yan's sudden action, covering his head while screaming miserably while cowering and wanting to put hard words, but also afraid of being beaten. The whole person is obscene. Li Yan impatiently said, What's wrong with hitting you? Han Zishuan is my friend. You'll hit her less in the future, or I'll break your legs. Dubin looked at Li Yan with a flustered face. His heart was unwilling, but he didn't dare say anything. Get lost. If you let me know that you're harassing Zishuan, Li Yan smiled conspiratorially. Kid, don't you be complacent. We'll see. Dubin colorfully threw down such a sentence and flew out. Young Li, I'm sorry. I'm the one who dragged you into this. I didn't expect Dubin to be here as well. Han Zishuan looked at Li Yan with apologies. Li Yan waved his hand unconcernedly. It's fine. It's fine to repair this kind of person. But inside your home, Han Zishuan sighed and said quietly, My parents saw that some of the people I grew up with had gotten married, so they wanted to hurry up and marry me off. They've been arranging for me to go on blind dates. Last week someone introduced this Dubin. I coped and went to meet him. I didn't expect him to keep pestering me. Yesterday even gave all the dowry to my father. To go back I'll discuss it with my father and return the dowry to him. Li Yan nodded and didn't say much. He could help Han Zishuan in passing when he met her, but he wasn't going to get involved in Han Zishuan's personal affairs. Originally, he thought that things would just pass. Only the next day, when Han Zishuan came, she squirmed and asked Li Yan, Young Li, can you do me a favor? Begging me? Lack of money? Or what? For Han Zishuan's situation, Li Yan also more or less understood a little bit through the contact in the past 2 days. It was just an ordinary girl from an ordinary family. It's just, can you pretend to be my boyfriend? Go to my house at noon for a meal. 2 lifetimes ago, Li Yan still encountered this kind of thing for the first time. A little panic in his heart. This is not good, right? Why do you suddenly want me to pretend to be a male friend? Han Zishuan sighed quietly. If it's inconvenient, forget it. We'll find someone else. After saying that, she lowered her head and walked outside. Wait a minute. What's going on? Tell me clearly first, Li Yan said after some thought. Han Zishuan hesitated. It's Dubin. After he was beaten up by you yesterday, he went to my house to make a scene, and my parents asked me if I was adopted by you. I was forced to admit it, but I told them it wasn't an old man, just a normal relationship. They then said they wanted to meet you. Li Yan had a head full of black lines. Adoption? Or a normal relationship? Luckily you thought of it, but this matter can't be hidden all the time, right? Li Yan pondered and asked. I'm going to wait for some time. After I settle the matter of Dubin, I'll turn around and tell my parents that I've broken up with you. That way at most they'll think that I've been cheated on, and things will be over. Han Zishuan hurriedly spoke of her intentions. As a result, when she raised her head, she realized that Li Yan's face didn't look too natural. I'm sorry, Young Li, I really didn't want this to happen, and I had no choice. Otherwise, I'd have no choice but to marry Dubin. Above Han Zishuan's pretty face, it was all sadness. A trace of intolerance flashed through Li Yan's heart. 98 years. At this time, the social customs and practices were still in the last century, especially in the lower classes. Indeed. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say it. Sorry, young Li. Seeing Li Yan frowning in contemplation, Han Zixuan sighed in her heart. Perhaps this was her fate. What would be better to bring to the door? Han Zixuan froze for a moment and quickly chased after her. What did you just say? Li Yan stopped in his tracks. I said. I agreed. Just pretend to be your boyfriend. Then after a while, ditch you. That's always okay, right? A happy smile appeared on Han Zixuan's originally sad face. Really? Is this true? Really? He. Young Li, thank you so much. The delighted Han Zixuan happily hugged Li Yan's arm. Li Yan's body trembled. The soft touch made his body feel like it was electrified, and he knew very well that it was the unique sensation from his youthful body. Feeling Li Yan's dissimilarity, Han Zixuan wooed and leaned her head into Li Yan's arms, her face full of shyness. Li Yan took a deep breath and said to Han Zixuan, don't be like this, let's keep our distance. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist messing around. Han Zixuan bared her teeth and gave Li Yan a flavorful look. You're my boyfriend now. That's not called messing around. As the temperature of the two rose, a knock suddenly came from outside. Zixuan, Mr. Zheng wants you to go to the office. Oh, okay, thanks. Han Zixuan hurriedly broke free from Li Yan's arms and said to Li Yan with a smile, young Li, then I'll go and get busy first. After saying that, she flew out, and Li Yan couldn't help but mutter, so damn good at hurrying. Chapter 29, The Bride Price. In Zhang Xiyuan's office, Han Zixuan asked a bit nervously, Mr. Zhang, what are you looking for me for? Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiyuan said with a smile on his face, Zixuan, why are you so polite? Sit, don't be nervous, relax. Han Zixuan sat down on the sofa. Her body was not energized. She could not understand what was going on with Zhang Xiyuan. Her heart was apprehensive. Only then did Zhang Xiyuan open his mouth and ask, Zixuan, I checked Li Yan's transaction records, and yesterday, you helped him open a new account, didn't you? Han Zixuan was startled and hurriedly explained, Mr. Zhang, young Li is now a big customer. According to the company's rules can be operated this way. Don't you misunderstand? I'm not talking about this. I just want to say, did Li Yan not avoid you when he traded? Zhang Xiyuan said as he waved his hand. Han Zixuan nodded after a moment's hesitation. This account has always been one where I've placed orders according to his instructions. Zhang Xiyuan's eyes immediately lit up. Good. That's great. Zixuan. I didn't expect you and Li Yan to be so close. You have to know that the average big account won't just expose their dealings in front of others. The mission I just told you about is that no matter what, we must keep Li Yan in our business office. Don't worry. As long as you can make Li Yan stay in our business department all the time, you will be the biggest contributor to the business department. From now on, you will be given the treatment of a vice president of the sales department, 13 months of salary a year, and a bonus at the end of the year. Your job is to serve Li Yan well. Any request he has, we have to try our best to fulfill it. Speaking of any request, Zhang Xiyuan's eyes swept over Han Zixuan's petite body, and Han Zixuan's face reddened slightly as she let out a hum. Zhang Xiyuan's meaning was clear. In order to keep Li Yan's words, she could provide any service herself when it mattered, including her own body. This kind of thing, she had heard about it for such a long time in the sales department, and had even seen quite a few of her little sisters who had left after the big players in the big accounts room. When she came out from the office, Li Yan also happened to walk out from the big account room. What's wrong? Blushing like that? Li Yan asked teasingly. Nope, nothing, Han Zixuan said in a panic. Li Yan looked at Han Zixuan's distracted appearance. Did Zhang Xiyuan bully you? Nope, just saying that I should serve you well. Han Zixuan familiarly wrapped her arm around Li Yan and said softly. Li Yan pondered, probably understanding what was going on. I'm afraid that after exposing his position to Lin Jun, Zhang Xiyuan was worried about leaving the sales department, so he did this. The tactics were really a bit unsavory. However, Li Yan did not say much. Most relationships in this world are a combination of interests. As long as Zhang Xiyuan did not target himself, he could do anything. If he wanted to target himself, Li Yan would let him know that in this world, there were some people that he could not afford to mess with. I've set a place in the Emerald Residence. You go pick up your parents. You can't be too shabby for the first meeting. What do you think? After all, how can I say that I have now adopted you? Otherwise wouldn't it be a disgrace to you? Han Zixuan still couldn't help but blush red as she gave a hum. Then whispered, Young Li, turn around and spend as much money as you want. I'll pay you back. Li Yan raised his eyebrows. This you can't necessarily afford to pay back. Han Zixuan suddenly came to Li Yan's ear and blew a breath. Then why don't people compensate themselves to you? Ahem. Joke. Li Yan was a bit overwhelmed. Han Zixuan had a unique charm on her that always made Li Yan's heart beat faster. He didn't mind having something with Han Zixuan, but now was not the time. Don't look at the account has been lying tens of millions, but for Li Yan, everything is just the beginning. Not to indulge in the time of the dash, Han Zixuan went home to pick up her parents, while Li Yan turned out of the intention to buy some random things, to help Han Zixuan over this level. Huazi plus Mao Tai. In addition to buy 2 sets of imported cosmetics, Li Yan turned tens to Jade residence to go. Not long after, Han Zixuan led her parents in. Li Yan, these are my parents. Han Zixuan stole a glance at Li Yan and introduced them in a low voice. Since Li Yan had promised Han Zixuan to cooperate with her, he naturally acted as if he was meeting his old husband for the first time at this moment. Han Zixuan's parents looked a bit formal, typical of the small people. Li Yan already have a number in mind. Taking the initiative, he stood up and said, "Uncle, Aunt, how are you?" "Hello you," Han Zixuan's father said in a slightly rushed manner, and Han Zixuan hurriedly told them to sit down. Soon a table of dishes were sent up. Li Yan in order to give Han Zixuan to support the scene. Order our Jade residence of the signature dishes. Han Zixuan's parents, Han Jianshan and Song Xiaoyu see this usually heard of the row, coupled with Li Yan body exudes a kind of long time to live in the upper air, and immediately feel that the daughter picked up the treasure. Little Li that, you and Zixuan's matter, we actually don't have any opinions. Immediately are the 21st century. The television is not every day in what love freedom well. Your things I and Zixuan mom will not interfere, but you want to be together. This bride price. Dad, what are you talking about? Li Yan and I have only known each other for a few days. What bride price are you talking about? Han Zixuan said at Han Jianshan with a bit of annoyance. Han Jianshan immediately said with a stern face, "What's wrong with me mentioning the bride price? I raised such a big daughter. For nothing cheap. I ask about the bride price is natural. Otherwise you guys cooked rice. I find who to reason with? That's it. Zixuan we're not old-fashioned. We know what's going on with young people nowadays. You and Li Yan together. We don't object. But, it's best to finalize things first." Li Yan couldn't help but frown. He set up this table of wine at the Emerald residence for Han Zixuan's sake, but regardless of whether the relationship between the two was true or false, these 8 characters hadn't even been set aside yet, so to bring up some kind of bride price was a bit much. "Uncle, let's see for ourselves about us. If I can end up with Zixuan, you don't have to worry about the dowry or anything. I'm not that bad," Li Yan said coldly. "What do you mean by this? What do you mean by being together in the end? You two are together now, aren't you? That's the thing to say. Anyway, I won't agree to the two of you being together if you don't pay the bride price." Han Jianshan, however, slapped the table and yelled in dissatisfaction, "Dad, you've had enough. I don't need you guys to be in charge of my affairs. I'll take care of it myself," Han Zixuan said with an ironclad face. Li Yan had invited himself, and with his parents making such a mess, how would he let Li Yan look at himself? "Ha ha, see, Uncle Han, this is the rich man your daughter is looking for. I'll pay the bride price. If you marry your daughter to me, I'll give you 10,000 more on top of the original." Right at this moment, a person outside the door walked in with a face of Su abuse. It was none other than Du Bin, who had been repaired by Li Yan before. Chapter 30, compare more money with me? Dad, why did you call Du Bin here too? What the hell do you mean? Han Zixuan angrily asked at Han Jianshan. Where could there be such a coincidence? Just after dinner Du Bin appeared. It was clear that Han Jianshan had informed him. What's the point? Buying things is still about comparing 3 families. Didn't you say that little Li is a big businessman? If he gives more dowry than Du Bin, then I'll let you two be together. Otherwise, you'll marry Du Bin. The Du family is in good condition, and you won't suffer if you follow Du Bin, Han Jianshan said uncaringly. Han Zixuan's face turned white with anger. Seeing this scene, Du Bin immediately looked smug and dejectedly rushed at Li Yan. Kid, if you don't have the strength, get lost. A poor bastard still wants a wife? Why don't you go to heaven? From the beginning to the end, Li Yan didn't send a single glance and coldly watched all this. Until this time, he finally saw the light. The whole having a meal together thing was bull *********. Han Jianshan was clearly comparing 2 families, waiting to sell. Li Yan raised his eyebrows and said to Han Jianshan with a cold smile, the Du family's conditions are good? Ha ha, if by good conditions you mean money. I'm sorry, in front of me, he doesn't count for. What did you say? Say it again if you can. Du Bin's original bloating face instantly turned dark. Li Yan looked at him with disdain. So what if you say it again? Did you not beat him enough last time? Li Yan looked at him with disdain. So what if I say it again? Du Bin immediately shrank his neck with apprehension. Last time, he was also in the Emerald residence, and was beaten up by Li Yan, and the place where he was beaten still has a hidden pain. I say little Li, how do you talk? Du Bin is my guest. You're too impolite like this. Han Jianshan glared at Li Yan in dissatisfaction. Li Yan instantly laughed in exasperation. For Zishuan's sake, I'll call you uncle. And you really think you're somebody. You won't forget what you came here for, right? Li Yan coldly rushed at Han Jianshan. Good you Li Yan. A poor bastard like you still wants to be with my daughter? You're dreaming. Now, I'm not afraid to tell you, without $100,000, don't want to be with my girl. Han Jianshan had tried several times and felt that Li Yan simply couldn't afford to give a good price, so his real face leaked out at this moment. Hearing Han Jianshan say this, a smug expression suddenly appeared on Du Bin's face. I gave 50,000 before, but after being refunded the bride price yesterday, my dad said, to be a man, you have to be atmospheric, especially for something like marrying a wife. So this time I'll add 10,000. Uncle Han, as long as you say yes, $60,000 will be given to you now. I have the house and car. It's hard to find a son-in-law like me these days. After saying that, Du Bin fished out 60,000 in cash from his body and placed it in front of Han Jianshan. Then he turned his head to look at Li Yan with a teasing face. Kid, robbing a woman from me, compare money with me? Do you know that my father is a contractor? Han Jianshan looked at the $60,000 in front of him and immediately saw light in his eyes. Ha ha, Xiao Du, I can see that you're sincere about my daughter. At this moment, Han Zishuan couldn't hold back any longer. Dad, I'm not a commodity. I'm a living, breathing human being. You're simply taking me out and selling me to someone else. I don't need you to be in charge of my affairs from now on, and I won't marry this person. Li Yan, let's go. With that, Han Zishuan came to pull Li Yan's arm. However, Du Bin, snorted coldly and directly led a few people to block the door, then said with a cold smile, I've already given the bride price. You're my woman. Follow him? Where do you want to go? Han Zishuan's face turned white as she looked at Du Bin, unable to speak in fear for a moment, and subconsciously looked at Li Yan. Li Yan suddenly laughed out loud, then gently patted Han Zishuan's soft little hand. It's fine. After saying that, he turned to look at Han Jianshan. What you're saying is that whoever gives more money will be able to take Zishuan away tonight, right? I didn't say that, but whether or not you really want to be with Zishuan, I, as a father, will have to examine it properly. Li Yan sneered. Then why don't you marry Zishuan to a bank? The bank has a lot of money. You're less conspiratorial. Li Yan, I'll tell you, if it wasn't for Zishuan saying that you're in big business and have some skills, I wouldn't even be willing to come see you today. Just like you don't have a few dollars in your pocket and you still want to be with my girl? What's the matter? She's my daughter. I'll let her marry whoever I want. What do you care if I find a rich and capable son-in-law? Han Jianshan muttered. The meaning of the flip-flop was nothing more than he would let Han Zishuan be with whoever was rich. Li Yan could hear this, so why couldn't Han Zishuan hear it? Tears welled up in her eyes. However, this churlish scene fell in Du Bin's eyes, and he was instantly on fire in his heart, itching to immediately crush Han Zishuan under his body. Kid, loosen your hands. You don't have the money to pretend to be a grandpa. Hurry up and get the hell out of here, he said and came to pull Han Zishuan's arm. Li Yan directly raised his hand to open Du Bin and sneered. No money? You're saying I don't have any money? With that, he directly threw a bag on the table and said to Han Jianshan, according to you, there should be enough money here, right? From now on, Zishuan is my person. Du Bin laughed out loud when he saw this scene. I'll go. Are you going to laugh me to death? Old me has given $60,000. How much do you have? Obviously, in his opinion, Li Yan was dressed in average clothes and didn't look like a rich man, totally swollen face. But the next moment, after Han Jianshan opened that bag, he was directly dumbfounded. How much is there? Du Binshin looked at Han Jianshan's expression and couldn't help but ask. 200,000. Han Jianshan said shivering. What? This is impossible. Du Bin immediately said with an ugly face. Li Yan looked at him disdainfully. What are you pretending with $60,000? Don't say 200,000. 2 million old me can take it out. Compare more money with me? You're nothing. Li Yan then turned his head to look at Han Jianshan. I'm taking Zishuan away now. Is there a problem? No. Nope. Oops. It was a momentary blurring of my eyes before. Little Li, you look like a talented young man. Ha ha. Han Jianshan wrapped his arms around the bag of money. His eyes and mouth couldn't close. Du Bin's face turned red with anger, and he yelled at Han Jianshan. Uncle Han, you promised me just now. I've also given the dowry money. I promised, but my daughter hasn't promised yet. Don't call me Uncle Han. I don't know you well. Take this money back. Don't come to our house anymore. Han Jianshan said coldly. Du Bin didn't expect that Han Jianshan, who was a good son-in-law just now, would turn his face faster than a book. He was so angry that his eyes went black and he almost fell to the ground headfirst. Asterisk. Play old man is not it? I'm not done with you today. Old Han too. After saying that, he violently rushed over and slapped Han Jianshan. Chapter 31, I'll give it to you. Twice returned the bride price. I do bin also want face. Du Bin's eyes reddened directly pressed Han Jianshan to whip. Snap, left and right to start. A few slaps down. Han Jianshan, an old face, was pumped red. Although Han Zishuan was angry, Han Jianshan was after all her own father, and at this moment, she couldn't help but rush over to try to protect Han Jianshan. Han Jianshan, this kind of person, be taught a lesson is deserved. But Li Yan cannot watch Han Zishuan beaten. Seeing Du Bin's red eyes about to eat someone, he impatiently grabbed a chair and directly smashed it on Du Bin's body. Gave you face? Almost okay. Get the hell out of here. You dare to hit me? No, don't know. No, Nima. It seems that the last beating was not enough. Li Yan sneered and violently kicked Du Bin in the small of his back. Du Bin instantly slumped to the ground and screamed miserably. Seeing Li Yan lifting the chair again, Du Bin shrank into a ball of fear. Don't fight. Don't hit. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Brotherly. You know you're wrong? What did I tell you last time? Did you turn a deaf ear to my words? Li Yan said with a cold smile. No, it's all old man Han. He's the one who informed me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to come here. No, I'm wrong. Please spare me. Having been beaten twice, Li Yan had become a psychological shadow of Du Bin. Li Yan lifted his head to look at Han Jianshan, who had been smacked with a reddened face, and Han Jianshan immediately panicked and said, Little Li, don't listen to his nonsense. It's definitely not me. I'm not that kind of person. Li Yan laughed. What kind of person are you? Han Jianshan was speechless. Li Yan pointed at Du Bin and said, Now take your money and get the hell out of here. Don't let me know that you're harassing Zishuan again in the future. And don't let me see you again, or else I'll break your legs. Du Bin nodded in panic and was about to stand up. However, just as soon as he moved, he was kicked over by Li Yan. Li Yan lit a cigarette and said with a grim face, I said roll, not go. You. Du Bin raised his head, gritted his teeth and looked at Li Yan. Li Yan said disdainfully, or, let me break your legs now. Du Bin shivered in fear and immediately said in panic, I'll roll right now. With that, his entire body shrank into a ball and rolled all the way out of Li Yan's sight. As Du Bin the fly rolled out, Li Yan grabbed Han Zishuan's hand and looked condescendingly at Han Jianshan. I'll take Zishuan away. What happened today? I don't want to see it again. Or else don't blame me for not being polite. Should be, ha, little Li, it's because I was old and dim-eyed before. I didn't know you were capable. If I had known that, I wouldn't have opposed it. You also understand, it's not easy for me to raise my daughter this big. Han Jianshan licked his old face and said. Li Yan laughed and suddenly stretched out his hand, picking up the bag on the table with one hand. You, Xiao Li, what do you mean by this? Seeing that the money in hand was gone, Han Jianshan was anxious. This is my money. I naturally want to take it away. Li Yan said indifferently. Didn't you say? Say what? I said this money is for you? Li Yan asked rhetorically. Han Jianshan was speechless. Indeed, Li Yan hadn't said anything about giving the money from start to finish. Or did you? You're planning to rob it? If that's the case, then I won't take it and let the police handle it. Li Yan looked at Han Jianshan with a raised eyebrow. No, but this is the bride price. Han Jianshan's eyes were dead set on Li Yan's bag containing the money. Li Yan nodded. It's the bride price, yes, but that will only be given to you when I get married. Right now this money doesn't belong to you. Remember, it's only yours if I give it to you. After a pause, Li Yan casually drew 100 from the inside and threw it in front of Han Jianshan, turning around and grabbing Han Zishuan's hand as he walked outside. But look at how miserably you've been beaten. Go buy a band-aid. The disdainful voice came, and Han Jianshan's veins flared in anger, but he didn't dare to chase after him. His wife, Song Xiaoyu, pulled his arm hard. Why did you let him take your daughter away? Our family's yellow blossom girl, if this is. Han Jianshan is angry, did not have the good taste to scold up. That surname Li look is not to be messed with. You let me go. Why don't you go? Besides, people are not said well. When they get married, they'll give us the dowry. The money is still ours. It's just being kept in his place for the time being. Han Jianshan said, his voice lowered. Tossed half a day. Received a beating. The result is a basket of water is empty. Outside the door, Li Yan settled the bill and pulled Han Zishuan out. Li Xiao, I'm sorry, I didn't think that today's things would turn out like this. My parents made you laugh. Han Zishuan lowered her head in a trance, a little afraid to look at Li Yan. Li Yan, however, shook his head and said, parents can't choose, but people can choose themselves. Well, my mission is complete, but I hope you don't blame me. Your father is really a bit excessive. Let's hope that today's incident has taught him a lesson. Han Zishuan hurriedly shook her head. How could I blame you? I know you're taking it out on me. Ha, it's good that you understand. I'll go back first. If there's anything, you can just contact me. Li Yan smiled and said, "Young Li, wait." Seeing that Li Yan was about to leave, Han Zixuan suddenly called out to Li Yan. The moment Li Yan turned around, Han Zixuan suddenly rushed to Li Yan and kissed him on the cheek like a dragonfly. A sneak attack, with the gentle touch, plus the faint orchid-like fragrance. Li Yan's heart couldn't help but beat wildly for a few moments. "See you tomorrow." Without waiting for Li Yan to feel more, Han Zixuan smiled flirtatiously and broke away from Li Yan's embrace, then giggled, waved her hand at Li Yan and turned around to head towards the Emerald residence to pick up her parents. Li Yan took a deep breath and turned to leave. And at this moment, in the darkness of the Emerald residence's entrance, Du Bin's eyes were filled with resentment. After he rolled out, his whole body ached terribly, and he looked for a corner to rest for a while, and as a result, the scene that Han Zixuan initiated just now happened to be seen by him. A pair of dogs, give it to me and wait. Li Yan, I'll remember all of today's humiliation. This thing isn't over. There's also that Han Zixuan. If I don't get you into bed, I'm not called Du Bin. After saying that, he limped and disappeared into the street. Through today's events, Li Yan felt that Han Jianshan shouldn't make things too difficult for Han Zixuan. With these thoughts in his mind, he had just walked to a street corner. Suddenly, a rush of voices came. Catch him, thief. A woman's voice came along with the sound of heels hitting the ground sharply. Chapter 32 Xia Wanjun. A man with his head buried in a frantic run forward was right in Li Yan's way. "Kid, get out of the way, or else I'll kill you." The man's face was grim as he held a bag in one hand and gripped a bright dagger in the other to gesture. After saying that, the man glared at Li Yan triumphantly, turned around and prepared to run on. However, the moment he brushed past, Li Yan sneered and quietly stretched out a foot. The man let out an ouch and directly fell into a dog's ass. "You're looking for death." The thief nimbly climbed up from the ground and rushed at Li Yan with a knife, his face full of ferocity. "Watch out!" The woman who was chasing after him exclaimed violently. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Seeing that he couldn't run away and was likely to be caught, the thief's evil face turned to fear. "Damn you, let you mind your own business." Saying this, the dagger in his hand directly stabbed towards Li Yan's abdomen. However, Li Yan coldly laughed. Instantly a stagger staggered away from the stabbing dagger, followed by grabbing the other party's wrist and twisting it with force. "Ah!" The thief screamed miserably. The dagger in his hand directly fell to the ground. The person was then directly kicked in the chest by Li Yan, covering his stomach and kneeling on the ground. "Not much ability, and you're still learning how to move a knife from someone else. Who gave you the guts?" Li Yan cursed disdainfully and casually picked up the bag that had fallen on the ground. And at this moment, the woman panted and ran to Li Yan's face. "Are you alright?" The woman looked at Li Yan nervously. "It's fine. This is your bag. Let's see if the stuff is right," said Li Yan as he handed the bag over. While seeing the woman's appearance, light red big waves, an aqua blue slim skirt, half trench coat, and black high heels crashed on the street. "Thank you, handsome." The woman smiled gratefully, and after taking the bag from Li Yan's hands, the first thing she started to look at was the bag. Seeing that the account book inside was still there, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Li Yan sized up the woman in front of him, and a trace of amazement flashed through his eyes. Mature and sexy breath, lingering in the nostrils between the faint perfume flavor. Even if Li Yan too lives, still feel this woman's flirtatious. Just at this moment, in the distance, suddenly two cars drove over quickly and braked sharply to stop on the side of the road. Li Yan was startled and couldn't help but exclaim, "There won't be any accomplices, right? The law and order in these days is not as good as in the latter days with the Skynet. Many guys are working in gangs." Without the slightest hesitation, Li Yan directly blocked in front of the woman. The woman behind him, however, laughed. "Don't worry, it's my people." Sure enough, the carriage opened and a dark-faced man walked over and asked anxiously, "Sister Wan, how is it? Is it alright?" Li Yan secretly sized up the man. The fighting strength was tough. At this time, the woman walked over to Li Yan and said, "Thank you for today. Without you, I would have been in trouble." Saying this, the man beside her turned around and took a stack of money from the car and walked over to Li Yan. "Kid, this is for you. But what happened today? I hope you rot in your stomach." Li Yan frowned, his face slightly cold as he looked at the woman and asked, "What does this mean?" The woman smiled apologetically. "I still have urgent matters. I should have invited you for dinner to thank you, but time is too late. I hope you don't mind." Li Yan shook his head. "It's just a show of hands. Forget this amount of money." It was supposed to be a show of hands for him, carrying $200,000 in cash on his body alone. He really didn't put this few $1,000s in his eyes. With that, he nodded at the woman and turned around, intending to leave. "You can't leave yet." The black-faced man suddenly stretched out his hand to stop Li Yan's path. Li Yan immediately raised his eyebrows. "How many meanings? Xiao Wu, stand down." The woman snorted coldly, and the black-faced man reluctantly stood to the side, but his eyes were dead set on Li Yan. Obviously if Li Yan made any move, he would be the first to strike. My name is Xia Wanjun. Today's matter may be my opponent targeting me. If you saved me, it's equivalent to offending some people. If you're not busy, go to my place and have a drink. You'll be safe after I investigate. Xia Wanjun explained with a bitter smile. Li Yan nodded after a few moments of contemplation, then got into the car at Xia Wanjun's invitation. The reason he agreed was not because he was afraid. Rather, it was simply that he was a bit curious about the woman. Zhu Yuanjun. In his 2 lifetimes, he had seen a lot of big shots, and the aura on these people was very strong, but he had never had this kind of aura on a woman's body. Xiao Wu carried the thief and stuffed him into the trunk, and asked in a low voice, Sister Wan, what to do with this guy? Go back and ask for clarification. How did he know my whereabouts? Where in this world is there so much chance? Understood. Xiao Wu nodded, then gave Li Yan a warning look and drove away in another car. By the way, I still don't know what your name is? Li Yan. Mu Zili. The speech of words. Li Yan said at Xia Wanjun. Xia Wanjun smiled and said, good name. By the way, Xiao Wu Rin isn't bad, just a bit stiff in character. Don't mind if you do. Li Yan shrugged. I'm not that petty. The car stopped, and after Li Yan got off, he was surprised to find that it was actually the entrance of a bar. You live here? Li Yan froze for a moment and said in his heart, did I look away? Xia Wanjun smiled, didn't say anything and led Li Yan inside. There was a band stationed on the first floor of the bar, and through a small door, Xia Wanjun led Li Yan up to the second floor, where a room was set up to look like an office. Xia Wanjun gave Li Yan a glass of wine, then sat across from him with her legs together and explained, this bar is one of my properties. Li Yan nodded curiously. Ms. Xia has a big business? Xia Wanjun didn't say anything, but instead looked Li Yan up and down before finally saying with a smile, it seems that you really don't recognize me. Come on, cheers. Thank you for saving me today. It was only then that Li Yan reacted to the fact that Xia Wanjun had been testing himself from the way back. However, he was originally on his way and had no ghosts in his heart, so naturally he wasn't afraid. Ms. Xia, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Saying that, he stood up and headed for the door, but just at this time, the black-faced man called Xiao Wu coldly pushed open the door and walked in, directly stopping Li Yan. I'm afraid you can't leave. Li Yan's face instantly turned ugly. This is the second time you've stopped me. Miss Xie, what's the meaning now? Li Yan turned to look at Xia Wanjun. Chapter 33, Shorting Mung Beans. Bleeping 3 times. Really think he is made of clay? Li Yan said coldly. Ms. Xia won't let me go. It can't be because she thinks I'm related to that thief, right? Xia Yuanjun hurriedly shook her head. Li Yan, don't misunderstand. I'm sorry for getting you involved in this matter. I can promise you a request, as long as it can be done. I, Xia Wanjun, will absolutely not say anything. Li Yan sized up Xia Wanjun with interest. This woman was beautiful and dangerous. Just one request? Kid, don't you get an inch ahead of yourself. Sister Wan's favor is in the entire Dragon City. I don't know how many people can't even beg for it, so just be content. Black-faced little five said coldly. Li Yan raised his eyebrows and laughed coldly. Ms. Xia, I don't like the attitude of this henchman of yours. I didn't force anything on you, just helped you out in passing, and didn't think to return the favor. How come this now means that I'm begging you guys? Xiao Wu apologized to Li Yan. Xia Wanjun's face turned ugly as she fiercely glared at black-faced Xiao Wu. Little Five said unconvincingly. Sister Wan, I apologize. Xia Wanjun said coldly. Little Five walked to Li Yan with a face full of stifled grievances, lowered his head and said, I'm sorry. Li Yan said indifferently. No need. An apology that doesn't go anywhere. I don't need it. After saying that, he glanced at Xia Wanjun and said, today's matter is just a coincidence. Ms. Xia doesn't need to take it to heart. Although I, Li Yan, am not a big shot, I'm not so bad as to beg. After saying that, he pushed open the door and walked out, directly leaving from the bar. Xiao Wu watched Li Yan leave, opened his mouth and carefully said to Xia Wanjun, Sister Wan, I'm sorry, Put. Xia Wanjun, who he originally thought had gotten angry, suddenly laughed lightly. Don't you worry, I'm not angry. This kid, it's a bit interesting, Xia Yuanjun said with interest. I have a feeling that I'll meet him again sooner or later. Xiao Wu, however, said in disbelief. Sister Wan gave him a chance, but he doesn't even know to seize it. If you ask me, it's just a silly boy. Xia Wanjun smiled, her beautiful eyes flowing, not knowing what she was thinking. A moment later, she looked up and asked Xiao Wu, has that person been dealt with? Handled. Already asked clearly. It's surname Du who's up to no good, Xiao Wu said in a deep voice. Xiao Wanju nodded and turned around to pick up a glass of red wine from the table. Surname Du has been with the boss for a long time. Since he dares to do this, it's not guaranteed that there's the boss's intentions behind him. Recently, you all be careful. I'll find someone to talk about this funding tomorrow. It must be rolled back out as soon as possible. We can't leave a handle for them. Okay, I'll go make arrangements then. After saying that, Xiao Wu turned around and went out. The smile on Xiao Wanjuan's face disappeared and she sighed quietly, turning around and walking to the window, looking out at the neon flashes. She had a slender cigarette clamped between her flaming red lips at an unknown time, gently inhaling and elegantly spitting out a smoke ring. Li Yan's appearance appeared in his mind, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. After Li Yan left on this side, he took a taxi home. As soon as he entered the door, Qin Ruoxue asked, "What did you do today? First time coming back so late." Li Yan smiled and said, "Met an interesting person, not to mention me." "How is the internet cafe now?" said Li Yan, digressing from the topic. Some things are not good to speak out directly. Speaking of the internet cafe, Qin Ruoxue immediately came to interest. "Very good. Every day there are more than 2,000 of running water, and the policy is stuck here. Not to mention those who don't have an internet cafe license. Even those who have an internet cafe license have to be redecorated, and the machines take up a full house every day." Li Yan secretly nodded his head. More than 2,000 water flow per day, tens of thousands of dollars a month. After deducting the cost, the profit is not small. Now it's 1998. The overall consumption level has not yet gone up. The average person's salary for a month is just $300 to $500, and for the better ones, it's just thousands of dollars. It is indeed very good. Then you refuel. If there's anything you can't solve, remember to talk to me, Li Yan said as he grabbed Qin Ruoshue's hand. Qin Ruoxue hummed and gently leaned into Li Yan's arms. "Thanks to you. I didn't expect that business would be so good either." Li Yan smiled and didn't say anything. At night, after Li Yan was asleep, Qin Ruoxue secretly climbed up, took Li Yan's clothes and smelled them. She couldn't help but frown. Then she clenched her fists hard, struggled for a moment, and seemed to have made some kind of decision. Li Yan went to the business department early. Shanghai Copper on the battle with Lin Jun. Lin Jun became history. This news inadvertently spread out, so that Li Yan's popularity in the business department to another level. From the doorway, no matter whether it is a large or retail customers, or the sales department employees, see Li Yan all eyes glittering, constantly greeted. Along the way, Li Yan had a smile on his face and acted very affable. With the expansion of the book of funds, simple futures speculation orders has simply no way to carry out, and this year's futures market, whether it is the policy or turnover, are far from the latter days of prosperity, must look for a new way out to do so. After doing this next big wave of green beans, when the middle of the month is over, I'm afraid I'll rarely come here, right? With these thoughts in his mind, Li Yan pushed open the door of the large family room. However, he had just sat down for a few minutes when Sun Jianping and Zhao Deong both pushed open the door and walked in. "Older brother, you people aren't interesting enough, Zhao Deong said at Li Yan with a smirk. "Yeah, going up against Lin Jun and actually not bringing us old brothers alone." Sun Jianping also helped out. When Li Yan heard the two say this, and looked at the expressions of the two, he immediately understood in his heart that the two were unbalanced in their hearts after the fact that he had made a fortune on Shanghai Copper had spread out. "Too old brother, this you guys have wronged me, and Lin Jun's duel I do not take you, is not want to pick you. How much money did I have in my hands at the time, and how much did Lin Jun have? It was too risky. What if I took you guys with me and lost money?" Li Yan's bitter look balanced Zhao Deong and Sun Jianping's hearts. "Ha ha, just kidding, old brother, we're here to congratulate you," Zhao Deong said at once. Sun Jianping blushed slightly and nodded with a smile as well. Zhao Deong asked at this time, "Older brother, what's the next good opportunity? You give us two old brothers some pointers. You eat the meat, let the two of us drink some soup as well." "That's right, older brother, you can't cross the river and tear down the bridge. We are friends in need." Li Yan laughed coldly in his heart. I'm afraid that this was the true purpose of the two. Not to mention that he didn't call on them when he faced off against Lin Jun, but even if he did, in front of Lin Jun's more than $20 million, would they dare to follow him? But think of these two people did help themselves a lot before, and these people he still use, cannot be bad reputation. After thinking about it, he said, "In the last few days, mung beans should have a big wave." "Seriously? Up or down?" Sun Jianping's eyes lit up and asked excitedly. Li Yan's mind floated back to the section of the market in his memory, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "Go short, but don't float the position." Almost out. Chapter 34 Jealous. The two men nodded excitedly at Li Yan's words and said a bunch of words about inviting Li Yan to dinner after making money before turning around and walking out. Li Yan snorted coldly. Shorting was right, and the profits were good, but he also reminded them in his words, don't float and add to your position, take it as it comes. If the two really listen to it, then this wave can cut a lot of profits, doubling easily. But if they are greedy, I'm afraid that waiting for them is hell. This time is considered to return the favor you did before, but the market fluctuates. Who knows what the next moment is like? If one is insatiable and ends up miserable, it's not my fault. Li Yan opened his computer and took a look. It was already very soon before the New Year's Day vacation, and the market was closed for the holiday. Since he pointed out Zhao Sun two people, he himself is naturally to open the order. There is no reason to tell others how to make money, but they are dry watching. Li Yan's kung fu to place an order. Han Zixuan flashed in from the outside, came to his side, giggled and threw a wink towards Li Yan. Her body leaned on Li Yan's body. Her stocking-clad legs gently swept from Li Yan's thighs. Li Xiao, thanks a lot. How do you thank me? Li Yan raised his head and smiled as he stretched out his hand and slapped her on her arse. Han Zixuan's body instantly trembled. Her body fell into Li Yan's arms as if she had been electrocuted, and in the process, she also placed Li Yan's hand on her thigh. But there was no further action, as if she was abiding by the bottom line. In fact, it was indeed like this. After returning from yesterday's incident, her father, Han Jianshan, not only didn't get angry, but instead explicitly and implicitly explained to her that she must keep Li Yan on a leash or something. But Han Zixuan knew in her heart that Li Yan had a wife and couldn't possibly become her boyfriend. And she had seen Li Yan's performance over the past few days in her eyes and knew that Li Yan wouldn't easily change his mind just because of some of his own actions. What she could do now was to stay by Li Yan's side herself and stay close. As for breaking the bottom line, if it really came to that point, it wouldn't be long before I'm afraid that the relationship between the two of them would come to a summary end, right? She was not willing to do that. In a few days' time, it had gone from $30,000 to $10 million. All of this, Han Zixuan could be said to have witnessed with her own eyes. Li Yan's performance had completely surpassed her imagination. Simply a walking money tree, an automatic money printing machine. She saw a mountainous feeling of admiration in Li Yan's body, and a voice in her heart told her to firmly grasp Li Yan and follow him. Even if she couldn't be Li Yan's woman, following his people, she would have no regrets in this life. After making such a determination, at this moment, Han Zixuan's intimacy with Li Yan was completely within reason, yet she maintained a hint of restraint. After all, she knew that in this world, there were a lot of women who were prettier than herself, and that Li Yan would meet more in the future, and that she had to find a way to become an unobtainable woman by his side rather than the kind of vase that sacrificed her looks. Of course, if in the case of smooth water, Li Yan wants to follow further words, she will not be repulsed. After all, Li Yan's charisma is full. Letting Li Yan's fingers gently skim over her delicate skin, Han Zixuan asked in a low voice, Young Li, this wave of mung beans, you plan to continue? Li Yan nodded. There will be a big wave of quotes recently, but I might have to leave new wave if I finish this wave. Han Zixuan was just now thinking that she must catch Li Yan and become a companion to him in the market, but in the blink of an eye, Li Yan said he was leaving. Han Zixuan instantly became anxious and blurted out, Where are you going? Where am I going? Li Yan gave Han Zixuan a surprised look. You really think so? Han Zixuan nodded vigorously. Moping around here is just moping around. I want to accompany you on your journey and see a different landscape. Li Yan suddenly stood up and took Han Zixuan into his arms as he asked in a deep voice. You should also be clear about what this market is like. No one can win all the time. If one day I lose. Han Zixuan stretched out her slender fingers and blocked Li Yan's mouth. If you lose, I'll accompany you to rise again. I believe in you. After saying that, she gently reached out and swept her hand over Li Yan's angular face, leaning into Li Yan's arms. Li Yan suddenly grabbed Han Zixuan's shoulders, making her look into his eyes, and violently kissed her hard. Half a second later, Han Zixuan panted and was released by Li Yan, who laughed out loud with great bravado in his voice. Then I'll show you a different kind of scenery. Li Yan turned around and pointed to the computer screen, saying to Han Zixuan, $2 million on the account. All open mung bean short orders, 80% of the position directly hit up. I'm going out. Han Zixuan hummed and faithfully executed Li Yan's trading orders, while Li Yan turned around and went out. Throughout Dragon City, there were 4 futures sales offices. In the course of the morning, Li Yan opened an account at each of the other 3 futures sales offices, together with the account at New Wave. Each account was $2 million. Han Zixuan operates an account, and on the other side, Li Yan in the other 3 accounts after each deposit, but also all repeat the same trading instructions. A day's time, Li Yan account of 8 million funds, according to 80% of the position, nearly 6 million of the margin all bought in, clear green beans main and sub-main contract, a total of 3,000 empty single. When Li Yan told Han Zixuan about the position in his hands, Han Zixuan froze for a moment. Young Li, why do you want to separate your positions? The other few are similar to New Wave side, and even worse than our side. Li Yan smiled. 3,000 sheets on one account is too big a target. Spreading it out, multiple hundreds of sheets per futures company isn't very obvious. Han Zixuan nodded thoughtfully, feeling that Li Yan had a point. After closing the market and Li Yan leaving, Zheng Xiyuan suddenly called Han Zixuan to his office. Zixuan, I saw Li Yan looking at a lot of short orders for green beans. Is he going to short green beans? Zheng Xiyuan asked in a low voice. Han Zixuan hesitated for a moment and said, I'm not sure about this. He won't talk to me about what he's trading. Really? I see that you guys have gotten very close recently. Li Yan quite trusts you. Why don't you ask for me tomorrow? Zhang Xiyuan frowned, then instructed Han Zixuan. Mr. Zhang, why are you asking this? Han Zixuan asked curiously. Zhang Xiyuan immediately changed his face slightly. Zixuan, pay attention to your attitude. I'm your boss. You'll do whatever I tell you to do. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Alright, you go out first. I'll look for you tomorrow when I'm clear. After Han Zixuan went out, Zheng Xiyuan opened his computer, and on the screen was the Mung Bean ticker. Li Yan, this time, don't let me down. I'm following you with my life. Zheng Xiyuan said as he looked at the disc with a burning gaze. The original, Li Yan 3 times to earn big money. Not only the business hall of those customers read. Zheng Xiyuan, the new wave of futures sales department of the boss also read. So, he has been waiting for an opportunity to talk to Li Yan single. Today, after Li Yan opened the position, he was the first time to follow in. Chapter 35 Mouse Warehouse. Mouse Warehouse. This kind of thing, not only in the stock market, futures market, options market, other derivatives market will have. Not to mention that it is now 1998, the domestic market started not long ago. All aspects are still in the process of figuring out, whether it is wind control, regulation, or three-party asset management. These things are not completely separated. Zheng Xiyuan as the sales department of the boss, have access to the sales department at any time, all the accounts of the authority. The darkness where the sun does not shine, at this time, quite rampant. The next day when Li Yan had just arrived at the sales department, Han Zixuan quietly told Li Yan what Zheng Xiyuan had asked yesterday. Li Yan narrowed his eyes and instantly sneered. Tell him, I am indeed bearish on green beans, and will always be short. Han Zixuan froze for a moment. Just tell Mr. Zhang? But, will you be targeted? Han Zixuan basic work is still very solid, often mixed in the sales department. Here the doorway she is very clear. Li Yan smiled faintly. The market is here. Everyone is my enemy. If he Zhang Xiyuan wants to follow, let him. Han Zixuan nodded when she saw Li Yan's confident expression. Originally, she was worried about Li Yan, but now she was worrying about Zhang Xiyuan. She was too familiar with Li Yan. Whenever Li Yan revealed this smile, those who wanted to scheme against him would be out of luck. The fact that Lin Jun was forced to die alive was the best proof. Originally, I was just thinking about not drawing attention to myself, so I decided to split the warehouse, but I didn't expect to actually catch such a fish. It's a bit interesting. After explaining to Han Zixuan, Li Yan couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This kind of thing, he had experienced it in his previous life and just instinctively kept an eye out. In the trading market, the money you make is the money others lose, and everyone is an enemy. This wave of mung beans, if it is simply more or less empty, how can it achieve the name of Zhongshan Demon Institute, and how to refresh the lower limit again and again? With these thoughts flowing through his mind, Li Yan's gaze fell on the disc. On that day, the market began to sink. It ran low throughout the day, coming down roughly more than 50 points from yesterday's high. All of Li Yan's accounts began to float. At the close of business, Sun Jianping and Zhao Ziyang excitedly found Li Yan. Older brother, God has done it. God has done it. It's really a god. Damn. I've never felt so comfortable doing trading before. Simply lying money. Ha ha. Yesterday, under Li Yan's advice, they all opened a short order. This wave down, a day to cut 50 points of profit. This feeling of making money is the most comfortable. Right, old brother? This wave, how much do you see? What position do we close the position? Sun Jianping asked the question that the two were most concerned about. Li Yan shook his head. I don't know how much I can go to, but to give you a suggestion, if it is said that there is a large-scale downward profit-taking after leaving the market, get your hands on the profit, is the real profit. The two nodded thoughtfully. Then the two wanted to invite Li Yan for dinner, which was rejected by Li Yan. After Li Yan left, Zhao Ziyang sighed. This time, I'm afraid this is the last time we will follow old brother Li to make a deal. Not so much. There are plenty of opportunities for this in the future. As long as he is still trading, let's ask for advice. For the sake of past face, can he still not help? Sun Jianping, however, said with disbelief. Zhao Ziyang smiled bitterly and said, this is a real gold and silver favor. Old Sun, we haven't helped them before. and this time they've already returned the favor to us. Although Zhao Ziyong has a bit of a jungle spirit, he is more understanding of the world than Sun Jianpain. Sun Jianpain heard Zhao Ziyong say so, immediately feel a little reluctant. Just found a money tree a few days, so let go? After separating from Zhao Ziyong, the more Sun Jianpain thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. No way. This time, since there is an opportunity, I'm seizing it. Turning over in this life depends on this one. He dialed a phone. Old phone. I want a sum of money. How long will it take? Half a month. Old phone on the other end of the phone was a loan shark, doing the business of helping people break up their funds. That night, Sun Jianpain got $3 million from Old Feng's hands, intending to open all short orders to add to the green bean contract. No need for more. Only need to double. Doubled. I immediately returned the loan sharks, their own net hand 3 to 4 million. In the future is not a very elegant? Sun Jianpain seems to have seen a better day beckoning to him. As for Li Yan's previous reminder, it has been completely thrown out of his mind. Not long after the market closed, Han Zixuan was once again called into the office by Zheng Xiyuan. Zheng Xiyuan closed the door and eagerly asked, Zixuan, did you ask? What did Li Yan say? Han Zixuan looked at Zheng Xiyuan, who usually had a nice and amiable face towards herself, at the moment full of anxiety. Like a gambler with red eyes, her heart became more and more disappointed. Li Yan said he's bullish on green beans, firmly bearish. What Li Yan said in the morning, Han Zixuan told Zheng Xiyuan is. Zheng Xiyuan clapped his hands vigorously. Good, great, ha ha, right, Zixuan, if there's anything on Li Yan's side, you have to inform me in time. Don't worry, after this is over, I'll give you a promotion. Han Zixuan looked at Zheng Xiyuan, obviously already on the head of the appearance. Cannot help but frown. Thought of the past days. Zheng Xiyuan to her kind of much care? Cannot help but remind. Zhang, Li Yan although bearish, but the futures market is already risky. I think you still. Okay, Zixuan, I know in my heart what to do. That's all. You go and get busy first. Make sure to serve Li Yan well. Zheng Xiyuan waved his hand and said with an impatient face. Seeing this, Han Zixuan nodded silently and didn't say anything else. Just closing the door to Zheng Xiyuan's office, Han Zixuan suddenly relaxed. Originally, she had made the decision to follow Li Yan out of New Wave Futures after he was done with the green beans, and she was still a bit upset in her heart. However, Zheng Xiyuan's actions over the past 2 days had made her completely see through Zheng Xiyuan. Mr. Zhang, take care of yourself. The next day Han Zixuan told Li Yan about Zheng Xiyuan's side of the move and said with an apologetic face, I'm sorry, young Li, I've been in the sales department for more than 2 years, and Mr. Zhang has taken good care of me, so I couldn't help but remind him yesterday. No harm done. At this time, your reminder will only fall on deaf ears. It's useless to say anything. You're not angry with me? Han Zixuan lay on Li Yan's back and wrapped her arms around his neck, asking in a low voice in her ear. Li Yan said, angry? Then how am I going to punish you? With that, he turned around violently and directly hugged Han Zixuan, and Han Zixuan's giggling laughter immediately came from his ears. A chorus of laughter. All the people were laughing. On this day, the green bean mung bean futures of Zheng Shangsheng once again dipped 48 points, before and after 2 days, nearly 100 points of profit. Whether it is Sun Jianpain and Zhao Ziyong, who have been instructed by Li Yan, or Zheng Xiyuan, who is secretly following the market, they are all laughing. The light, it seems, is just around the corner. Chapter 36, Good words are hard to persuade. Li Yan sat in the large account room, looking at the floating surplus on the account. His heart was slightly excited. 100 points of profit. He had 3,000 short orders in his hands, and the 4 accounts had already seen a $3 million float in 2 days. It's still better to do it with a big capital. This is much sharper than my speculative orders at the time. Li Yan lit a cigarette and smiled to himself. However, different volumes of funds have different practices. At the beginning of his $30,000 into the market in addition to speculative orders have no other way. Just then, Zhao Ziyong walked in from the door with an anxious face. Older brother, help me persuade old son. He's crazy. Li Yan frowned and asked, Brother Zhao, what's wrong with son? Hey, I don't even know what to say about him. This morning when the market opened, he suddenly deposited $3 million, all usurious, said to continue to increase positions. I persuaded him half a day is useless. You go to persuade it. Li Yan froze for a moment and sucked in a breath of cool air. $3 million of loan sharks, to increase positions? Yes, he wouldn't listen even after my good advice. Zhao Ziyong said anxiously. Li Yan, however, shook his head and said indifferently, good words are hard to persuade to find a dead man. Loans to do futures, for the average person this is completely looking for death. He is not the first day of trading, since he has already made up his mind, is red-eyed on the head. I say also useless. What can we do? If he loses money, He'll be finished. Those loan sharks are not vegetarians, Zhao Ziyang said worriedly. Li Yan sighed. I've already said what I need to say. For the sake of past friendship, take a message to him. Take what you can get. Li Yan knew more clearly than anyone else in his head about what was coming next for Meng Bin. It was no longer just a matter of betting right or wrong. If he couldn't pull out before that moment erupted, no matter if it was right or wrong, people would die. But there was no way for him to say these words. What's more, what should be reminded he had already reminded before. Sun Jianping himself wanted to dive in headfirst. There was nothing the gods could do. Hearing Li Yan say this, Zhao Ziyang silently nodded. In fact, he was also clear in his own mind that it was simply useless to go and persuade Sun Jianping at this moment. Just holding the idea of a dead horse to find Li Yan. But Li Yan was clearly unwilling to make this trip to the flood. Zhao Ziyang returned to his and Sun Jianping's large household room with a heavy heart and was startled. Just in the few minutes that he went to Li Yan, the futures market had opened. Sun Jianping directly put $3 million and smashed it right in. Old Sun, you really are crazy. Where has your usual prudence gone? How directly all open positions? Full position If this is in case of a pullback, how do you do now? Zhao Ziyang said with a heartbroken face. Sun Jianping, however, was full of confidence. Know where the legends come from in our market? Do the right thing at the right time. Full positions are risky, but when the market and trend out of the market is crazy. At this time it's not about being cautious, it's about being greedy. Why did Li Yan make so much money on Shanghai copper before? Wasn't it still a floating profit to add to his position? Otherwise, where would he be so prosperous now? That's why. If we had found out about Shanghai copper at that time, we might have made a lot too. It's just that Li Yan didn't take us. You also said that he helped us as a favor, and I'm afraid that favor will be gone in the future. In that case, why don't we take advantage of this one? It's not certain who will beg who in the future. Zhao Ziyang looked at the gushing Sun Jianping, feeling so unfamiliar with this old friend he had known for years. Alright, old Zhao, I'm clear on what I'm doing, just watch and see. This time, I'm bound to be famous. At this moment, Zhao Ziyang's mind recalled what Li Yan had just said. That good words were hard to persuade to find death. At this moment, Sun Jianping had already completely gone overboard. Simply cannot listen to any persuasion. He said this half a day. The feelings are in vain. All day long, green beans again fell 20 points. To the close of the market, Sun Jianping excitedly slapped the table and said, See, old Zhao, see that, totally trending This wave goes down, no one can stop it. Such a high price, it's bound to be a hit, a knockout, breakthrough. If I'd listened to you, to Li Yan, and didn't increase my position this morning, where would I have gotten this profit of $500,000? This is the market out. If not out, you have thought about what to do if you lose, Zhao Ziyang said in a deep voice. Cut, how can we lose? Li Yan dares to do it. Why don't we dare to do it? If I say so, old Zhao, you should follow me as well. I'm familiar with old Feng, the loan shark. According to your worth, you'll have no problem getting $5 million. How's that? It'll double in a few days. Zhao Ziyang shook his head. I'll forget about it. You yourself, be careful. By the way, in the morning, Li Yan asked me to bring a word to you. Take what you can get. Sun Jianping laughed disdainfully when he heard Zhao Ziyang say this. Really think he is a stock god? This is futures. What a mess. What I believe in is riding the wave of victory. Just watch and see. In a few days, I'll be a millionaire. Just Li Yan. We don't need to beg him in the future. I'll lead you to make money. Zhao Ziyang opened his mouth and said nothing. 3 days in a row, green beans or green closing, and dipped more than 130 points. Under Sun Jianping's heavy position, the float has been a small $1 million. After the matter spread, the entire business department is talking. Think this time, Sun Jianping may really want to rise. Many people have begun to congratulate. Old Sun, I've been saying it for a long time. You're a man of vigor. You're bound to rise to the top in the future. This time, you've caught up. I've made it. That's right, brother Sun. Don't forget us old buddies when you get rich. It's still brother Sun who's good enough. Nothing else to say. Follow up. The short position is heavy and we're going to kill it directly. Let's eat some meat too. The whole trading hall is full of compliments. And Sun Jianping, smiling face red, waved his hand. Don't worry, everyone has money to earn together. I'll treat you after you close your positions and withdraw the gold. In the second floor's large account room, Han Zixuan listened to the clamor outside and couldn't help but frown and mutter. How is this Sun Jianping like this? He still took the proposal from you. What's all this clamoring about? Li Yan, however, laughed, his fingers gently knocking on the desktop, faintly said, Heaven wants to make it die, but must first make it crazy. Trading is not a matter of 1 or 2 orders. We'll see. And while Sun Jianping and the others were gloating, There was another person who also went crazy with both eyes. This person is Zheng Siyuan, New Wave Futures launching business department. There are self-managed disc. The so-called proprietary trading is where the sales department itself does the trading. This time, after seeing Li Yan's position from the background, together with forcing Han Zixuan to probe from Li Yan to short green beans, a few days of work down, he put the company's own disc all the funds, all smashed in the mung bean futures, a full short position. This time, when the profits are cashed in, I'm afraid I'll be able to transfer to the headquarters, right? Back in Magic City. That's the financial paradise. Li Yan, Li Yan, I'm most fortunate to have discovered you as a tree of fortune. After saying that, he lit a cigar and happily looked at the profit on the disc. Smugly. Chapter 37, Sudden Change in the Wind and Clouds. Resting on New Year's Day, the opening of the market again was already January 4th, 1999. Li Yan, who had rested for a few days, appeared early in the business hall before the opening of the market, and called Han Zixuan with a grave face. Zixuan, there's something very important to be busy with today. Now listen to me. It was the first time Han Zixuan had seen Li Yan speak to her in this tone, and with a hung she didn't dare to get mushy with Li Yan, standing obediently by his side. I have a feeling that the disc will change, but how it will change, I don't know. Today, you have to seriously keep an eye on the disc for me, and act on my instructions with determination. Understand? After saying that, Li Yan took a deep breath. January 4th, remembering this very special day, will be the starting point in the life of green bean futures towards the most glorious. Time ticked by. Because of Li Yan's instructions, Han Zixuan was afraid of delaying Li Yan's things, eyes unblinking staring at the disc. However, as usual, there was nothing out of the ordinary, and even a lot of her previous profits had been spat back, making her heart a little depressed. But suddenly, the green bean quotes on the software stalled. Network failure? Han Zixuan subconsciously murmured, but then she realized that the other software that she had hooked up next to her was still working normally. Then there was only one possibility, the exchange had failed. Han Zixuan couldn't help but curse. Zhang Shangshang, this broken exchange, earns so much commission every day, the system can still malfunction. However, she hadn't finished her sentence yet. Li Yan fiercely roared out in a low voice. Full position, all the floating profits, add them all to me. Hurry! The time he had waited for had finally arrived. Han Zixuan almost subconsciously brushed and clicked up the keyboard and mouse. Young Li, what happened? Wait for me to come back and tell you. Han Zixuan had just asked when she realized that Li Yan had already grabbed the door and walked out. After going out, Li Yan directly grabbed a car and flew towards the other three futures business offices. Fortunately, several futures sales department, just a few streets in the neighborhood. This time there is no traffic jam or something. The whole process did not delay too much time. With the speed of an hourglass ticking, a few minutes of time, Li Yan hard to give $200, so that the cab driver ran through the three business department. Full positions, all sold short, all. When Li Yan put the last order up, swish, the ticker software flickered and returned to normal again. Finally, caught up, Li Yan took a deep breath and returned to the business department of New Wave Futures. He had just walked into the middle of the hall when he heard someone ghostly wailing. Damn it, it's too exciting. This ghost exchange, it's actually malfunctioning. 5 minutes how much less money did I make? Ugh, that's it, but I've already closed my position. Directly backhand do more. This thing, can't be sure. If the long side attacks, it's bad luck. I'm all in long. This thing always feels strange. Listening to the voices of these people around, Li Yan mysteriously smiled and returned to his big room with a sweaty head. Han Zixuan looked at Li Yan's messy appearance and hurriedly and gently took a towel to help Li Yan wipe his face, then brewed a cup of tea and served it to Li Yan. Young Li, what the hell is going on here today? Han Zixuan was confused until this point and asked Li Yan curiously. Li Yan smiled. You'll know later. The mystery in his words caused all sorts of speculations to surface in Han Zixuan's mind, but it was hard to ask more. Right at this moment, the plate began to change. Originally after the first 2 days of retracement down, today slightly stabilized a little bit of green beans. Suddenly, swish, fell more than 30 points. This, Li Xiao, you are really a divine plan. How did you know? Han Zixuan exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Li Yan's neck and asking. Li Yan said indifferently, I don't know anything. It's just that there's something new in this circle. This is just the beginning. You'll see. Li Yan's words, it seems, did not come true, because the morning before the close of the disc trend, once again into the scorching. Zhao Ziyong listened to Li Yan, staring at the disc, did not add or reduce positions, just calmly waiting. Sun Jian Pain, however, after thinking about it, felt that this wave of decline has been almost directly backhand. All do more. Given the popularity of Sun Jianping among retail investors in the past 2 days, many people have followed. Zhang Xiyuan did not close the position, but began to add positions. Other people he did not see anyone, only with Li Yan. And in the background, he saw that Li Yan had also increased his position, and he felt more and more that he had chosen wisely. At this moment, most people are joyful, but do not know. In today's 5 minutes of that sudden stop, the situation, both short and long, a shocking reversal of the green beans market officially opened the ripples of the prelude. Afternoon open, the disc trend instead up a little. Just as Li Yan ate his meal, Han Zishuan walked in from outside on Li Yan's hand. Older brother, this trend today, what do you think? Zhao Ziyang saw Li Yan and asked with a bit of annoyance. Li Yan thought about it and said, continue to be bearish. It's not right. Older brother, I think that it's a good time to go long. However, at this time, an unusual voice came. Immediately afterward, Sun Jianping walked in front of Li Yan in all directions. Oh, so you're long? Li Yan asked as he gave him a faint look. That's natural. Previously, I borrowed your good advice, old brother, and shorting allowed me to make a lot of money. This time, I decided to go long. The retracement over the past few days is almost done. I feel that mung beans can go up to 5,000 this time. Sun Jianping spoke eloquently, and many of the surrounding onlookers secretly nodded their heads. Oh, then you wait for 5,000. For the current Sun Jianping, Li Yan was too lazy to say anything more. What should have been said before has been said. That bit of affection between the two has long been gone. Older brother, what are you busy with? You're not scared, are you? However, Li Yan had just taken 2 steps when Sun Jianping called out to Li Yan in a conspiratorial manner. Li Yan turned around and sneered. Scared? What's so scary about me? Afraid of what? Afraid that your previous record will be surpassed by our brother Sun. That's right, kid, you're still too young. Our brother Sun is the best. I'll tell you what, why don't you just give up that pretty girl next to you? Our brother Sun is the one who deserves the best service in the sales department. Li Yan had made a lot of money before and was in the limelight, so these people had long been red-eyed. At this moment, they naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity, and while flattering Sun Jianping, they taunted Li Yan. They even flirted with Han Zishuan. A chill flashed through Li Yan's gaze. Sun Jianping, do you really want this? Originally, although their relationship wasn't considered much better, Sun Jianping was after all one of the first people Li Yan had come into contact with since his rebirth, and Li Yan was unwilling to tear his face off. But now that Sun Jianping had ballooned into this, the anger in Li Yan's heart could no longer be held back. Alright, Li Yan, less posturing. Everyone makes money in trading. You're not the only one. When this wave of the market finishes in the next few days, everyone will know what's going on, Sun Jianping said in an old-fashioned manner. However, at this time, Li Yan said indifferently, it doesn't take a few days. You'll know the result today. Chapter 38 Avalanche of Despair. Today? Ha, you're funny, aren't you? Forget it, this kind of person there's no need for everyone to bother with him. Sun Jianping said in a pretense of generosity. He was only doing this today to satisfy his vanity. Li Yan was the most powerful before. As long as he struck Li Yan, he would be the most handsome boy in the sales department in the future. Now that the purpose had been achieved, he naturally mocked with pleasure in his heart. However, Li Yan did not say much, sneered and pulled Han Zishuan up to the 2nd floor. Seeing this scene, Sun Jianping grew more and more smug. What the heck? Really thinks he's so powerful. This time, I'm going to break your Li Yan myth. He waved his fists hard and shouted with a maniacal expression. At this time, Zhao Ziyang walked over and said with an ugly face, Old Sun, you've gone too far today. Without Li Yan, would you have today? Sun Jianping, however, said disdainfully, what Li Yan? I earned all my money on my own. What does it have to do with him? Even if he instructed us before, so what? Have you ever been to school? Do you have to go back and thank your kindergarten teacher now that you've earned money? You! Sun Jianping's words infuriated Zhao Ziyang's face reddened and he turned around. In the future, you, old Zhao, it's better to follow me to make money. Li Yan, what the hell? Sun Jianping said fearlessly. Over here in the large family room, Han Zishuan was angry for Li Yan. Feeling that Sun Jianping was a villain who forgot his own righteousness when he saw profit. Li Yan, however, sneered and said, there's no point in arguing with him. The market will show him how childish he is. When Li Yan said these words, his complexion was full of confidence, as if he had already anticipated Sun Jianping's end. Han Zishuan, a heart held by that kind of aura, softly leaned into Li Yan's embrace. Noon, Li Yan's wretchedness, in the business department, under Sun Jianping's deliberate publicity, emanated. Some say, Li Yan desperate, crazy shorting, dead. Some say, Li Yan is doing the last crazy, after tonight, to burst. Some people even said, Li Yan dog anxious to jump over the wall, suffering from loss, the whole person has to go crazy. However, all the various gossip. In the afternoon the opening of the moment, only a second, it came to a complete screeching halt and was shattered. The floating losses on Li Yan's books, all of them came back, and even the funds increased at a rate visible to the naked eye. The disc, sinking constantly, and those who followed Sun Jianping's backhand long before, began to turbulence. Don't be anxious, it's just an adjustment, it'll be fine soon, don't be afraid. The construction of the bottom platform takes time. This process is repeated. Don't worry, this time, surely we can go up to 5,000 points. This point of retracement, just a small amount. In the face of the surrounding people began to doubt the gaze. Sun Jianping could not help but begin to defend up. All sorts of comforting words were constantly being said. It was just that his face was getting paler and paler. His look was getting more and more panicked, and the cold sweat on his forehead, more and more, because the accounts were falling into a loss at a speed visible to the naked eye. The previous profits were all decreasing, and he was suffering every minute because of his huge position. At this time, Li Yan suddenly brought Han Zixuan to Sun Jianping's side. Well, I said it won't take more than a day. What do you think? Holding back was never Li Yan's character. Since Sun Jianping was so arrogant, Li Yan naturally had to teach him how to behave. The reason why he didn't say anything more to Sun Jianping before was not that he was really afraid, but he was waiting for this moment, waiting for the disc trend to come out and use the facts to tell Sun Jianping that you are wrong. At this moment, Sun Jianping was already upset, and Li Yan's words were like a knife that pierced into his heart. Li Yan, what the hell do you want? Li Yan smiled disdainfully. What about it? It seems like you were the one who was looking for trouble from the beginning to the end. You have now all made by yourself. Sun Jianping took a deep breath, slammed the table and stood up unwillingly. Don't be complacent too early. Now has not yet closed it. The market things, who said accurate it? By the time. However, just when you wanted to argue, suddenly someone exclaimed, finished, you guys look at the newspaper. An exclamation interrupted Sun Jianping's voice and attracted everyone's attention. The man holding the newspaper read out loud. The latest news says that the top management attaches great importance to the stabilization of the economic order, and will resolutely govern the economic environment and rectify the economic order. A word finished. All the people who did a long single, the face violently and dramatically changed. All are doing futures trading. For this kind of news, can be interpreted. Governance of the economic environment. Rectify the economic order. How to do. Suppressing inflation. Leveling prices bear the brunt. The implication, naturally, is to find out the speculative chaos. What is the market for green beans today? The futures price is much higher than the market price. This moment, Sun Jianping's face was ashen. Li Yan looked at him and sneered. You're not even close, old Sun. After saying that, he turned around and left with Han Zixuan, while Sun Jianping's entire body directly paralyzed in his chair. Temporarily. Right. Everything is just temporary. Just resist and it will pass. I'll still be the victor. Sun Jianping suddenly became possessed, staring at the disc and muttering to himself. Zhao Ziyong saw this scene, his heart flashed intolerance, came over to persuade, old Sun, you'd better close the position, not work to reduce part of the position. To reduce the pressure is also good. However, Sun Jianping was already red-eyed. He pushed Zhao Ziyong away. Stay out of my business. You want to get me killed just like Li Yan, don't you? Zhao Ziyong courageously stretched out his finger and pointed at Sun Jianping. Sun Jianping, you've gone crazy. I won't recognize you in the future. Sun Jianping's idea is good, but the market is often cruel. Mung bean futures closed at the lowest price of the day, down nearly 100 points. On January 5th, it opened low again and went down another 100 points. Throughout the process, Li Yan just kept floating and adding positions. The position gradually approached 5,000 short orders, which he dispersed in 4 accounts. And at this moment, Sun Jianping is already going crazy. The original follow Li Yan short profit has been swallowed, and even the principal is less than 100,000. All around the follow the retail investors has been constantly someone cannot carry the loss cut off, and even have a position heavy, began to burst. These people all surrounded Sun Jianping's side of the non-stop cursing, as if 2 days ago to compliment Sun Jianping's people. Not at all them. No, it's already the bottom. It will go back up in a couple of days. What we have to do now is to add positions to cover the positions and reduce the cost. Sun Jianping looked at the huge floating loss on the books. Face epileptic self-congratulation. For Sun Jianping's operation, Li Yan knows it all. Sneered and said to Han Zixuan beside him, Sun Jianping, it's over. Chapter 39, The Man Who Made It Happen. Any rally on the way down is a pit. You think you have reached the bottom, There is still a basement under the bottom. There is still a sewer under the basement. And under the sewer, there may be the 18 layers of hell. Sun Jianping has been completely red-eyed, but has forgotten all about it. The same night and 2 million loan sharks, again killed in, before and after already back 5 million usury debt, within half a month, plus interest, a total of at least 7 or 8 million to pay back. However, after the market opened, the order he just filled in, instantly fell another 60 points. The avalanche continues to grow. January 11th, the DISC continues to sink by 1%. Don't look at it as only 1%. Futures are self-leveraged, and after such a long dip, that 1% became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The longs in the market, once again, were blown out. The result of the burst positions is that the DISC once again dipped. Sun Jianping's eyes were red, his face was haggard, and his whole body was shaking. He had reached the edge of collapse. The margin risk of the account has reached 100%. If the DISC didn't rebound, he was going to blow his position after today's close. Bounce back. Go up. It has to go up. Go up. Go up. Come on. Come on. For an entire trading day, Sun Jianping was like a psychopath, constantly chanting. Li Yan, on the other hand, continued to wait with a full position, and his profits expanded wildly. By now, his mung bean positions in his hands, scattered across 4 accounts, each had 2,000 short orders. Together, that's 8,000 sheets. Although Han Zixuan didn't know that Li Yan still had positions elsewhere, but just by looking at this one account that Li Yan had let her operate, the profits were already frighteningly high. Li Xiao, I've never seen you so powerful, Han Zixuan said with a face full of admiration, feeling that the decision she made a few days ago was really too wise. Li Yan, however, smiled, not too busy, the real big battle is just kicking off. Han Zixuan froze for a moment and couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. It's fallen so much, could it still be falling? Li Yan pointed at the disc. Here, most people have already reached the edge of bursting their positions. What would you do if you were short on mung beans? Han Zixuan pondered for a moment, thinking about some of the things she had recently learned from following Li Yan and said, force more. If the long side does not die, the short side will not stop. This price level wants to force the long side to drop. The next step, naturally, is to expand. Li Yan nodded with satisfaction. If normal circumstances, it's so not done. Ah, young Li, from what you're saying, there's another way? Soon you will know. After Li Yan finished speaking, he leaned his back on the chair and closed his eyes. Han Zixuan thought hard, but she couldn't even think of what Li Yan was talking about. It was until after the close of trading, Zhang Shangji suddenly issued an announcement. From the 12th onwards, all green bean contract margin, from 5% to 10%, and for 9,907 contracts, over the total market position control line of the newly opened positions, increased the margin by half. That is to say, from the opening of the 12th, green beans 07 contracts, old positions double the margin, new positions, triple the margin. After this one announcement was sent out, everyone was directly dumbfounded. It looks like the raised margins will allow the market to raise transaction costs and curb price volatility in the short term, but that's something for later, at least for the long and short sides that have now killed their eyes. This wave is simply a fatal blow. The short side was going to ride the wave, but it was forced to possibly stop, and the long side that had been carrying it bitterly, this moment, directly exploded. The sound of cursing, from every population involved in the green bean market. This moment, Han Zixuan spare a gentle beauty, at this moment also cannot help but burst foul language, while Li Yan is calm, seems to have known it. Han Zixuan froze for a moment, instantly remembering Li Yan's words from earlier. Young Li, you really are Zhuge Liang. Li Yan smiled without saying anything and explained. After the market opens tomorrow, the moment the long positions explode, start closing them. I have something to do tomorrow, so I won't come first. In addition, after closing the position, all of them give me for the withdrawal. Li Yan knows, green bean war, to this, is considered to be the end, although there is a climax in the back, but he is not willing to participate in it. Han Zixuan was shocked at Li Yan's unforeseen sharp intuition of the market at the same time. The old general manager of the New Wave Futures sales department, Zheng Xiyuan, hurriedly came in from the outside. Li Yan, you must help me this time. As soon as Zheng Xiyuan came in, he grabbed Li Yan's arm. Mr. Zhang, what does that say? Li Yan asked as he lightly glanced at Zheng Xiyuan. Zheng Xiyuan immediately blushed in embarrassment, not knowing how to speak for a moment. He had gotten the rat position to follow Li Yan's order, completely quietly, and he didn't realize that Han Zixuan had already told Li Yan everything. He was a boss of the sales department, secretly engaged in this kind of thing. If this spread out, in the future, the reputation of New Wave Futures would be completely rotten. If there's nothing else for Mr. Zhang, I'll leave first. Li Yan sneered in his heart. What Zhang Siyuan came for? He knew in his heart. He had followed his own short order before. And now I'm afraid that it's tailing off, isn't it? Seeing Li Yan wanting to leave, Zhang Siyuan was in a hurry. He couldn't care less about face or anything else. Li Yan, is this way? I do a bit of mung bean short single, but this suddenly raised the margin. As long as the opening tomorrow will be the headquarters of the wind control cut off, you have no way to help me. As long as you help me in the future in the new wave side, what benefits? I absolutely the first time to give you arrangements. In addition to hearing Zhang Siyuan glibly skimming over the matter of following his single, Li Yan's gaze was ice cold. Sorry, Mr. Zheng, I can't help. After saying that, Li Yan turned around and walked out. Li Yan, you can't be like this. I followed your order to become like this. You can't just see me die. Zhang Siyuan panicked and grabbed Li Yan's arm. Li Yan sneered, followed my order, secretly looked at my position to build a rat position, and set yourself up to die. Did I let you follow the single? Or did you make a profit and can share the money with me? Since there is nothing, why should I help you? Have a dime to do with me? Zhang Siyuan dang a sales department boss. At this moment by Li Yan some words, said a burst of green and red face, completely unable to speak. Li Yan, are you really seeing death to save us? Zhang Siyuan gritted his teeth and stared at Li Yan. Li Yan sneered, self-inflicted evil. After saying that, Li Yan raised his head and left. Zhang Siyuan stared viciously at Li Yan's back. His eyes were red and his voice was hoarse as he muttered to himself. Li Yan, it's all because you forced me to. Chapter 40 Blackness in front of you. Li Yan left the large family room after the heart sneered. The world is all for profit. Before Han Zishuan secretly told himself Zhang Siyuan and the follow their own positions, he already knew there would be such a day. Mung bean market waves, but really can be in this shocking world trading event. Make money a few of them? Dare to rush and rashly. All the death. If before Zhang Siyuan sincere to ask for advice, Li Yan see in the past friendship, cannot point him a little. However, Zhang Siyuan did not do so and chose a different path. Where is it so easy to take advantage of my Li Yan? And at this moment, Zhang Siyuan walked out after Li Yan left, upset, only to see Sun Jianping waiting at his office door with an anxious face. Old Sun, you're looking for me for something? Zhang Siyuan asked. Sun Jianping struggled to squeeze a smile out of his face and said dryly, it's something to trouble Mr. Zheng. I want to. Zhang always can you open tomorrow? Let the wind control side do not directly force flat my position. Zhang Siyuan did not even think about it. He was going to refuse, but when the words came to his mouth, his eyes turned and suddenly asked, did you make a short order for mung beans? No, it's not a short order. It's a long order. I think the market is definitely going to flip. You see today the exchange came out with an announcement to raise the margin. If Mr. Zhang can let the wind control flatten my position a little later, I'll turn around and profit money. I can take out a part of it to share with Mr. Zheng. Sun Jianping also knows that Zhang Siyuan will not help himself for no reason, and directly promises heavy benefits. Zhang Siyuan's brain flew up, and then said in a deep voice with a stern face, I won't hide it from you. This is against the rules of the industry, and under normal circumstances, I can't do this. That's betting on my career. Sun Jianping was instantly anxious. Mr. Zhang, you're saving my life. You have to save me no matter what. However, Zhang Siyuan said slowly, your old son is also considered an old client of my sales department. Since you begged me, I can give you face. It's not easy for you either. I don't want the money or anything. It's all yours. Then, what do you want me to do? Mr. Zhang, as long as I can get through this, I'll listen to you from now on. Sun Jianping felt a hint of hope from Zhang Siyuan's words. A bright light emerged from his eyes and he patted his chest. 5 minutes. My authority can only get you 5 minutes for the opening. But, I don't want your money. Just do one thing for me. Zhang Siyuan said through gritted teeth. Sun Jianping instantly asked, Mr. Zhang, what is the thing you are talking about? Zhang Siyuan looked at Sun Jianping slyly. Let Li Yan open tomorrow for 5 minutes. Unable to trade. What? You want to deal with Li Yan? Sun Jianping froze and exclaimed. What? Don't dare? Zhang Siyuan gave Sun Jianping a contemptuous look. However, Sun Jianping's gaze flickered as he said with a grim expression, if it was someone else, I might still hesitate, but if it's Li Yan, no problem. This matter is wrapped up in me. If it wasn't for him, would I have become what I am now? This revenge, I've long wanted to avenge. Zhang Siyuan didn't expect to really find the right person this time. He laughed out loud. That's good. Tomorrow you do this. Saying this, he handed Sun Jianping a set of keys. The next morning, Sun Jianping arrived early in the business hall and stood guard in front of his computer. According to what he and Zhang Siyuan had discussed yesterday, 5 minutes before the opening of the market, he went to finish Zhang Siyuan's business and then came back to deal with his position immediately. I'm now in a full long position. After raising the margin, the long positions that have been bitterly suppressed over the past few days will basically be forced to cut their orders in an instant, forming a long stomp down. But after the first wave passes, the price should hit the bottom and rebound. Sun Jianping's thoughts were clear. The reason why he asked Zheng Siyuan to help him delay the wind control is that he wants to get out at the time of the rebound, and the loss will be less at that time. Even if the position is blown, there is nothing to be afraid of. At 9 o'clock in the morning exactly, the opening time arrived, and at this moment, Li Yan has not yet appeared. Sun Jianping decisively took the string of keys, sneakily opened the business department's network control box, directly unplugged the network cable of Li Yan, that big account room. Ha ha, this time, I'll see what you do. Sun Jianping laughed hideously, and seeing that the time was coming up to 5 minutes, he turned around and went back to the computer. However, after he saw the ticker in front of the computer, the whole person was dumbfounded. How could this be? Zheng Siyuan did not miss a word and helped him delay 5 minutes, but the disk did not have any rebound. It was directly pressed to death above the drop. In the midst of absolute panic and killing, the rebound he had expected did not appear. It's over. Such a thought appeared in Sun Jianping's mind. He then sprayed a mouthful of blood on the desktop and fainted directly. And at this moment, Zheng Siyuan was relieved. The disk pressed dead down. His position saw a huge profit. The previous risk was gone. Ha ha, the heavens have helped me. Li Yan, if you don't help me, God is helping me. And looking at this killing fall, there's a low opening tomorrow. Just then, he remembered what he had explained to Sun Jianping and couldn't help but feel a bit chagrined. The original idea was to touch the bottom of the rebound, directly to Li Yan, cut off the net, so that Li Yan did not have the means to cash profits, but also out of the mouth of evil. But now this did not rebound. Li Yan is not disguised to help Li Yan. He subconsciously opened Li Yan's account from the background, but he was directly dumbfounded. Asterisk. How did he go out? Bidding? But Li Yan didn't come. Transaction records. It clearly shows that Li Yan in the moment of bidding, directly in accordance with the price of the drop, all the hands of the empty single flat, several times the profit. Zheng Siyuan felt like he had punched a fist on cotton and was furious. However, just this is, suddenly came to his ears the risk tone in the trading software set up. The moment he turned his head to look at the disk, he suddenly had a black eye. The disk was originally a huge amount of downside short order suppression, actually instantly eaten in. In the blink of an eye, the downstop was opened, then jumped directly upward, and just a few seconds ago, he was on the basis of the hands of the rich profits, but also the hands of all the surplus, all placed on the position of the downstop plus short orders. At that time, the idea was to suppress the plate, wait for the next opening moment, to be able to fall again when the hands of the profit maximization, but now steal the chicken not to lose the rice. Greed once again pushed him into the abyss of despair. Where did the murderer of 1,000 knives come from? Zheng Siyuan roared, hating the screen, through the screen to the opposite side of the netline to flat the short order to open the drop of that person bit to death. The cold market software, with the price fluctuations, constantly eat up Zheng Siyuan's profits, a few seconds before and after. But the difference between life and death. Chapter 41, Inside and Outside the Plate. While Sun Jianping and Zheng Siyuan were both spitting blood in anger, Li Yan dialed the phone inside his large home. Han Zishuan said happily, "Young Li, according to your instructions yesterday, I've already closed all the orders in my account during the gathering of the bidding. It's down and gone." "That's good." Li Yan sighed in relief. Just now he ran a few 3 business departments in one breath, set up timed orders, and directly put all the short orders in his hands, all flat. In an instant, a few thousand short orders were suddenly leveled off, and directly pierced through the falling pending orders. Li Yan busy after hurrying to ask Han Zishuan this side of this account. I didn't expect Han Zishuan to be faster than him, and actually got out of the order when the bidding was done. You're such a little wit. Ha ha, Zishuan. You did well. Li Yan excitedly praised Han Zishuan. He, I learned it all from you. By the way, young Li, you don't know, it's fortunate that I pinged early, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Just now, the large family room suddenly cut off the internet. Suddenly disconnected? Li Yan froze for a moment. Who else could be the one who could get his hands dirty in the sales department but Zheng Siyuan? He immediately had a cold gaze. Trying to trap me? Zheng Siyuan, you're looking for death. In the office, Zheng Siyuan anxiously watched as the disk continued to rush upwards. In less than a minute, he had already lost 10% of his funds, and the disk had no intention of stopping. No way. I cannot close the position. It will come down. It will come down. Zheng Siyuan kept reassuring himself. At this moment, there was a bang. The office door was kicked open by Li Yan from outside. Li Yan, why are you here? Zheng Siyuan frowned and stood up. Why did I come? You don't know, mister. Zhang, do you think you did it seamlessly? Is it fun to disconnect the internet? Li Yan coldly asked. I didn't expect this to be discovered by you. It's a pity that you don't have any evidence, Zhang Xiyuan said disdainfully. Anyway, he had already torn his face. He had nothing to take into consideration. Just as Zhang Xiyuan's words had just fallen, a few people with large brimmed hats outside the door suddenly walked in. Comrade Li, thank you. I didn't expect what you said to be true. One of them gratefully shook Li Yan's hand, then turned around and changed his icy face, pulling out bright handcuffs and directly handcuffing them to Zhang Xiyuan's wrists. What are you guys going to do? Comrade, is this some kind of misunderstanding? Zhang Xiyuan was directly scared silly. The big brimmed hat sneered. You just admitted under your breath. What other misunderstandings are there? Manipulating the market and breaking the rules of trading. You'll just wait for the sanctions of the law. Zhang Xiyuan was confused, but he knew that these people were brought by Li Yan. He angrily yelled at Li Yan. Li Yan, what the hell is going on with you? Why are they arresting me? Li Yan smiled mysteriously. Remember the exchange blackout a few days ago? After troubleshooting, someone bribed the exchange's electrician to cut the power for 5 minutes at a critical moment. Didn't you admit it yourself just now, Mr. Zhang? The moment these words came out, Zhang Xiyuan was directly stunned. To the exchange blackout? This ing. Capital offense. I didn't cut the power. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I just disconnected the network. He struggled fiercely, but unfortunately, he had already been handcuffed long ago, and it was no use at all. Disconnecting the net is the same as disconnecting the electricity. What do you have to say? Wait until the trial. The big brimmed hat snorted coldly and directly waved his hand, directly letting people take Zhang Xiyuan out. Li Yan, you harmed me. The moment he passed by Li Yan's side, Zhang Xiyuan's eyes were red as he screamed at Li Yan. Li Yan frowned and said to the big brimmed hat, Comrade, I just know such a thing. The specific situation still needs you to investigate clearly. Me won't have any trouble, right? Li Yan behaved exactly like the kind of feeling that an ordinary person would have when seeing a big brimmed hat. Comrade Li, you are taking credit for this. This case is taken very seriously by the top. You don't have to worry. Only then did Li Yan nod his head and looked provocatively at Zhang Xiyuan, saying quietly, offending me. You should have known this is what would happen. Zhang Xiyuan's face was pale, angry and furious. At this time he couldn't care too much anymore and hurriedly said, Comrade, it wasn't me who made the move. I know who it was. Sun Jianping. He's down there in the trading hall. There are still accomplices? Hurry! The big brimmed hat waved his hand violently. In the blink of an eye, Sun Jianping, who had already seen a police officer coming with his heart set on slipping away, was also directly held down. Zhang Xiyuan and Sun Jianping looked at each other, and both of them looked at Li Yan in unison, their eyes full of pleading. Li Yan, I know I'm wrong. You spare me. Yeah, Li Yan, talk to your comrades. It really wasn't us. The two men begged for mercy. However, Li Yan looked indifferent and didn't care about the two men at all. Waste no words. Save what you have to say for the trial. Take them away. Amidst the big brimmed hats chiding, the two were brought onto the car with faces full of despair. At this time, Han Zishuan sneaked over to Li Yan's side and whispered, Li Yan, this won't be any trouble, right? Don't worry. Things are 1,000 times true and ironclad. Since the two of them dare to count on me, they have to be prepared to be counted on by me. He. Li Yan's words made Han Zishuan's heart skip a beat. The struggle was actually so intense, both inside and outside the plate. At the same time, she was once again convinced by Li Yan. Right, Li Xiao. Although they were taken away, but, after the inventory, they can definitely be released back. By then, at this time, Han Zishuan remembered something as if she was worried and told Li Yan said, Zhang Xiyuan and Sun Jianping things, in fact, cannot stand up to scrutiny, even if it is finally found out. I am afraid that the industry punishment, after all, cannot constitute a crime. When they come back, everything will be too late. Do you think today's disc will wait until they come back? Li Yan said with a cold smile. He hadn't planned to clean up the two through this means in the first place. The real killing move was above the disc. When Han Zishuan heard Li Yan say this, a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. It turned out that Li Yan's reckoning, from beginning to end, had never left the word deal. The development of things was indeed as Li Yan's calculations. That afternoon, Sun Jianping and Zhang Xiyuan were released after interrogation. Already late. The plate fluctuated violently. Directly before the two were taken away from the position, all burst, although the escape, but waiting for them is worse than death. After Sun Jianping's position was blown up, those loan sharks will not let him go, and Zhang Xiyuan burst the company's own disc, resulting in huge financial losses. irregularities in the operation of the unauthorized adjustment of the wind control, which is enough to make him completely in the industry, was shut down. The thing in the evening of the same day spread a lot of rumors. At this moment, Li Yan, with a face of joy, took Han Zishuan, cleaned up the huge profits in this mung bean epic market. Chapter 42. The high mountain and far away from the river and lake to sea. Young Li, in the beginning, we opened more than 700 short orders. Then according to your instructions all the way to float and increase the position, up to more than 1500. Before and after the net profit of almost 6 million or so, Han Zishuan excitedly reported the situation on the books to Li Yan. $2 million in one wave turned into $8 million. Not bad. Li Yan nodded in satisfaction. Han Zishuan whispered, if the funds that were in your account for Shanghai Copper were all open before, I'm afraid the profit would be even bigger this time. But young Li, you're really good at it. Hearing Han Zishuan's little loss, Li Yan laughed dumbly and reached out his hand to slap her on her buttocks. How do you know I didn't open a position? Han Zishuan froze for a moment. Then, as if she remembered something, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaimed, young Li, you've been running around outside these past few days. Do you mean? That's right. I opened accounts in 3 other futures companies. Before and after, a whole $8 million was smashed in. This time, the returns are good. After Li Yan finished speaking, Han Zishuan's face turned red with excitement. 2 million became 8 million. That, 8 million words, Li Yan's capital is not already broken 30 million? The total funds lying on Li Yan's account at the moment, 33 million. Before and after more than a month only. Looking at Han Zishuan's flushed face with excitement, Li Yan smiled and said, this time, you've worked hard too. There's a share for you. Ah, no need. No need. Young Li, I didn't do anything. It's all because you're great. It's already quite good that I can follow you. I don't dare to ask for more. After seeing Li Yan's ability, Han Zishuan firmly followed Li Yan's side. Where would she ask for money at this time? Li Yan smiled, didn't say anything, and after handling the withdrawal of gold, directly transferred 100,000 to Han Zishuan's account. No need to excuse yourself. This is what you deserve. Those who pit me all pay the price. Those who stand by my side, naturally have to live better than others. Li Yan said indifferently. Han Zishuan's red eyes looked at Li Yan's spirited appearance. Recalling these days he was in the market in the thorns and thorns waving, the heart cannot help but sigh. This is the real man. Blink of an eye to the afternoon. The disc once again sealed. When Han Zishuan saw the scene, she couldn't help but say to Li Yan, young Li, do you still have a chance with green beans? Are we closing our positions a bit early, now that it's sealed down? I'm afraid that the next trading day will open and it's still going to sink. Li Yan, however, shook his head, slowly said, the trading market, the market is ever changing. Tomorrow is what? Who knows? Han Zishuan nodded with seeming understanding, without much feeling in her heart. However, the next few days, the market and the Zhang Stock Exchange. However, let Han Zishuan truly appreciate what is called Li Yan's foresight and the ruthless cruelty of the market. Notification announcements constantly. Since the close of business on January 14th, the up and down range of all contracts for mung beans has been expanded from 120 to 180, and the exchange margin, charged at 7.5% to 10%, and on top of that, each futures company more or less adjusted upwards. On this day, there were countless people who blew up their positions. Countless people roared and cursed, assholes. However, under the cold rules, everything was so powerless. However, no one knew that what was even crazier and more desperate was still to come. January 15th, the day destined to be remembered in history. A new announcement appeared once again. In view of the continued rise in green bean futures and the strong speculative atmosphere, it has been decided after research that since the close of trading on January 15th, the upward and downward limits of all contracts will be adjusted to 6%, and the margin for the 9903 contract will be charged in accordance with 100%, and the margin for the 0507 contract will be charged in accordance with 50%. Another all contracts to limit the opening of positions. Only flat cannot open a new position. When this announcement came out, everyone was dumbfounded, followed by a flash flood of anger. Those with profits wanted to expand their profits, and those with losses wanted to turn over their money. But under this piece of paper, it all turned into a bubble. Han Zishuan looked at the announcement printed out and placed flat on A4 paper, could not help but shout angrily, this is simply a joke. Futures margin actually want 100%. What futures? It's called stocks. Then we might as well just go to the grain store and buy green beans. What's the point of buying this kind of mess? These words are not only the voice of Han Zishuan, but also the voice of countless investors. The world's great joke 100% margin futures, or futures, but under a piece of paper, everything is destined to set off no waves. 18 days, it is all transactions all hedge. 0. After the anger, Han Zixuan at the same time looked at Li Yan in a cold sweat. Li Yang, you're too prescient. Really, if it's delayed to the latter 2 days, our order, it's not necessarily going to come out. Whether profits can be guaranteed or not, it's not even certain. The positions on Li Yan's 4 accounts were heavy, if not in advance to earn a little less profit at the cost of coming out. Under such circumstances, no one dare to guarantee what will happen. Li Yan took a long breath. In his previous life, these things he just heard, the feeling is not very deep, but this life is his personal experience. Even though his positions had all been cashed out in advance, he was still filled with anger in his heart. I'm afraid this is the case for any trader. Zixuan, no matter what time in the future, you remember one sentence. Li Yan raised his head and looked at Han Zixuan and said in a deep voice. Han Zixuan nodded vigorously before Li Yan said, if you want to live a long life, don't touch Shang for 10,000 years. At this time, Li Yan stood up and said to Han Zixuan with a smile, I won't come to the business department tomorrow. The futures trading is over for now. Really not doing it? I see something that still has a chance. Han Zixuan was a bit reluctant. Li Yan, however, smiled and said, there's a lot more that can be done. We are now this body of funds is not suitable to continue to do futures. The risk is higher than the return. Indeed, at the beginning of 1999, the per capita annual income of less than 20,000 Longchang, Li Yan short time, accumulated so much wealth, want to continue to develop the current volume of the futures market as well as there is no way to let his wealth continue to grow. The other thing is, Li Yan is clear in his mind. After this time, the next long period of time, futures trading will fall into atrophy. At least 9 years, there are not too many worthy of his chance to strike. And in this era, he had countless ideas in his mind to realize. Where was the time to waste on futures? On that day, Li Yan left New Wave Futures with Han Zixuan. And after the news that Li Yan was leaving spread, Zhao Ziyang and other familiar retail investors came to see Li Yan off. They witnessed the birth of a legend. Li Yan turned to the crowd with a smile and said, Gentlemen, the mountain is high and the road is far. See you in the river and lake. At the same time, a car stopped at the entrance of the business department. A stranger walked into the business department. Hearing someone call Li Yan's name, he walked directly in front of Li Yan and asked in a deep voice, You are Li Yan? Chapter 43, Change of Heart. Li Yan was talking to a few people he was familiar with. When he suddenly heard a voice, he turned his head with an irritated face and asked, Do I know you? The man smiled and made a self-introduction. My name is Lu Hansheng. I was sent down by the headquarters to handle the business department. Can we have a chat? Li Yan sneered. I don't have anything to talk about with New Waves people. Zheng Xiyuan was investigated. The company's proprietary trades blew up, and Lu Hansheng was sent down by headquarters to deal with the matter. In the information investigated by the headquarters, the key to Zheng Xiyuan making such a big mess was in this young man called Li Yan. Lu Hansheng forced his heart to say, what Zheng did before was indeed excessive. I'll apologize to you, Mr. Li, in his place. I'm looking for you this time because I have a business to talk to you about. Talk about business? Li Yan gave the other party a suspicious look and nodded. The two of them turned around and went to Zheng Xiyuan's previous office. Mr. Li made a lot of money this time, right? Lu Hansheng asked without thinking. Just say what you have to say. I have limited time. Li Yan had already decided not to do futures for the time being, so there wouldn't be too many encounters with New Waves people, and was too lazy to be polite with the other party. Lu Hansheng huffed in his heart. This Li Yan really didn't give himself any face at all. Then I'll say it, as far as I know, Mr. Li, you've made a lot of money in New Waves account this time. Of course, you can rest assured. We'll pay a portion of the interest on our side. Just leave it for 3 months. Li Yan frowned and said indifferently, Is this the business you're talking about? If that's the case, I don't think we have anything to talk about. I've already raised the money, and I don't plan on doing futures next. We can pay interest. Lu Hansheng said a bit anxiously. Li Yan sneered. Interest? Do you think I would care about your little interest? Or is it that putting it in your sales department will give me a few times more? Lu Hansheng then remembered that in the information he got before, this Li Yan's trading ability was quite terrifying. Alright, Mr. Lu, you take your time to deal with the mess left behind by Zheng Xiyuan. I still have things to do. I'm leaving first. Saying this, Li Yan dropped Lu Hansheng and turned to leave. Lu Hansheng didn't expect that after he begged Li Yan in such a low voice, Li Yan didn't give him any face at all. Give face. If it wasn't for the fact that Zheng Xiyuan had too many losses in his proprietary trading this time, and needed some funds to fill up the sales department's books first, would I be so low as to beg? At this moment, he hated Zheng Xiyuan who had gotten into trouble before, and he hated Li Yan even more. After Li Yan left, Lu Hansheng called a meeting with the business department, and learned from an employee that Han Zixuan and Li Yan had a good relationship. he immediately had a heartbeat and called Han Zishuan. You're Han Zishuan, right? I have a task here for you. If it's done well, I'll propose to headquarters to give you a promotion. If it's not done well, then you don't have to stay in the sales department, Lu Hansheng said in a lofty manner. He was the one who came down from the headquarters, and he didn't care about these salesmen at the bottom. In his opinion, his opening was equivalent to giving Han Zishuan a great opportunity. The other party would inevitably flatter themselves in the next moment. However, what he didn't expect was that after he finished speaking, Han Zishuan frowned but said lightly, Mr. Lu, there's no need for you to bother. I'll find you even if you don't. This is my resignation report. Saying that, Han Zishuan directly placed her resignation report on the table and turned to walk out. Stop! Lu Hansheng called out to stop Han Zishuan with an ironclad face. What kind of attitude do you have? Do you still have me as a leader in your eyes? You want to resign? That also requires my approval. You're still an employee of the company. Han Zishuan didn't expect this Lu Hansheng to be like this, and immediately huffed. I'm an employee of the company, but I don't want to do it now. That's fine, isn't it? At worst, I don't want this month's salary. A $1,000 salary a month. If it was before, Han Zishuan definitely couldn't afford to give it up. But these days followed Li Yan, accustomed to the big waves. Plus Li Yan not long ago to her account turned 100,000 yuan red packet. Lu Hansheng was no threat at all in her eyes. Good you Han Zishuan. Humph. You think it's easy? Where is it so easy to leave? You think that Li Yan framing Zhang Si Yuan's matter police is a little cute? Do you? We're a national futures company. The power behind it can't be compared to that of a thug. If we don't resolve this matter this time, I'll immediately send Li Yan to jail. What? How can you guys be like this? It's not like Li Yan has broken any laws. As soon as Han Zishuan heard this, she anxiously defended herself. However, when Lu Hansheng saw this expression on Han Zishuan's face, he immediately had a heartbeat. You're worried about this Li Yan? Nope. No, Han Zishuan said in a panic. Ha, don't say no. In fact, finding Li Yan's trouble or not is just a matter of my words. As long as you help me accomplish this matter this time, I'll let him go. Lu Hansheng's heart burst with triumph. Then he smiled and said to Han Zishuan. Han Zishuan's face was torn, but she finally nodded. For Li Yan, it was nothing for her to suffer a bit of aggravation. With more than $30 million lying on the books, the absurdity behind the green beans no longer had anything to do with him. Next, it's time to consider some industrial investments at the turn of the century. But of course, the one that will allow me to realize my goal the fastest is still the stock market. Compared to the futures trading market, the stock market can carry more money. After the sluggishness after 1998, there are many opportunities in the future. With these thoughts in his mind, Li Yan had a clear plan for the next road. Just at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was actually Han Zishuan who called. Zishuan? What's wrong? Something wrong? Li Yan picked up the phone and asked. Han Zishuan's slightly hesitant voice came through. Young Li, I have thought about it for a long time, and I'm afraid that there's no way to leave with you for the time being. What's going on? Didn't you already think about it before? Li Yan frowned and said with a bit of anger. In these few days, he had a preliminary understanding of Han Zishuan's abilities and had already made up his mind to properly cultivate Han Zishuan. But in the blink of an eye, Han Zishuan actually quit. Take yourself as what? I just won't leave my job for a while, Han Zishuan said in a tangled voice. Li Yan had been holding a fire in his heart, and said coldly, all right then. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. What Li Yan didn't know was that Han Zishuan on the other end of the phone, after hanging up the phone, covered her mouth and cried silently. Li Yan, don't blame me. I really don't want anything to happen to you. Chapter 44, A Soft Underbelly. At night, at home. Li Yan, are you not in a good mood? Did you lose money? Qin Ruoxue, who was eating, looked at Li Yan's silence from the beginning to the end and couldn't help but ask with a bit of worry. Li Yan shook his head. Qin Ruoxue sighed. No matter if you make money or lose money, I want you to be happy. I know you're tired from trading. Later, you go over there and lie down for a while, and I'll burn some hot water to scald your feet. Li Yan was upset because of Han Zishuan. It was something he couldn't talk much about with Qin Ruoxue, but what he didn't expect was that Qin Ruoxue didn't get to the bottom of the matter like an ordinary housewife. Instead, she was very concerned about herself, and his heart couldn't help but warm up. Soon, Qin Ruoxue came over with hot water and helped Li Yan take off his shoes and socks. The warm water calmed his originally irritated mood, and looking at Qin Ruoxue's capricious appearance, Li Yan suddenly had a feeling that this was home, no matter who he was outside. But back at home, he was Qin Ruoxue's husband, all that the woman in front of him relied on. Ruoxue, you don't have to work hard, I'll do it myself. Li Yan smiled as he pulled Qin Ruoxue up and quickly washed his own feet. After washing her feet, Qin Ruoxue sat beside Li Yan and said happily, "The decoration of the house is almost done. When do you think you're free? Let's go take a look." Li Yan nodded. The two of them ate their meals and rested early. Looking at Qin Ruoxue lying beside herself with a face full of happiness, Li Yan suddenly felt that it was all worth it. However, right at this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Li Yan glanced at it and it was actually Zhao Ziyang, calling himself at this time. "Li Yan, are you asleep yet? Hurry up and come out." Zhao Ziyang lowered his voice on the phone, seemingly nervous. "What happened, brother Zhao? I saw Han Zishuan. It seems like she was taken away by that new guy from New Wave Futures. It's at Caesars International. You should hurry over." Li Yan fell into silence, remembering the phone call Han Zishuan had made to herself at that moment. "Forget it. I'm not good at getting involved in other people's affairs," Li Yan said coldly. Zhao Ziyang on the other end of the phone couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This wasn't right. In their eyes, Han Zishuan could be said to be Li Yan's forbidden domain. Why was it suddenly like this? Could it be that there was a falling out? Older brother no matter what, if you're not busy, come here first and figure out what's going on. What if there is a misunderstanding? Zhao Ziyang persuaded in the spirit of not letting Li Yan suffer. His words, however, inadvertently touched Li Yan's nerves. "Wait, who did you just say Han Zishuan was with? Lu Hansheng?" Li Yan raised his voice. "I don't know the name. It's the one who just came in today," Zhao Ziyang said. Li Yan had a number in his heart. 9 times out of 10, it was Lu Hansheng, right? Maybe, I'm really wrong about Han Zishuan? With a hint of doubt, Li Yan climbed up from the bed and began to put on his clothes. Qin Ruoxue was awakened by Li Yan and couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" "I'm going out for a bit to take care of something." "You sleep first. No need to wait for me." Li Yan kissed Qin Ruoxue's forehead and whispered, Then be careful." Qin Ruoxue hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she just admonished without asking anything else. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Li Yan said with a bit of a twist. Putting down his own wife to go find Han Zishuan? Why did he feel a bit like he wasn't a thing? After leaving the house, Li Yan shook his head, unraveling the twinge in his heart. Han Zishuan was someone he had his eye on, and in the future, she would occupy a very important position in his career map. Since this was the case, he couldn't easily give it up to someone else. Otherwise, wouldn't his investment these days be wasted? With this thought in his mind, Li Yan took a taxi to Caesars International. When Li Yan arrived at Caesars International, Zhao Ziyang was squatting by the roadside smoking. Seeing Li Yan get off the car, he hurriedly came over. "Just now a friend and I were here to talk about something, and when I came out I saw Han Zishuan being taken upstairs by Lu Hanqing through the corridor. By the way, what's going on with you two? What's wrong with you two?" Zhao Ziyang finished speaking and looked at Li Yan with an odd expression on his face. Li Yan laughed dumbly. "Let's talk about this later. Let's find someone first." "Good," said the two as they headed inside. At this moment, Caesar International, VIP Hall number 3. Lu Hansheng sat on top of the soft collapse, his face full of complimentary smiles as he rushed across to a middle-aged man without a few hairs on his head. "Mr. Zhou, it's really too much of a favor for me for you to come. I'll be the host today, so make sure to enjoy yourself to the fullest." Zhou Yushan, who was in his early 40s and towering as the fund manager of Hongyuan Investment, nodded casually and did not put the opposite Lu Hansheng in his eyes at all. Instead, he surveyed Han Zishuan beside Lu Hansheng with interest, only to find the girl's eyebrows clear and beautiful. When Lu Hansheng saw Zhou Yushan's gaze, he instantly understood, and smiled curtly. "This is Han Zishuan, an employee of my sales department. I came here today to look up to a big shot like you, Mr. Zhou." Saying that, he turned his head, frowning at Han Zishuan and said coldly, "Zishuan, still not quick enough to toast to General Manager Zhou." Han Zishuan revealed a difficult look and said weakly, "Mr. Zhou, I don't know how to drink. Why don't I just toast you with tea instead of wine?" "Humph, Mr. Lu, is this looking down on me or what? Not even giving this face?" Zhou Yushan's face surfaced with a displeased color. Lu Hansheng was startled and hurriedly smiled and said, "Mr. Zhou, the little girl doesn't know any better. You drink first. I'll talk to her." With that, he turned around and rushed Han Zishuan and whispered, "You come out with me." Han Zishuan bit her lip and silently followed Lu Hansheng out of the box. "What the hell is wrong with you, Han Zishuan? You were unwilling to let Li Yan keep all the profits in the sales department. Now I've managed to find a channel to find General Manager Zhou. A glass of wine you can die." Lu Hanqing's eyes were fierce as he cursed at Han Zishuan. Han Zishuan lowered her head with red eyes and bit her lip. "Mr. Lu, I really don't drink." Han Zishuan wasn't a workplace buff. What Lu Hansheng and Zhou Yushan had in mind, she knew in her heart, but she had no way, can only use this way to protect herself. However, when Lu Hansheng heard Han Zixuan's words, he immediately sneered. People are here. Even if it doesn't work today, it will work. You remember, I'm the boss of the sales department. You are an employee. My orders, you have to follow them. Or if you want me to personally send Li Yan to jail, that's fine. You can leave now. After saying that, Lu Hansheng coldly looked at Han Zixuan. Li Yan is Han Zixuan's soft underbelly. Lu Hansheng has been clear for a long time. At this moment is completely ate Han Zixuan. Sure enough, I drink. Han Zixuan nodded silently as tears rolled in her eyes. Lu Hansheng immediately laughed out loud. That's right. Stay well with Mr. Zhou today. After the matter is accomplished, I guarantee that you have a better life than now. Chapter 45. What are you? Han Zixuan's hand was placed on the door handle of the compartment, but she felt that the door weighed more than 1,000 pounds, making her tremble but unable to push it open. It wasn't the door that was heavy, but the fact that she knew that she wouldn't be able to turn back once she pushed the door open tonight. She turned around and looked towards the end of the corridor. At this moment, how she wished that person appeared here and took herself away. Young Li, I'm sorry. She covered her mouth and sobbed silently and sadly. Originally she thought that she had long since stopped caring about these things. After all, being in the sales department was a big die stuff, and one always had to face reality. Sooner or later, she will become the same as other women in the sales department. The reason why she didn't make a choice was because she hadn't waited for a woman worth investing in, but it was until Li Yan appeared. In just a few days of work, Han Zixuan had experienced a wonderful experience that she had never experienced in her life. And it was also in those few short days that she made the decision to accompany Li Yan down the road. That feeling was complicated. She was willing to accompany Li Yan to conquer the future and witness the birth of a miracle. Even though she knew that it was impossible for her to marry Li Yan, she had no choice but to follow him, only hoping that she could appear by his side at any time he needed her. That kind of life might be wonderful, but I can't wait. With a sigh, Han Zixuan wiped away her tears. Behind her came Lu Hansheng's impatient urging. Grind your teeth and do chicken hair. Hurry up, don't let Mr. Zhou wait impatiently. Lu Hansheng pushed the door open, pulled Han Zixuan's arm and pushed her to Zhou Yushan's side, laughing. Ha ha, the little girl is shy, and is a bit timid to see such a big shot like Mr. Zhou for the first time. You've waited long, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yushan's eyes fell on Han Zixuan's face, looking at her pearly blossom with rain of delicate appearance. The fire in his heart rises, but feel more and more stimulation. It's okay, little girl, well. Rise and shine. Lu Hansheng nodded his head. Right. Mr. Zhou is right. Zixuan, not accompanied by Mr. Zhou to drink a cup. Thank Mr. Zhou properly? Han Zixuan expressionlessly brought her wine glass up and tilted her head. A satisfied expression surfaced on Zhou Yushan's face. Lu Hansheng's heart secretly sighed in relief. This thing was finally a done deal. However, just at this moment, there was a loud bang. The door of the box was kicked open. Lu Hansheng immediately stood up in a rage. Who the hell is looking for death? However, just as he said that, a fist zoomed in front of his eyes and directly hit him in the face. Lu Hansheng let out a miserable cry with an ouch and was knocked to the ground. What are you drinking? You drink when others tell you to? Put it down and follow me. A cold voice came. Han Zixuan raised her head but saw Li Yan standing on the side with a gloomy face, knocking Lu Hansheng over with a punch. Li Xiao, tears flashed in Han Zixuan's eyes. He had still come. I didn't expect my hopes to come true. Say what you have to say later. Li Yan gave Han Zixuan a faint look and reached out his hand to pull her behind him. At this time, Lu Hansheng covered his face and climbed up from the ground. Li Yan's punch was not light. At this moment, he felt that his whole face was hot and stinging. Zhou Yushan looked at Li Yan, who suddenly barged in and disturbed his good deed, frowned and asked Lu Hansheng, "What's going on?" Lu Hansheng said a bad word in his heart and hurriedly said curtly, "Mr. Zhou, don't worry, I'll take care of things." Saying this, he turned around, gritted his teeth and shouted at Li Yan, "Good you Li Yan, you actually dared to beat up Lao Zi, dare to come here to cause trouble. Are you impatient to live?" Li Yan looked at Lu Hansheng with an ice-cold gaze. "You're the one who's impatient to live. How dare you touch my people? Beating you is light." Lu Hansheng was furious and his eyes were on fire. Asterisk. Who the hell do you think you are? Don't think that earning a few stinking dollars makes you think you're a character. Still want to take this away? Walking Nima you can not go. His eyes turned and his gaze landed on Han Zixuan. Han Zixuan, you're an employee of the company. Must listen to my words. Otherwise, you know the consequences. When Han Zixuan heard this, her heart tightened and she panicked a bit. Aren't you going to resign? Did he not approve or something? Li Yan had already thought about it on his way here. Han Zixuan's tone was a bit off on the phone today, and at the time, He was disheartened and didn't think much about it. Now after seeing the scene, it was even more certain. At this moment, Lu Hansheng opened his mouth. He immediately asked, I want to leave my job. But he said. Han Zixuan looked at Lu Hansheng with a little fear. Lu Hansheng looked at things to be exposed, immediately roared, Han Zixuan, this is a legal society. You talk to be responsible. Less ing bull. In bull ********, I'll get you dead now. Li Yan impatiently grabbed the ashtray on the table and directly smashed it on Lu Hansheng's body. He said that if I don't help him work, he will send you to the prison. At this time with Li Yan by her side, Han Zixuan was less afraid and told the truth of the matter. What? Send me to the inside of a prison? Li Yan froze for a moment, then laughed in anger. The truth of the matter. It turned out, it wasn't Han Zixuan who wasn't willing to follow her away. It was this villain Lu Hansheng who was up to no good. Li Yan sneered and walked to Lu Hansheng. Sending me to prison? A good calculation. Do you have the ability to do that? Things were poked and prodded on the spot. Lu Hansheng looked at Li Yan with an apprehensive expression. Don't mess around. Have a good conversation. This is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding you paralyzed. Li Yan did not say anything. Directly a slap in the past. Actually dare to count on lousy. Lu Hansheng, who gave you the guts? Slap after slap. In the blink of an eye, Lu Hansheng was whipped into a pig's head by Li Yan. Zhou Yushan originally thought that he would let Lu Hansheng take care of Li Yan, and he would then enjoy Han Zixuan. He didn't expect Lu Hansheng to be so useless. What a ing waste. He cursed darkly, stood up and coldly rushed Li Yan. Young man, you have a lot of courage. If you don't want to die, stop it and apologize on your knees, and then roll out by yourself. Li Yan froze for a moment, then looked at Zhou Yushan as if he was looking at him. What are you, making me kneel down and apologize? With you? Are you worthy? Lu Hansheng didn't expect Li Yan to hit himself, not to mention that he also provoked Zhou Yushan. A bright light flashed in his eyes and he jumped up and said, Li Yan, you are dead. It doesn't matter if you offend me. Do you know that, mister? Zhou is a big shot that you can't afford to offend. Chapter 46, 30,000 turned into 30 million. Does it count as a battle? Han Zixuan pulled Li Yan's arm. Li Yan, let's go. Han Zixuan's expression made Zhou Yushan more and more pleased, and said with a cold snort, Go, you can only leave if I let you. That man, as long as you kneel down and beg me to spare you, I can let you go, but this girl today I will eat. Lu Hansheng said, Mr. Zhou is a big shot in the financial circle of Dragon City. A single word can make your life worse than death. You're just a turtle who made some money by fluke. If you know what's good for you, get down on your knees and beg for forgiveness. A big shot in the Dragon City financial circle? Ha, that's really scary. See you in the market if you're capable. Don't pretend to be a pussy here, Li Yan said with disdain. In front of him, he did not have the slightest impression of the person surnamed Zhou. It was important to know that those who engaged in finance at this time in early 1999, if they really developed, they would all be bigwigs in the future. With Li Yan's coffee in his previous life, even if he didn't recognize it, he still had a bit of an impression. Since there is none, it means that this person is definitely dead halfway. This kind of trash, Li Yan would care? Good brat, how dare you look down on me? I'll let you walk out of here today. Zhou Yushan, as a fund manager with 2 funds in his hands, was accustomed to flaunting his power in Dragon City. Has he ever been despised like this? The whole man was furious and his face turned blue. And when Lu Hansheng saw this scene, an expression of pleasure appeared in his eyes, and in his heart, he said, Li Yan, you're really a dead man. As the words fell, Zhou Yushan instantly pressed a ringing bell on the table, and then looked at Li Yan with a cold smile. In the blink of an eye, footsteps came from outside the door, followed by a black-faced man walking in with a few people. Mr. Zhou, what happened? After the black-faced man entered the door, he rushed at Zhou Yushan in a conciliatory manner and asked, Mr. Wu, you've come at the right time. Help me deal with this brat. After dealing with it, I can consider your general manager Xia's matter. The black-faced man instantly had a flash of surprise appear in his eyes, nodded, and turned around, and Zhou Yushan instantly looked at Li Yan with a teasing face. Kid, there are some people that you can't afford to mess with. Later on, I'd like to see how you'll kneel on the ground and beg me. However, what he didn't expect was that after General Manager Wu turned around, he froze for a moment, frowning fiercely. Why is it you? A trace of surprise surfaced in Li Yan's eyes as well. I didn't expect to meet you here either. This so-called General Manager Wu in front of him was actually the black-faced man who stood beside Xie Yuanjun when Li Yan saved her last time. Seemingly called Xiao Wu, Zhou Yushan had wanted to see Li Yan's miserable end, but now all of a sudden when he saw this scene, a trace of bad premonition surfaced in his heart. Mr. Wu, what? This kid you recognize? Don't know. General Manager Wu shook his head. Ha ha, that's good then. That's good. Deal with him and I'll help you guys. Zhou Yushan secretly sighed in relief and said with a smile. However, the next moment, the general manager Wu in his mouth spat out and said, I don't know him, but I know that he's general manager Xia's guest. What? Zhou Yushan's eyebeads bulged out violently. Who was Mr. Xia? He knew better than anyone else. That person's energy was frighteningly large. This time, if he didn't have a request, Zhou Yushan wouldn't dare to speak like this, but he didn't expect that the kid in front of him, who looked like a hick, was actually a guest of Mr. Xia. At this moment, Zhou Yushan regretted a little bit in his heart. Let's go, General Manager Zhou. Since you have a conflict with Li Yan, I can't handle this matter. Mr. Xia is upstairs. Let Mr. Xia handle it. General Manager Wu said with an expressionless face, and then had someone take Li Yan and Zhou Yushan upstairs. Wait for me here. It's fine. After going out, Li Yan whispered to Han Zixuan. Han Zixuan nodded obediently, worry surfacing in her eyes. Li Yan smiled, calmly following Xiao Wu as he pushed open the door and walked in, while Zhou Yushan by his side had a face apprehensive, his face uncertain. After going in, a woman who appeared like a fiery rose was holding a glass of red wine, sitting on the sofa. At this moment, she raised her head and saw Li Yan, and immediately smiled and said, Li Yan, we meet again. Yes, Ms. Xia, I didn't expect that this is your property either, Li Yan said with a smile. After saving Xia Wanjun last time, Li Yan thought that the two wouldn't have any interactions for the time being, but he didn't expect that after so few days of work, they actually met again. I heard Xiao Wu say that you two had a conflict. Xia Wanjun turned her head to look at Zhou Yushan and said indifferently, a superior aura emanating from her body. Zhou Yushan, who was still full of arrogance before, immediately smiled awkwardly. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. However, at this time, Li Yan said indifferently, misunderstanding? That's really rare. You, the so-called big brother of the financial circle, can actually say something like this? Wasn't it you who told me to kneel down before? Li Yan's cynicism made Zhou Yushan's heart grow more and more hateful, but he didn't dare to show it in front of Xia Wanjun. He just said sardonically, this, alright, Li Yan, give me face this time. The matter will be left at that. I still have things I want Zhou Yushan to do. What do you think? Xia Wanjun let out a bitter smile and looked at the obstinate Li Yan, persuading him. Li Yan, however, shook his head. No way, kid, don't you go too far. Xiao Wu had looked at Li Yan with displeasure last time, not realizing that Li Yan had actually rejected Xia Wanjun's intentions. He instantly opened his mouth with a gloomy face. Li Yan lightly glanced at him, then asked Xia Wanjun, I just heard him say that you have a favor to ask? Stocks or investments, or what? Xia Wanjun was surprised and asked, you also know about stocks? A little. I don't see it. Xia Wanjun curiously sized up Li Yan, then pondered for a moment and asked, do you have any track record? Sister Wan. Xiao Wu's face changed slightly, and she immediately opened her mouth to say something. However, Xia Wanjun said indifferently, I have something in mind. Xiao Wu was a bit reluctant and glared fiercely at Li Yan, only to be directly ignored by Li Yan. If we're talking about battle results, in less than a month, 30,000 turned into 30 million. Does that count as a battle result? Li Yan said casually. What, kid, do you even lie without a draft? You think you're the boss stock god? Even the boss stock god wouldn't dare to say this. Mr. Xia, if you ask me, this kid is a liar. Get him out of here. Upon hearing Li Yan's words, Zhou Yushan was the first one to jump up and yell at Li Yan excitedly. However, Li Yan, sneered, just because Boshing can't do it, doesn't mean I can't do it. As for you, you're just a waste of space. What qualifications do you have to say this to me? Chapter 47 Confidence. Kid, don't you be unbridled. I've never heard of anyone who can do this, and for a month, not even for a lifetime. I've been traversing the market for more than a decade, and it's the first time I've heard someone dare to exaggerate like that. Zhou Yushan said with a cold smile. Li Yan faded a bit and gave him a contemptuous look. That only means you're a waste. Too arrogant. Zhou Yushan, don't dare to say that I am a trading genius in Dragon City, but to be able to come this far, I relied on solid skills. Mr. Xia, if you ask me, this kid is completely lying without a trace. Xia Wanjun frowned. Alright, Zhou Yushan didn't dare to speak at once, but the gloating expression on his face was obvious, and he sneered in his heart. It's really true that if you don't make a mistake, you won't die. Since you dare to say this, I'll see how you'll explain to General Manager Xia later. Xia Wanjun walked over to Li Yan and whispered, Li Yan, this matter is no joke. Obviously he didn't really believe it either. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Yan saved her last time and she was more or less that curious about him, according to her style of doing things, she would have already had someone throw Li Yan out. However, Li Yan smiled bashfully, I'm not joking either. If you don't believe me, turn around and I'll type up a billing statement is all. You can't lie about this stuff. Xia Wanjun froze for a moment. Then a ball of light exploded from her eyes, grabbing Li Yan's arm. So, it's all true that 30,000 a month turned into 30 million? Naturally it's true. Li Yan smiled confidently. A mere $30 million. This little bit of battle is not worth me lying about. These words came out. Both Xia Wanjun and Zhou Yushan's faces changed dramatically. Xia Wanjun was excited with glowing eyes, while Zhou Yushan's face turned as ugly as the bottom of a black pot. If you hadn't said that you knew about this, if you had to say it last time, I wouldn't have been so anxious about this matter recently, Xia Wanjun complained, then said seriously. When Xia Wanjun said this, Zhou Yushan beside him couldn't sit still. If this kid intervened, wouldn't he be sharing out the meat in his bowl? General Manager Xie. This, him even if he has a delivery note, that is not necessarily what the situation is yet. I think it is better to ask clearly. After all, there are specialties in the arts, Zhou Yushan said while looking at Li Yan vigilantly. Li Yan sneered in his heart. From the moment he entered the door and saw Xia Wanjun, his mind spun fast. Without a doubt, after 2 contacts, his intuition told Li Yan that Xia Wanjun was definitely a woman with a background, and he had just seized $30 million from the futures market and was planning to switch to another market. Right now there was such an opportunity, why not seize it? So he decisively decided to cut off Zhou Yushan. Mr. Xia, might as well tell us what you're going to do first. Li Yan didn't bother with Zhou Yushan at all. Xia Wanjun pondered for a moment and said, I have 2 stocks that are trapped, and I need to get the funds out in the short term. Sure enough, it was basically similar to Li Yan's judgment. In domestic financial transactions, whether now or in later generations, futures are after all niche products that can carry a limited amount of capital. And this situation of Xia Wanjun is all too common. You're looking for him to take it on through his fund and then ship it out? Li Yan asked. Xia Wanjun shook her head with a bitter smile. If that's the case, it's much simpler. These 2 tickets, after I invested in them, they have been dropping, and now they are floating at a loss of about 30%. And if you want to cash out in the short term, it's very difficult. Li Yan pondered for a moment and asked, the volume of funds and how much? Each is 100 million. After Xia Wanjun finished speaking, Li Yan instantly laughed bitterly. 100 million each. This combined would be $200 million with a floating loss of $60 million. After Zhou Yushan saw Li Yan's expression, he immediately sneered. How about it, kid? Scared, right? I tell you, the volume of funds is different, not comparable at all. The 2 funds under my banner, combined, amount to more than $500 million. You think it's your measly $30,000? He then turned to Xia Wanjun and said, Mr. Xia, I'll take these 2 tickets, but if it comes out, I'm going to take 10%. After saying that, Zhou Yushan looked at Li Yan smugly. Xia Wanjun frowned. Isn't 10% too much? Zhou Yushan said, Mr. Xia, you can't calculate your accounts like this. In the entire Dragon City, there aren't many people who can take your plate, right? There are not many who dare to do so, right? You are now 30% in the red. It's risky for me to take over. This, Xia Wanjun was torn. She also understood Zhou Yushan's reasoning, but now why was she in a hurry to cash out these 2 stocks? It was because something from before had caused problems on the books. She had to solve it with cash as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences would be serious. I'm doing this kind of thing for the sake of Mr. Xia's face. $200 million of goods. If this is smashed out, it's not just a loss of 30% now. At that time, I'm afraid that 50% or even more Zhou Yushan on the side of the continuous persuasion. However, right at this moment, Li Yan suddenly spoke up. Why don't I try? He wants 10%. I don't want a cent. I'll just take half of the profit. What does Mr. Xia think? What? Kid, I don't know whether to say you're confident or brain dead. Do you know what's going on with these 2 stocks? And the ING profit? I'm sure of it. If I let you do it, these 2 stocks won't be unlocked at all. Originally, Xia Wanjun had already been a bit moved, but he didn't expect Li Yan to intervene again at this time. Zhou Yushan was simply furious, but Li Yan sneered. You can't do it. That's because you're just a loser, taking investors' money to take over, eating kickbacks into their own pockets. People like you, it's simply an insult to the deal, a disgrace to the market. Zhou Yushan's face was reddened by Li Yan's sentence, and he shouted at him in anger. You less ing fake mercy here. The market is here. The leak is here. I don't cut, others will cut. If you're capable, you come too. Turtle. Enough. Right at this moment, Xia Wanjun suddenly snorted coldly, interrupting the 2. She raised her head and took a deep breath, rushing towards Li Yan and said, Li Yan, it's not that I don't believe you. It really is that this matter is of great importance. There is no room for any problems. How much certainty do you have? Li Yan smiled confidently. It's a lie to say 100%. Let's do it this way. Since it's 2 stocks, why don't we each make one? I have $30 million on hand. If it doesn't meet your requirements, how about I subsidize you with my $30 million? We can sign an agreement to finalize these. These words came out. Zhou Yushan's face changed violently. Li Yan was betting his life on this one? You're ing crazy. Zhou Yushan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Chapter 48, Agreement Manipulation. Xia Wanjuan's eyes glittered. She thought that she had seen great storms, but at this moment, she was still startled by Li Yan's words. This brat, too ruthless. Good. Since you say so, then it's settled. Things were imminent. She didn't have much time to think too much. Mr. Xia, this won't work. Before we agreed, it's both I'll do it. You're this. Zhou Yushan didn't expect Xia Wanjun to actually agree, and immediately opened his mouth unwillingly. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Li Yan immediately said, if you're not willing to do it, both branches I'll do it. Zhou Yushan cursed angrily in his heart, then said in a panic, ha ha, I was just joking just now. One branch is just one. But, Mr. Xia, don't blame me for speaking harshly. My fund position control is limited. Since it is one, then according to one to arrange. At that time, if something goes wrong with the one this kid made, I won't care at that time. Li Yan sneered. You'd better care about yourself. Soon, Xia Wanjun prepared 2 stock proxy agreements and each of the 3 parties signed. Alright, Mr. Zhou, when the market opens tomorrow, you can start making arrangements. If it can really help me solve out, I will give you 10%. But if you make a mess, don't blame me, Xia Yuanjun, for turning the other cheek. Xia Yuanjun's words made Zhou Yushan's heart thump, but he still smiled awkwardly. Don't worry, Ms. Xia, I know what's in my heart. That would be best, Xia Wanjun said faintly. Zhou Yushan turned to leave at this time, but Li Yan suddenly opened his mouth. General Manager Xie, there's a matter that I still need your help with. Zhou Yushan immediately brightened up. What, kid? Finally stopped pretending? If you can't take this order, give me the agreement now. I'll do it. You'd better think about how to explain to your investors after you take it. Li Yan said indifferently. Kid, we'll see. Having been poked to the sore spot by Li Yan, Zhou Yushan's face turned blue with anger. Li Yan, what matter did you say? Xia Wanjun opened her mouth at this time and asked. There's a trash outside the door counting on me. Hearing Li Yan say this, Xia Wanjun instantly rushed at Xiao Wu and spoke. Bring the person in. Xiao Wu went out with a stern face, and in the blink of an eye, the apprehensive-looking Han Zishuan and Lu Hansheng were brought in. Li Yan, Han Zishuan exclaimed in shock, dashing to the inside, asking with concern, are you alright? It's fine, don't worry. Li Yan smiled, then turned his head to look at Lu Hansheng. Can Han Zishuan leave her job? Li Yan, you're not a member of my company. Who are you to order me around? If you want Han Zishuan to leave, it's not up to me, it's up to Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yushan was originally half dead from Li Yan's anger, but he didn't dare to be reckless in front of Xia Wanjun, and he was about to leave. But he didn't expect Lu Hansheng to once again bring him into the picture. What has it got to do with me? Lu Hansheng, you hurry to give people for the departure formalities. Don't gab. Zhou Yushan first time panic in his own clear relationship, then rushed to Lu Hansheng scolded up. In front of this situation is clear that Xia Wanjun want to manage this thing. This is what people. He knew in his heart. He didn't want to involve himself. Mr. Zhou, then our things. Lu Hansheng was directly dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out how Zhou Yushan, who was calling the shots in the financial circle of Dragon City, had become as timid as a rabbit. Could it be that Li Yan is really so terrifying? Zhou Yushan saw Lu Hansheng froze, immediately anxious, a slap in his face. Lousy words, you did not hear it. I have nothing to do with you, less ing bull. If you don't want to die, now the human little girl's formalities are done. At this moment, Zhou Yushan eat people's hearts have. Lu Hansheng panicked and nodded, stuttered and rushed to Li Yan. Li Yan, I'll approve it now. She is no longer my employee. Just go to the company tomorrow to do the separation formalities. More tomorrow? Li Yan raised his eyebrows. Lu Hansheng immediately shivered. No, I'll do the formalities myself. Also give her 2 more months of salary. Do you think this is okay? Forget about the salary. I don't want it, Han Zishuan hurriedly said. Zhou Yushan heard Lu Hansheng's words before he compensated with a smile and asked Xia Wanjun, Mr. Xia, what do you think of this treatment? Xia Wanjun didn't finish her sentence, but looked at Li Yan. Li Yan nodded. Alright, no more business for you guys, Xia Wanjun said indifferently. Zhou Yushan secretly sighed in relief and flew away as if he had been pardoned. Lu Hansheng was like a lapdog, not daring to raise his head as he followed in a panic. Li Yan, now that there are no outsiders, tell me, how on earth did you do it? How did it go from $30,000 to $30 million in a month's time? Xia Wanjun asked as she curiously sized up Li Yan. The trading market, that's how it is. The market is right. Make the right judgment, and the money comes naturally. Don't worry, Mr. Xia, I will naturally take care of your matter for you, Li Yan said confidently. Xia Wanjun suddenly remembered the words Li Yan said when she first met him. Although I, Li Yan, am not a big shot, I am not so big as to beg. At that time, she just thought that Li Yan was different from the average young man, but now it seemed that he did have the backbone to say that. Then, I'll wait for your good news. Starting tomorrow, I'll arrange for someone to get in touch with you. Good. Then I'll leave first. At this time, Xiao Wu frowned and walked over to Xia Wanjun, saying in a deep voice, Sister Wan, do you really believe this kid? I believe, Xia Wanjun said bluntly. But, what if? Xiao Wu said with a worried face. Xia Yuanjun said lightly, there is no such thing as an eventuality. If I was afraid to do anything, I, Xia Yuanjun, wouldn't be able to walk today. I believe in my own eyes. I believe in Li Yan. Zhou Yushan walked outside from Xia Wanjun's office, feeling his entire body covered in cold sweat. Then he looked at the agreement cupped in his hands and instantly revealed a smug smile. 10% according to the volume of funds, $10 million, a full $10 million. As long as this order was made, he was immediately on his way to the peak of his life. But if it wasn't for the stirrer Li Yan, I could have gotten a double share, $20 million. Damn it, this revenge, I'll definitely avenge it. Don't you think you're a good trader? This time I'll let you know what it means to be a man outside the world. At that time, I'll see how Xia Wanjun will deal with you when you fail to complete the mission and hit your $30 million. A spiteful glow surfaced on Zhou Yushan's face. At this time, Lu Hansheng, who had been standing behind him and hadn't dared to speak, heard these words and suddenly had a change in his heart and hurriedly said, Mr. Zhou, if you want to deal with Li Yan, I think I can help. Chapter 49, The Stock Market. You can help? What do you have? Zhou Yushan originally did not want to take care of Lu Hansheng, but at this moment heard the words of Lu Hansheng. Suddenly a heartbeat, suspiciously asked, Mr. Zhou, Li Yan has made money step by step from our business hall. Just a guy who stepped on. Some of the people around him who did deals together, and some of the interpersonal relationships, I can figure them out. We can work on those. With Mr. Zhou's connections in Dragon City, it's easy to get rid of this kid. Zhou Yushan's eyes lit up when he heard him say this. This idea is not bad. You kid is still somewhat useful, Zhou Yushan said with a smile. Lu Hansheng immediately looked at Zhou Yushan eagerly. Mr. Zhou, then you see the matter of funds. Funds are good. Isn't it just a $50 million bridge payment? As long as you can help me fix Li Yan, money is not a problem. Ha ha, good. I will definitely do my best. Just wait for my good news. Mr. Zhou, Lu Hansheng said with a red face. Li Yan led Han Zishuan out of Caesar's, and Han Zishuan kept her head down, not daring to look at Li Yan. She felt like she was just too stupid. She believed whatever people said. She almost got herself involved. If Li Yan hadn't come to her rescue, I'm afraid the consequences, she didn't even dare to imagine. Especially that old man Zhou Mountain, all fat and colorful, staring at himself. Simply disgusting to death. At this time a silhouette walked to Li Yan's front. Older brother. Nothing happened, right? But it was Zhao Ziyang who was waiting at the bottom. Previously, Zhao Ziyang was afraid that Li Yan would suffer a loss and wanted to go with Li Yan to find someone, but was dissuaded by Li Yan. Zhao Ziyang had already helped a lot by being able to provide him with timely information today, so it wasn't good to implicate someone again. It's fine. It's already been resolved. Thanks for today, brother Zhao. Zhao Ziyang rubbed his hands. Ha ha, what a polite thing to say. Alright then, I'll go home if nothing happens. You young people have a good time. After saying that, he winked at Li Yan and made an expression that all men understand. Li Yan instantly laughed bitterly. After Zhao Ziyang left, Li Yan looked at Han Zishuan, who was standing behind him with her head down, and couldn't help but gasp and laugh. What are you still standing there for? Are you still planning to go up and accompany someone for a drink? No, Han Zishuan wanted to speak. Li Yan shrugged helplessly. Zishuan, it's not that I'm talking about you. In the future, put a little more intelligence into it. There will be many more of these things. If you don't pay attention, it's easy to suffer, you know? Aha! Han Zishuan was like a schoolboy who had made a mistake, not daring to say anything back. Li Yan originally had a belly full of fire, but when he thought that Han Zishuan was worried about being sent to prison by Lu Hansheng, and that's why she compromised, he couldn't send out any more fire. Don't think too much. I'll send you back. Rest early. Wait for my news tomorrow. We'll start work. Han Zishuan saw that Li Yan was finally no longer stern-faced, and her hanging heart was put in her stomach. finding a car to send Han Zixuan home. When she arrived downstairs, Han Zixuan suddenly wrapped her arms around Li Yan's arm. That, Mr. Li, why don't you not go back today? My parents aren't home. Han Zixuan finished, playfully winking at Li Yan. Li Yan coughed dryly. No way. I still have to go back to prepare for the start of work tomorrow. Next time. Han Zixuan nodded with a bit of loss and walked down the hallway under Li Yan's watchful eye. Phew! Li Yan let out a long breath, suppressing the hint of evil fire in his heart that had just been stirred up by Han Zixuan. Before he left the house, he had said that he was going home, and Qin Ruoxue was still waiting at home. Men can come out to wave, but after the wave, home is the belonging. Once Li Yan, although the wealth is unrivaled, but there is no woman waiting for him to go home. In his second life, he cherished this rare and precious bond. When Li Yan came back, he found the lights on at home, and Qin Ruoxue was leaning on the sofa napping with a small blanket. Why are you up? Didn't I tell you to go to bed earlier? Li Yan looked at Qin Ruoxue's confused appearance and was a bit distressed. Qin Ruoxue smiled and said, I was afraid that you'd come back hungry and thought to get you something to eat. Saying this, she was about to climb up. Li Yan smiled. Not hungry. You don't move. In Qin Ruoxue's stunned look, Li Yan suddenly bent down and picked Qin Ruoxue up. Qin Ruoxue's face instantly turned as red as an apple, and her breathing turned scorching hot. Li Yan gently placed Qin Ruoxue on the bed and then covered her with the quilt. Sleep early. In the darkness, a trace of loss flashed through Qin Ruoxue's eyes, but she soon felt that Li Yan's hand, gently placed on her body. Regarding Qin Ruoxue's small mind, Li Yan had already sensed it, but with an agreement cupped back in his hands, he didn't have the heart to think of anything else right now. Originally, his idea was to create a business department effect through his own way, but today's events coincidentally gave him the opportunity in advance. At the beginning of 1999, after the financial tsunami of 1998, both the Shanghai Index and the Hang Seng Index were quite depressed, and at this time, there wasn't much living water in the market. But this is a test and an opportunity. Xia Wanjun was indeed anxious. She contacted Li Yan early the next morning, saying that she had arranged the site and equipment, and asked Li Yan to go over and prepare for the start of work. On the phone, Xia Yuanjun asked Li Yan what other needs he had despite speaking to her. As long as there are no problems with the lines. Also, just help me contact some sailors. Li Yan thought about it and said. Xia Wanjun froze for a moment. What kind of water army? Li Yan was dumbfounded. He had forgotten that at this time, the internet was not as developed as it would be in the future, and professional water armies had yet to form an industry chain. Let's put it this way, it's those people who do chat rooms on web surfing. In addition, there are familiar financial media reporters also contact too. Xia Wanjun couldn't help but ask, just this? Just this is enough, Li Yan said confidently. Okay, this is all trivial. I'll arrange it. Xia Wanjun agreed. Should I arrange a few traders for you? Li Yan directly refused. A good trader needs to be personally trained out by himself to be able to use it with ease. The risk of finding one temporarily is too great. Hanging up the phone, he took a deep breath and turned to go out to pick up Han Zixuan. Soon, Li Yan brought Han Zixuan and appeared at the place Xia Wanjun had arranged, a quiet villa. After Xia Wanjun welcomed Li Yan inside, there were a few computers placed in the room, and Li Yan didn't politely debug them directly, and was relieved when there were no problems at all. At this time, Zhou Yushan walked in with two youngsters. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but mock. What? Li Yan? First time seeing this kind of specialized equipment, right? Can you use it? Li Yan sneered and argued. Whether you can make money or not, and whether you can use the equipment or not are two different things. Completing Mr. Xia's requirements is the proper thing to do. If you are so good at using machines, why don't you go sell computers? The atmosphere was tense for a while, and swords were drawn between the two. Alright, this is the position of the two stocks. You each choose. Xia Wanjun opened her mouth at this time to interrupt the two, providing the two stocks, and the positions. Chapter 50 Inexplicable Operation. The first technology, the four sides of the creation of the exchange. Xia Wanjun heavy set is these two stocks. At the moment, looking at these two tickets, Li Yan is still pondering. Zhou Yushan was the first to choose Sifang Chuanghui. I do this. You can't steal it from me. I chose it first. Afraid that Li Yan would reverse his glance, Zhou Yushan looked at Li Yan vigilantly. Whatever, Li Yan said indifferently. These two tickets, he had no impression at all in his memory. That is to say, under normal circumstances, these two tickets are basically dead market. Absolutely nothing choppy in big market. Otherwise, it was impossible for him not to know. In that case, did it make any difference which one to pick? Then we'll each see what we can do. Zhou Yushan smiled smugly, as if he had already seen Li Yan's miserable situation of being dismantled by Xia Wanjun's people because he hadn't completed the agreement. With that, He left with his assistant and relevant information with an agitated face. Li Yan, I had intended for you to be a four-way creator. If you had fought for it just now, I would have been able to open my mouth as well, Xia Yuanjun said in a low voice. Li Yan smiled unconcernedly and said, it's the same for any branch. Zhou Yushan chose Sifang Chuanghui, only because the market capitalization is a little smaller. The stock price is not sliding down very much. Feel that he took advantage of it. This is common sense that everyone knows. But this market, if common sense works, everyone can make money. Looking at Li Yan's confident look, Xia Wanjun pondered, then said, then everything is on you. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Within a month, it must be solved. Otherwise, the latter word Xia Wanjun did not say, but Li Yan was also clear. Don't worry, it won't take more than a month. Li Yan clenched his fist and said quietly, sending Xia Wanjun away. This meal in the villa temporarily turned into Li Yan's office. Li Yan looked over the situation of this company, Dai Technology, and found out that it started out as a tape recorder, and is now starting to turn to MP3, which in this day and age, is what is known as a high-tech product. From a market capitalization of more than $10 billion at the peak of the listing, it has now become more than $4 billion, and the stock price has seriously shrunk. Han Zishuan opened the ticker software, looked worried and said to Li Yan, this has been negative. The upper side are all hedge discs. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to do it. Li Yan nodded. It does seem to be quite difficult, but if it wasn't difficult, it would be hard for us to make money. Han Zishuan's eyes immediately glowed. Young Li, you must have a way, right? Li Yan smiled undeniably. Just take a look and you'll see. Go. Now go with me to open an account. Open an account? Han Zishuan froze for a moment. Li Yan said with an odd expression on his face. Is it hard to just take this one account and wash it back and forth? That way, not to mention the cost, the buying and selling will be screwed up. The morning of the same day, the German technology is still half dead. Look, basically nothing in the morning transaction, and even change hands are only 0.18%, and there is no difference between the dead. And Li Yan took Han Zishuan in Huaxin Securities Zhengtong Avenue Business Department opened an account, deposit $30 million, officially began his first step from the first bucket of money in futures, after the switch to the stock market. At noon, Zhou Yushan found a morning Dia technology disc or not much change, cannot help but sneer up. I'm afraid this kid is scared silly, right? Really think in the futures market. Good luck to catch up with the market of green beans to earn a little money. Think they are the stock god? That's right, mung beans, that kind of market, not to mention him. Just anyone who bets on the right market will be able to take off. Lu Hanqing stood by his side, said with the same enemy, my side has been arranged. These days to arrange for lobbyists to pull the plate. Go up on the first Xia's total of 100 million to solve out. My side of the fund to take over. Afterward, then adjust. How much can be out of how much? Zhou Yushan said faintly. Ha ha, with Mr. Zhou's energy, this is not a trivial matter. If you can get on Mr. Xia's good side, you'll be able to move up a notch. Lu Hansheng completely transformed into a lapdog and kneeled down to lick Zhou Yushan. Both of them laughed out loud at the same time. This time, Zhou Yushan's intention was to take the benefit of $10 million himself, but also to get on Xia Wanjuan's line, and in addition, to let Li Yan know that Zhou Yushan's powerful. As for what will happen after his own fund takes over, this is not in the scope of his consideration. Anyway, he only earns commissions, and if he loses or earns, it doesn't have much to do with him. It's just a bunch of stupid leaks who buy funds, who cut not cut. The old man also come a knife. This has become the unspoken rule in their business. For 2 days in a row, Dai technology disc without any change, and the four sides of the Chuanghui, has been arranged in the Zhou Yushan under the operation of the lobbyists. There is a strong first stop. Xia Wanjun couldn't help but dial Li Yan's phone. Li Yan, are you in some kind of trouble? If there's anything I can do to help, you can just talk to me. It's fine. Everything is normal. It's all on schedule. Wait for now. Li Yan leaned back in his chair and stared at the plate. Han Zishuan sat on his lap, her delicate fingers pinching peeled grapes and feeding them to the side of Li Yan's mouth. Then you hurry up. On my side. I can only support it until a year ago, Xia Wanjun said worriedly. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an answer before the year. If it fails, according to the agreement, my $30 million will make it up to you. Mr. Xia. Li Yan had spoken to this point. Xia Wanjun couldn't say anything else. In this way, she really wouldn't have too much to lose on Dai technology, but she couldn't figure out what the hell Li Yan was up to. After hanging up the phone, Han Zishuan hesitated for a moment and asked, Young Li, are we just going to keep waiting? There aren't many days left before the new year. Li Yan, however, smiled confidently. There are still 24 trading days left. That's enough. After saying that, Li Yan suddenly opened his account. and without even looking at it, he directly knocked in 5,000 lots according to the disk price. And at this moment on the disk was originally everyday gloomy. There is little volume of DAI technology. The disk price is 9.40. 5,000 hands instantly eat in. Take all the sell orders hanging above. Directly sweep away. The price, directly disliked, instantly surged 7%. It reached 10.58. This sudden scene directly dumbfounded anyone who had noticed this stock. What the hell? What's going on here? Isn't this DAI technology all about to drop dead? This, direct sweeping orders regardless of cost. Is there any news coming out? There are people who know the insiders are grabbing chips? When things go wrong, there must be a demon. Small position to follow up. See if you can eat some meat. Looking at the instant turnover disk, the sudden rise of 7 points. A lot of people are getting excited. And Han Zishuan, who was standing beside Li Yan, almost fainted. This is simply crazy. Building a position is not such a building method. Completely inexplicable. Li Yan, we can completely slowly collect chips. In this case, the cost is not all of a sudden pulled up a lot. Li Yan, however, smiled faintly, and after buying 5,000 lots in, he casually closed the account, instead asking Han Zishuan, do you know what the first step is to do if you want to pull up a stock all the time? Chapter 51 Popularity. Good news? Big money intervention? Han Zishuan looked at Li Yan with the intention of testing her, pondered for a moment, and asked tentatively. Li Yan, slowly shook his head. These are sufficient conditions, but not necessary conditions. Then what is it? Han Zishuan came to be interested. Looking at Li Yan curiously, Li Yan tapped the desktop and said slowly, popularity, emotions, without these, the rest is all for naught. Han Zishuan seemed to understand, feeling like she understood something and didn't. Li Yan did not do more explanation. He knew that these things, not to mention Han Zishuan, or other people, now in this era, and how many understand it. This is the most important part of the lobbyist manipulation. But in this era, the regulation is not as tight as in later years. A lot of lobbying Big Brother is still in the beginning stage. Everything is in the touchstone across the river. Li Yan bought 5,000 lots, and then did not move. But there are some followers on the disk who feel that this kind of operation, 9 times out of 10, may have to go up. At the 7% position, gradually began to buy, and some were set for a long time. Every day looking at the yin and yang tormented people, at first glance, saw a 7% increase, really cannot help it, began to sell the position. This is normal retail psychology. A ticket if the daily drop of 2%, a series of half a month, are not necessarily thrown, but when the bottom rebound, a few tortured after the emotions have begun to collapse, for fear of once again pressed to death. So sexually shipments, in this evenly matched buying and selling environment, the whole day maintained a 7% increase, did not usher in the upper board stop, but the popularity and volume, but increased a lot more than before, and Li Yan 5,000 hands to build a position, before and after the use of, only $5 million less than the funds, after the close, has been staring at Li Yan. Zhou Yushan found this scene, suddenly sneered, really a stupid lack, all to 7% actually do not pull up. Oh, still thinking of sucking chips? Use it to amortize the cost? Think beautiful, finished, he sneered, said to the stop, we still have $20 million of goods in hand. Wait, 9 times out of 10, he may have to pull up tomorrow. If he dares to pull up, just give me directly smashed to death. I'd like to see what else this kid is capable of. Play with me, play you to death. Previously, Zhou Yushan just reached a preliminary agreement with Xia Wanjun. He built a part of the position on each of the 2 tickets, but he didn't want to kill a Li Yan halfway. This part of the position, it became his weapon to deal with Li Yan. Assistant Xiao Zhang nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, against you, this kid is just looking for death. And that night, many people started asking in the stock bar if there were any good news to be released by this company or something like that. Invisibly, the popularity value of the stock bar was rising. However, until the next day before the market opened, there was no sudden favorable release. The entire market news was calm. Not a single wave. This isn't right. Could it be that some big investor had such a whim? It is possible. After all, yesterday's big single only 5,000 lots, 4 or 5 million, large households can take out. Finished. I'm going to run when the market opens. This kind of long-term decline in the ticket, 10,000 set up on the trouble. While the stock bar was buzzing, Li Yan revealed a smile. The bidding opened. Li Yan is indifferent. Plate. After yesterday's fermentation, many people became hesitant. This ticket in the end to rise, or a day trip? Result. All day, there is no good news. The disk after the opening up and down within 2 points of the struggle, once again returned to dead silence. A whole day Li Yan did not make a move. This makes the daughters to bad Li Yan good thing Zhou Yushan, like a punch in the cotton, angry and stormy. I just don't believe it. This kid won't pull. I'll wait for when you pull and I'll smash it, he huffed. However, the next 3 full days, the disc resumed the decadent strength of the past days. The volume slipped again and again, and the stock price was trending at 1% per day, and began to fall negatively again. Among the stock bars, the people who chased in that day began to curse. Asterisk 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 him. Which son of a is doing something? I chased it, and you ended up dead. Yeah, this looks like a new low. No way. No way. Chop it off. Liar. I'm trapped again. Just when everyone thought that day technology would continue to keep falling negatively, the next day at the opening, Li Yan bought again. The stock price of day technology is not in the decadence. The whole day volume rose, rushed high and slipped, closed at 10.47, up 6.21%. After the first 2 days, this time everyone calmed down. As for those who were forced to cut off, one by one, beating their chests and howling, but do not dare to chase in. And when Zhou Yushan saw the scene, he laughed out loud. This kid thought it was just a few washes. He should have $10 million in his hand by now. He should have 10 million chips in hand right now. Mr. Xie's account is covered by $100 million. I'd like to see how you're going to hand it out when the time comes. Pulling up the stock price was easy, but trying to hand out the chips was the hardest part. Zhou Yushan relied on the funds in his hands and could completely take over, but Li Yan did not have this convenience. Then, tomorrow when the market opens, do we smash it? Assistant Xiao Zhang carefully asked Zhou Yushan. Zhou Yushan shook his head. Not smashing. Wait for him to stop and we'll smash it. Just want to kill him. If we smash him halfway, we might even help him. Zhou Yushan said coldly. Friday opening, day technology again on the attack. The whole day rose 5%. Zhou Yushan did not expect Li Yan actually did not stop, and did not smash the disc. He was fully energized to spoil Li Yan's good deed. At this time, above the market, because of the 2 consecutive days of big gains, nearly 12%, day technology successfully from the weak market, rushed out. This is the market just after 1998. The Shanghai Index hovered around 1100 points, and the volume of the whole day was only about 2.5 billion. Everyone is talking. In this weak market, will DYT become the new star stock, the leader? There must be some news. Otherwise, this disc is too abnormal these days. Yeah, it's either a reorganization or a transfer. There must be news. It's too demonic. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I have $50,000 in my account. All full positions. I'm dry. I'll go home and farm if I lose. The surge in stock prices brought about a climb in popularity. Li Yan said to Han Zishuan. Now the popularity is there. The next thing is emotion. Han Zishuan looked at Li Yan's triumphant appearance, her eyes full of admiration. And Xia Wanjun, after seeing that in just a few days, the stock price had risen so high, she immediately called Li Yan happily. Li Yan, not bad. Say, do you know any insider information? Everyone is saying that there must be news to be announced. Li Yan didn't expect Xia Wanjun to think so as well. He immediately smiled and said, Mr. Xia, this I don't know. Xia Yuanjun grunted, feeling that Li Yan must have something he didn't tell himself, but she couldn't care less, as long as she could get her funds back. At this time, however, Li Yan suddenly opened his mouth and said, Mr. Xia, are the water armies and reporters I asked you to arrange for earlier in place? Now is the time for them to start working. Chapter 52 Which Good Samaritan? Although Xia Wanjun didn't know what kind of medicine Li Yan was selling in his gourd, this enigmatic operation of Li Yan's made her feel that Li Yan had real skills, and thus she cooperated with him quite sharply. Soon, the water armies and media reporters that Li Yan wanted were already in place. According to Li Yan's request, they began to prepare the manuscript. At this moment, above the world, the 2 days of rising volume was like fishing, and the majority of people who had noticed day technology were eagerly waiting for the news to come out. Unfortunately, there is not a bit of wind blowing, just some of the old leaks put the word out, have smelled the long-lost flavor of the bull, buying disc, constantly pouring in. However, since that day, the next 3 full days, a little bit of movement is not. It's like, that was all an illusion just now, in the blink of an eye. It's Friday again. There are not many days before the year, and Li Yan's operation is like a fog. Not to mention that Xia Wanjun is waiting anxiously. It is Han Zishuan, who stands by Li Yan's side every day, feels that Li Yan is not going to miss this time. In contrast, Zhou Yushan's side was going quite well. His approach is very useful and violent in this era. The lobbyist pulls up, he takes over, and then picks up the goods with the fund. Xia Wanjuan's $100 million ticket. A few days down the road, He has already paid out more than 50 million, just 50 million or so left to take care of. Li Yan, Li Yan, you're riding a tiger now, aren't you? Ha ha, after pulling so many days, it's only less than 15%, and there aren't many days left. At this time, I'd like to see, what do you do? Zhou Yushan suddenly dejected, and in these recent days, Lu Hansheng had continuously dug out some things about Li Yan from some corners, and all of them were summarized here in Zhou Yushan. This included some of Li Yan's battle results in the new Tide Futures sales department. This kid is cheating people. He only has less than $10 million on hand, yet he dares to take out $30 million to sign an agreement with Mr. Xia. He's got a lot of guts. Ha ha, Zhou Yushan's eyes flashed with light at this moment. Then he looked at the disc. There are still less than 10 trading days. Li Yan wants to coalesce the disc price and still wants to make money? Dream on. This time, I will let you die. With that, he called his assistant Xiao Zhang. Tomorrow, smash that $20 million out for me as soon as the market opens. I'd like to see how he'll take it on. Ha ha. Next to him, Lu Hansheng immediately complimented. It's still you, Mr. Zhou. Li Yan dares to fight you. Simply doesn't know how to die. This time, as long as he fails to maneuver for General Manager Xie, then when the time comes, we'll shake these materials out. I think, this kid died not even know how to die. Ha ha, not busy. After I smash his disc tomorrow, I will go to find General Manager Xie. At that time let this kid, can't eat it all. Zhou Yushan's gaze flashed with sinister cruelty, and had already made up his mind that this time he would let Li Yan be doomed. Monday, one opening, at the time of pooled bidding, the disc opened 2% higher on top of the sentiment premium. However, it only lasted for less than a minute. Instantly, a large number of sell orders came straight out. Swish, in seconds, directly knocking the price down like crazy. -1%, -3%, -7%, less than 5 minutes, directly hit -8, 39%, only one step away from a drop. This moment, those who chased in during the previous trading days, especially those who chased in on Friday, were all trapped. Asterisk. What happened? Running away. The main force is running away. This ING encountered garbage bank. This is a crazy shipment. Malagobi. I was once again cut leak. Hurry up and go, or wait for the fall stopped. Mainstream stock forums, stock bars, all kinds of exchange places, all the people who are concerned about this ticket, violently discussing, are cursing, and at this moment, Zhou Yushan looked at the disc in the instant transaction pop-up window. Day Technologies trend, suddenly laughed. Good, well done. This time, Li Yan, you are dead. Now it's only one step away from a drop. Under the panic kill, it will stop falling later. After one stop, the mood collapses. It'll continue to fall tomorrow. I'd like to see how you'll pull up then. Zhou Yushan slapped his thighs hard, as if he had already seen Li Yan's dismal appearance of losing his reputation. However, right at this moment, the assistant, Xiao Zhang, hurriedly walked over from the trading room. Boss, DE Technology, are we still smashing it? Zhou Yushan froze at once. What do you mean? Wasn't it you who smashed the disc just now? No, boss, I just hung up the order, did not wait for the transaction. The disc became this way. Now it has reached the cost line of our position, which if smashed, I'm afraid to lose, so I came to ask you. Xiao Zhang asked in a low voice. Zhou Yushan was not calm at once, pointed at Xiao Zhang's nose and roared. You are a ING waste. I'm not letting you open the market to smash it. When the bidding time you do not smash it? Now hurry out. Can't you hold it and wait for a loss? Xiao Zhang hurriedly turned around and went back, directly with all the traders, frantically hanging orders. Shipments, $20 million, only sold more than 3 million, the rest, all sealed down. This Nima, after Zhou Yushan saw this scene, the whole person is going to collapse. Now not only Li Yan can't get out, he can't get out either. Boss, what should we do now? Xiao Zhang asked Zhou Yushan handily. Zhou Yushan's face was cloudy, and only after half a second did he say, it's fine, we'll only lose a little bit, but that kid is now directly blocked in the disc. He can't get out. His own funds are probably trapped. Mr. Xia gave him the task. He cannot finish, but in the end who the hell is smashing the disc? Today this situation, the closing should be out of the Dragon Tiger list. Then I want to see who. Zhou Yushan is puzzled. And the other side, Li Yan raised his head, took a long breath and moved his wrist. It was kinda tiring to continuously place orders. Drinking a mouthful of water, he raised his head and asked Han Zishuan, how much money has returned? Our account hasn't moved. On Mr. Xia's side, it's around $30 million, Han Zishuan said to Li Yan. Li Yan nodded, and Han Zishuan couldn't help but ask, Young Li, what exactly are we doing this for? This has lost more than 30%, even our account has been hitched. This if it continues to fall tomorrow, what can we do? Han Zixuan felt like her entire body was shaking. A few minutes of work, tens of millions of dollars in and out. This feeling, she has never experienced in her life. However, Li Yan said quietly, it has to fall tomorrow. How can it work if it doesn't fall? We don't have enough chips. Han Zixuan froze for a moment. We're doing this to collect chips? Li Yan nodded, then pointed to the plate, said with a smile, today should be out of the Dragon Tiger list. You turn back to find the local securities company working acquaintances to inquire. This is whose seat? This is simply a godsend. Ha ha, I originally intended to press the disc. I didn't expect someone to actually do us this favor. If I knew who this kind man was, I'd send him a banner. At this moment, above the disc, at the downturn position, the biggest pending order, 15 million sell orders. Chapter 53, so handsome. 15 million? Zhou Yushan did not go out that part. After he gave the order, Xiao Zhang all hung up. After all, they have the channel advantage. Although basically there is little hope in the falling price all out, but can go out how much counts how much, but also can reduce a little loss. After the close of business, Zhou Yushan is staring at the Dragon Tiger list. Li Yan is also staring at the Dragon Tiger list. Just when the two saw the Dragon Tiger list, the expression of the two people have become odd. One is Huaxin Securities Longcheng Jiangtong Avenue Business Department. One is East Securities Longcheng Yangping Road Business Department. Both were Longcheng. Young Li, I inquired. This seat is Zhou Yushan's. After the Dragon Tiger list came out, Han Zixuan went out and made a few calls to find her familiar little sister to inquire, and immediately figured it out. Ha ha, what a Zhouyu mountain. Good one. Dongshi Longcheng Yangping Road Business Department. It turns out that the kind person I want to thank is actually him. After hearing this, Li Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. On the other side, Zhou Yushan looked at the $30 million of Sell 1 on the Dragon Tiger list, and his face turned pitch black. He didn't even need to ask about this seat. Xia Wanjuan's account was in this business department. That is to say, this $30 million was smashed out by Li Yan? He smashed it before us? Zhou Yushan's voice was hoarse as if he had been singing the Tibetan plateau all night. Assistant Xiao Zhang shrunk his neck, not daring to say anything. With the Dragon Tiger list now out, everything became clear. Li Yan took the initiative to smash the disc. As for what the motivation is, it's unclear for now, but there is no doubt that after Li Yan smashed the plate, Zhou Yushan hands 20 million live, with 5 million to help Li Yan hit the downstop, and then the remaining 15 million, to help Li Yan complete the seal. Zhou Yushan huffed and puffed and panted, feeling as if his chest was going to explode. He had originally thought of pitting Li Yan, but he didn't think that he had actually become a good Samaritan. At this moment, Zhou Yushan's hatred for Li Yan was simply thick to the extreme. Li Yan, I won't let you go. You wait. Things were already like this. He had to face reality. Mr. Zhou, then what do we do tomorrow na? Xiao Zhang asked in a low voice. Zhou Yushan's eyes flashed a hint of sinister. Since he wants to smash, then smash. Tomorrow collection bidding. Give the old man to press the death stop. I want to see how he pulls up. I have a $20 million position. I've already lost 5 million. Only 15 million left. That's a loss of $3 to $2 million. Li Yan, what are you going to play with me? Under such an order, the next day's opening, directly bid down. Unfortunately, Zhou Yushan $15 million, directly let the market. Scared silly. Nima, said good up, just so play? For a time, the stock bar cursed into a mess. Cursed, naturally, yesterday's sealed single. Today's bidding is still down sealed single this dog coin. Zhou Yushan handed over the hands of the four sides of the creation of the exchange to his trading team to deal with. He blearily guarded in front of the computer, staring at the disk. Ha ha, this group of brain-dead leaks. Don't blame me. If you want to blame, you guys go blame Li Yan. At this moment, even though countless people were cursing at the other end of the computer, Zhou Yushan felt refreshed. Nothing made him happier than spoiling Li Yan's good deed. Li Yan, what's wrong with you? How come it's down? What the hell are you planning for this next? The next day as soon as the market opened, Xia Wanjun came in a hurry. She was busy with something and didn't keep an eye on the disk, and as a result, early this morning she found that the disk had dropped, and it was 2 consecutive drops. Xia Yuanjun, even if she believed in Li Yan, she could not sit still, directly looking for the door. Mr. Xia, since you entrusted it to me, just trust me. I know what's in my heart. Li Yan had long thought that his extreme modus operandi would definitely make Xia Wanjun sit up and take notice, and his heart had prepared his belly in advance. Are you really sure? Xia Yuanjun looked at Li Yan still full of confidence and didn't know what to say. Naturally, I can't possibly joke with you with my $30 million, right? If Mr. Xia loses this point, it might just be a bit of trouble. but if I lose this $30 million, I'll be left with nothing. In that case, Mr. Xia might as well trust me for once? Xia Yuanjun took a deep breath and pulled a chair to the side. In that case, I'll accompany you, Li Yan, to take a gamble. When Li Yan heard Xia Yuanjun say this, a trace of emotion flashed through his heart. In trading, the most difficult thing was persistence. This perseverance is not only from the fact that when the disc is unfavorable to one's own, it shakes one's beliefs, more often than not, from the people around them, from the financial pressure, or other aspects, will eventually become the last straw to destroy the trader. And right now, himself and Xia Yuanjun can't talk about much familiarity, even if there is an agreement in place, but Xia Yuanjun still bears a great risk. In this case, still believe in himself, rare and precious. Mr. Xia, rushing you with this sentence, let me remind you of one thing, if you can, the ticket that Zhou Yushan is manipulating, you'd better not let him take over all of it. Li Yan suddenly said. Xia Yuanjun froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, I had someone look at it, and I know that yesterday's smashing of the disc had Zhou Yushan's shadow in it. It's only right for you to be cynical about him. But this fund of mine must come out as soon as possible. Li Yan shook his head. Can't talk about it, to say the least. I still have to thank Zhou Yushan. Without him, my manipulation plan wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Li Yan's finger gently swept across the screen, the upper side of the black pressurized piece of sealed orders. Xia Yuanjun's face changed slightly. You mean, this list is Zhou Yushan's? We'll know when the market closes. Now, it's time to get to work. Li Yan opened his mouth. Han Zixuan smiled at Xia Yuanjun and walked over to another computer. Li Yan looked at the closed orders on the disk. Around $20 million. Zixuan, the funds freed up from the positions cleared yesterday. $5 million to buy. Han Zixuan nodded once. Instantly, in one breath, she ate about 5 million of the down orders. Instant transaction disk, the original hanging list, instantly less than a quarter. These days Li Yan back and forth. The popularity of the entire DAI technology is very high. At this moment, even if it is down, there are still a lot of people staring at the disk. The moment they saw this scene on the disk, there were people who immediately exclaimed, I go, big signal, someone plumbed the bottom, follow, as long as the stop is open, it's good to get a rebound, haha, there's hope, replenish your positions, hurry up, a time. Quite a number of big investors and lobbyists, as well as retail investors, all tapped their fingers on their keyboards. Blink of an eye, the ceiling orders on the disk were directly eaten away cleanly, and then, quickly surged up to the -5% position. And at this moment, Li Yan didn't have any hesitation, and quickly started to take over with the account that belonged to him. Before and after less than 10 minutes, the disk has already returned to -2%, and only needs a little more. Will be able to erase all of today's decline. Xia Yuanjun sat on the side, looking at the picking plate with unblinking eyes, looking at Li Yan who was concentrating on the keyboard beside her. She realized for the first time that when a man was serious, he would be so handsome. Chapter 54, each has his own plans. Li Yan, you're too powerful. It feels like the disk is at your command. Xia Yuanjun couldn't help but marvel. Li Yan smiled and didn't say anything, but turned to Han Zixuan and said, Zixuan, control the disk. Throw $10 million. Remember, loose orders out. Just go through before morning. Understood. Han Zixuan's mind couldn't keep up with Li Yan's moves, but she was able to faithfully execute Li Yan's trading instructions. At this moment, without any hesitation, she began to slowly sell off the loose orders, and at this moment, above the disk, raging enthusiasm continues, but under Han Zixuan's selling pressure, gradually rising momentum, stagnated, until noon. The disk received -5% or so, and Xia Yuanjun account under the control of Han Zixuan, the morning plunge bottom of the 5 million, has all tea out, but also threw out more than 5 million. Xia Yuanjun looked confused and couldn't help but ask, Li Yan, in this case, it feels like a lot of people are buying the mood is very good, why not just pull up? In that case, wouldn't it be better if we wait until tomorrow to sell? Li Yan smiled. I've been doing the popularity of this ticket for a few days, and now the popularity has come up. But, the selling disk is still quite a lot the previous hedge disk, after yesterday's drop, and today's drop, there is still a part of it, especially Zhou Yushan hands of 15 million, he did not throw out all, how can I pull up it? The popularity is there, the emotions are not yet in place. Xia Yuanjun was listening, and Han Zixuan was also listening. The two listened thoughtfully, but felt hazy, unable to figure out what Li Yan meant, but after the time she spent watching Li Yan maneuver before, Xia Yuanjun suddenly wasn't worried anymore. She saw absolute confidence in Li Yan. Li Yan, I'll leave this place to you. Li Yan looked at the trust in Xia Yuanjun's eyes and nodded. Xia Wanjun had just returned to her office when Zhou Yushan suddenly requested an audience. Mr. Zhou, you came to see me? Is it that Sifang Chuanghui has completed our agreement? Xia Yuanjun asked coldly. Zhou Yushan was a person she did not like at all. Zhou Yushan smiled awkwardly. Don't worry, Mr. Xia, things will be done in 1 or 2 more trading days. You can rest assured if I step in. Is there anything else? Xia Yuanjun asked impatiently. Zhou Yushan's eyes flashed with a hint of indignation, but he didn't dare to show it. Xia Wanjun's identity was here. He couldn't afford to mess with it. Mr. Xia, I came here today to tell you that you might have been tricked by Li Yin. This kid doesn't have $30 million at all. The agreement he signed with you, I'm afraid there's no way to honor it at all. And the trend of DAI technology, Mr. Xia should have noticed that it can't be pulled up at all. This kid just doesn't have what it takes. If he's allowed to go on fooling around like this, I'm afraid that Mr. Xia's 100 million won't even come out, let alone come out. And I'm afraid that he'll soon lose very little. Xia Yuanjun frowned and said faintly, what do you mean by saying this to me? Zhou Yushan hemmed and hawed. The fund in my hand, and a portion of the reserved position, can completely eat this 100 million. Mr. Xia might as well consider giving DAI technology to me. Of course, DAI technology here DAI's in a mess. Mr. Xia at that time may have to give me a little more profit to draw. After saying that, Zhou Yushan looked at Xia Wanjun with confidence. In his opinion, Xia Yuanjun will definitely listen to himself. After all, the pros and cons have been said so clearly. Unfortunately, the next moment, Xia Yuanjun gave him a cold look and said faintly, just mind your own business. What? Mr. Xia, this is no joke. That's $100 million. If we let Li Yin. Zhou Yushan couldn't figure out why Xia Wanjun didn't react at all. He instantly became anxious. Xia Wanjun raised her head, her eyes icy cold. My words, do not want to repeat a second time. Zhou Yushan broke out in a cold sweat in fear. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia, it was me who was abrupt, but I really did it for your consideration. Xia Yuanjun sneered. I know very well what's in your mind, just let it be. Zhou Yushan turned around and left with an indignant heart. He had just returned to the company when Lu Hansheng hurriedly came over and asked, Mr. Zhou, what did Mr. Xia say? Has he already promised you? Zhou Yushan shook his head with a gloomy face. Lu Hansheng immediately said, what is this general manager Xia thinking? That punk Li Yin, how can he compare to an expert like you? Does she, Xia Wanjun, really not care about her money? It had to be said that Lu Hansheng had a bit of a knack for kissing ass and flattering people. These words simply spoke to the bottom of Zhou Yushan's heart. The information you gave me is completely true, right? Zhou Yushan asked. Lu Hansheng patted his chest and said, it's absolutely no problem. Li Yin simply can't get $30 million. All of his transaction records, I have retrieved them in my business department, and I've also gotten someone to inquire about his identity. It's just a broken man who stepped on, Zhou Yushan said with a gloomy face. In that case, then, I'm going to show her Xia Wanjun, who exactly is the one who can bring her benefits. A mere Li Yin, who dares to find trouble with me. I'm going to let you die. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the middle of the trading room, saying to his assistant Xiao Zhang, put the word out. Look around Dragon City to see who has a DE technology ticket in their hands. Borrow them for me. In the case where the domestic market did not open up the shorting mechanism, there was no way to short. Although the beginning of 1999, away from the opening of the two financing, is still very early, but relatively, in this era, the relevant rules and regulations are not very sound. Everything is still groping. This gives a lot of people room to maneuver. It was like the meaning expressed in the words of Zhou Yushan. The people who have DAI technology in their hands, through the offsite and Zhou Yushan to draw up an agreement, cooperate with Zhou Yushan to smash the disk. At the right time, Zhou Yushan then buy back to return the stock to the people, to achieve the purpose of disguised shorting. Of course, offsite Zhou Yushan must pay part of the price. At the moment, Zhou Yushan and Xia Wanjun stimulation, Li Yin simply hate to the bone side. It was clear that he wanted to go against Li Yin and make Li Yin suffer. That afternoon, Zhou Yushan relied on his connections. In the end, he negotiated about $30 million in chips. Those organizations that hold DAI technology. See, DAI technology cannot get up now. Since Zhou Yushan is willing to take this mess, there are people to cooperate. After doing all this, Zhou Yushan looked at the afternoon. There is no movement of DAI technology. Suddenly laughed coldly. I want Li Yin to be worse than death to do. It was just that Zhou Yushan didn't realize that in his unsuccessful search for Xia Wanjun dialed Li Yan's phone after he left. Chapter 55, the desire for speed is not enough. Li Yin, be careful with the disc. Just now, Zhou Yushan came to me. I feel as if this asshole is very cynical about you. I'm afraid that he's secretly doing something. Putting aside the agreement between the two, Xia Wanjun and Li Yan still had a part of their personal relationship here. Hence, after Zhou Yushan left, Xia Wanjun, who had been in the shopping mall for a long time, sensed something in Zhou Yushan's mind and dialed a phone number to Li Yan to remind him. Don't worry, General Manager Xie. I'm not afraid of him making a move, but I'm afraid of him playing dead. Since he's looking for death, I'm happy to fulfill him, Li Yan said indifferently. When Xia Wanjun heard Li Yan say this, she couldn't help but ask, did you think of all this long ago? She didn't know why she asked this. It was just a feeling. Ha ha, I can't understand what Mr. Xia is saying. Li Yan snorted. Xia Wanjun grunted, clearly dissatisfied with Li Yan's answer, but she didn't say anything more. However, through the communication just now, she felt more and more, Li Yan is not simple, and then said, how do you mess with Zhou Mountain? I don't care. But, the four sides of the creation of foreign exchange on the top of the eye still have $100 million. You don't get me out of it. This is the bottom line. Good, Li Yan agreed. And Xia Yuanjun through Li Yan's this answer also verified a point. Li Yan indeed has long been on the defense. Zhou Yushan, more likely to have dug the pit in advance, waiting for Zhou Yushan to jump in. Hanging up the phone, Xia Wanjun's charming face revealed a thoughtful expression. What on earth will be done? She couldn't figure it out. After all, no matter if it was from the funds, or from all aspects, Li Yan was at an absolute disadvantage against Zhou Yushan. In the trading room, Li Yan hung up the phone, looked at the disc, and fell into deep thought. A few days ago, he has been indifferent. In fact, is observing the disc, and then the operation of these 2 days. It is a test plate in addition to wash the plate. In the case of the entire market atrophy, want to complete the Dai technology maneuver is not easy. He and Han Zishuan said, to have popularity, to have the mood. Popularity is now there, but the emotions are not yet in place. Another point is, that at first glance he contacted this check. For this check, the long-term decline process locked position of those chips, is not yet clear how much. In this case, wash out all these chips in order to complete the manipulation. Otherwise, everything is empty talk. And the first drop, he found out from the Dragon Tiger list after Zhou Yushan's trail. He knew Zhou Yushan was counting on himself. Li Yan has never been the lord of the loss. Zhou Yushan dared to spoil his own good things. Have to pay a sufficient price to be able to do so. Afternoon open. Li Yan to Han Zishuan gave a new order. Maintain the price. Big single by small single sell. Can sell as much as count. 2 accounts. One for him and Han Zishuan. Under such operational orders, the price of Dai technology kept going up and down, hovering constantly up and down around -2%. It looked as if someone was deliberately pressing the market. Many people concluded that this was a washout. That's right, it was just a washout. Li Yan was just trying to make it obvious. Just that a washout was a washout. How many people knew what he was really thinking? After the close of business, there is no doubt that Dai technology once again on the Dragon Tiger list, and the big order that was sold on the dips before was indeed consistent with Li Yan's judgment. It was Zhou Yushan. This guy is too bad. Li Yan, do you think he has any chips left in his hands after this selling? Han Zishuan exasperatedly said, then sidled her head over to ask Li Yan. Li Yan smiled. There shouldn't be any more. But, let's see what he wants to do next. What can he do if there's no more? Wanting to buy at this point would only help us hold up the stock price, which is a good thing. Han Zishuan was a bit confused. Li Yan smiled mysteriously. We'll know tomorrow when the market opens. There were some things that he couldn't speak directly to Han Zishuan about. There was never a lack of darkness and nastiness in this industry, especially now when the regulatory system hadn't been fully established. It was the most barbaric and unordered. However, Li Yan walked so high in his last life. What demons and monsters have not seen? The district Zhou Yushan. What means can be used? Li Yan did not care at all. What he cared about was only the disc. Regardless of what Zhou Yushan has in mind, ultimately want to realize the words, will be realized through the volume of the disc. Real money volume. This is the core thing. Li Yan gently pointed at the screen and said to Han Zishuan. Han Zishuan nodded, then thought for a moment and asked, Li Xiao, then why don't we just pull up today? With this mood today, I think we should be able to earth the skyboard. Li Yan nodded. Indeed it can. But, don't forget, buying is good to buy, but maintaining is not good to maintain. A stock, just like cultivation. If you overdraw your potential too early, it is destined to not go far. If you don't want to go fast, you can't go far. Now although the washout looks good, but, is not enough. Every day after the close of trading, Han Zishuan would ask Li Yan for some advice on some of the situations on the disc. Li Yan will often use some simple examples to speak, easy to understand, but let Han Zishuan unconsciously deepen the understanding of the market, in a non-mainstream barbaric way. Growing, these, Li Yan are in the eyes, Han Zixuan's questions, he will also seriously answer. Han Zixuan began to review the market, while Li Yan closed his eyes and secretly thought, the so-called speed is not enough is not only about the disc, but also about Zhou Yushan. From the time Zhou Yushan's seat was first exposed, Li Yan had already sentenced him to death in his mind. The day ended at the close of business. In Li Yan's hands, belonging to Xia Wanjuan's position, freed up $18 million in cash to, and his own account, there are $10 million in cash. The disc finally closed at 10.72, down -2%, and that night, a post began to circulate on the internet. The project of Day One Technologies shell listing has been approved by the relevant departments. As soon as this post appeared, it was instantly hot-topped by countless people in a frenzy. Countless people began to exclaim, "My goodness, no wonder the floors are open today," almost crazily leveled, and it was obvious that someone palletized in the afternoon. Damn, this is definitely absorbing chips. Someone knew the news in advance. It's disgusting and not fair at all. Retail investors are too miserable. For a time, whether from public opinion, or from the disc, Day Technology, have become the favorite of the favorites, popularity of the popularity of the popularity of the popularity. And at this moment, Zhou Yushan also discovered this post at the first time. He immediately laughed coldly. Li Yan, you are demonizing the masses. Just make some random post. Just can fool people? Wait until tomorrow when I smash the market. At that time these words do not break. And after such a smash, I will see. What you take, then pull the plate for me. Chapter 56, Blood and Rain. After a night of fermentation, when the market opened the next day, the bidding Li Yan did not participate. But on the basis of that post and the popularity made in the past few days, it directly opened 4% higher. And when Zhou Yushan Xiaozhang saw this scene, he immediately frowned and took advantage of the 5 minutes before the bidding ended and the market opened, and hurriedly found Zhou Yushan. Mr. Zhou, are we still smashing the disc? Last time, because he reacted slowly when bidding, the result didn't go out, and was reprimanded by Zhou Yushan. Today, he learned smartly and came to ask at the first opportunity. Smash a hairline. This kind of disc, don't be busy smashing it first. That kid made this kind of thing, is nothing more than to think of riding the mood to pull up. Then, we will smash when he is about to stop. At that time I want to see. That kid is what expression. Ha ha, Mr. Zhou really has a great strategy. Then I'll go and make arrangements now. Xiao Zhang slapped a horse's ass, then turned around to execute Zhou Yushan's order. On the other side, Li Yan calmly gave Han Zixuan today's orders. Around 100,000 orders. Slowly throw them out. Just control the pace. Don't worry about the cost. Ah, still throwing? Then our chips, Han Zixuan wanted to say. Originally, they collected the chips in the past few days plus the original Xiaowan Junhan control of the stock, although not absolute control, but enough influence. But after throwing it yesterday, and then proceeding to throw it out today, the chips are afraid that they won't be enough. Don't worry, someone will help us, Li Yan said with a smile. Looking at the confident smile on Li Yan's face, Han Zixuan nodded vigorously. She was from a serious class, studying finance, but on paper, before working in the future sales department, it was like most people after graduating from university, engaged in a job that had little to do with the specialized knowledge they had learned. But since following the side of Li Yan, she once again found the feeling of usefulness of learning, and the biggest worry in her heart was that Li Yan's growth speed was just too fast. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to keep up with Li Yan's pace one day. Therefore, her position for herself was to follow Li Yan's side and faithfully carry out Li Yan's orders. Right now, this was the case. After a night of fermentation, that news became more and more powerful, and more people paid attention to it. After opening 4% higher, as soon as the market opened, it started to rush upwards, and Han Zixuan instantly followed Li Yan's order and threw out the chips in her hand little by little. 100,000, 100,000, 100,000. Half an hour, has thrown more than 10 million out, and originally should be able to go farther. Disc, at this moment, in the position of about 5%, began to fall into a tug of war. Li Yan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "It's almost time." Then without lifting his head, his eyes calmly stared at the disc and said to Han Zixuan, "Zixuan, smash, 8 million, swish." Han Zixuan's slender fingers tapped the keyboard. Instantly, 8 million chips, directly thrown out. Swish, 8 million orders slammed down, and the disc instantly slid down to about 1%. This scene suddenly appeared, and the people staring at Day One Technology were directly dumbfounded. Holy, what does this mean? Pulling up to ship out? It's highly probable, although there are only mosquito legs left. Hurry up and go, or you'll be trapped. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I thought I could eat meat, but I didn't expect it to be a big noodle. If we don't go smashing down, it's going to drop. Many people began to complain. And at this moment, Han Zishuan operated on that account. That is, Xiao Wanjuan's account. At this moment, already has 36 million in cash. In Zhou Yushan's office, Zhou Yushan had been staring at Li Yan's movements. Seeing this scene, he immediately let out a cold laugh. Damn it, this kid wants to shuffle the market again? Ha, I'll let you wash it. Without saying a word, he called out, Old Lu, yesterday's deal, now give me 10 million directly smash out. He had negotiated nearly 30 million in chips before, in order to spoil Li Yan's good deed and make a profit at the same time. After waiting all morning, he felt that at this moment, the opportunity had finally arrived. The old Lu over there is the manager of another investment company. Yesterday has already had an agreement with Zhou Yushan. At this moment is just to cash in. What the disc looks like, what consequences will arise, he does not need to consider. Anyway, the money that should be taken, Zhou Yushan will pay. And so it was. After Li Yan's $8 million, instantly, a $10 million order, directly smashed out. The disc, after a pause of less than a minute, once again began to waterfall. And this time, the downfall made the people who chased in yesterday, all dumbfounded, crashed. The main force is running away. Everyone's heart trembled. Hands and feet began to hang orders. Emotional collapse. This moment formed an absolute panic kill down. In the blink of an eye, it went from 1% to -7%. Han Zishuan felt her heart beating violently, almost out of breath. But right at this moment, Li Yan's cool voice came from his ears. $8 million. Pick it up. Above the disc, after the plunge, suddenly surfaced to stop the momentum. Obviously feel the buy orders surging. Across the screen on the other side, Zhou Yushan sneered. Damn, want to get your chips back? Dream on. Zhou Yushan's smile was reflected on the screen. Slightly hideous. He had already concluded. Li Yan was going to watch the market again today and then pull it up. Old me just wants to cut off your hopes. He let out a low roar and dialed a few calls again, all of which were the few he had already negotiated. $15 million. Out. At this moment, Zhou Yushan was spirited. It was as if the entire world was under his control. After the stock price originally fell to around -7%, it instantly ate up to around -5% because of Li Yan's intervention of $8 million. However, at this moment, under Zhou Yushan's manipulation, $15 million of orders smashed out, directly, touched the drop, crashed, completely collapsed. Li Yan's 8 million, by the plate across the screen staring at all the people, interpreted as a certain institution in the self-help. The mountain call tsunami-like, raging sell orders, directly exploded out. The stock price, instantly, pressed the death stop. The accumulated down stop pending orders, constantly rising up. In the blink of an eye, it passed 10 million. Then it briefly fell into a bottleneck. Li Yan, what do we do next? Han Zishuan didn't dare to utter a single breath, raising her head with difficulty to ask. This exchange was a bloody mess, and if it wasn't for Li Yan's calmness, Han Zishuan really would have been crushed by the disc. Li Yan smiled. Didn't he answer Han Zishuan's question, but said lightly, hand over all the chips. After saying that, the account that belonged to him in his hand gently tapped the disc, then saw the falling position of the pending orders, instantly eaten up 3 million. On the other side, Zhou Yushan was originally excited, but when he saw this scene, his eyes instantly shrunk. Still ing want to open the stop pit old me? Dream on. And so it was. Borrowed 30 million chips, just now has smashed out 25 million. This moment, the last 5 million, once again pressed up, and Li Yan, who saw the change in the pending orders on the disc, slapped the table and laughed out loud. It's done. Chapter 57, The Rise. It's a done deal? Young Li, do you mean that this is still Zhou Yushan's doing? Han Zishuan asked curiously. Li Yan nodded silently. These past few days, it looked like he hadn't gained much profit on his entire plate, nor had he succeeded in pulling the stock price up, but he naturally had his own reasons for doing so. Before he came into contact with Xiao Wanjun, what this stock was like was completely unfamiliar to him. In this case, want to pull up, must first figure out this ticket inside. In the end, how much money set, how many retail investors set, and this process, simply look at the statement data cannot be seen. It can only be matched with the trend of the disc, constantly washing, and then through the final disc turnover of the mood, to observe out. Look at the disc, not only to look at the price change. That does not make any sense. $100 and $1. There is no difference. After all, our profit is from the price difference. Li Yan pondered for a while, simply put their own thoughts to Han Zishuan spoke out. And in the trading process, with the price jumps, show the intention of the funds, as well as the disc mood. This is the most important, but also watch the disc is the most important to look at things. Han Zishuan nodded thoughtfully then said, I heard someone say, the main force is able to draw lines, used to confuse retail investors. Li Yan smiled. That's right. This is also the biggest drawback of those who stare at the icon all day long. All kinds of fancy technical analysis, but ultimately cannot be implemented on the actual profitability. Because, on the simple disk view then, if someone manipulation, you see the line, or others want you to see, but there is only one thing that is impossible to change. Money, volume, whether it is a retail investor or the main funds, the geese pass without a trace, but the funds can leave a trace, even if he is funds against the reverse. In the end, it's all going to be realized through a transaction turnover. This is what we have to watch out for, and the only thing we can be sure of, real money, can't be faked. After Li Yan finished speaking, Han Zixuan completely fell into deep thought, obviously digesting Li Yan's remarks little by little. Truly, now this year, the domestic stock market development has not been long. With the domestic characteristics of the market environment, relatively speaking, a lot of theory and operational techniques, simply not developed. Li Yan's words with obvious forward thinking, to Han Zixuan, a newcomer, is simply a landmine, directly exploded in the mind. Seeing Han Zixuan think, Li Yan didn't say anything more. After this period of contact, he had already planned to properly cultivate Han Zixuan, and this was just more of the same. Li Yan's gaze once again fell on top of the disk. At this moment, the disk was still in the down position, with only sporadic transaction orders, and the pending orders in the down position hadn't increased much. Everything is the same as he judged. After the consumption of these days, all the chips on the top side of the bill deep buried, have basically been washed out. What's left are dead carry, or the so-called long-term investors. Outbreak. Today, Li Yan said quietly, and at this moment, when Han Zixuan heard his words, she immediately said excitedly, Young Li, then the next, not counting the cost. Buy. Li Yan slammed the keyboard. With a swish, the 15 million or so buy orders hanging at the downside disappeared by 5 million in the blink of an eye. Then, Li Yan hummed the order again, another 5 million, in the blink of an eye. This position, Li Yan ate up $10 million. Swish, the original silent disk, the remaining 5 million, almost in less than a second. It was eaten up by the money that followed. Then, the timeline on the disk, in the posture of a cupola, pulled up and instantly rushed upward, and on the disk, the price of the pending order, no longer consecutive, but section by section, turned upward. I wipe. The Earth 10 plate, the geodesic plate is coming. I can only open 5 lots. Chase it. I'll go with 5 hands too. It's mainly the geodesic board, at least 20%. It's huge. Haha, this is what a demon stock should look like. Charge. A time. Countless people who were staring at this ticket went into a frenzy, and then frantically opened positions. Buy in, buy in, buy in. Behind the countless network cables, in front of the screens of countless sales offices scattered all over the country. I don't know how many people, at this moment, swish and open positions. Before and after less than 2 minutes, the disk price directly rose 10% back to the level, and in this process, Li Yan bought 13 million before and after. With 36 million in cash on the account, 23 million remained. Young Li, you're too powerful. There are too many people chasing positions on this disk. Are we going to grab some chips? Han Zixuan looked at the uprooted timeline, her eyes bubbling with little stars. This is the man I decided to follow. Worthy of being Young Li. Not busy. This time. Wait a little bit, Li Yan said calmly. Sure enough, at this time, at the time of rushing to the horizontal position, above the disk, there were scattered sell orders, although not very heavy, but it also made the original uprooted timeline. There was a moment of hovering. Han Zixuan seemed to think of something, said with a light in her eyes, Is it because those who opened positions yesterday are going to run today? Li Yan nodded and slapped Han Zixuan on her arse. Not bad, learning to think now. Way to go, Zixuan. Light flowed in Han Zixuan's beautiful eyes. It's still you, Young Li, who taught me well. Ha ha. Li Yan felt the amazing elasticity in his hand and laughed aloud. In the minds of many retail investors, there is a mental capacity. Maybe, a ticket. Let him chase high. He dare not chase. But if the condom, at the very beginning, he is hoping to rebound. But when time and time again to play down, the final price back to the region near the time he opened a position. Many people have forgotten that they began to open a position is to make money. At this time, blood and capital preservation has become their only thought. And once in the vicinity of their cost line, when the disk shows a shock, these people will easily throw out the chips in their hands. This is the retailer psychology. In Li Yan's speaking efforts, the disk, because there is no more sea of acceptance plate, under the scattered single, actually once again hit the water below the surface of the -3% position. Li Yan only then Gently pry the disc. 3 million buy orders intervened. Swish. Stop the decline. Then a few scattered hundreds of thousands of orders followed to eat up. The price instantly shot up again. It passed 3% in the blink of an eye. And in the minds of many shorts and lobbyists, 3% is a good psychological price to open a position. This time, there was no hesitation. The disc price, by the whistling buy orders, directly disliked it, instantly approaching the stop. And Li Yan, directly $10 million of orders instantly hung up and sealed. Chapter 58 Building the Demon King. After the $10 million order was sealed, what followed was countless raging followers in the blink of an eye. The sealed orders kept accumulating, and Li Yan, but a little bit of this $10 million, sporadic withdrawal. Throughout the process, the strength of the sealing plate does not cease to weaken, and Li Yan's funds has been vacated. At this moment, above the books, on the basis of the original $13 million, again traded $7 million, he recovered $20 million of the position. Cash in hand, there were still $16 million. In the other account, the $30 million that belonged to him was a $15 million half position. Li Yan was satisfied with the current disc. As the saying goes, several families are happy and several families are sad. While Li Yan was happy, Zhou Yushan's entire body was paralyzed in his chair. The original smashing of the disc that he was thinking about did not succeed. Instead, he managed to lose the chips in his hands. In the blink of an eye, it had gone up. He could be considered a blood loss today, and that's not even counting the portion of the price he paid off-site. Most importantly, right now, the disc was deadlocked at a halt, and it was impossible for him to even think about recovering his position again. Couldn't buy in. If the money lost just made him meet pain, then the heartache is twice, 2 whole times. He wanted to go against Li Yan. Both were easily defeated by Li Yan on the disc, and both times, the maneuvers were similar, but he didn't react. Not only did Zhou Yushan fail to finish off Li Yan, but he disguised himself to help Li Yan complete the washout. That kind of harboring and suffocation simply made Zhou Yushan want to go crazy. And at this moment, Assistant Xiao Zhang looked at Zhou Yushan, who did not say a word. The words did not dare to say, but things must be done after all. Xiao Zhang hesitated and asked in a low voice, Mr. Zhou, what do we do next? What do we do? How the hell do I know what to do? Zhou Yushan is like a lit firecracker, wailing, a few ornaments on the table. Now he smashed a broken. Just at this time the phone on the table rang. Zhou Yushan took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and picked up the phone. Mr. Zhou, you've seen this disc. What are you going to do? This part of the loss, you have to make it up to me. Zhou Yushan's face instantly turned iron blue. The caller is another company's fund manager. Zhou Yushan today smashed the disc with a large part of the ticket. It is borrowed from the hands of others. At the moment, even if the heart has a big fire, Zhou Yushan can only accompany the smile. Mr. Liu, you can rest assured that I'm what you do not know well. I am sure of the disc. Turn back to the position to you back. How much loss? Count me. This we have already agreed. Don't worry. Besides, the disc is only a stop. How long has it been down? A number of good words down. Zhou Yushan was not easy to put the other party pacified. Only then cursed and hung up the phone. Heck, what the hell? When giving money, every one of them is a human being, and now all of them have turned into ing dogs. After cursing, Zhou Yushan rushed to Xiao Zhang and said, you don't have to do anything these days, just keep an eye on Dai Technology and see what movements they have. Just stare? Xiao Zhang asked cautiously. Let's see what happens first. If we keep the plate closed until the end today, then we'll open tomorrow and grab the chips. We can't afford to lose money this time. Zhou Yushan is, after all, a fund manager, and after a loss, he was able to press his temperament to execute the transaction. Just, that fire held in his heart, is more and more exuberant, for Li Yan's hatred, is also more and more. That night, in the countless people's heart surging when, Dai Technology's stock bar, before surfaced once that post once again by the people who have the heart to find out, Li Yan deliberately went to take a look. A lot of people discussing, bullish, are looking forward to the beautiful vision after the reorganization of Day One Technology. To me, these days of down and up, are all washout. As of today, the washout has been completed. How ferocious was the buying order for that up stop at that time? So big down stop orders were swept away. 11.78 this price. I can see at least $20-something. My friend's wife's nephew works at DE Technology. It's rumored that their boss has gone to talk about this in person. 9 times out of 10, it's true. A friend of mine in the circle has already found out that the person who's trading for DE Tech this time is the trader of the big demon king that went up 10 times before. Various remarks, one after another. Li Yan revealed a satisfied smile. Here, some of the news was released by him. After all, letting Xia Wanjun hire that bunch of water army always have to work. Some of the other It was the self-why of many retail investors. Or that, the stock market, there is never a lack of stories. There is no lack of storytellers when the popularity and emotion, all have, after the Demon King rode, this opened, the next day opened, Li Yan directly in the stop version hung 8 million bidding orders. By the moment the market opened, hanging orders more than 30 million. These are all short-term funds that have caught wind of the situation and want to grab chips, without any hesitation. It's a direct one-word board. The stock price was fixed at 12.96 for the whole day. All day, in addition to the opening of the moment, Li Yan grabbed less than 5 million. No longer a transaction. And Zhou Yushan full of want to grab chips. But, whether Li Yan or the market, did not give him the slightest opportunity to intervene. At the bottom of the Li Yan took away all the chips in his hands. He completely became a spectator of this wave of the market. That feeling, only he knows. 2 days, 2 stops. The internet is again constantly bombarding with talk of reorganization. As of now, only one more board is needed. Li Yan's hands of Dai technology. Basically not much money loss. Just both Xia Wanjun or Han Zishuan. Did not expect. On the morning of the third day, before Li Yan even opened the market, he gave an order to Han Zishuan. Today's target, sell. As long as there are buy orders, just sell to him. Ha, Li Xiao. This is obviously able to easily stop. 3 boards, then we do not lose money. When? Han Zishuan asked in disbelief. Li Yan, however, said lightly, if it's just an unwind, I have 10,000 ways. But, what I want is not to unwind, but to make a profit. Even, profiteering, create a demon king. Ah, is it really possible? Han Zishuan covered her mouth and exclaimed, what's not possible? In this market, the ones who really make money can only be the ones who lead the market. As for those who follow the trend, they can only wait for death. Li Yan smiled coldly. At this time, the disc went straight up under the intervention of the long-awaited buy order. The moment the disc opened, Li Yan directly 10 million orders smashed out. Chapter 59, Robbing the Chips. All day long, Li Yan was selling all the time. Small orders are sold in small quantities. Large orders are sold in large quantities. But this still couldn't stop the swarm of buying orders. After all, the expectation of reorganization, after the fermentation of the past few days, has completely ignited everyone's emotions. Until the close, the price closed at 0.3%. The share price 13.00, basically the same as the day before. And throughout the day, in Li Yan's hands, a full 50 million was sold out. Han Zishuan did not understand Li Yan's operation, but faithfully executed his instructions. On that day, Li Yan's seat did not have any suspense and stood in the position of seller 1 on the Dragon Tiger list. By evening, a post popped up once again. Ask the secretary of the board of directors. The market rumors about the reorganization of Dai Technology. Is it true? The secretary of the board of directors replied, at present, the company does not have any news of reorganization. Please everything to the division's official disclosure of information shall prevail. And shortly after the news release, the day of a securities newspaper again reported a well-known financial reporter's article. Dai Technology reorganization road confusing. The article with a variety of disk information and data to analyze the technology, and ultimately came to the conclusion that the reorganization may be unlikely. Once these two news, and then look at the Longhu list, that seat sold out $50 million. At once the whole market exploded. I wipe. The reorganization turned out to be fake. The main force is really bad. I was cut leak again. Finished. Take over at a high level. The 50 million sell orders today. I think it's the main force shipping. On the contrary, I don't think it's right. You guys think how did this reorganization news come out all of a sudden? No wind can't make waves. Instead, I think it might still go up. Today is a washout. Upstairs, identification is complete. Your home washout 50 million chips thrown out that seat cannot buy a share. A variety of posts, crazy sprung up. From the stock price to the market to the valuation to the financial statements, all kinds of analysis are there. Some were bullish, some were bearish. But the stock price, however, is not subject to their will. But there is no doubt that the popularity of Dai Technology, among the two markets, is once again climbing. Han Zishuan, who had finished eating with Li Yan, broke her brain and couldn't figure out what Li Yan's operation was all about. Shouldn't we cover up this kind of positive news? Why send it out? Han Zishuan asked. She had been by Li Yan's side all along, so she naturally knew that all of this news, no matter which way it went, was arranged by Li Yan. Especially the report sent out by that reporter, who had only given $20,000 through Xia Wanjuan's channel to get things done. Li Yan smiled. This is the effect I want. A single branch is not suitable for this market. I just want to make more water in this pond. More fish. Then we can fish in the water, right? The next day, under the stimulation of the news. As soon as the market opened, there were a lot of orders frantically thrown out. The stock price began to have a significant drop. Han Zixuan thought that Li Yan was going to cover his positions, but Li Yan's order was, don't get busy moving, let the bullets fly for a while. With Li Yan's hold, and without the protective funds, the disc fell slightly all the way down, eventually receiving -3%, 12.61. On Friday, the disc continued to sink. That reorganization is false news, more and more intense, and constantly destroy the nerves of position holders. The price shrunk like a deflated balloon, and volume was atrocious compared to the previous 2 days. Finally fell 4.5%, closing at 11.98. Han Zixuan anxious, simply cannot figure out what Li Yan is doing. Should have been a great situation. The 2 days of motionless, shriveled into this. Xiao Wanjun also anxious, personally called to ask, but for the 2 inquiries, Li Yan only said a word. Wait. Waiting is a must, but the process of waiting left the 2 people who didn't know Li Yan's thoughts, with no bottom in their hearts. And over the weekend, another announcement broke out. The owner of the company that was previously reported to have restructuring expectations with Dai Technology personally came out and denied borrowing Dai Technology's shell. The whole weekend, the market is full of curses, all cursing the boss of the German technology is not a person, pit retail investors. In addition, there are extreme people, and even take a car to go to the door of the company of the German technology to throw rotten eggs. However, after 2 days of rest, on Monday, Xiao Wanjun, seeing that the time to celebrate the new year was getting closer and closer, couldn't help herself and personally arrived here at the villa. After all, Xiao Wanjun is the employer, and now that the plate has gone this way, Han Zixuan is apprehensive, and doesn't even dare to speak, but Li Yan was calm, just greeted Xiao Wanjun and gave orders to Han Zixuan. Today, the price is going to open low, open about 5% lower. There were positions in both accounts, and both had cash. In the end, under Li Yan's control, the market opened about 5% lower, with a turnover of $8 million. First the news bombardment of the weekend, followed by the low opening of the disc with such a large volume. The panic in the market could no longer resist, and frantically began to spread. And the instant the market opened, the sell-offs kept coming like snowflakes. The stock price started at -5% and kept sinking. -5%, -5, 73%, -6, 14%. Panic is expanding. The disc is sinking. It didn't look like it would take long for the spread to go down, and the moment the disc price reached 7%, a bright light violently erupted from Li Yan's eyes. Buy in, don't count the cost, buy as much as you can, but control the tempo. Han Zixuan started buying with her hands and feet. This moment, reacting to the disc, the originally dipping stock price paused, then once again rose up. The sell orders on the top were instantly emptied. There were quite a few sell orders, but there were even more sell orders. A momentum emerged from the disc. It was as if was able to eat the sell orders no matter how many there were. Ningzhou, in a certain studio, a young man frowned and froze as he noticed Dai Technology, which had suddenly erupted on the disc just now. What's this ticket up to? He had noticed it 2 days ago, but this kind of ticket, which was not his style, didn't get too involved. But today this abnormal trend, so that he vaguely felt something in his heart. So to the side of the assistant said, the German technology information and the news of the past few days and the disc transaction. Give me to organize A few minutes later, looking at the information in his hands, the young man in front of him took a deep breath, and a glimmer of light surfaced in his eyes. Someone is going to mess things up. This ticket. Ha ha, it can be. Xiao Zhao, prepare to open a position. Dai Technology, no matter the cost, grab the chips. The assistant called Xiao Zhao, couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Mr. Su, this ticket news is a mess back and forth. I feel it's a bit dangerous. Aren't we being too adventurous? Chapter 60, Tacit Understanding. The young man laughed. You saw it was his mess, but why the mess? This is someone who wants to clean out all the floating chips from before, while building popularity out of it. Someone has already made it this far. Such an opportunity is placed in front of us. If we don't grab it, wouldn't we be sorry for the gift of the market? Xiao Zhao nodded. It's still you, Mr. Su, who is great. Then I'll go and make arrangements now. So Xiao Zhao turned around and walked out, and the young man who was called Mr. Su smiled. Xiao Zhao had been following him for some time, but this intuition of the market is still not enough. It needs to be sharpened. Recently the market is not very good. There has been no core hotspots and concepts coming out. This time if it is done right, this year's earnings will be very good. Hopefully this is a good opportunity. I just don't know who is building this ticket and how big the pattern is. At the same time, Li Yan, who was originally placing orders to buy in accordance with the rhythm, clearly felt that something was wrong. At this time, Han Zishuan said, "Young Li, what should we do? The selling orders are constantly being taken up by people, and we can't get much in the way of chips anymore." Li Yan thought about it. Directly in the fifth position of the disk, hung a 17,888 lots of sell orders. After stopping for 5 seconds, it was instantly withdrawn. Only then did he say to Han Zishuan, "This is someone playing the same idea as us. Let's see what this one means first." And Mr. Su, who had been staring at the disk, froze for a moment when he saw the 17,888 that disappeared as if it were a flash in the pan. Then he laughed dumbly. "It's a bit interesting." Turning around, he picked up the internal phone and said, "Xiao Zhao, let the brothers slow their hands down a bit. Suck in the chips slowly. Not busy." "Okay, but Mr. Su, didn't you say you wanted to grab chips before?" Facing Xiao Zhao's doubt, Mr. Su gave a light smile. "Met an interesting person," and a few moments later, Li Yan realized that the rhythm of the plate, once again, returned to normal, and could not help but smile heartily. "Looks like an interesting fellow. I wonder who it is." Under the restraint and tacit understanding of both sides, the price of the disc slowly climbed up after taking on the selling orders, and eventually closed a bald, light-footed positive line, which was hardened from underwater to block the raging selling orders, pulling it up to about 3%. But because both sides are restraining, the Dragon Tiger list did not appear today. Whether it's that Mr. Su from Ningzhou or Li Yan from Longcheng, no one knows who the person who cooperates across the screen is. And after the close, the market was in an uproar. A large number of retail investors, as well as some small lobbyists, were dumbfounded, obviously absolutely negative. Why the price was not beaten down, not to mention the drop, even, or a big sun line? Things out of the ordinary must be demonic. I always feel that this ticket to go demon but the reorganization of the expected has been sentenced to death. This ing. In the end, what is going on? It's easy for me to speculate on a stock, and look at the whole day. A word did not say. Xiaowaning also a face of suspicion. Li Yan, I kind of can't see what you are going to do in the end. Those messages you sent out before this are obviously fake news. You yourself made them say they were fake. Today you bought in again. Why is this? Xia Weining finished, looking at Li Yan in disbelief, and Han Zishuan beside her also bounded over to listen. Li Yan smiled and raised his head, looking at the two men, then asked, "Is it? Do you think it's a mess? There's no reasoning to speak of?" The two women nodded in unison. Li Yan then said, "One of the most common mistakes in the market is to reason with the market, because the market never reason with you. What you can see, other people can also see, but the market is often like toxic, constantly operating in ways you can't understand. That's the heart of the market." The two listened to the clouds, but remembered that analogy of Li Yan's. The market was toxic and never made sense. Then what's next? Next is to pull, keep pulling until everyone thinks the reorganization is real. Li Yan said quietly. Xia Wanjun couldn't understand Li Yan's mind or operations at all. However, this did not hinder her confidence in Li Yan. She suddenly said, "If we follow this statement of yours, the market has no reasoning to speak of. Yet, I feel that the words you speak out are the reasoning of the market. That's it." Li Xiao, I feel the same way. Han Zishuan pursed her lips, in response to the compliments of the two women, especially the two beauties, one big and one small. Li Yan accepted them with a smile. The next trading day, Li Yan's order was still only one. Buy regardless of the cost, but do not stop. So the disk showed a pattern. As long as there is a sell order, there is a buy order. The price, after a flat opening, once again began to surge, and then pushed right up to about 8%. Ningzhou, the assistant called Xiao Zhao, looked at the surging disk and said to Mr. Su, "Mr. Su, we've already built half of our chips. Why don't we take a bite and eat all the orders on the top? With this disk today, there's no problem with a halt." However, Mr. Su shook his head. "It's no problem to go up, but that would be a bad rule. I dare say, as long as you dare to stop, that person will dare to smash the disk down. Now is not the time. Doesn't he want to go up? It doesn't make sense." Later yesterday, Mr. Su and Xiao Zhao talked about what was going on in the disk, and Xiao Zhao also knew a thing or two about that comrade who was temporarily on the same front as them. The water in the pool, enough to be able to raise big fish. Mr. Su mysteriously said a bit, slyly, and the market, at this time, was in complete disarray. Just like what Li Yan said, the market was never reasonable. All sorts of news about DE technology swarmed out. Truly, it was clear that there was a big negative, but it went up against the market, which was not at all in line with common sense. Some people say that the owner of DE is increasing his holdings. Some people say that the reorganization has taken a turn for the worse. There are also people who say I'm afraid it's that big lobbyist in the layout. The original shortcomings, at the moment, no one has mentioned, since the price has risen. Then there must be a reason. If there is no reason, then find out a reason. That's what makes the stock market rue. And that day, Li Yan and Mr. Su from Ningzhou, maintaining a tacit understanding, were slowly absorbing chips at around 8%. On the other side, Zhou Yushan, who had completely lost the lead, had to face the persecution of those few bosses when they borrowed votes to suppress before, and pulled out a large amount of money to make up for it to the other side. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old me lost a lot. It has to be earned back. Xiao Zhang, buy in. We'll buy in as well. When the market opens tomorrow, as long as there is a downward trend, buy in. Since Li is driving, we'll hitch a ride, make back all the losses, and then directly smash the disc for him, so he can't get out. Chapter 61, The Road to Demon King. After the close, Li Yan organized his account. Until now, his own $30 million account had been fully bought, and after vacating his position out earlier, Xia Wanjuan's one still had about $10 million left. Almost there. Let's launch the attack tomorrow, Li Yan said at Han Zishuan with a bit of fatigue. Although every day just sitting in front of the computer, but which consumes the brain power of the heart, really quite a lot. Even though Li Yan's control of the market was strong enough, at this moment, he felt very tired. However, everything was fast approaching. After this order was done, it would also be time for the New Year's Eve, and he would be able to rest for a few days. Then I'll wait for your good news. Xia Wanjun looked at Li Yan's appearance and was satisfied as she turned around and left. And as soon as Xia Wanjun left, Han Zishuan got tired of being in Li Yan's arms and naturally helped Li Yan pinch his head and do a massage. Dark fragrance floating, beauty like jade. Li Yan enjoyed this rare tenderness. Young Li, did you already know that there might be a reorganization of DE technology? Han Zishuan asked in a low voice. Li Yan raised his head and gave her a surprised look. Who told you it was going to be a reorganization? Isn't it? But those messages you had those people send out these past few days clearly said so. And isn't that what the retail investors have been discussing these past few days? Li Yan smiled bitterly. This news, I really don't know. If I knew, it would be insider trading. A crime. There is no reorganization plan at all. And even if there is, it has nothing to do with us. But, then why would this happen? Han Zishuan was baffled. And even her hand, which was massaging, stopped. Li Yan smiled faintly. Whether there is or isn't important. It's only important to make the market believe that there is. Han Zishuan realized. I see. In other words, what we need to do is to make people believe in the story, not whether the story actually happened or not. After understanding this point, Han Zishuan went back to think about Li Yan's recent operations, as well as the words that Li Yan had pointed out, and only then did she come to her senses. At the same time, her admiration for Li Yan was beyond measure. Li Yan, you are really too powerful. How could there be someone like you? It's really. She was so excited that she didn't know how to express her feelings, so she bent down and lowered her head, and printed her soft red lips on Li Yan's cheeks. The next day, the opening of the market, the bidding process, Li Yan directly in the stop position, $10 million of orders, directly hung up. This move completely ignited the market frenzy. The followers surged. Before the market even opened, the pending orders on the stop position had directly accumulated around $40 million. Is this an attack? Xiao Zhao. Not a single hand. If there are any sell orders on the stop, give them all to me next. Seal it. In Ningzhou's studio, General Manager Su roared out in a spirited manner. Instantly, originally accumulated a lot of sealed orders. Once again surging increase, without any suspense. The direct one-word board stops. Li Yan smiled. The Zhou Yushan, who was called by Li Yan as a scattering child, originally raised 20 million funds, which was the largest funds he could mobilize in his hands. Then, wanted to wait for the moment of the opening. There is a smashing disc he undertook to learn the operation of Li Yan yesterday. Just let him did not expect. Directly high open one-word stop. Simply did not give him any opportunity to buy. Sir, namely, lousy is not finished with you. In the office, Zhou Yushan's roar sounded like thunder. But outside, Xiao Zhang listened. Always felt a little bit faint. On that day, the disc went up. The next day, once again, it went up. And at this moment, the stock price has reached 16, 13, and Xia Wanjuan's position in the hands. The loss has all come back, but also 7 or 8 points of profit. Li Yan, you are too powerful. It's really too powerful. I didn't think you could really do it. After the close, Xia Wanjun personally received Li Yan and said with a face full of excitement. At this moment, although the positions are still all there, she understands that the operating agreement between Li Yan and herself has been sort of honored. And the whole process looks twisted, but from beginning to end, are in Li Yan's control. After this dazzling operation, she was completely convinced about Li Yan's ability. Today, Zhou Yushan's side has completed the delivery with me. The part of the Sifang Chuanhui that was hedged have been taken over by him, but he can't be compared to you, Xia Wanjun said with emotion, while having a faint trace of regret. If both stocks had been given to Li Yan to operate at that time, I'm afraid it would have been even better than Zhou Yushan's operation. Maybe she could have even made quite a bit of money. It's still early, don't forget our agreement, Mr. Xia. Li Yan smiled and said in a low voice, agreement? Xia Wanjun froze for a moment, then her eyes widened. You're saying that we'll still have to push the stock price higher? She invited Li Yan today. On one hand, she wanted to thank Li Yan. On the other hand, she also wanted to ask Li Yan when he planned to liquidate his position. But to her death, she didn't expect that Li Yan's heart was actually so big, and to push the stock price upwards. After all this effort, you can't be satisfied with just this mosquito leg, Li Yan said indifferently. In his tone, it seemed that he didn't put any importance on this little increase right now. Xia Wanjun couldn't help but say, but, from the very beginning of the 11 fast or so up, now, has risen more than 40%. How much space is there on the top? It's been up until the news fermentation blew up, Li Yan calmly said. In fact, it was like what Li Yan said, from the very beginning of 8%, then the next day one word board, the third day one word board. Although it was a second consecutive board, it was basically equivalent to 3 plates, but the heat of the market has not subsided at all. On the contrary, more and more raging up. Follow the trend of the retail investors, lobbyists, and even some institutions. Crazy chase to buy. The next day opened 7% rise, only took less than a minute, once again sealed the stop. All day motionless. The share price of DYT has soared to 17.74. As for the news of the reorganization, it has been accepted. This is definitely someone who knew the news in advance before and ambushed it. Good stocks are not afraid of heights, only higher up. Chase, just the cover, now 17. From the lowest point, has risen so much, I feel that doubling to $24. Easy, cut, upstairs, your pattern is too small. Do you know, this is a genuine technology stock. Recently, I heard that tech stocks in the U.S. have gone crazy. With globalization as a whole, we're probably going to catch up. Is there a better tech stock than this one? It's the absolute leader. Demon King, absolute Demon King. If there's a 3, there's a 4. Watch, the market, right in the middle of everyone's maniacs. Sword, and in addition to the first version, Li Yan put the position full after, has been locked until now. A share did not come out. As for buying words, there is really no money on the books that can be moved. When he decided to launch the attack, he had already filled the position. The Demon King was truly born. Chapter 62 Zhengtong Avenue Sales Department. As we all know, after the third board, it is a test. The 3 to 4 promotion race is also a line of life and death. A lot of tickets, in the arrival here, has withered. After all, the profit-taking disc is in a high mood to ship. However, on Dai Technology, this scene did not appear. Thanks to Li Yan's previous frantic washout, in the first 2 days of the very first rise, not many people dared to chase in at all, and now the mood is intensifying. Every day I do not know how many people are waiting in line to buy. Sentiment has been completely consistent. Under this situation, everyone knows that holding is profit. One more day of holding is one more board. Cootie, only then will you ship it out. Under this circumstance, 3 boards to 4 boards step, easily passed, continue to seal up. And at this moment, from the new year, there is still a week left. Close still sealed up 19.51, away from $20, only one step away. The next day open, Li Yan suddenly said to Han Zishuan, down price pending order, $30 million. Ha, young Li, this can definitely be 5 boards today. Would this be too early? Han Zishuan's original vigilance has gradually dissipated with the follower Li Yan in the past few days. Already locked 4 boards, and then how bullish, but also to let a part of the people end. Otherwise, and how to go up. Hearing Li Yan say this, Han Zishuan, although her heart is a little bit puzzled, but still according to Li Yan's words, directly hung about $30 million of orders ready. And at the moment the disc is a frenzy, still up standard, all the way to the last few seconds of the bidding. Han Zishuan, in accordance with Li Yan's instructions, directly put 3,000 hands of sell orders, instantly smashed out. Swish, just a moment, bidding ended. The disc that was supposed to open with a one-word stop, at this moment, directly dropped down, opened about 3% higher. Li Yan hanging is down single, but the bidding in the middle, the upper side of the buy plate is too much, hard to push to 3% transaction, sold at 20.10. At this moment, All the people who were staring at this ticket were dumbfounded. The main force is shipping out. 4 boards up. This ing. Chase high how to do na won't wait for the fall stop today? Such a large amount. Finished. I feel I have to eat noodles. I did another leak. Open the disc, hurry to go. Do not stop. Among the retail investors, all of them are scared silly. And Ningzhou, Mr. Su's studio. Looking at the disc, the scene, Mr. Su could not help but frown. What is this disc going to do? Out of stock? Or wash the disc? Xiao Zhao hesitated for a moment and said, why don't we also go out? Otherwise, this retraction is too big. However, Mr. Su finally shook his head. Let's wait and see. A few moments later, the time came to 9:30 sharp. Huge selling orders came rushing in. The original several consecutive versions of Day 1 technology, just like a flame being poured cold water, instantly slipped. In the blink of an eye, it fell to around -4%, and that was only in the opening minute. But by this time, there were quite a few take-up orders. Clearly someone was betting that today was a washout, not a shipment. So, slowly and leisurely, a few moments later, the market was once again back at around 1950, the equivalent of yesterday's stop price. At this time, Li Yan sneered, once again hit the keyboard, $20 million, down, stop pending orders. Instantly, the disc was directly killed through by these $20 million, sliding down, -8, 13%. Everyone was dumbfounded. Holy, this is definitely a shipment. No way. Hurry up. If we don't leave, it'll stop. Malagobi, the main force has a bad conscience. The raging sell orders surfaced once again. In the blink of an eye, the price was forced to a downward stop. And at this moment, Li Yan, however, smiled and said to Han Zishuan, buy, Zishuan, by $20 million. At this moment, on his account, around $50 million had been freed up before and after. The $20 million order was divided into several million-dollar orders as per Li Yan's instructions, and bought at intervals. So, the original just sealed the falling disc, once again hard to be pulled up, and the last one, the $8 million order, even more so, directly ate through the selling order on the top. Everyone is dizzy, and at this moment, Ningzhou's Mr. Su hesitated for a moment to directly give an order to Xiao Zhao. Buy, push the price to a halt, and so, the buy orders from Ningzhou scattered like snowflakes, constantly pushing the price. Before and after less than 5 minutes, it completed from almost stopping to stopping. The disc, once again, was sealed. Li Xiao, what do we do? Han Zishuan asked Li Yan with a face full of nervousness. Some of this thrilling, being in the middle of it, her mood stirring can be imagined. Don't do anything about it. Wait, next few trading days, slowly start shipping, Li Yan calmly said, has been sealed until the close of the market. Today this day, Dai Technology completed a huge amount of change of hands, and finally sealed again very thoroughly. And for that teammate who is secretly giving his cooperation, Li Yan is very curious. This person's insight into the timing of the disc and the understanding of emotions is very powerful. With this kind of amplitude today, there should be a dragon tiger list. 2 days ago, although there is a dragon and tiger list, but because it is a word up on the version, just appeared some luck to come in the guy, and Li Yan to play with the one, has been unobtrusive. Li Yan and the other side don't know who the teammate is. When after the close of the market, the Dragon Tiger list surfaced, Li Yan with $50 million of selling, successfully became the first Dragon Tiger list, and the buyer's seat was also exposed. Ningzhou Galaxy Securities Jiefang South Road Business Department. The moment Li Yan saw the list, he suddenly brightened up. It's him. No wonder. Ha ha. Han Zishuan froze for a moment. Young Li, you know this seat? Li Yan smiled. Captain of the Daredevil team, among the Jianghu, a big name. Who doesn't know it? No wonder he understands the disc so thoroughly. He really lives up to his name. Then, how does it compare to you, Li Xiao? Han Zishuan asked teasingly as the corner of her mouth rose slightly. Li Yan faintly smiled, didn't answer the question, but slowly said, I will go higher and farther than him. At this moment, the aura on his body was like a rainbow, as if it was a sharp sword, rushing up to the 9 heavens. On the other side, the young man who was called Mr. Su Fei, the leading figure of the Ningzhou upward-bound Daredevil team, had a bored look on his face. After the appearance of the Dragon Tiger list, looking at the seat of the teammate who had cooperated with him for several days, he was a complete stranger. Who is this? When did such a person appear in the Jianghu? Look at his maneuvers. Absolutely not below me. But, why have I not heard of it at all before? He turned to his side assistant Xiao Zhao and said, Xiao Zhao, go and check. Whose seat is the Longcheng Huaxin Securities Jiangtong Avenue Sales Department? At this moment, Su Fei's face was incomparably grave, although he did not know why this seat was unfamiliar. He had a feeling that this seat would become a symbol for a very long time. Chapter 63, One word stop. 8 boards rise to heaven. A few moments later, Xiao Zhao walked back once more, frowning and said to Su Fei, Mr. Su, has no records. Launching Jiangtong Avenue has been on the LW list a few times recently, but they were all recent and focused on the check of Dai technology. Su Fei nodded thoughtfully. Keep an eye on this seat, Xiao Zhao asked curiously. Mr. Su, do you think it could be someone's vest? But on Dragon City's side, there aren't any bigwigs that are too sharp. A vest is not so much. This maneuver is the first time I've seen it, but this guy's understanding of the disc is quite deep. The funds he uses are not very large, but he is able to thoroughly play the disc in the palm of his hand. This is a supreme expert. Su Fei lamented. He himself was gifted, and after dropping out of school, he had traveled all the way to the present, now known as the chief helmsman of the Daredevil team. His status in the jungle was so high that it could be imagined. In other words, he himself was creating miracles. Now that he suddenly found a guy that gave Su Fei a feeling of feeling a kindred spirit in the jungle, what he had in his heart was full of excitement and thrill. Alright, you go and get busy. I'm sure you'll meet him again in the future. Su Fei's eyes burned as he stared at the disc, as if he saw Li Yan through it. On the other hand, Han Zixuan followed Li Yan's instructions. To today's transaction list are promised out. Looking at the disc trend and their own transaction list began to review against. Han Zixuan little by little through the closing after the review, trying to learn and understand Li Yan's trading skills. However, after watching for half a day, she was still in a fog. Young Li, can I ask a question? She came to Li Yan's side, red lips lightly opened. Li Yan is reviewing the disc. Heard Han Zixuan's voice, raised his head. You say? Han Zixuan asked with a puzzled face. You said that the next few days, let me wait to slowly ship out, but now this price. We lock the position. Maybe. Han Zixuan did not finish the sentence. Really, Li Yan's record is more formidable. She does not have much confidence in herself, in addition to the fear of interfering with the operation of Li Yan. At the moment, she was acting quite cautious. Indeed, if the locked position, there is still Su Fei to lift the sedan chair. I think it's still no problem to go 1 or 2 more boards. But, Zixuan, if it's purely for 1 or 2 boards, I've been doing this for a while. There's absolutely no need to do this. But, this in case, Han Zixuan wanted to say. There is no just in case. The market is my hand to create. Want to manipulate if you cannot do absolutely control emotions. That is not my style, and it could end up being someone else's dowry, Li Yan said with a confident face. Wait, if you turn around and go to the stock bar, you should be able to understand what I mean. After Li Yan finished speaking, Han Zixuan hurriedly opened the stock bar. A fiery discussion appeared in front of her. 3 to 4 advancement. Absolute total leader. Volume washout today. After this Tongtian Avenue. Demon stock completely formed. Does anyone know whose seat this Jiangtong Avenue is? Damn. This technique is too ferocious. I've been in the jungle for many years, and this is the first time I've seen this. It's probably someone's vest. The chief rudder is also on the list. This is definitely a match. And, following the chief rudder master, I don't think there's any risk. I was completely washed out. The backside pulls too fast. The list is not even lined up. No matter. Tomorrow morning earlier to the business hall. I absolutely want to be the first time to grab chips. The backside at least 3 or 4 versions. I think this ticket can easily pass 30. What 30? 50. Now that the market is depressed and people have nothing to buy, it's not easy for this kind of quality chips to appear, so it must be grabbed. 50 is no big deal. Discussions, quarrels, unceasingly, there are comments that emerge, and even the stock bar once because of these people's passionate passion to make the server down. Han Zixuan looked at this scene, simply dumbfounded. Li Young, these people are crazy? There are looking at 30, I think it's still acceptable, but I can actually see $50. Virtue 1 technology was only 11 fast when it was launched, and by now it's almost doubled. Han Zixuan gulped, feeling like her entire outlook had been turned upside down. However, Li Yan sneered, this market, there's no shortage of leaks at any time. Why is it called leaks? It is to dare to listen to the story, dare to imagine, and now the enthusiasm of the entire market has been completely ignited. Next, there's no need for us to do anything at all. The lobbyists and these people will all help us and keep pushing the stock price. Are these people stupid? Han Zixuan said she couldn't understand. Li Yan said indifferently, everyone thinks they're smart and won't believe that they'll be the one to take over in the end. That's why the market is so interesting. Li Yan's words completely silenced Han Zixuan. At the same time, she gradually understood those remarks and modes of operation that Li Yan had made a few days ago. Popularity, emotion, it was all present now, and at the heart of it all was the fact that Li Yan had managed to create something out of nothing, managed to make everyone through the changes in the disk, confirmed the news of that so-called reorganization. Sure enough, there's no need for the news to be true. As long as everyone thinks the news is true, then it's true. The next few days, sure enough, the entire Der1 Technologies disk went completely crazy. The next day opened. One word board. The buy orders accumulated to 300 million. This is already 5 boards. The rest of the stocks on the market. Even because the company out of all kinds of profit announcements or anything else, the highest is only 2 stops. More and more eyes gathered to the German technology above. The main seal of the day's opening is Su Fei. No way. He intervened in the time is not as long as Li Yan. Can only try to grab chips. The market enthusiasm has been completely ignited. The only way to grab chips is to stop buying. Only he did not know is that Han Zishuan and Li Yan benefit out of the millions of goods, and in the market mood was completely driven up. Dai Technology became the total leader after the 5 board is just the beginning. 6 boards, 7 boards, 8 board. This day is still a word stop, and the stop price of the seal 28.56. And Li Yan in the first day to take over the German technology, only just 9.56 only. Afternoon, 10 minutes from the opening of the market, Li Yan suddenly turned around and asked Han Zishuan, Zishuan, on our books, how many positions are left? There's still a third of the bottom position left, but right now, there's almost 100 million left. From 9.56 to 28.56 now, it was equivalent to the stock price more than tripling. Starting from more than 20 fast, Li Yan got out a little bit every day, to the point where only 1/3 of the position was left, but the equity on the account was climbing all the way up, almost to the limit. Wait for the opening of the disk. All smashed out. Li Yan faced gloomy contemplation for a moment, suddenly raised his head and commanded in a deep voice. Chapter 64, Passing the Drum. Enough to walk up to 8 boards, and it was a one-word walk up. Outside people rumor how this merger and reorganization how to exceed expectations, but Li Yan's own heart is clear. All of this, but it is just a mirror. The so-called speculation is to watch him start the foundation, watch him build a tall building, watch him feast guests, and ultimately, watch his building collapse, drumming, ultimately, leaving just a ground of chicken feathers. The stock market itself does not produce any value, the so-called value investment, under the short-term mood, but is the retailer's psychological comfort. Right now, under the frenzied mood, has gone through 8 boards. Only on the day of the 3 to 4 advancement, the exchange symbolically issued a risk alert announcement letter, which is also known as the Demon Stock Certificate. Later, never said another word more. In this regard, Li Yan has long been expected. Throughout 1998, after the Asian financial turmoil, the domestic impact is not very serious, coupled with the opening of an open not long ago, has not entered the 21st century after the word out of the global shock of the giant. However, the impact is still there. For the current domestic financial industry has just started not long, it is more into a frosty period. At this time, the top is hoping to see the stock market once again vibrant. These days, no special things have occurred, in Li Yan's opinion, is somehow supportive of the market, but, if the speculation continues, there are some things that I'm afraid will be troublesome. I don't want this little thing now to become a black spot at some point. 2 lifetimes. For some things, Li Yan recognizes very clearly. The other thing was that the profits were already quite lucrative. As for the agreement with Xiao Wanjun, it had been accomplished early. Xiao Wanjun in these days, twice a day in the morning and evening, telephone greetings, and even sometimes personally come to the trading room to find Li Yan. From this attitude, it already explains everything. Good. For Li Yan's command, Han Zishuan didn't have the slightest hesitation, and before the market even opened, she put her hand on the keyboard, ready to wait for the pending order, and at the same time, in Zhou Yushan's office, Zhou Yushan's face was as black charcoal. Can't we buy in our pending orders yet? His eyes were red as he rushed at Xiao Zhang, the assistant beside him, and asked. Xiao Zhang nodded and gasped. The traders are all lined up, but there are too many pending orders in front of. Zhou Yushan slammed the table. Damn! Turn around and change a business department. What garbage channel? 4 days, can't even get a single order in. And they still have the nerve to charge me so much for the channel every year. Xiao Zhang hesitated and said, Mr. Zhou, in fact, I don't blame the trading channel. No one is selling right now, and most of the lobbyists in the market, just like crazy, staring at DEYI technology. Not to mention us, every family does not have much to buy in, unless it has long been held. Otherwise, Zhou Yushan pressed his heart hard when he heard Xiao Zhang say this. A tearing pain spread in his heart. Once upon a time, his hands were holding more than 40 million Dai technology chips. Unfortunately, in order to suppress Li Yan control, have thrown away. The result did not suppress Li Yan, not to mention that, with the German technology rose so much, he kept losing money every day, because the stock borrowed before is to pay back. Did not see the people who kept calling him a few days ago, now every day high up. Looking at his expression is like looking at him, foot several times the demon. Risks are all born in the hands of Zhou Yushan. Those people do not have to care about anything. Waiting for Zhou Yushan to finally return the ticket is, after all, everyone knows, now this price cannot be maintained for a long time, but rose so much, even if one day suddenly collapsed, fell down, but also not a day or 2 days of work. This time period in the middle of these people who once lent to Zhou Yushan stock, when the time is completely ready to go out and make a good profit, only this account, all to be calculated on the head of Zhou Yushan, more than 30 million ships, more than tripled, at least to lose tens of millions of dollars. Zhou Yushan can't even get that much money. That's why he's in a real hurry. And right now, the only chance is to get on this boat, then figure out how to make another wave of profits in the final stage, and recover as much as possible to recover the loss too. This was the only way Zhou Yushan could think of. Think of a way. Line up the list all the way up. In the end, looking at the mountain of closed orders, Zhou Yushan still gave such a command to Xiao Zhang. Although he knew that the chances of getting it lined up were very small, he had to try. 1 point hole. The disc instantly trembled a little. The ceiling order was actually missing more than 2,000 lots and more than $5 million in turnover. Boss, there was a big order just now. What should we do? If the open plate, we are afraid. Homeopathic transaction to be smothered in the side. Xiao Zhang hesitated for a moment, turned to Zhou Yushan, said. Zhou Yushan thought for a moment. Hang half position. Another. In yesterday's stop price level. And then hang half position. In this case, even if the fall stopped, here smothered so much money into it, by then there will be people to save themselves. We can get out, as long as we can buy, we won't lose. Xiao Zhang nodded. It was indeed true. As the total market leader, Dai Technology's mood had been thoroughly aroused. It couldn't have been suddenly smothered to death. And so, he followed Zhou Yushan's instructions, and the traders, and quickly adjusted the pending orders. And at the same time, on the other side, Li Yan looked at the plate after throwing out 2,000 lots just now. The pending orders quickly increased once again, and he immediately smiled. The undertaking strength is still okay. Continue to go out. Keep the rhythm. As long as there are signs of opening. Instantly all smashed out. Li Yan said to Han Zishuan. Understood. Young Li. Crackling. Various scattered orders continued to appear on the trading interface. The disc began to loosen. At first, everything was still hidden, but in the blink of an eye, more than $30 million went out. Some of the lobbyists, as well as professional investors, instantly realized that something was wrong. Ning Zhou, Xiao Zhao, tell the brothers to get ready to go out. This situation is a bit off. Su Fei frowned as he watched the volume on the instant transaction increase a little bit. Xiao Zhao said suspiciously, It can't be, Mr. Su. I see that the disc is still sealed well, although the pending orders reduced, but this is a normal situation. After all, sealed for a day, to the afternoon disc, basically many people will not buy the impulse. After all, hanging orders cannot be sold, if you ask me. However, just at this time, Su Fei violently exclaimed, quickly, all out. In the midst of his exclamation, the disc suddenly began to loosen up, jumping, in one jump, from 28.56, where it was sealed down, to 28.43. The next moment, countless people who had grabbed the chips in the past few days, after seeing the opening of the plate, it was like a flood discharge, frantically selling. Chapter 65 Celebration. 28.56, 28.43, 28.07. The disc, at this moment, was draining like crazy, flying down 3,000 feet. On the market, all the people staring at this ticket. At this moment, as long as they can sell, all sell. The same instructions are being shouted from different people in different places all over the country at this moment. Ningzhou, Su Fei's studio, Huzhou, Zhang's studio, Magic City, Pudong, in a sales department. At the same time, in Dragon City, Han Zishuan grinned in relief. Li Xiao, all out. At this moment, whether it was Li Yan or Han Zishuan, the two of them looked at each other and both smiled heartily, because the battle that belonged to them, at this moment, after half a month of maneuvering, had come to a perfect conclusion. At this time, the disc has pierced yesterday's stop line, lurking underwater. But the surging sell orders, also at this moment, gradually reduced. Li Xiao, will this be pulled up? After all, the mood is so frenzied. Han Zishuan turned around and looked at the falling intraday timeline that was slowing down, and couldn't help but ask curiously, Li Yan smiled. Pulling up is definitely going to pull up. But, not now. Such a large profit-taking disc. Who is willing to give others a sedan chair? Sure enough, after Li Yan's words fell, above the disc, after a short pause, once again went down. And this time, directly pressed the down stop. In the blink of an eye, on the down stop, the sell orders were like a tidal wave. Hiss. Too scary. The sky floor. Ah. Wouldn't those who chased the high end today lose 20% in one trading day? Han Zishuan sucked in a breath of cool air. Li Yan nodded. Indeed. But, those who dared to lick blood from the knife's edge deserved it. That's right. Having already gone through 8 boards, continuing to participate in the relay at this time was simply looking for death. Those who presume to go through 8 boards and then 8 more are either idiots or crazy, or greedy. What is there to sympathize with such people? Alright, there are still a few days left before New Year's Eve. When the market closes, it's time for us to communicate with Mr. Xia properly and we can have a good new year, Li Yan said with a smile. Yeah, let me see. The money on the disc. This is $180 million. Also, Li Xiao, you have 86 million on your account. Han Zishuan raised her head with difficulty, her entire body shaking, excited, shocked, all sorts of expressions that thoroughly prevented her from calming down. You operate your account every day. You wouldn't have just realized it now, would you? Li Yan looked at Han Zishuan's appearance and couldn't help but snicker. Gulp. Han Zishuan gulped. I was busy operating and executing your instructions every day before. I really haven't paid too much attention to the money. I know I've earned a lot. I just didn't expect it to be so much. Ha ha, there is a credit for you here, Li Yan said to Han Zishuan with a smile. Han Zishuan immediately looked at Li Yan in surprise. Really? Then wouldn't people be able to buy whatever they want? Li Yan suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped Han Zishuan on her arse. Calm down. This is just where it's at. The world of capital is big, and the road is long. The road we have to travel is still far. Han Zishuan, who was in ecstasy, gradually calmed down after Li Yan's words. She looked at Li Yan seriously and nodded. I know. Young Li, Ningzhou. Su Fei let out a long breath. Finally, it's all out. Damn. One less board to eat. Ah. This would have been great if we had smashed it first, Su Fei said helplessly. He reacted faster. The first wave began, out of a part of the position. Originally, I wanted to see if the market has the funds to undertake, slowly out. But when he saw that the disc continued to sink, the sell-off plate was getting heavier and heavier. He decisively placed a trading order to directly kill the fall. The second wave of the disc fell wildly, has been killed to stop. Is Su Fei side to guide? Fortunately, in the moment of stopping, his hands chips, has been all sent out, although the profit retracted a lot, but he intervened earlier. The overall profit is still very rich. Just often he Su helmsman lead the market. To smash is also his first smash, but today is the first time so passive. Mr. Su, do you think it will be that guy from Jiangtong Avenue? Xiao Zhao also asked a bit unconvincingly. Su Fei thought about it. It's probably. Other people don't have such a large amount, Xiao Zhao said with a bit of exasperation. This market, this mood, this popularity, can easily go another 2 or 3 boards. This guy brain pumped or how? Put the money does not earn. So confused to smash. This smash. I'm afraid this Demon King next road. Not good to go. Su Fei sighed. I can't figure it out. However, from the point of view of Dai Technologies manipulation, this person's grasp of the plate and emotions can be said to be out of this world. It's impossible to do something like this. Not only is Su Fei can't figure it out, there are a lot of people. Because, if you do short-term normally, the emotional climax, we all make money together. This is already common sense. What the? This ing completely destroyed the rhythm. Ah. Zhuzhou a certain trading team. Someone cursed. You're okay, old gong. ing just killed a part of the position today. This is buried in the inside. I'm thinking about what to do. Would have liked to eat a mouthful of meat. Now, a mouthful of hair. Ah. Hopefully tomorrow's opening will be better. The person called Old Gong sighed and said quietly. Similar to the Old Gong, such a personal trading team, although not like Su Fei, has a strong appeal and financial strength, but also cannot be underestimated. On the books of each person 3 or 2 million or have. They are also the market. Very important participants. Just now, a sigh of relief, although not yet closed, but collapsed to a halt. There is no longer a need to look down. At least, in this case today, there is no way to open the disc. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Yan took the initiative to dial Xia Wanjuan's number for the first time. General Manager Xie, the shipment is clearing out. Come here for a moment. Your mission. I'm done, Li Yan said calmly. Xia Wanjun instantly smiled and said, I knew you would be able to do it. Li Yan, you didn't let me down. Wait a moment, I'll go over right away. I'll treat you to dinner in the evening. To thank you properly. Although Xia Wanjun didn't know exactly how much money she had made on her account. After all, it was all entrusted to Li Yan. But the simple fact that the stock price had more than tripled already let her know that all the problems had been solved. Evening. The familiar Emerald Residence. Li Yan and Han Zixuan appeared at the entrance of the Emerald Residence. Xia Wanjun personally stood at the door, and when she saw Li Yan appear, she immediately greeted him with a smile. Li Yan, I've chartered the entire Emerald Residence today, to celebrate you. Chapter 66 Xia Wanjun's Morning. Today Xia Wanjun was wearing a large red open cheongsam. If it was an ordinary woman wearing this kind of clothing, it would have a particularly earthy feel to it. But on Xia Wanjun, this did not exist. The whole person looks noble, mysterious, flaming red lips. It seems that all of this is natural. See, the first feeling to people is, this cheongsam is specifically for her birth. Any man will have a strong desire to conquer. Li Yan is no exception. He secretly gulped. 2 words flashed through his mind. Eugene. What? Li Yan, what are you freezing for? Seeing Li Yan suddenly stopping not far away, Xia Wanjun couldn't help but cover her mouth and ask with a light smile. The instantly swirling flavor caused Li Yan's heart to tremble and he hurriedly returned to his senses. Ha ha, I'm a bit startled by such a grand spectacle from you, Mr. Xia. Li Yan snorted and regained his composure, then led Han Zixuan over. Xia Wanjun laughed lightly. This spectacle is nothing. Someone of your caliber deserves this. Being praised by a great beauty in front of him. Even though Li Yan had gone through great storms, he was a bit embarrassed at the moment. Although from the eyes of the later generations, this scene was just like that. But in terms of his status right now, in the middle of Dragon City, the Emerald Residence was the best restaurant, and to be able to come here, in itself represented the status in this social environment in Dragon City. Not to mention, Xia Wanjun directly cleared out and chartered the entire Emerald Residence just to celebrate for Li Yan. It could be imagined that Xia Wanjun had given Li Yan enough face in her heart. Mr. Xia, many thanks, Li Yan said in a sincere tone. Don't stand there, let's go inside. Xia Wanxian monarchly led the way in front. The group walked inside. Han Zixuan sat on Li Yan's arm and muttered in a low voice. General Manager Xia is so beautiful. If I could be like her one day, it would not be a wasted life. There will be such a day, but there's no need for you to learn from her. You're good in your own way, Li Yan said with a low chuckle. Han Zixuan giggled, holding Li Yan's fingers and gently scratching the back of his hand. Just like a kitten, the entire Emerald Residence was cleared out, serving only this table. In the largest box, Xia Wanjun stood up and walked to Li Yan with a glass of wine. Li Yan, thank you. This time, not only did you help me solve my troubles, you also over-delivered and even made a large sum of money. I will drink first. Saying this, he raised his wine glass, his slender neck flashing with white light. Li Yan hurriedly picked up the wine cup and drank with him. At this time, he suddenly asked, Mr. Xia, you gave me face. I naturally won't let you down. There is one thing that I'm afraid to remind you of. Oh, you say. The current Xia Wanjun knew Li Yan's ability. Thus, she listened attentively. For directions creation exchange, if it's possible, you'd better deliver with Zhou Yushan after this matter is finished. Otherwise, I'm worried that there will be trouble in the future. Xia Wanjun froze for a moment. Her beautiful eyebrows gently wrinkled. Already finished the task. Now I and Zhou Yushan's side. There is not much involvement. Only need to promise him that amount of money to him, even if it is completely finished. This shouldn't be any trouble, right? Li Yan sighed. Mr. Xia, how did Zhou Yushan operate for you? Nothing more than you ship out. He took over the disc. What did he take over the disc? It's the fund in hand. This was originally a violation. Only now the regulator did not find out. Coupled with the regulatory system is not perfect, so it looks peaceful. But this thing cannot withstand the investigation. As long as something goes wrong with Zhouyu Mountain in the future, this matter can easily be found out. And at that time I'm worried that you'll be implicated. After Li Yan finished speaking, Xia Wanjun nodded thoughtfully, then smiled charmingly. Do you say that? Doesn't it mean that you are very afraid that I will be involved? Li Yan nodded. Concerned about me? Xia Wanjun asked coldly. Li Yan was stunned, then smiled bitterly. Mr. Xia, don't look at it as a joke. I mean it seriously. Ha ha, I didn't expect you, Li Yan, to still have moments of fear. Alright, no jokes. I'll take care of this matter. Amir Zhou Yushan, don't worry too much. Between words, Xia Wanjun didn't seem to have Zhou Yushan on her mind. Li Yan secretly sighed. He was probably clear that with Xia Wanjun's background, she really didn't seem to be worried about Zhou Yushan's troubles. But this world, it was subject to change, especially after entering the millennium. the entire country would develop at an unprecedented speed, and by then the relevant systems would also be completely perfected. These were all Li Yan's personal experiences in his previous life, only that no one would believe it if he said it now. The shallow words are deep. The reminder Li Yan has already reminded. The rest depends on how Xia Wanjun choose. Other than that, he is not willing to say anything more. After 3 rounds of wine, Xia Yuanjun smiled and took out a contract from her bag. Li Yan, I really thank you this time. I didn't expect that you actually did it. The funds on my books totaled 180 million. According to the agreement, one of the 100 million belonging to me has already been taken back. Then the remaining $80 million. There is a half belonging to you. You give me an account. I will call you tomorrow morning after I withdraw the gold. Li Yan nodded. He was exhausted, finally waiting for this moment. Solely, the profits were lucrative. Calculating like this, together with this $40 million, he had $86 million in his own account in his hands. The funds belonging to Li Yan reached $126 million, and he bet a big game. Invested $30 million in capital, to now profit a little short of $100 million. His own value also successfully crossed a small target. Honestly speaking, Li Yan's heart was a little bit excited. Reborn more than a month. Mortgaged the ancestral home to start. To today's position, the change, I'm afraid only his own heart clear. After leaving his card number with Xia Wanjun, the meal was almost over here. Li Yan and Xia Yuanjun's relationship had gotten a lot closer. At the time of parting, Xia Yuanjun suddenly asked quietly, Li Yan, have you ever considered the future? In the future? I don't know what you mean, Mr. Xia. Li Yan frowned and asked sideways, how about working for me? Come and help me. Xia Wanjun suddenly turned around, exhaling her breath like orchids, her beautiful eyes landing on Li Yan's face. Being in close contact with Xia Wanjun, the womanly fragrance of Xia Wanjun's body came to his face. For a moment, Li Yan instinctively wanted to agree, but in the end, he smiled and shook his head. Mr. Xia, if I help you out, there's no way we can drink and eat like this in the future. But, Xia Wanjun couldn't help but laugh, then nodded. You're right, then let's do this now. This is quite good. Although Xia Wanjun was laughing, Li Yan could hear a hint of sadness in Xia Wanjun's tone. Chapter 67, Not Paying? Xia Yuanjun is a woman with a story. Come to think of it, if a woman didn't have a story, how could she be so wealthy and powerful at this age in this huge dragon city? After bidding farewell to Xia Wanjun, Han Zixuan and Li Yan turned to leave, sending Han Zixuan to the downstairs. Han Zixuan suddenly pulled Li Yan's hand and said, Young Li, I'm not going back today, okay? I'm the only one at home. After saying that, she even playfully winked at Li Yan. Li Yan, however, shook his head. Forget about today. I'm a bit tired from manipulating the market these past few days. Don't worry, no one can take your place. Han Zixuan instantly panicked. Young Li, today's meal. In front of Xia Wanjun, the usual gentle and charming Han Zixuan, a little ashamed of herself, a night of distraction, which just had this scene. This all Li Yan see in the heart, and how do not know Han Zixuan's mind. At this moment, the small thoughts in her heart were punctured. Han Zixuan's face turned white with fear. Alright, be obedient. Go back to rest early. Li Yan laughed and slapped Han Zixuan on her arse. Ah nah. Han Zixuan was happy to hear Li Yan say this, crossed her toes, kissed Li Yan on the cheek, and turned around to run upstairs. Back at home, Qin Ruoxue was asleep on the sofa. Li Yan looked at Qin Ruoxue's soft face under the light, and couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise slightly. He wasn't indifferent to Han Zixuan's previous expression. Being a bit tired was true. And the other thing was that Li Yan knew that Qin Ruoxue was still waiting for him at home. No matter how it was outside, one had to go home even later. Unconsciously this habit had gradually developed. Li Yan gently bent down and picked up Qin Ruoxue. Woo, you're back? Quickly put me down. Qin Ruoxue opened her eyes in a daze and was startled, but after seeing that it was Li Yan, she relaxed again and said with a slightly hot face, No sleeping on the sofa in the future. Rest when you're sleepy. Li Yan said in a domineering manner. Qin Ruoxue hummed and whispered, I'm a little worried if you don't come back. Worried about what? I'll be fine. By the way, starting tomorrow, I can rest for a while. Until the end of the year, I can properly accompany you. Li Yan smiled and said to Qin Ruoxue, Ah, really? That's great. Wan Hai looked for me today and said that our house is completely done, so we can even move in directly. I saw that you were busy, so I didn't dare to bother you for the past few days. Qin Ruoxue wiggled her fingers and said, a trace of apology flashed through Li Yan's heart. Recently, he had been busy manipulating the market, and his whole heart was fully focused on the disc, not caring enough about Qin Ruoxue. Now that everything had settled down, he only needed to get his portion of the profits tomorrow. and then he would be able to rest for a few days. He thought that it just so happened that it was already the end of the year, and it was time to properly accompany Qin Ruoxue. After all, Qin Ruoxue was his wife. The next day, Qin Ruoxue went to the internet cafe early in the morning. Recently, with the end of the year students' vacation, the business of the internet cafe gradually got up, every day busy. For Qin Ruoxue in this state, Li Yan was happy to see it. Money-making things he too, but also hoped that Qin Ruoxue have their own business, or big or small does not matter, so the life is wonderful. With these thoughts in mind, Li Yan suddenly received a call from Xia Wanjun. In the middle of the call, Xia Wanjun's tone was a bit tangled. Li Yan, come to my side. It's a bit troublesome. Li Yan frowned. Today it was agreed that Xia Wanjun would transfer the $40 million belonging to her profit to herself. At this moment, Xia Wanjun suddenly called. Could it be that there is a problem? Rubbing his head, Li Yan directly jumped up from the bed and said in a deep voice, I will immediately go over. Xia Wanjun is punishing herself? Not so much. Although the two sides had not been in contact for a long time, Li Yan could see that Xia Wanjun's character was not this kind of person after all. Then, it's something else that went wrong. I'd like to see who dares to pit my Li Yan's money. At this moment, Li Yan's face was murderous. Going out, he took a taxi and quickly arrived at Xia Wanjun's company. What happened, Mr. Xie? Li Yan asked as he pushed open the door and walked in. Xia Wanjun saw Li Yan coming and hurriedly stood up, saying with an unnatural face, Li Yan, that money of yours, can I? Wait a moment, wait for a few days and I'll transfer it to you. Don't worry, I'll calculate the interest for you according to these few days. In addition, Boss Xie, the money matter will be discussed later. I want to ask, what exactly happened? Li Yan interrupted Xia Wanjun's words and asked. From the several times of contact, he could see out that Xia Wanjun shouldn't be able to do something like reneging on a debt. But now, the money is not able to arrive at the account, which I am afraid is the middle where there is a problem. Things related to their own interests. Li Yan naturally want to ask. After all, the money in his hands is the machine that generates money. District of few interest. Li Yan simply do not look in the eyes. He only wanted to get the money as soon as possible. This, Xia Wanjun hesitated for a moment, as if she had something difficult to say. At this time Xiao Wu, who was standing next to Xia Wanjun, snapped his head up and said, Sister Wan, this kind of thing, I think it's a good idea to talk to this kid. Maybe he has some ghost ideas. He's got a bit of a knack for doing these things. Li Yan sniffed and looked at Xiao Wu in surprise. This appeared to be the first time in memory that this black-faced fellow had said something good about himself. And listening to his words, it seemed to be related to trading and stuff like that. What's going on with the money? Mr. Xia, you'd better be honest with me. Maybe really I can help you then. Li Yan said after a moment of contemplation. In that case, I won't hide it from you. My money is stuck in the business hall. What? Li Yan froze for a moment. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Not giving out the money? It's not that it's not given. Rather, how can I say this? They said that they want to mobilize so much money out at once, fearing that there will be trouble or something, and said that they have to wait until after the year. Xia Wanjun sighed and said. It was only then that Li Yan remembered that the three-party depository hadn't been completely opened yet. Basically the money is in the securities broker's company settlement account. But, the safety of funds, this is fundamental. According to reason, Huaxin Securities will not engage in this kind of muff. After all, behind the state capital, reputation has not been a problem. You put things through as simple and I said, I see where the problem. Li Yan thought about it and rushed to speak to Xia Wanjun. Xia Wanjun said, today she arranged for someone to go to Huaxin to get out of the gold, but the other party directly gave a card. She naturally wouldn't agree to it, but the other party said that if they really wanted to trade, they would have to review the status of her transactions. Speaking here, Xia Wanjun whispered, they said it was me and Zhou Yushan have a related transaction or something, and I don't understand these. Li Yan's gaze lit up, then he sneered, so that's how it is, Mr. Xia. It's not hard to solve this matter. Chapter 68 Weekly Mountains Dilemma. Really? Li Yan? You can get the money back? If that's the case, then that's great. Xia Wanjun, who was worried, heard Li Yan's words at this moment and instantly grabbed Li Yan's hand in excitement. Cough. Li Yan gave a dry cough. Only then did Xia Wanjun realize that she had lost her temper. Her cheeks reddened and she hurriedly let go of Li Yan's hand. Li Yan needed to get the penny that belonged to him. And why wouldn't Xia Wanjun? The reason why she was in a hurry to find Li Yan and Zhou Yushan to operate her own stocks was in order to recoup the money from her stocks before the year. And for this reason, she was not afraid to give up a portion of her profits. She badly needed this amount of money for turnover. Now Huaxin Jiangtong Avenue's side, not giving out money, completely stuck Xia Wanjun's neck. In the morning, She pondered for a long time before she made this call to Li Yan. Unexpectedly, Li Yan not only did not blame her, but instead was able to solve her trouble. The excitement in Xia Wanjuan's heart could be imagined. Li Yan, how can I get the money out as soon as possible? I really am in a hurry. Xia Wanjun looked at Li Yan with bated breath. Li Yan said to Xia Wanjun, give me Zhou Yushan's address. I'll go find him. This matter is 9 times out of 10 that this old kid is messing around. Ah, Zhou Yushan? Li Yan, you can't be mistaken, right? What reason does he have for doing this? If I can't get the money, there's no way I can give him the agreed upon portion of the funds. So if he does this, isn't he just screwing himself over as well? Besides, he's just a fund manager. He can't affect Huaxin, right? Xia Wanjun is a bit puzzled. Li Yan sighed. There's never anything new in the capital market. The only thing that matters is profit. As long as you give enough money, not to mention just carting your capital, human lives aren't even worth anything. You can do anything. The so-called capital is blood carrying. Do you think it's just a joke? Xia Wanjun trembled. A trace of coldness flashed through her eyes. If it's really Zhou Yushan, I won't let him off the hook. Li Yan sensed a murderous aura from Xia Wanjuan's tone. This woman, regardless of the background behind her, was able to gain a foothold in the huge dragon city, and was actually good at fooling around? As long as you can get the funds to the account before the year, don't be afraid of trouble. I'll have little five go with you, Xia Wanjun said to Li Yan in a deep voice, her body filled with the strength of a strong woman. Li Yan nodded and turned to walk out. Xiao Wu silently followed. Economic and Trade Street. The Hanyuan investment where Zhou Yushan was located was situated on an office building on this street. With Xiao Wu leading the way, the drive quickly reached the bottom of the building. I'll just go up by myself. You wait for me here, Li Yan said indifferently to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu frowned. Can you do it alone? Li Yan said disdainfully. Dealing with a Zhou Yushan is not enough for me to say that I can't. Not everything has to be solved with fists. After Li Yan finished speaking, his person had already dodged and walked in. Xiao Wu froze for a moment, his mind echoing Li Yan's words just now for a long time before he reacted. Nima, this kid changed his mind to scold me, right? Xiao Wu muttered as an afterthought, but when he looked up, there was no trace of Li Yan. Xiao Wu was on fire, usually as the bodyguard beside Xia Wanjun. Whoever saw him didn't call out General Manager Wu. Fifth brother. Unexpectedly, Li Yan actually dared to change the way to scold himself. However, thinking that Li Yan was helping Xia Wanjun out of trouble, Xiao Wu could only endure even if he had more fire. Just wait, brat. When this is over, I'll make you look good. He grunted and muttered. This side, Li Yan went upstairs and soon saw a female receptionist from Hanyuan at the front desk. Sir, greetings. May I ask if you want to invest in financial management? Or do you need? I'm looking for someone. Li Yan waved his hand and interrupted the woman's introduction. Looking for someone? Ah? Looking for who? Do you have an appointment? Hearing that Li Yan was not interested in buying financial products, the woman's attitude instantly became cold and asked in a salty manner. Looking for Zhou Yushan. Come to pay back the money. Tell him that my name is Li Yan. Once the woman heard that she was looking for the old boss to pay back the money, she didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly turned around to go inside to inform. At this moment, Zhou Yushan's face was gloomy as he looked at the statement on the screen. His mood was quite bad. The assistant next to him, Xiao Zhang, also looked at the disc with a tense face and kept saying, Mr. Zhou, there really can't be any more delays. Must carry out wind control right now. On the disc, what was displayed was nothing else. Rather, it's the real-time disk information of DAI technology. Today, opened considerably lower. The turnover rate is even soaring to 37% in the morning, and it's still going higher. And correspondingly, the stock price is caught in a cloudy and rainy. Zhou Yushan all the positions, into a comprehensive loss. Wind control? Chopping positions? Do you realize how much we're going to lose with this chop? Zhou Yushan said with a black face. Xiao Zhang opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Indeed, the losses would be quite heavy. Just when there was a mistake, shouldn't it be terminated immediately? Xiao Zhang wanted to ask this in his heart. Unfortunately, he did not know that at this moment, Zhou Yushan, after several previous snipers Li Yan did not succeed, has been agitated on the head. In the day of the opening of DAI technology, he is heavy to kill. Hope to recover losses, but he did not expect Li Yan will go so dry. In his prediction, the market should still have a 3 to 5 days, when their own preemptive step. However, in the capital market, there is never such a possibility as if. To be wrong is to be wrong. The most basic quality of a trader is to recognize when wrong. Zhou Yushan as a fund manager of this era, he naturally understands this truth, but that is the case when the head is clear. Now, his head is full of only fear. He is not only in the field of this position, and before shorting DAI technology, the loss of those stocks, at the end of the year, are going to give people to cash in. Li Yan pulled Dai technology how high? Zhou Yushan lost how much? Under this situation, letting him out? That was losing the gambler's last chip. I'm not willing to do this. Zhou Yushan's heart roared. Therefore, he kept insisting. Since Li Yan can pull Dai technology up, so can I. Let this stock continue to spread on this market. It's just that, needs a massive amount of money. At this point in time, Zhou Yushan had very little funds of his own that he could utilize, and at the end of the year, it wasn't easy to borrow funds from elsewhere. So, he set his sights on the amount of money in Xia Wanjun's hands. As long as I get stuck and then force Li Yan and Xia Wanjun to enter the market again, I'll still be saved. This was Zhou Yushan's intention, and Li Yan's judgment was correct. It was indeed Zhou Yushan who was up to no good. With these thoughts in his mind, Zhou Yushan let out a long breath. There are still 5 trading days before the new year. That's enough. He clenched his fist hard, but just at this moment, the front desk outside the door walked in. Mr. Zhou, there's a young man called Li Yan outside looking for you, saying he's here to pay back the money. Chapter 69, Don't think too beautifully if you're ugly. Li Yan? Why is he here? Zhou Yushan froze for a moment and couldn't help but ask. The little girl at the front desk hurriedly said, he said he came to pay back the money. Ha ha, right, he owes the old man. Bring this kid to my office. Zhou Yushan then laughed out loud. Little Zheng, you saw that, right? Know why I never chopped my position? I knew that Li Yan and Xia Wanjun would come. Only I, Zhou Yushan, can save them. Ha ha, looking at Zhou Yushan, who had just changed his disheveled appearance, Xiao Zhang's mouth moved, wanting to remind Zhou Yushan that he had suffered a loss several times by targeting Li Yan, and could even say that he was now trapped in the field because of his excessive targeting of Li Yan. However, looking at Zhou Yushan's appearance at the moment, and then thinking about Zhou Yushan's character, Xiao Zhang finally did not say anything. A thought, however, suddenly emerged from his mind. Perhaps, I should change my job after the new year. Li Yan knew that Zhou Yushan would definitely see him. This kind of person didn't have any skills, but he was constantly making small calculations. If he took the initiative to send himself to the door, how could he refuse? Standing at the door of Zhou Yushan's office, Li Yan sneered and pushed open the door. Ha ha, Li Yan, you're finally here. The moment he saw Li Yan, Zhou Yushan had the pleasure of having his revenge avenged, but it was quickly suppressed by him. He told himself that he must keep his composure. This brat had put himself in such a state, he must let him feel his pain before he could do so. I'm here, Mr. Zhou seems to be very happy, Li Yan said as he coldly swept a glance at Zhou Yushan. A smug smile surfaced on Zhou Yushan's face. Yes, I'm very happy. You, Li Yan, will finally kneel before me and beg me. Your talent in trading is indeed better than mine. But so what? In this world, there is never a lack of geniuses, but a genius who truly becomes a winner is only called a genius. Otherwise, it's just garbage. Zhou Yushan took a step and wandered around his office, as if he had become the victor in control of everything. However, right at this moment, Li Yan suddenly walked in front of Zhou Yushan and looked at him with an icy gaze. What makes you think that I will beg you? What? Zhou Yushan froze for a moment, thinking that he had heard wrong. Kid, do I need to say more about your current situation? Ha ha, Xia Yuanjun sent you here, right? I'm not afraid to tell you either. That's right, I'm the one who called Huaxin. As long as that side dares to give Xia Yuanjun gold, I will report. At that time, everyone will die together. Zhou Yushan said with a maniacal face. Die together? Do you have this qualification? Li Yan said with disdain. Good you Li Yan. At the end of your life, you're still so tough-talking. It was Xia Wanjun who asked you to come, wasn't it? What are you relying on? Xia Yuanjun? Ha ha, that's right. She has a background. But now that she's made this mistake, do you think she'd dare to let the bigwigs behind her know? Kid, you're wrong. Zhou Yushan roared hysterically. Immediately after, violently extending his finger to point at Li Yan. Now kneel down for me. Beg me to spare you. Old me will give you a way out. Otherwise, in this dragon city, you will die a miserable death. Ha ha, Li Yan violently raised his head and laughed. Zhou Yushan, I wonder if your mom ever said anything to you when you were a child? Zhou Yushan subconsciously asked. What? Li Yan said in a cold voice. If you look so ugly, don't think too beautifully. Zhou Yushan's veins popped on his forehead. People in this era had not yet experienced the baptism of the internet segments. Therefore, Zhou Yushan felt the naked humiliation in Li Yan's words, but didn't know how to retort. You are finished. I'm telling you, Li Yan. Originally I was going to give you a chance, but now, Laozi has changed his mind. I want you to be completely finished. Zhou Yushan shouted with a red face, veins popping on his forehead. Since you admit it, it's good. Now, you wait. Let's see who it is that's going to be completely screwed. I hope you remember what you just said yourself. Li Yan let out a cold snort, and as he pushed away the open-mouthed Zhou Yushan, he turned around and walked towards the door. When Zhou Yushan saw Li Yan's action, his face changed slightly. What do you mean? Li Yan stopped walking and smiled mysteriously. What do you mean? You will naturally know when the time comes. After seeing Li Yan leave, Zhou Yushan's face was cloudy. Mr. Zhou, what if this Li Yan is looking for trouble? After all, Hua Xin sighed, can't always help us. In case the matter is revealed, we will also be in bad luck. Xiao Zhang stood beside Zhou Yushan and whispered, less nonsense. A mere Li Yan scares you silly? He is nothing. It's just a bluff. You wait and see. Turn around and he's personally come to beg me. Humph, Zhou Yushan said with a stern look. Li Yan went downstairs and said to Xiao Wu, who is the owner of Han Yuan? Do you recognize him? Wei Xiaotian. Haven't dealt with him, but I can get in touch. Xiao Wu thought about it and said. Li Yan nodded and said, help me ask someone out. Xiao Wu frowned, thinking of Xia Wanjuan's explanation before she left. She finally gave Li Yan a deep look, but said nothing. That night, Xiao Wu brought Li Yan to appear in a private room in the Dinghe Xian Hotel. The appointment is at 7 o'clock. Li Yan. Xiao Wu spoke to Li Yan. Li Yan nodded. Not too long after, the door of the box opened and a man in his 50s pushed open the door and walked in. Mr. Wu. Guo Xiaotian looked at Xiao Wu in front of him and asked tentatively. Today there was a business friend who pulled the strings and said that Xia Wanjun was looking for him to talk about some things, and made an appointment to meet in the evening. Xia Yuanjun, a woman in the Dragon City, operated such a big situation. Guo Xiaotian also heard about it earlier. Xiao Wu is Xia Wanjuan's right-hand man. He naturally inquired clearly. Mr. Guo, please sit down. Xiao Wu ably greeted and after sitting down, he introduced. This is Li Yan. It's him who's looking for you. Oh, so it's Mr. Li looking for me? I don't know where Mr. Li is in his senior position. What is it that you are looking for me for? Guo Xiaotian glanced at the very young-looking Li Yan in surprise, secretly pondering Li Yan's origin. To be able to get Xia Wanjuan's people to help, this young man was afraid that he was not simple. Mr. Guo, right? Looking for you just to save your life. Li Yan raised his head and shook hands with Guo Xiaotian and said indifferently. Guo Xiaotian froze for a moment. Then he laughed coldly. Young man, although I, Guo, am not to any great person, but I am at least considered to have a reputation in Dragon City. Be careful what you say. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Wu was still with him, at this moment, Guo Xiaotian would have already flipped his face. However, Li Yan acted as if he didn't see Guo Xiaotian's expression, smiled faintly, and fished out a recorder from his pocket and placed it on the table. Mr. Gui is not busy getting angry first. Listen to this before you say anything. Chapter 70, Gui Xiaotian's Invitation. Guo Xiaotian's face was gloomy as he glanced at Li Yan, and eventually his gaze landed on the recording pen on the table, and next to him, Xiao Wu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He had only followed Li Yan's request to help make an appointment with Guo Xiaotian, and was still unaware of what Li Yan was going to do. When Li Yan opened his mouth just now, he was shocked in his heart, but he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye. This kid actually came up with this recording? Xiao Wu secretly thought. What exactly did Li Yan say to Zhou Yushan before? He actually got the recording? At this time, Guo Xiaotian frowned, reaching out his hand but did not pick up the recorder for a long time. What? Mr. Gui is worried about what's inside. Please rest assured on this point. I have no grudges with Mr. Gui. I can't offend you. Instead I want to make friends with you. Li Yan looked at Guo Xiaotian's appearance and said with a smile. Guo Xiaotian heard Li Yan say this, then picked up the recorder. Inside immediately came that conversation between Li Yan and Zhou Yushan from before. Soon Guo Xiaotian's face turned ugly. Especially Zhou Yushan's approach has bypassed the wind control. Completely, the company's entire fund has been dragged to the edge of the collapse. Guo Xiaotian is shocked out of a cold sweat. Hong Yuan can have today is his bare hands. Step by step do not know how much blood consumed, only to achieve the current scale. And Zhou Yushan, looking to destroy all this. The most important thing was that when a problem arose, Zhou Yushan did not even think of coming clean with himself to discuss a countermeasure, but instead thought of concealing it from the world, trying to use the means of violating the law to erase everything. Young Li, many thanks. At this moment, Guo Xiaotian was truly thankful to Li Yan. If it wasn't for Li Yan finding himself, I'm afraid that by the time he knew the news, the yellow flowers would have gotten cold. Mr. Gui is polite. Since my people are sitting here, I just want to make you a friend. Li Yan smiled. Everything was under control. Xiao Wu beside him had always looked at Li Yan uncomfortably, thinking that Li Yan was just a young man who had gotten lucky. But now, watching people turn their hands to the clouds and turn their hands to the rain, even in the face of a financial bigwig like Gui Xiaotian, they were all breezy. He began to admire in his heart. Such a person deserved to have his fortune. Good. Young Li is indeed a young talent. Don't worry. I'll go back and deal with the Zhouyu Mountain matter right away. This kind of scourge, Guo Xiaotian, won't use them. In addition, Mr. Xie's side, Young Li went back to tell Mr. Xie that Guo Xiaotian, will come to the door to apologize on another day. Good to say, Li Yan said smilingly. Originally, the two men were at war, but in the blink of an eye, they were talking happily. At this time, Guo Xiaotian tentatively asked, then I wonder, Young Li, what do you think about my Hong Yuan's current situation? Hong Yuan's current situation is simple to say and complicated to say. It depends on how it is handled. I think that you, Mr. Guo, have been rolling around in the financial market for so many years. You should have a countermeasure already, right? Haha, it's late today. I still have things to do. I'll see you some other day. Guo Xiaotian originally had a bellyful of words to say to Li Yan, but was hardened by Li Yan. Then, leaving each other's contact information, Li Yan and Xiao Wu left, and Guo Xiaotian was filled with anxiety and anger after Li Yan left. Damn it, Zhou Yushan, you want to get old me killed. If I don't skin you, Guo Xiaotian, have been working for nothing for so many years. However, the most important thing at the moment was to resolve the matter of Xie Wanjun. Zhou Yushan, this bastard, really ate the snake heart and leopard gall, actually went to provoke this woman, the power behind this woman. Even I do not dare to easily provoke. You're good on the contrary. Damn it. There is also the fact that this one called Li Yan, maybe, can really help me. After all, the words were not said to death just now. Brain quickly reviewing the two sides just talked about the matter. Guo Xiaotian turned to leave the fire to the company to go in a hurry. The mess made by Zhou Yushan, he must deal with it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the entire Hong Yuan will be finished. Don't look at Li Yan's good words. Guo Xiaotian knows that if he does not take care of this matter, Li Yan can give himself a recording, can use this recording as evidence to report to the top. At that time, not to mention Zhou Yushan, he will also have to follow the squatting prison. After Li Yan and Xiao Wu came out, Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask, why didn't you agree to him just now? If you agree to him, I think, not only can you solve this matter, maybe you can also make friends with this Guo Xiaotian. This person still has influence in the financial circle of Dragon City. Li Yan smiled. Little brother 5. In this world, there is never love without a reason, nor hate without a reason. If I come together now, after resolving Zhou Yushan, I'm afraid Guo Xiaotian will be cynical about me. When Guo Xiaotian takes the initiative to beg me, things will be different. This is true. Xiao Wu froze for a moment, then reacted. This brain of your kid, I don't know how it grew. Seldom seen. Xiao Wu couldn't help but mutter. Li Yan smiled and didn't say anything. The two parted ways. Xiao Wu went back to report on Xie Wanjun, while Li Yan went home to accompany his wife to look at the house. The new house was almost decorated. Li Yan looked at it and was satisfied. Qin Ruoxue held Li Yan's arm and asked after walking out of the new house, so when are we moving? Wait until after the new year, after the 15th day of the first month. After all, it's the end of the year. Good. Qin Ruoxue gently leaned her head on Li Yan's arm, a sense of happiness arising. A month ago, she was still working as a female laborer in the iron factory. The side of the house had no food, and Li Yan was lying in bed waiting for death to beat his wife. But now, just how long ago, he had an internet cafe, and his daily income was good. More than that, he changed the new house. Li Yan has his own business. Once when, dreaming do not dare to imagine that there is such a day, but now in a trance have. When eating with Qin Ruoxue hesitated for a moment and said to Li Yan, looking at the new year, do you have time before the year? Yes. Do you have something going on? Li Yan raised his head and asked. Qin Ruoxue said in a low voice, my brother is still locked up inside. I want to go to see him once before the new year. Although he made a mistake, but after all, he is my younger brother. This is looking at the new year. Li Yan put down the bowl and smiled. I thought something was going on. Just this? It's fine. Waiting for the busy these 2 days. I'll go with you. Li Yan's quick promise filled Qin Ruoxue's face with happiness. Originally, she hadn't dared to say it to Li Yan. After all, the things that Qin Bo had done earlier were really unspeakable. But now after saying it, her heart couldn't help but be relieved. Just after finishing his meal, Li Yan's phone suddenly rang. Hey, Young Li, it's me, Guo Xiaotian. Is it convenient for you? Come to my company now? Guo Xiaotian's voice had a hint of anxiety in it. Calling so soon? It seems that Hong Yuan's situation is even worse than he thought. Li Yan sneered in his heart. Then he faintly asked, it's Mr. Guo. Looking for me for something? Chapter 71, Are you relieved? Li Xiao. After I came back, I immediately understood what happened in the situation. I, Guo Xiaotian, was negligent of my subordinates. it caused this kind of trouble. So I thought, if you are free, come to the company. I apologize to you face to face. By the way, this matter is resolved. Guo Xiaotian put his posture very low on the phone. However, Li Yan laughed coldly in his heart. This Guo Xiaotian, he still won't give up. Why bother? Since you already know that your company is in trouble, why are you still holding out? Li Yan's mind turned and said lightly, there is time, but I'm mainly entrusted by General Manager Xie to deal with this matter. If it's just this matter, then I'll let General Manager Xie and Mr. Wei you take over. I won't go. Don't. Li Xiao, this thing, must be you to come only ah. Guo Xiaotian heard Li Yan say so, immediately anxious. When Li Yan heard Guo Xiaotian say this, he immediately laughed coldly. Mr. Guo, no one is a cutie pie. The situation on your side, I'm sure it's not very optimistic, right? Since that's the case, there's no need for us to hide. If there's something to say, I think it's better to talk about it openly and honestly. Don't you think so? Guo Xiaotian let out a bitter smile. Really can't hide anything from you. It is my Guo Xiaotian's fault. Li Yan, this time, you can be sure to help me is. Guo Xiaotian will definitely remember your favor. Favor and whatnot. Let's not talk about it first. But there is one thing. I need Mr. Wei to give me an explanation. Li Yan said in a cold voice. Guo Xiaotian took a deep breath. Don't worry, young Mr. Li, since I can make this call to you, I will definitely satisfy you on the matter of Zhouyu Mountain. Hanging up the phone, Li Yan smiled. Zhou Yushan was dead this time. Early in the morning the next day, Li Yan arrived at the Hongyuan Foundation. When Li Yan went in, the receptionist from yesterday saw that it was Li Yan and thought that he was here to look for Zhou Yushan, and immediately notified Zhou Yushan. Hearing that Li Yan had come, Zhou Yushan immediately walked out excitedly and stopped Li Yan. Egu, Li Yan, you finally came. Ha ha, what? Have you thought about it? Kneel down and apologize to me? Agree to my conditions? Kneel and apologize? Who do you think you are? Not even knowing when you're dying. I really doubt how you've survived until now. Li Yan sneered and said disdainfully. In order to taunt Li Yan, Zhou Yushan deliberately stopped Li Yan in the company hall, just thinking to make Li Yan lose face in front of everyone. At this moment, hearing Li Yan say this, Zhou Yushan immediately laughed out loud, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Li Yan, I've seen a lot of people like you. After stepping on and making some money, you think you're great? You think you're something? I'll be damned. What the hell? You're dead in the water and you're still talking tough. Unless you beg me on your knees, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, Xia Yuanjun won't let you go. I won't let you go either. I don't think you'll be able to have a good year. Zhou Yushan tilted his chin and said in a lofty manner. He didn't take Li Yan's words to heart at all. In his opinion, since he was not Li Yan's opponent in the field, outside the field was his home ground. After all, this society spoke of favors, relationships, and seniority. It's not like, if you're good at trading, you're good at trading. With this thought in his mind, the expression on Zhou Yushan's face became more and more relaxed. And at this moment, the people in the surrounding company, seeing this scene, all laughed out loud. You spoke and I spoke, pointing at Li Yan. That's it. What a contraption, daring to go against our Mr. Zhou. Who doesn't know our Mr. Zhou's great name in the financial circles of Dragon City? If you ask me, kneel down and apologize. I think it should be kneeling down and licking your shoes. Mr. Zhou is all noble, and with an opportunity like this, what are you waiting for? Li Yan, a mere young man who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Which one of you here is not an elite? Which one is not a senior? Who are you to come to the door looking for trouble? For a time, righteous indignation filled the air. Everyone pointed at Li Yan's nose and sprayed. It seemed as if they didn't share the same fate as Li Yan. What's the fuss? Don't you have to work? Just at this moment, behind him, at the stairway, a man suddenly walked out with a gloomy face. Ah, Mr. Guo. Good morning, Mr. Guo. I'm going to work now. Seeing that it was actually the boss Guo Xiaotian, these people who were watching around them immediately panicked and hurriedly turned around to go back to their workstations. Stand still. No one is allowed to move. However, right at this moment, Zhou Yushan suddenly opened his mouth and called out to the crowd. For a moment, these employees were in a dilemma. On one side was the boss, and on the other side was the manager. What can they do? However, after Zhou Yushan opened his mouth, he immediately changed his smiling face and walked towards Guo Xiaotian. Across a few people, he said excitedly, Mr. Guo, you finally came. Today this thing, not to blame everyone. We are all standing here for the benefit of the company, not to be lazy and not work. It's this person, this kid, counting on our company, actually came today to still pick a fight. It is because of this that everyone came out to do me a favor. Mr. Guo, you're just in time. I'm waiting for your word. I'll let the security guards take down this kid. I'll let the security guards take this kid down and make up for our company's loss. Zhou Yushan added some fuel to the fire and spoke with a red face. Originally, when he dealt with Li Yan on his own, it was a bit of a misnomer, but now it was different. The boss came personally. At that time, the company's portion of the loss could be pushed onto Li Yan's body, and at that time, he himself could completely jump out. Let's see how you die. Zhou Yushan's gaze swept over Li Yan's body, his heart full of pleasure. Only the next moment, Zhou Yushan suddenly froze in place. The boss Guo Xiaotian actually didn't even look at him after he said a whole bunch of things, and turned to walk to Li Yan's front, bending down and actively extending his hand. Young Li, I'm really sorry. I dealt with something just now and couldn't personally go downstairs to greet you. Sorry. No harm done, but it seems like Mr. Guo's company doesn't welcome me. Li Yan pointed to the circle of people standing around him. Guo Xiaotian smiled awkwardly and mouthed, "No, absolutely nothing." After saying that, he turned around and pointed at Zhou Yushan. "Come over here." Zhou Yushan was directly dumbfounded. He simply didn't know how Li Yan knew his boss. At this moment, he was drumming in his heart and walked over to Guo Xiaotian with a face full of apprehension. "Mr. Guo." I snapped. He had just opened his mouth when Guo Xiaotian violently slapped him in the face. Guo Xiaotian's slap, which came out with hatred, used his entire body's strength. A slap down. Zhou Yushan did not say out words. All were beaten back, but also the whole face was beaten swollen. Mouth and nose, all the blood, the people around, all of them were scared silly, looking at Li Yan's eyes. All are fear. After Guo Xiaotian finished hitting, he hurriedly bowed and asked Li Yan, "Young Li, are you relieved?" Chapter 72, Requesting to Operate. Are you relieved? The boss personally beat up Zhou Yushan, but just to let Li Yan lose his temper. This time, those Hong Yuan employees around, after the initial stunned and shocked, at the moment, all of them are sweating profusely, and their hearts are cold. Originally, as employees, it was normal for them to flatter Zhou Yushan, the manager, but now, people not only know the boss, and the boss Guo Xiaotian have to be respectful to others. In front of the face of the crowd smoked Zhou Yushan, the manager of his company, just to ask a question. "Li Xiao, you are not angry?" And before these people, but stood on the side of Zhou Yushan, all kinds of unpleasant words to Li Yan sprayed with all their strength. Now, finished. For a time, everyone's heart was apprehensive, even for Zhou Yushan. This guy, simply hate to the bone side. "Oh, Mr. Gui is serious. This is originally your family affairs. How to ask about me?" Li Yan looked deeply at Guo Xiaotian and said. Guo Xiaotian sighed in his heart. The reason why he smoked Zhou Yushan in front of Li Yan was to show Li Yan, but Li Yan's reaction was obviously unsatisfied with this. At this time Guo Xiaotian could not care about anything else. "Come on people. Legal affairs section. Now give me the police to prosecute Zhou Yushan. Malpractice, irregularities, bribery," Guo Xiaotian said as he stared at Zhou Yushan with a gloomy face. "What?" Zhou Yushan trembled. He couldn't even feel the pain on his face. If he really let the Ministry of Legal Affairs handle it like this, he was afraid that his life would be over. Mr. Guo, you can't be like this. I've done so much for the company over the years. How can you just listen to a few words from an outsider and do this to me?" Zhou Yushan panicked and rushed at Guo Xiaotian. Right, it's all Li Yan. "Mr. Guo, you must have been hoodwinked by him. Don't you worry, no matter what he says, I can handle it. Alright." Guo Xiaotian impatiently pushed away Zhou Yushan, said in a cold voice, "What's going on over there at Huaxin? You know in your own heart, and what's going on with the recent retraction of the fund you've been manipulating is also clear to you, and why the wind control of Dai technology is out of control. I think you know better. Do you want me to make it clearer?" "Zhou Yushan, I thought you've been with the company for years. You're an old man. You know how to do things, but you let me down. You still have the face to mention Li Xiao? If it is not Li informed, I am still in the dark. I am afraid that by the time I know the news, the company has already been brought into the abyss of doom by you, right?" Facing Guo Xiaotian's questioning, Zhou Yushan finally panicked. These were the things he had been covering up, but he didn't expect Li Yan to directly take the blame and stab all of them to Guo Xiaotian. At this moment, his face was ashen. He knew he was finished. Zhou Yushan had followed Guo Xiaotian for many years and knew his boss too well. Since he had already made a move and chose Li Yan, he was the one who was abandoned. "Li Yan, it's all you. It's all because of you that I have today. You wait, I'm not finished with you." Despair was followed by deep hatred. At this moment, Zhou Yushan violently rushed towards Li Yan with red eyes. Unfortunately, his body, which had been emptied by alcohol and sex for years, didn't wait to rush to Li Yan's face before he was kicked to the ground by Li Yan. "What kind of thing are you? Also worthy of fooling around in front of me? Want to find trouble with me? He. you can survive this calamity first. From start to finish, Li Yan did not consider Zhou Yushan as an opponent. At this moment, Zhou Yushan slumped to the ground as if he were a dead dog, completely making the hearts of those around him who had previously shouted at Li Yan apprehensive. They all knew that this time, Zhou Yushan was truly finished. Immediately, someone jumped out and walked to Li Yan in panic. Young Li, you don't have to be angry. I was compelled by Zhou Yushan before, said something I shouldn't have said. Don't take it to heart. Yeah, young Li, it's all because of this asshole Zhou Yushan. He's simply trash. To actually dare to go against you, simply looking for death. I'll say this, in Dragon City, young Master Li is the real big shot. He, Zhou Yushan, is nothing. For a while, you said one thing and I said another. These people were afraid of being missed by Li Yan. What to say in front of the boss Guo Xiaotian? At the moment they could not wait to compliment Li Yan to the sky. Correspondingly, Zhou Yushan was naturally treated like a father killer by them. You, guys. Zhou Yushan was first slapped and then kicked over by Li Yan. His blood was rising. At this moment, listening to the words of the crowd, he was so angry that his eyes went black and he directly fainted. Alright, all go to work. Young Li is my honored guest. You guys don't disturb. Seeing that this group of people from his company were all very active and full of good words about Li Yan, Guo Xiaotian secretly sighed in relief and feigned annoyance as he chided the crowd before turning around and respectfully saying to Li Yan, Young Li, don't take the lower people to heart. This naturally won't. Ha ha, Li Yan smiled and said naturally. Zhou Yushan was already finished, so he naturally nodded his head. Ha ha, I knew that Young Li was not an ordinary person. This chest, it's simply admirable. Come this way please, let's talk in my office. Guo Xiaotian was relieved to hear Li Yan say this, knowing that there was hope for what he was asking for, and joyfully greeted Li Yan towards his office. Zhou Yushan, like a dead dog, the legal department called the security control, waiting for the police to arrive. What awaited him would be a lawsuit from the company and a long prison sentence. These were no longer in Li Yan's consideration. After arriving at the office, Guo Xiaotian personally helped Li Yan to make a good tea and suddenly grabbed Li Yan's hand and said anxiously, Young Li, help! Li Yan without a trace of hand from the hands of Guo Xiaotian pulled out, said faintly, Mr. Guo, your family is big. This joke cannot be opened. Li Yan, I know that Zhou Yushan offended you before. I also have a responsibility here. This time, I am sincerely asking for your help. Guo Xiaotian said with a sincere face, Of course, as long as you make a move. Young Li, I will definitely offer a price that will satisfy you. All the way to this moment, Li Yan smiled slightly in his heart. He had held it for such a long time, and wasn't waiting for these words. Ha ha, if you give me face, Mr. Guo, I, Li Yan, am not unkind. Let's talk about your situation first. Guo Xiaotian hurriedly said, Young Li, I won't hide it from you. I have a part of my own business. Set it as a self-managed disc, but the operating funds, in fact, is not my own and the company's assets. You are also a person in the circle. You should understand what I mean. Originally in accordance with the normal words, this part of the funds, not to say how much profit, but earnings will be more stable. But, Zhou Yushan this asshole. Now the funds are all concentrated in the German technology and the four sides of the Chuanghui. Now the price of the 2 tickets has completely collapsed, caused a huge loss. I simply can't get out. So, I hope you can help Disc. Chapter 73, Cooperation Program. After saying these words, Guo Xiaotian carefully looked at Li Yan. He was really afraid that Li Yan would not agree. After Guo Xiaotian went back yesterday and checked the operation status of the entire fund, he almost went over in one breath. The situation is even worse than he imagined. According to the current market, the loss of the support of the German technology and the four sides of the creative exchange, there is absolutely no way to rebound up. If it is his own funds, he can still delay for a period of time, until the mood improves, to find ways to unwind. But now, just went through the terrible storm of 1998, the entire market is depressed to the limit. He doesn't dare to wait, can't afford to wait, because, this part of the capital, is not his own. Behind it are many people, absolute big shots. These characters Guo Xiaotian simply cannot afford to mess with. If not due to cash, he will directly face the anger of those big shots. That is not at all what he can withstand. Under this situation, he must find a way to solve it. But, sought a circle down, the entire Dragon City, the financial circle. He is familiar with a lot of people, but no one can do this steadily and properly. In desperation, Guo Xiaotian suddenly thought of Li Yan. Then after using the fastest speed to have someone investigate, the whole person was shocked by Li Yan's horrific record. Genius. This is definitely a genius. Starting with $30,000, competing on top of futures, $30 million of capital prying day technology, leading the market wins. Hard to create the Huaxin Jiangtong Avenue sales department. The market newcomer. What is such a person if not a genius? After learning about Li Yan's record, Hua Xiaotian understood. He had picked up a treasure. A person like Li Yan was born to trade. This was still just starting out. If he grew up, such a person wouldn't be able to contact himself at all. So he immediately contacted Li Yan, and put his attitude low enough. At the same time, he personally dealt with Zhou Yushan today. It was to show his intentions. After all this maneuvering, at this moment, he finally made his request. At this moment, in his heart, he was really nervous, because he understood that this was his chance. His career had reached this point today, and he could basically see the end. But this time, if he can pull Li Yan onto his chariot, I'm afraid that, not only will he be able to solve the trouble at hand, but he will also be able to dig up a huge treasure for the company. These are Guo Xiaotian's true thoughts. However, after he finished speaking, Li Yan's sentence made the flame in Guo Xiaotian's heart feel like it was poured a pot of cold water on it. Does Mr. Guo think that I need to operate for someone? Guo Xiaotian felt like there was a stone blocking his chest. Yes. To put it another way, if he stood in Li Yan's position, there was no need for him to operate for others. People have the ability to have the funds. Why should he look at other people's faces to accept the mess on his side? But, Guo Xiaotian wanted to say something, but suddenly realized that in front of Li Yan, some of the conditions he had prepared were a bit pale and powerless. It wasn't that he couldn't make a bid. Rather, it was that the things he could give simply could not impress Li Yan. Guo Xiaotian felt a wave of frustration in his heart. This was the skill of a genius. If it was any other trader, at a time like this, I'm afraid that all he would need to do is throw out an olive branch, and they would all rush up first. But Li Yan here, Guo Xiaotian could not do this. Li Yan looked at Guo Xiaotian's expression and sneered in his heart, wanting to use a little bit of petty profit to tie himself to Han Yuan. Guo Xiaotian is playing a good idea. If Li Yan was a fledgling novice, he might indeed be impressed by the other party. After all, Han Yuan was considered good in Dragon City. Unfortunately, my world is far from Dragon City, or even the country. Conquering Wall Street, sweeping through London's financial city. This is the real trader's dream. The district Dragon City. However, 10,000 feet high. Li Yan is very clear. Now his own, away from the dream is still a little far. Right now Guo Xiaotian is a good pedal. And so, he pondered for a moment and opened his mouth. But you don't get frustrated, Mr. Guo. I won't help you maneuver, but we can cooperate. Guo Xiaotian, who originally already had little thoughts, heard Li Yan say this and his eyes immediately lit up. Cooperation? How do you want to cooperate, Mr. Li? Guo Xiaotian hurriedly asked. I have a program. I just don't know if Mr. Guo will agree to it. Li Yan looked at Guo Xiaotian with a smile. Guo Xiaotian pondered for a moment and directly said, since the words have come to this point, young Li, I won't hide it from you. What I see in you is your potential. It's not just about solving my company's troubles this time. I hope to have a long-lasting cooperation with you in the future. Of course, I know that your future won't be in Dragon City, but I'm afraid I'll be stuck in Dragon City for the rest of my life. I only hope that there will be some meat left for me here in Dragon City. Li Yan clapped his hands and stood up. Mr. Guo, it's best if you can think this way. Then I'll talk about my idea. Cooperate and set up a company. This company, I'll let 10% of the equity to you. As for the trouble you have in your hands right now, it's not trouble. It can be completely entrusted to this company we set up. Until this moment, Li Yan finally stated his purpose. He never did things without a plan. Having been reborn, he had a clear plan for how the next path in the future would go. From making mung bean futures to start earning his first bucket of gold, to switching to Shanghai copper to let his funds grow, to making a large bet against helping Xia Wanjuan's agreement to manipulate the market. These are all part of his plan. Right now, the volume of his own funds was on the verge of reaching a small target. Looks quite a lot, but far from enough. His road is long. He is not willing to use a long time, consumed in this primitive accumulation stage. And this time, Wei Xiaotian's appearance let him have a better idea. From the day he approached Guo Xiaotian, he had been perfecting his plan, until this moment, told it openly and honestly. At that time, Xiao Wu asked him why he didn't promise Guo Xiaotian. It's not that he didn't say yes, but it wasn't the right time. At that time, Guo Xiaotian would not be as eager to cooperate with himself as he is now. Even if they did cooperate, there was still the question of who would dominate. Dominance, Li Yan absolutely impossible to let out. Right now, with Li Yan testing a little bit, waiting a little bit, Guo Xiaotian finally came to this step. Li Yan decisively threw out his cooperation proposal. For a while, Guo Xiaotian's brows were furrowed. The entire person fell into deep thought. Obviously, he was considering whether to agree to Li Yan's conditions or not. Young Li, would this 10% be too little? Guo Xiaotian asked tentatively. Hearing Guo Xiaotian ask this, Li Yan pursed his lips and smiled. At this moment, things had already become a big part. Chapter 74 Sister Yuanjun. Since Guo Xiaotian felt that the stake was less, what did that mean? He had already agreed to this scenario in his heart. Mr. Guo, you have to understand, I'm perfectly capable of doing this on my own, and I'm certain that I can do it well. What do you think? Li Yan faintly raised his head and said. In his words, there was no room for maneuver at all. This was the truth. I believe Guo Xiaotian also understood, and Li Yan had no intention of backing down from start to finish. Guo Xiaotian owed his ass. Young Li, this 10%. I really feel that it is a bit less. I know that Young Li your ability, and I am also very optimistic about your future. But, Li Yan said with a straight face, Mr. Guo, you have to know that I have a relationship with General Manager Xia Wanjun Xia. If I find General Manager Xia, I think she should be very willing to do this business. What do you say? The reason why I gave you 10% is not that I am just short of this investment from you. Rather, you've been operating in Dragon City for many years and have a lot of resources in this area to draw on. Otherwise, why would I give up this share? This, Li Xiao, how about you let me think about it? Li Yan's insistence made Guo Xiaotian's heart torn. Promise? Or a refusal? At this moment, he knew his choice was important. Li Yan thought for a moment and said, good, I'll have someone make a detailed proposal out later, so it's not too late for you to decide on your choice then. But as a friend, I can give you an opinion. This part of your fund and business that is currently in crisis, you can take it first. After saying that, Li Yan turned around and walked out. Guo Xiaotian hurriedly stood up and said, Young Li, I'll see you off. Not long after leaving Guo Xiaotian's company, Li Yan received a call from Xia Wanjun. Li Yan, it's really you. It's done. Huaxin's side has already processed the withdrawal of funds. At the latest tomorrow morning, the funds will be able to arrive in the account. At that time, I'll be the first to transfer the funds to you. On the other side of the phone, Xia Wanjun tone of indescribable ease and joy. Looking towards the end of the year, in these last few days, she needed to give an account. It was necessary to get the account funds right so that those people would have nothing to say. Other people only saw her woman's beauty, but they didn't know the helplessness and suppression behind her. Then thanks a lot, Mr. General, Li Yan said with a smile. With the contact, he could feel that Xia Wanjun had a kind of atmosphere in her character that women did not have. As long as you treated her well, she would never let you down. Such a person was worth long-term contact, or investment. Thanks to your help this time, Li Yan. In the future, no matter what you encounter, in the scope of Dragon City, as long as you need help, feel free to contact me at any time. Xia Wanjun seriously gave a promise. Li Yan smiled. Hopefully there will never be that day. Haha, hopefully. By the way, I heard Xiao Wu say that you contacted Guo Xiaotian. That person has a bit of a position in the financial circle in Longcheng. He didn't make things difficult for you, right? If there is any bad solution, I personally come out and talk to him. Xia Wanjun asked worriedly. Li Yan's heart flashed a touch. Right now, although he had made a lot of money, it was still nothing in the entire Dragon City. Xia Yuanjun, on the other hand, was actually at the very top of Dragon City. To be able to treat herself like this, it was considered to be a matter of love and justice. Mr. Xia, don't worry about this. This time, not only did they not make things difficult for me, but they talked about some cooperation instead. Li Yan said with a smile. Oh, cooperation? You Li Yan can look at the business. I think it's good. Cooperating with Guo Xiaotian. Do you intend to bring me rich? Xia Wanjun said half jokingly and half seriously. Li Yan's heart stirred. Previously, when he spoke to Guo Xiaotian, he mentioned Xia Yuanjun. In fact, it was more of a tiger skin. After all, the relationship with Xia Wanjun hadn't reached that point yet, so he didn't think that he could work together with Xia Wanjun. However, at this moment, Xia Wanjun mentioned it on her own accord, and he instantly had some thoughts. Mr. Xia, you're not kidding, right? Xia Wanjun said on the other end of the phone. I'm optimistic about your investment ability. If you think you can, then I'm not joking. Li Yan did not expect Xia Wanjun to actually believe in himself so much. At this moment, he clenched his fist hard. The experience of his 2 lives told him that in the early stages of capital accumulation, if he had a good helping hand, it would be a lot easier and could cause a lot less trouble. Right now, Xia Wanjun was a very good booster. If that's the case, then I'll have someone make a proposal out as soon as possible. And if you're interested by then, Mr. Xia, we'll cooperate. Haha, these you just watch and get. I still have the same words. Li Yan, I believe in you. However, there's one thing I say. Xia Yuanjun smiled, then said seriously. Speak up, Mr. Xia. Xia Yuanjun rolled her eyes on the other end of the phone. Can you stop calling me with a mouthful of General Manager Xia in the future? Change your name. Change your name? Li Yan froze for a moment, then tentatively called out, Sister Wanjun? That's more or less the same. Alright, that's it for now. I still have things to deal with on my side. I'll wait for your news about the cooperation. After saying that, Xia Yuanjun smiled and hung up the phone. Just in time, Xiao Wu pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing that Xia Yuanjun actually looked like a little woman, he could not help but be stunned, his heart beating wildly. Sister Wan, are you okay? He asked tentatively. All along, he had been Xia Wanjun's right-hand man, guarding Xia Wanjun's side and helping Xia Wanjun with things. Everyone knew that he, Xiao Wu, was loyal to Xia Wanjun, but very few people knew that he had an obsessive feeling in his heart for Jun Xiaowan. Only this heart was hidden in the bottom of his heart, never revealed. Even Xia Yuanjun didn't know. At this moment, looking at Xia Yuanjun's appearance, a trace of dissimilarity flashed under Xiao Wu's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by him. If you are well, it is a sunny day. This was already enough for him. Me, I'm fine. Ha ha, little five. What's the matter with you? Xia Wanjun controlled her emotions well and asked Xiao Wu, but her expression made Xiao Wu's heart sour. No, nothing. It's just that the higher-ups came to notify just now. This time the end of the year conference, scheduled in Magic City, want us to rush over early. The big boss's orders. Xiao Wu was in a trance for a moment and hurriedly took a deep breath and spoke about the main event. Xia Yuanjun frowned. Going to Magic City? Rushing over early? Alright, I've got it. Just arrange your itinerary. Xiao Wu nodded and turned to walk out, and Xia Yuanjun stood in place, frowning in deep thought. Magic City. I wonder if there will be anything this time. At the same time, two figures actually appeared in her mind at the same time. One was a mysterious broad back, and the other was Li Yan. All of this, no one knew. Chapter 75, Sentience and Righteousness. The next day, early in the morning, Li Yan received the money transferred by Xia Wanjun. There were only 3 days left before the big year. Li Yan looked at the more than $81 million in cash on his account and let out a long breath. Finally not starving to death. Li Yan secretly lamented. Without realizing it, he used 1 month to accomplish what 99% of the people in this world couldn't accomplish in a few lifetimes. How astonishing it should be. However, to Li Yan, this was just a small step after he was reborn. Li Yan, I've packed up. Shall we set off now? Qin Ruoxue had put on light makeup and was wearing a close-fitting cotton dress, which was trendy even in the latter days, not to mention in this era at the end of the 98 years. Wife, you're so beautiful. Li Yan smiled and went over, gently wrapping his arms around Qin Ruoxue's slender waist from behind, softly speaking while blowing on Qin Ruoxue's crystalline earlobes, which were like sheep's fat jade. Qin Ruoxue's ears, along with her cheeks, instantly turned red, and her body shivered slightly. Itchy, Li Yan, don't you? Stop it. At this moment, her breath carried a tremor in it. The corner of Li Yan's mouth rose slightly. So sensitive? Li Yan, I beg you, don't play. Wait for the night, okay? We still have to go out. Qin Ruoxue couldn't stand it anymore, and there was a hint of pleading in her tone. Li Yan laughed and let go of Qin Ruoxue. You said it. Humph, not serious. Let's go. Qin Ruoxue huffed and snapped. Only the blush on her face betrayed her heart. Qin Bo was locked up in the Junshan Detention Center, in a small town near Dragon City. Li Yan found a car and the two quickly arrived at the gate of the detention center. Li Yan, my brother, that character you also know. Wait, if he says anything bad to hear. You look at my face. Endure for a moment or two. He, after all, people in the inside now. The new year is also no personal company. After getting off the bus, Qin Ruoxue said to Li Yan in a low voice, with a hint of pleading on her face. Li Yan gently grabbed her hand. Don't worry, I'm not so bad as to bother with him. Qin Ruoxue's heart was quite a bit more at ease, and the two of them headed inside. Qin Ruoxue, as Qin Bo's sister, had visitation rights at this time. She took the certificate to go through the visitation procedures. Li Yan stood by the side and smoked a cigarette. As a result, when he turned around, he saw a familiar figure that was walking out from the inside with a relaxed face. He didn't know this person's name, but he had seen him twice before when he went to Hong Yuan, and it seemed like he was Zhou Yushan's assistant. Hey! Li Yan extinguished the cigarette in his hand and opened his mouth to call out to the man. Zhang Chao was in a complicated mood at the moment. He had entered Hong Yuan since he graduated from university and had been following Zhou Yushan. It could be said that it was entirely because of Zhou Yushan that he was able to get to where he was today. But over the years, as Zhou Yushan became the fund manager of Hong Yuan, he did things more and more excessively, and Zhang Chao's feeling of rejection grew stronger and stronger in his heart. But Zhou Yushan to his favor. So even if sometimes Zhou Yushan some practices, obviously violates some rules, he can only turn a blind eye. Just he did not expect. This time Zhou Yushan planted such a big heel, put his own life or hitched in. Hong Yuan's boss Guo Xiaotian personally, the Ministry of Justice has collected enough evidence, so Zhou Yushan was arrested. Basically there is no opportunity to refute. I'm afraid this life can only be spent in prison. But before Zhou Yushan in order to deal with Li Yan, a large number of short day technology shares. Now that he has come in, those debtors will not let him go. Early this morning, Zhou Yushan's family called Zhang Chao, saying that the creditors had forced their way to the door. Zhang Chao had a hard time getting rid of those people, and hurriedly came to Junshan Detention Center to see Zhou Yushan, and at the same time asked him how to deal with things at home. However, even in his current situation, Zhou Yushan was still bossing Zhang Chao around through the glass window. After finishing his visit, Zhang Chao finally made up his mind to leave. In his opinion, Zhou Yushan had gone in, and Hong Yuan was no longer suitable for him. Everything, let's just call it a day. It was just that after so many years in Hong Yuan, leaving all of a sudden was still a bit of a trance in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly heard someone calling him. He turned around and turned out to see that it was Li Yan. The whole person was suddenly apprehensive and nervous. Mr. Li, why are you here? Zhang Chao asked cautiously. As Zhou Yushan's assistant, he had crossed paths several times and was 10,000 times more impressed with Li Yan's skills. Li Yan walked over and gave him a surprised look. You recognize me? It's Zhou Yushan's assistant, right? Yes, my name is Zhang Chao. It's Mr. Zhou's assistant, Zhang Chao hurriedly said. Li Yan's heart stirred. Zhou Yushan was indeed locked up here. However, his face did not move as he nodded. You are here to visit Zhou Yushan? Zhang Chao's heart thumped and he nodded with a bit of difficulty, then said, yes, Mr. Li, can I ask you for one thing? Li Yan smiled. You beg me? Beg me for what? Zhang Chao pleaded. Mr. Li, Mr. Zhou did go overboard before, but he's already like this now. Can you spare him? Li Yan froze for a moment. You don't think I came here today to take revenge, do you? Ha ha, you thought too much. A mere Zhou Yushan. I'm not so bad as to chase him to the detention center. Many thanks, Mr. Li. Thank you, Mr. Li. After realizing that he was the one who misunderstood, Zhang Chao secretly sighed in relief and then thanked Li Yan with a grateful face. By the way, what are your next plans? Li Yan suddenly spoke up. Yesterday, when he was at Hong Yuan's side, he had seen a large group of people who were arrogant, but at the moment, when he looked at this Zhang Chao, he felt a little different. Knowing that Zhou Yushan was finished, he still came to visit. Plus the words just now. This Zhang Chao is considered a sentient and righteous person. Speaking of his future, Zhang Chao suddenly looked dark. I plan to leave Hong Yuan, but how to go next? I don't know. After all, after Mr. Zhou's accident this time, I'm afraid that no one will believe me as his assistant on top of my resume. Maybe I will leave this line of work. As Li Yan listened to Zhang Chao, he suddenly pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Chao. My business card with a phone number on it. After you leave Hong Yuan, if you have any ideas, you can work with me. Zhang Chao took the business card in bewilderment. Li Yan side saw Qin Ruoxue finish the formalities and had already turned around and walked inside. Zhang Chao looked at Li Yan's back and clenched his fist hard. Qin Ruoxue held Li Yan's arm and asked, what happened? Nothing. Met an acquaintance. Have you completed your formalities? If so, let's go in. I have something to say to your brother later, Li Yan said with a smile. Chapter 76 Things in Prison. Li Yan. Thank you. Li Yan's words warmed Qin Ruoxue's heart. She knew very well in her heart what her own brother Qin Bo was like. For the things that Qin Bo had done, beating him to death would be light. But Li Yan now, not only did he not get angry, he accompanied himself to the detention center to visit Qin Bo, but also to communicate with Qin Bo. This, in Qin Ruoxue's opinion, was all a sign that Li Yan was treating her well. Only she did not know in her heart that Li Yan originally only accompanied her to see Qin Bo in order to take care of her emotions. But after meeting Zhang Chao, Li Yan suddenly had a little idea. No one who offended him could have a good time. Dragons had reverse scales. Touching them would result in death. No matter where, Li Yan would not let go. Since he knew that Zhou Yushan was locked up here, Li Yan felt that he had to do something. Very quickly, after the formalities were wed and completed, Qin Bo was brought out from the inside and started speaking with Qin Ruoxue through the glass window. The two siblings muttered a few sentences, most of which was Qin Ruoxue's instructions, but Qin Bo was indifferent. For people like him to say, life in a detention center can't reform him. Nature is like that. Li Yan saw through it. Your brother-in-law has something to say to you. Qin Ruoxue looked at Qin Bo a bit helplessly, and finally handed the talker to Li Yan. Li Yan whispered to Qin Ruoxue, Ruoxue, you go out and wait first. If you're here, he's afraid that he has something to rely on. And if I say something, he won't necessarily listen. Qin Ruoxue felt that was the reasoning, nodded and turned to walk out. Li Yan grabbed the intercom. Cat's cry for fake mercy. What do you have to say to me, Li Yan? Qin Bo hanged Erlang's grip on the intercom. His voice was conspiratorial. You shut up. After Qin Ruoxue went out, facing this trash Qin Bo, Li Yan had long lost his patience. He directly rebuked in a cold voice. Qin Bo immediately shivered. Suddenly remembering Li Yan's tactics before he came in, he immediately tightened his grip. If you want to stay inside for the rest of your life, hang up the phone now. If you want to come out earlier, hear me out. Li Yan didn't have time to talk to Qin Bo about feelings, nor did he have any feelings to talk about. Brother-in-law, kissing brother-in-law. You say it, as long as you can get me out of the haunted place. From now on, whatever you say is what you say. I will definitely not go west if you point east. Qin Bo, who was originally hanging on as if his bones had been jerked, had wanted to make a scene after being scolded by Li Yan, but the next moment he heard that Li Yan could get him out, his attitude immediately shifted 180 degrees. Don't call me brother-in-law. I don't have a brother-in-law like you. Li Yan snorted coldly. Qin Bo smiled and nodded awkwardly. Then I'll call you brother? Brother, you say it. What do you want me to do? Where is this hellish place for a human to live in? I don't want to stay inside for even a day. There's a new person who came in the past 2 days, named Zhou Yushan. This person, I'm very upset. I hope he stays here for a few more days, Li Yan said indifferently. Qin Bo was startled and stammered. Brother, this can't be done. If I get someone killed here, I won't be able to get out. Who asked you to kill him? I don't do things that are illegal and criminal. Li Yan rolled his eyes. This brain is no wonder that it is mixed like this. Is simply not enough. Making a scene in the prison? You've seen too much of the old biddies, right? However, he still has a little bit of brain, knowing that if this kind of thing comes out, he won't be able to get out. Brother, I understand. Don't worry. I'll get it right for you. But how will you get me out by then? Qin Bo looked at Li Yan with bated breath and a great attitude. The current Li Yan was even closer than his own father. He was pampered by Qin Yishan from a young age and got all the problems, and he didn't suffer much from fooling around on weekdays. After coming here for a while, he didn't know how to get through it. Now there is a chance to go out. Qin Bo cannot be interested. Getting you out is simple. You're not a big offense. If you get it done, I'll help you find a lawyer to fight the lawsuit, and it won't take long to get out. Good. Brother-in-law, you must be true to your word. Leave this matter to me, guaranteed to make you satisfied. But, can you get me some money? Here to do things I also need to make a point of. Qin Bo asked in a low voice. Li Yan nodded. After explaining these things, Li Yan turned around and walked out. When Qin Ruoxue saw Li Yan come out, she hurriedly went over to hold Li Yan's arm. Xiao Bo didn't mess with you, right? Don't worry, it's fine. This place is very educational. Li Yan laughed and did not tell Qin Ruoxue the truth. Qin Ruoxue hummed and gently leaned her head on Li Yan's body, showing a very happy look. Before, when Li Yan and Qin Bo were in a sword fight, one was her husband and her own brother, and she was caught in the middle. That kind of torment was only clear in her own mind. Then let's go back, Qin Ruoxue said as she pulled Li Yan's hand. However, Li Yan suddenly opened his mouth and said, wait, I'll leave some money for Qin Bo. With that, he filled out the form and left $5,000 for Qin Bo through the supervisor. Will this be too much? Qin Ruoxue asked with a bit of worry. Li Yan laughed and wrapped his arm around her waist and said, it's not New Year's. It's okay, we're not that bad now. It's fine, we're not that bad now. Qin Ruoxue opened her mouth, and thought that Li Yan was kind, and could not say anything else. Just $5,000, almost as fast as her previous half a year's salary. Even in the new year, cannot use so much, right? Qin Ruoxue how can not imagine. Li Yan to Qin Bo this money. Indeed part of the let Qin Bo in the sight of the new year. More is taken out to let Qin Bo in the sight of the rectification of Zhou Yushan. Zhou Yushan is now behind bars. That is he deserves it. But what offended Li Yan? Li Yan will take back with his own hands. Right now, Qin Bo waste utilization can also make Qin Ruoxue happy? Why not? A mere $5,000. For him right now, 9 cows and a hair's breadth of hair can't even be counted. Junshan Detention Center. When the day was released, Zhou Yushan hung his head down and hid in the corner. A few days' time, from the people on the people turned into a prisoner, all the once prosperous far away from him. This kind of great ups and downs in life had landed on his body completely. Li Yan, I won't let you go. This revenge, I'll remember. When I get out, I'll definitely let you try what I'm enduring right now. Zhou Yushan's eyes were red, his hands gripping the iron fence next to him with a death grip, venting the anger and hatred in his heart. But just at this moment, suddenly several people surrounded him. Brother Dolly, what are you looking for me for? The first person was the number one person in the Junshan detention center, and behind him were all his minions. The bald man who was called Brother Dolly had half a cigarette in his mouth as he turned around and asked, "Is it him?" "It is, Brother Dolly." Shinbo squeezed out from the crowd and said with a fawning face. Zhou Yushan immediately felt bad, panicked and asked, "Brother Dolly, what are you going to do?" "Do what?" "Offended people who shouldn't be offended." "You say do what?" Brother Dolly touched his bald head, waved his hand, and all of a sudden the people around him directly surrounded him. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yushan's miserable screams came from the crowd. A few moments later, the ear-piercing sound of a whistle came, and a few prison guards rushed over with their batons. Chapter 77, Prosperity and Radiance. Li Yan did not inquire about what happened in the Junshan detention center, nor did he try to learn more about it. He was not trusting Qinbo's ability, but rather the money he gave. In this day and age, $5,000 was enough to make many people inside do something. From the beginning of offending him, to today, Zhou Yushan in Li Yan's heart put a period. It has become a stepping stone for Li Yan. There are only 2 days left before Chinese New Year. All the exchanges in the country have started their vacations, and Li Yan also did not think about the matter of trading again. The whole body and mind to relax, intends to rest a few days. What was the purpose of making money? Naturally, it was to make a better life for himself and his family. At this point, Li Yan was the same. It was just that his goal was big, so big that it was completely beyond this era, beyond the imagination of too many people. The business of the internet cafe has entered the right track. Qin Ruoxue recruited 2 small sisters from the steel factory as employees. She has been able to shake hands as the boss's wife. Early in the morning, Li Yan was called up early by Qin Ruoxue. After all, it's New Year's Eve, and a lot of things at home haven't been cleaned up much, and both of them knew in their hearts that this was probably the last New Year to be spent in the old house. Yet it was also a new birth. In just a few short months, their lives had changed drastically. It was very monumental. Even in Qin Ruoxue's mind, she felt as if this recent period of time was the beginning of their true marriage. What she didn't know was that in a sense, it wasn't wrong for her to feel this way. This Li Yan was not his Li Yan to prepare the sausages and the rice cakes. And Qin Ruoxue didn't know when she started to prepare, and actually made a list in her hand, pulling Li Yan while waving the note in her hand as if she was offering a treasure, her face overflowing with a happy smile. "Good, I'll listen to you." Li Yan had a hint of a smile on his face as he reached out and gently scraped Qin Ruoxue's nose. He didn't remember the previous things very clearly, but just now when Qin Ruoxue said these things with an excited face, he vaguely remembered last year's New Year's Eve. It seemed like he bought a bottle of erguotu, asked Qin Ruoxue for money, and later beat Qin Ruoxue up. Not really a person. Li Yan mentally mocked himself and cursed his past self. Throughout the morning, the two of them ran to quite a few places, and looking at Qin Ruoxue like a cheerful little elf, constantly poking around for some small things, Li Yan's face was also hung with a smile, saying goodbye to the trading market where you are at war with each other and live and die, letting go of everything, accompanying the people around you, and feeling the smoky atmosphere of the marketplace. This kind of feeling was something that Li Yan in his previous life had never experienced, and right now, it was becoming a part of his life little by little. If it was said that at the very beginning, after he was reborn, there was only one purpose in his mind, which was to return to the peak he had once been at, and even exceed the highest point he could stand at in his previous life. But now, in his heart, he added a little something into it. Guard the person beside him. Let her be like today. Happy. By noon, Qin Ruoxue, who had been happy all morning, suddenly touched her forehead in chagrin. It's over. Bought so many things, how can I bring it back? It had to be said that women were indeed crazy when it came to shopping. Although it wasn't the era of the latter days when big shopping malls were all over the place. After the characteristic economic reforms, it had already shown some sort of positive situation where 100 flowers blossomed, reflected in the lives of the people at the bottom. The manifestation is more and more obvious. From the blue, black and gray at the very beginning to the colorful clothes that could be seen everywhere now, to the wide variety of electrical appliances, and the novelty gadgets that kept popping up. It was already some sort of characteristic. Qin Ruoxue might not have thought about it so much. It was more of a small woman's mind. But Li Yan, however, had keenly sensed all of this. At this time in his last life, he had passed his youthful years in a haphazard manner. But in this life, in the face of these changes, he knew that this was the best of times. Trading alone will allow me to complete my primitive capital accumulation. But it's not enough if I want to keep up with the pace of the country's development. There are some industrial aspects that need to be followed up as well. Li Yan was silently planning all this in his mind. Suddenly, he found an extra pair of slender hands in front of his eyes, shaking hard in front of him. Li Yan, are you alright? Qin Ruoxue asked with a bit of worry. It's fine, I got a bit lost in thought just now. Where were we? He asked with an awkward smile. It's good if it's fine. Actually, you don't have to think too much. Our current days are already very good, aren't they? Shin Ruoshue lowered her head and looked at her toes, then said in a low voice. Li Yan reached out and grabbed Shin Ruoshue's hand, and with his other hand, he pointed to the distance and said, "This is not enough. I hope that I can go higher and see farther. At that time, it will be like this now, holding your hand, looking at the prosperity and splendor of this world. Like that. Will you be too tired?" Shin Ruoshue asked. Li Yan smiled. How can I know without trying, whether that would be tiring or not? I don't know, but now, I think we should be tired. His gaze fell on a few bags by his side. They were all bits and pieces that Shin Ruoshue had bought, a big pile of bags. Then what to do? Why don't we take a cab and send it back? Shin Ruoshue spat out her tongue, her face slightly red, obviously embarrassed. Take a taxi? No need. I have a better way. Saying this, he held Shin Ruoshue's hand and casually summoned a cab up. Aren't you not taking a cab? Why are we going? Shin Ruoshue asked blankly, confused by Li Yan. To buy a car. What? Shin Ruoshue felt a bit dumbfounded. It couldn't even keep up with Li Yan's brain circuits. Just because she bought a bit more, she had to buy a car to pull it back? She instantly burst into tears and laughter. While the two were talking, the driver in front asked, "Hey, dude, where to?" "Wherever there's a 4S store." "Yoo-hoo, bro, you're getting rich. You're buying a car? Awesome." Being a driver are chatty. Hearing Li Yan say this, the driver was surprised and looked at him, and immediately gave a thumbs up. "It's okay," Li Yan faintly said. The driver became interested. "What kind of car are you planning to buy? Get a Santana? All the rich people drive this now." Li Yan said disdainfully. "Santana? Is that thing driven by people?" He didn't mean anything else. Really? Santana? 2 lives? This thing in Li Yan's memory, simply dirt to slag. The driver, however, was made to look ugly by Li Yan's attitude. Because he had made a fortune before, he bought a Santana in the first place. At this moment, he felt as if Li Yan was scolding himself. "Brother, don't let the wind blow your tongue. What do you mean Santana is not driven by a human? Indeed, there are better cars than this one, but can you afford it?" Chapter 78, Buying a Car Twists and Turns. Li Yan frowned. What's wrong with this person? Suddenly sneering. What the hell? Shin Ruoshue was by his side. Li Yan didn't want to be nosy. He just laughed coldly and said lightly, "It's my business if I can afford to buy it or not. Drive your car first, kid. If you don't give me a clear explanation today, I'm not going to drive this car." The driver hit the car on the side of the road with a kick of the gas and said in a fiery voice. Shin Ruoshue didn't expect this driver to be like this, and seeing that Li Yan and the other party had the possibility of a conflict, she hurriedly pulled Li Yan's arm, and then puffed up and said, "Don't drive, we won't sit in your car, okay?" Saying this, he was about to push open the car door and go down. However, just after getting out of the car, the driver jumped out and stopped the two with a cold smile. "You guys say you're not going to sit, so you're not going to sit? Kid, make it clear to me. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving today." Shin Ruoshue's face turned white from the driver's appearance. Li Yan's gaze was cold as he gently protected Shin Ruoshue behind himself. Then he looked the driver up and down and said in a cold voice, "Speak clearly? I just said what? Santana is not driven by a human being. There is something wrong with it? Look at you. You own a Santana, right? Oh, you're the only one who takes this seriously. I'll be damned. Santana is not driven by human beings. I at least have a Santana. What do you have? Do you really think you're somebody when you make a little money? Do you know how much a Santana costs? You're so young, you can't even look down on a Santana. If you have the guts, you can buy one for me." The driver's face turned red from Li Yan's anger. Then he straightened his neck and yelled. Li Yan sneered. "In that case, we won't know if we go and take a look." "Good, kid, go. Lousy won't pull anyone else today." Jia Guangdi slapped the car door hard and said with a cold smile. How many years had he driven a taxi? What kind of man? He thought he had practiced his fiery eyes to see how a man was. First look at the woman beside him. Li Yan's aura is like an abyss. Jia Guangdi is not really good at judging, but Shin Ruoshue standing beside him is obviously a woman from a small family, completely different from the demonic ES that those big shots carry around. So upon pondering, Jia Guangdi was more and more just pretending. "Kid, if you can't afford it, don't blame me for being rude when the time comes." After getting into the car, he started the car while snorting coldly and said to Li Yan. Li Yan snorted coldly, "Then what if I buy the gas? If you can afford it, I don't want the car fare. In the future, as long as you use the car, I'll do it for free." Anyway, the victory was assured. Jia Guangdi felt like his entire being was filled with fighting spirit. There's no way he'll lose, and he'll be able to punch this kid in the face. When the time comes, Let him know that our driver isn't something to be messed with either. Good. Li Yan nodded, anxious to hit Li Yan's face in his heart. Zhao Guangdi drove the taxi as fast as he could. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at an auto store. Hello, sir, are you looking to buy a car? What type are you looking for? What price range? We have cooperation with ICBC over here. If you apply for an installment at their house, you can. A young man saw someone coming over and asked excitedly. These days those who can come to buy a car are all rich people, although they can't sell many in a month. But as long as there is one, the commission is quite good. Let's take a look first, Li Yan said indifferently, then held Qin Ruoshue's hand and skipped along. Behind him, Zhao Guangdi was like a hangman, following not far away, letting out a burst of cold laughter from time to time. This scene, falling in the eyes of that youngster, the evaluation of Li Yan's financial strength went up a level even more. This brought a driver to buy a car. It's a big shot at first glance. Today this order, I'm sure it'll be a success. He excitedly went to the side and ran 2 cups of coffee, and brought them up. Sir, drink your coffee. As a result, when Zhao Guangdi saw this scene, he instantly pulled back in displeasure and asked, Hey, kid, what do you mean? How come there are only 2 cups? The youngster didn't have the good sense to say, You're an errand boy. What do you need coffee for? Do you know about coffee? It's expensive. Zhao Guangdi's face, at once, became dark. What errand boy? Lao Zi and him aren't even in the same gang. I'll give you this. Don't look at you with your coffee and pretending to be a grandson. There'll be time for you to cry later. This kid is a pauper. Zhao Guangdi sneered. The youngster froze for a moment. It's not that bad, right? I see that this gentleman has an extraordinary temperament. Lao Zi pulled them over. I'll tell you. Zhao Guangdi blah 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 blah, adding oil and vinegar. The youngster's face suddenly became unsightly. So it's really pretending? No, I'll stop them. If I break the car, I'll be in trouble. The youngster dropped such a sentence and hurriedly rushed to Li Yan's side. Zhao Guangdi finally revealed a comforting smile when he saw this scene. Hey, you've seen almost everything, right? Are you going to buy it or not? If you don't buy it, stay away from the car. If you break it and scratch the paint or something, can you afford to pay for it? Qin Ruoshue looked at this youngster with a stunned look, and stretched out her finger to point at him. This change in attitude before and after simply made her not know what to say. Li Yan saw Zhao Guangdi sneering not far away and probably knew what was happening. He frowned and coldly asked, What? Can't you guys buy a car and see it? Humph. You can naturally look at the car when you buy it, but can you afford it? The youngster was not polite at all at this moment. Call out your manager. I want to see if I can afford to buy it. Li Yan laughed back in anger. Just buying a car. It's disgusting to encounter this kind of dog's eye view. Call what manager? What are you pretending to be? Just a poor man. Still want to see our manager. Simply a dream. The young man's anger also rose. Zhao Guangdi found a chance to come over and said, Alright, kid, stop pretending. If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. You really don't know what you're doing, and you're mocking my Santana. Why don't you go eat? The two of them said one thing and I said another. A few people looking at the car around them, as well as the employees of the auto store all looked over. Qin Ruoshue's face turned red and she pulled Li Yan's arm hard. Li Yan, let's go. Where are they doing business like this? It's just one car. We're not buying it. Go, did I tell you to leave? You've been whining here for half a day. You want to leave just because you've acted like a pussy? I think you should at least kneel down and kowtow before leaving, Zhao Guangdi said in a conspiratorial manner. The youngster immediately brightened up. Right, kneel and kowtow. Li Yan snapped his head up, a cold light flashing in his gaze. What did you just say? Have the guts to say your words. Again. What's wrong with me saying it again? You bite me? The youngster said disdainfully. At this time, outside the door, a man in a suit with a smile on his face accompanied a few middle-aged men with big bellies to walk in. While walking, he said, Plant Director Zhang, don't worry, I can definitely fulfill your factory's requirements from my side. The other thing is, Zhang Yongping, who was standing beside him, tilted his chin and nodded, but just at this time, he suddenly heard a familiar voice, and he jerked his head up to look at it. He immediately exclaimed in shock, Why is he here? Chapter 79, A Dog's Eye View. Li Yan. It's actually Li Yan. During this time, Zhang Yongping had been looking for Li Yan, but after going to the previous New Wave sales department, I realized that Li Yan has completely fallen out with the current New Wave people. He hasn't been there for a long time. Even Han Zishuan couldn't get in touch. Unexpectedly, the person he was dead set on not being able to find actually met here today. Zhang Yongping pushed aside the manager who had introduced himself in front of him and hurriedly walked over, with uncontrollable joy between his eyebrows. The manager of the car dealership was called Wu Jiangwo. At this moment, he froze for a moment. There was still a lot to say that had not been said, and Zhang Yongping had already gone that way. he immediately changed his face and his heart thumped. As the director of the steel factory, Zhang Yongping could be said to be a proper big shot in Longcheng. At least for him, he was usually out of reach. This time, it was not easy to take advantage of the steel factory's opportunity to purchase a utility vehicle to get on the line, and he completely took out his best skills to flatter Zhang Yongping. At the moment, there was a messy mess over there. If this let Zhang Yongping see it, would he cancel the cooperation? At the thought of this, the cold sweat on his forehead slid down uncontrollably. Rushing to Zhang Yongping's side as fast as he could, he hurriedly said, "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry to make you laugh. It's a mess. Please wait a moment. I'll deal with it immediately." Saying that, without waiting for Zhang Yongping to speak, he had already pushed aside the surrounding crowd and walked in, taking advantage of his face to ask the youngster beside him, "Han Sen, what's going on? What's going on?" The youngster called Han Sen was currently leading people around Li Yan, and when he saw Wu Jiangwo, he suddenly had a jolt, and then said excitedly, "Mr. Wu, this guy doesn't have the money to buy a car, and he's still pretending here. I'm planning to let him out here. Don't worry, I'll take care of it right away. There's no problem," he said, rushing up and pulling Li Yan's arm. "Hurry up and get out. Don't around here. If you don't leave, I'll beat you up. Get lost." Li Yan flung his arm, and Han Sen was directly knocked on his butt and sat on the ground. Han Sen's face turned red. He had wanted to put on a good show in front of his boss, but it turned into making a fool of himself, and he instantly became irritated. Come on people, get him killed for me. Even if you can't afford to buy a car, you still dare to hit someone in front of me, simply looking for death. Mr. Wu, you saw it with your own eyes. Do me justice. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Wu Jiangwo's face was ugly as he opened his mouth. However, he hadn't even finished a sentence. It was directly pushed away by someone. "Mr. Li, it's really you. Wonderful. It's really great. I didn't expect to meet you here." It was Zhang Yongping who rushed over and said at Li Yan with a smiling face. Wu Jiangwo was instantly dumbfounded. What kind of person was Zhang Yongping? He knew it better than anyone else. But now, actually want to treat such a young man with this kind of attitude? What kind of god was this? This moment, his heart was trembling. Fortunately was interrupted by Zhang Yongping. Otherwise, if the words in his heart just said, "This is really finished." Li Yan looked at Zhang Yongping with surprise. Since he left New Wave Futures at that time, he had not seen this person for a long time. Unexpectedly, actually met here. However, the two of them couldn't talk about how well they knew each other. So why was this guy so nice? Li Yan nodded his head in a salty manner. "Factory Director Zhang, how are you?" Zhang Yongping then turned his head and rushed at Qin Ruoxue. "You're Qin Ruoxue, aren't you? I know you. A good employee of the factory. You're really happy to be married to someone like Mr. Li, ha. Zhang Yongping said to Qin Ruoxue in a kind manner. Qin Ruoxue beside her, however, was a bit flattered and hurriedly opened her mouth to call out to the factory manager. At this moment, her heart was filled with pride. Before, when she was in the factory, she simply couldn't come into contact with such a big shot like the factory director. But now, not only did people have a kind attitude, but they also remembered her name. All of this was brought about by the man beside her, her own husband. At this time, Li Yan said, "I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he pulled Qin Ruoxue's arm and turned to leave. "Buy a car they are here to spend money. Buy a car where not to buy. Why be angry here?" As soon as he saw that Li Yan was going to leave, Zhang Yongping was anxious. It was not easy for him to meet Li Yan. Things have not been said yet. How can he let people go? "Young Li, are you buying a car?" He hurriedly stopped and asked. "Yes, but this store, think I can't afford it," Li Yan said indifferently. Once Zhang Yongping heard this, he turned around and coldly said to Wu Jiangwo, "Mr. Wu, do you know what kind of person this Mr. Li is in front of you? It's really laughable. Think he can't afford a car? He thinks he can't afford a car, but he's more than capable of buying your store. In that case, I don't think there's any need to talk about our business." When Zhang Yongping opened his mouth, Wu Jiangwo instantly let out a cry of bad luck. "Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Mr. Li, Mr. Zhen, you are all big shots. How could you not be able to afford a car? This kid has no eyes. I will immediately clean him up," Wu Jiangwo said with a smile. Then he turned around and kicked Han Sen to the ground. "How the hell do you do your job? Mr. Li is someone. You actually offended him. From now on, you're fired. Get the hell out of here," Wu Jiangwo said in a fiery voice, and Han Sen was directly stunned. These days, it was quite difficult to find such a job. If he was fired here, wouldn't he have no future at all? "Mr. Wu, misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Don't fire me. Yes, I apologize. Apologize. Mr. Lee, it's my fault. It's me who's a dog's eye. It's me who's not a thing. Please spare me. I know I'm wrong. In a panic, Hang Seng directly knelt in front of Li Yan, crying bitterly, and Zhao Guangdi, who had been watching this scene from the side, had a numb scalp. Damn it, looked away. This kid really is a big shot. What can be done about this? Other people he is not a person, but Zhang Yongping he used to go to the steel plant to pull people, met this high and mighty steel plant director, and right now this kind of big shot, in front of Li Yan, have to look at Li Yan's face. One can imagine how powerful this young man called Li Yan is. He couldn't afford to offend him at all. At this moment, thinking back to the words he said on his way here, he was truly afraid in his heart. Watching people's attention on that unlucky Hang Seng, he quietly turned around, intending to sneak away while no one noticed. However, didn't wait for him to move his feet. Behind him came Li Yan's playful sneer. What? This is your intention to run away? Did I let you go? As for Hang Seng, who was crying and begging for mercy, after seeing Zhao Guangdi, a piercing hatred emerged from his eyes and he immediately rushed at Wu Jiangwo. Mr. Wu, it's this kid. This kid has been flirting on the side. Otherwise, it's impossible for me to offend Mr. Li. Once Wu Jiangwo heard this, without saying a word, he waved his hand, and several security guards immediately rushed over, surrounding the faceless Zhao Guangdi. Chapter 80. Ho! Damn it! Dare to come by my store and cause trouble. Who gave you the courage? Who gave you the guts? Wu Jiangwo cursed with a gloomy face. This boss, I really don't know. I am. Less ing nonsense. Give me a beating. Wu Jiangwo was holding a bellyful of fire at the moment with no place to send it. After knowing that the culprit was actually this inexplicable thing in front of him, without saying a word, he directly let the security guards under his command start to take action. Mercy ah! Mercy ah! I really didn't mean it. Boss Li, I didn't know you were so powerful. Goo. Zhao Guangdi still wanted to say something, but a sentence did not finish. Directly by a security guard a truncheon whip over, followed by punches and kicks, suddenly screamed miserably. Soon, the surrounding security guards dispersed. Zhao Guangdi climbed up from the ground with a swollen face and said to Li Yan in a panic, Big brother, I was wrong. I really shouldn't have been mouthy. It was my fault. Young Li, what do you think? Wu Jiangwo accompanied a smile and asked Li Yan tentatively. Everyone around was silent, all looking at Li Yan, especially Zhao Guangdi and Hang Seng, the two initiators. Both of them were clear that their next fate was in Li Yan's hands. In the matter of a single word from Li Yan sneered. Think I can't afford a car? Nope. No, absolutely not. Zhao Guangdi and Hang Seng, both of their heads shook like rattlesnakes. Misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding. Mr. Li, what kind of car do you have your eye on? Just talk to me directly and I'll get it for you at cost price. I'll take care of the formalities and stuff right away, Wu Jiangwo hurriedly said. When Li Yan heard him say that, he suddenly thought that he didn't have a driver's license yet. Is there a driver's license? It can be done in half an hour. Young Li, don't worry, I'll take care of it. As soon as Wu Jiangwo heard Li Yan change his words, he instantly knew there was a chance and said excitedly. Li Yan nodded and asked, What's the best car you have here? I don't know, Young Li. What type do you prefer? Is it a business one or say one that can show off your status? Wu Jiangwo asked tentatively. I drive myself, Li Yan said indifferently. Wu Jiangwo immediately had an idea in his mind. You say that? I had a tiger head Ben here last week. There aren't many of them in the entire Dragon City. This is the car ordered by a previous big boss, and as a result, because of his own financial problems, he couldn't deliver the latter payment. What do you think, Tiger Head Ben? Li Yan froze for a moment. In his last life at the beginning of the year 99, he hadn't made a fortune yet, and didn't have much of an impression of cars and whatnot, but that didn't stop him from knowing the great name of Tiger Head Ben. Starting from 1996, the Tiger Head Ben became the exclusive car of powerful people at this stage. If you go to some occasions, if you drive a Santana, people will think you are a bumpkin, but if you drove a Tiger Ben, anyone would look up to you. Since it's a current car, then take me to see it. If there's no problem, this is the one. Li Yan nodded and agreed. The group quickly arrived inside the garage, and the brand new Tiger Head Ben was placed in front of them. Li Yan sat on it and tried it out, nodding with satisfaction. The cars of this era were not comparable in performance to some of the cars of the later generations, but it was atmospheric and comfortable. This is it, even all the formalities down. How much? You calculated, Boss Wu. This car, the delivery price is $2,300,000. I get it back from the top. Is $2 million, procedures and other things, is considered. My old Wu's a little bit of heart. You see how? Wu Jiangwo said sincerely. What? It's $2 million? So expensive? Li Yan, why don't we change to another car? Qin Ruoxue didn't have any concept of cars, and when she heard that it actually cost so much as $2 million, she immediately exclaimed, without waiting for Li Yan to speak. When Wu Jiangwo heard this, he clenched his teeth and said, "Young Li, my old Wu is a rough man and is willing to make you a friend. $1,800,000. You drive away." $1,800,000 was already a loss for him, not to mention having to go through the formalities. But Wu Jiangwo knew that Zhang Yongping around him was quite optimistic about this young man Li Yan. Even if he loses some money on this one, if he can get Zhang Yongping's steel factory bus order, he will still be able to make a profit. In addition, if he could have a friendship with a character like Li Yan, this loss was nothing. At this price, it's about right. Li Yan thought about it and said. Qin Ruoxue wanted to say something, but in the end, when she heard that Li Yan had already determined it, she hummed and didn't open her mouth again. Li Yan turned his head to Wu Jiangwo and said, "You're welcome, Boss Wu. I, Li Yan, am not bad with this amount of money. How can I let you lose money when you're doing business? Just $2 million. The formalities will also trouble you to take care of it." This, Li Young atmosphere. Wu Jiangwo hurriedly nodded and said, "Soon." Someone came over to do the formalities, signed the contract on the spot. Li Yan transferred $2 million over, got the car belonging to their own, Tiger Head Ben, and has been standing on the side of the atmosphere do not dare to breathe. Zhao Guangdi and Hansen, at this moment has completely collapsed. Who the hell said they couldn't afford a car? Can't afford a Santana? They bought a Tiger Ben. In front of their Tiger Ben, Santana is a piece of. In early 1999, the driver's license such things, basically a little acquaintances can get. For Wu Jiangwo such as this line of work, it is even more simple. Less than half an hour. Took Li Yan information personally to run a trip. The driver's license has been sent to Li Yan's hands. Now there are documents and a car. Don't have to worry about the things you bought before and can't move back, right? Li Yan shook the car keys in his hand as well as the driver's license and asked Qin Ruoxue with a smile. Qin Ruoxue gave really not knowing what to say. And once again, Li Yan's words shocked the crowd. Many people started cursing the loser in their hearts. But more than that, they were envious. What is life? This is life. After buying something and not being able to take it back, then come and buy a car. And if you want to buy it, buy the most expensive one. If you compare yourself to others, you have to die. At this moment, Li Yan fully used his practical actions to tell everyone present what is called Ho. Big brother, can I go now? Zhao Guangdi looked at Li Yan with an apprehensive expression and asked. Li Yan sneered. You didn't say anything when you were arrogant before, but now you want to leave? Have you forgotten something? Zhao Guangdi said with a reddened face. Santana is not for people. When Zhao Guangdi said this, he saw many people around him, staring at him with ugly faces, as if they were dying to eat him. Li Yan shrugged his shoulders. Did you all hear that? These words came from him. After saying that, he pulled Qin Ruoxue and walked outside. Curses from the crowd immediately came from behind him. Old me just drove a Santana. Cursed mother say it again if you're capable. This grandson is not a thing. Beat him to death. Bitch, I'll make you talk like a. Amidst the curses of the crowd, Zhao Guangdi was directly pounced on the ground, and his miserable screams came out once again. Miserable beyond measure. Chapter 81, Words must not be spoken nonsense. Listening to the screams coming from the crowd, Qin Ruoxue spat out her tongue. Will this not be too good? Li Yan shrugged his shoulders and said with a cold smile. What someone shouted inside just now was right. Bitchy mouths deserve this fate. When Li Yan finished speaking, Qin Ruoxue immediately covered her mouth and laughed. At this time, the car had already been driven out from the garage. Wu Jiangwo said with a smile as if he was flattering his ancestor. Young Li, the formalities have all been completed. You can drive away now. In the future, if there are any problems with the car, you can drive it over at any time. We'll give you free maintenance and repairs for life. This is my business card. If you have any problems, feel free to contact me. Okay, thanks a lot. I'll contact you if I need to. Li Yan nodded and took the business card. Wu Jiangwo was secretly relieved, and his brows were all joyful. Mr. Li, please stay. Li Yan was about to drive away when Zhang Yongping, who had been smiling and watching Wu Jiangwo handle things, suddenly opened his mouth. Oh, Plant Director Zhang has something? Zhang Yongping smiled awkwardly, then rubbed his hands together. It's looking like noon. I would like to invite Mr. Li and your wife to have a casual dinner together. I don't know if Mr. Li would be willing to honor us with his presence. After saying that, he looked at Li Yan with an expectant face. Li Yan frowned. Forget about dinner. There's something Factory Director Zhang might as well say straight out. There was no friendship between him and Zhang Yongping, and before that, with the help of the New Wave Futures thing, it could be said that he had pitched the steel plant a handful of times. Eat with him? Is that necessary? Zhang Yongping's face changed, and eventually a smile appeared again. Mr. Li is really quick to speak. In that case, I won't hide anything from you. There is something I want to discuss with you, Mr. Li, just say what it is, Li Yan said with a bit of impatience. Zhang Yongping hurriedly said, it's like this, before the steel mill in the new area, not let a set of property to Mr. Li, I want to, slow down. Li Yan frowned and interrupted Zhang Yongping's words. That one property steel plant has been transferred to me? I think. This thing we had a black and white contract before in. Zhang factory director will not want to take it back, right? Zhang Yongping instantly shook his head. It's right that I want to take it back, but don't worry, Mr. Li, we have a contract. I just want to buy this property back on behalf of the steel factory. You can rest assured that the price, before the Dingsheng building that floor of the property, when transferred to you, priced at 5 million. We are willing to buy it back for $6 million. After Zhang Yongping finished speaking, he secretly observed Li Yan's expression. His heart was more or less a little nervous. Dingsheng Mansion, when it was transferred at that time, $5 million was probably the market price. But now, it was already different. A few days ago when he went to a meeting at the top, he vaguely heard a leader say that Longcheng might want to build a business district out. It's going to be demolished and remodeled, and the area where the Dingsheng building is located is right in the middle of the remodeling area. As the director of a steel factory within the system, what this represented, he knew better than anyone else. Therefore, Zhang Yongping just went crazy wanting to find Li Yan, before the news is not completely announced. The Dingsheng mansion of that floor back, all grasped in their own hands, as long as the operation is done properly, whether it was for the steel mill, or for himself, it was a heavenly good. However, Li Yan, raised his head smilingly and looked at him without saying anything, but Zhang Yongping felt his hands were full of sweat. Li Yan's eyes, what exactly did it mean? Could it be that he had also received some clues? But this should not be. He knew about Li Yan, a young man with a great talent for trading, and now his assets had also reached a very large level. But, this time, as far as he knew, the news had not spread. It was only limited to people in a certain level who were qualified to know. Could it be? What other big background did this Li Yan have that he didn't know about? At this moment, Zhang Yongping thought a lot, especially when he was stared at by Li Yan's eyes. He felt that all the calculations in his heart were seen through by Li Yan. What replaced it was embarrassment and trepidation. There was the embarrassment of being dismantled, as well as the fact that if Li Yan had a big background, would he have offended someone to death by doing this? After all, if one could access this information, the level would be quite high. Li Yan did not know that Zhang Yongping had so many thoughts in his mind at this moment. What background did he have? His biggest background was himself. He didn't know what the people at the top had planned. But the Dingsheng Mansion business district side, before long, would become a new business center, and in the next few decades, would become the most expensive section of the entire Dragon City. This was also what he had already figured out at the time when he was negotiating with the steel factory. Spitting out what had come into his hands? How could it be? There was also the fact that this Yongping suddenly came up with such a thought at this time, which was clearly bullying himself for not knowing some information. It seems, there's already movement from above. Li Yan was secretly calculating in his heart. Zhang Yongping did not know that his actions not only did not impress Li Yan, but instead strengthened Li Yan's confidence in holding this level of property in Dingsheng Mansion. If Zhang Yongping knew what was in Li Yan's mind at this moment, he was afraid that he would cry out on the spot. Young Li, what exactly do you mean? We are also considered acquaintances. You should at least say something. Zhang Yongping asked tentatively. Li Yan waved his hand. Don't mention this today, Factory Director Zhang. Otherwise, we won't even be able to be friends. Saying this, Li Yan reached out his hand and patted the tiger head Ben next to him, and Zhang Yongping was instantly speechless. This meaning is very obvious. 5 million to 6 million. Do you think I'm just short of this 1 million? The atmosphere between the two sides turned awkward for a while. Li Yan thought for a moment and suddenly asked, the property ownership of Dingsheng Mansion, is it all in the hands of your steel mill? Zhang Yongping, who was already dead in the water, froze in his heart when he heard Li Yan ask this question. Could it be that there is a turnaround in the matter? He hurriedly said, yes, this building of property, the very beginning is also a response to the investment made by the Dragon City construction. Just these years down, there has been no return. Li Xiao, what exactly do you think? Just say it directly with my old Zhang. Cooperation, I think, may have something to talk about. Li Yan smiled and opened his mouth. Goo. Zhang Yongping swallowed his saliva and asked in a low voice. Young Li, cooperation is not impossible. But, are you first giving old Zhang me a bottom? The one above you, is he also eyeing this piece? The person above you? Li Yan's heart stirred, and then he understood. Zhang Yongping had obviously taken his own unpredictability as a category of people who knew some news in advance through some special channels just like him. Li Yan was tempted to say that there wasn't such a person. However, since Zhang Yongping had taken the initiative to say so, it was not impossible for him to pull a fake tiger skin. This might be more favorable in the next cooperation. And so, Li Yan smiled mysteriously and patted Zhang Yongping's shoulder. Factory Director Zhang, there are some things that you can't talk nonsense about. Chapter 82 Benefits. Hiss. Zhang Yongping shivered and sucked in a breath of cool air. With a face of fear, he said, I know. Young Li, I'm really sorry. I made you laugh. If it was just a guess before, Li Yan's words came out, and Zhang Yongping was already certain. Behind Li Yan, 9 times out of 10, there stood a big shot. For a moment, he reacted violently. Young Li, you've hid this from me. If I had known that you had someone above you, we should have gotten closer a long time ago. You've made so much money in this period of time, but you don't show your face. That's really something. Ha, it's my fault for not recognizing you this time. Since Mr. Li says we can work together, then we can work together. But if there are any good opportunities to get rich in the future, I hope you'll bring me and the steel mill along. Not to mention, take your lover for example. In my steel plant has not been treated poorly. After Zhang Yongping adjusted his mindset, he grasped Li Yan's hand and spoke with a smile. Again, he was secretly praising Li Yan and pulling the relationship, acting quite familiar. For those who didn't know, at this moment, if they saw the two of them hooking shoulders, they would definitely think that they were good friends for many years. Li Yan smiled. Well said. This matter can't be rushed. It's about to be the new year. After the new year, let's find a chance to discuss it in detail. What do you think, Factory Director Zhang? Okay, let's do as you say, Mr. Li, but don't call this Factory Director in the future. I'm a bit older, so I'll call you my brother, okay? Good, you have the final say. Elder Brother Zhang, Older Brother Li, you really are a pain in the ass. That's fine, I'll leave you two alone for now. We'll contact you later. After things were said and done, the two exchanged phone calls before Li Yan drove off. Li Yan drove the car, thinking about what just happened. The corner of his mouth slightly rose. Someone sends a pillow when you doze off. This era, it's true that there's gold everywhere. Originally, he was recently pondering that since he had a certain amount of capital, in addition to trading in the financial market, he should also start to dabble in a little bit of industrial matters. And he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Zhang Yongping had looked for him. In that case, it was just right. Just then, he felt a pair of eyes keep staring at him. Li Yan couldn't help but raise his head and ask Qin Ruoxue, what's on my face? Why do you keep staring at me? I want to see if you are Li Yan or not. Hiss. Li Yan instantly shivered. His hands shaking the car almost collided with an oncoming car. Frightened, he hurriedly pressed down on the steering wheel and managed to get the car under control again. Li Yan, are you alright? Qin Ruoxue's face turned white with fear, panicking and grabbing Li Yan's arm to ask. Li Yan smiled bitterly. It's fine, but was almost scared to death by you. If there was an accident just now, we won't be able to live this year properly. Although he had already reacted at this moment, Qin Ruoxue was just joking with herself in a snarky manner, but it almost hit the truth. Why are you reacting so loudly? I mainly can't figure it out. You and Factory Director Zhang haven't seen each other a few times in total, and just now, the two of you were old brother and old brother again, so close to becoming blood brothers. It looks especially familiar. Qin Ruoxue recovered at this moment and asked the doubts in her heart. Li Yan sneered. Familiar? I'm not familiar with him at all. This kind of person, even if he is familiar. So what? What he sees is merely that I can bring him benefits. Just don't think too much. Qin Ruoxue suddenly said. Li Yan, the way you are now, I sometimes feel that it's especially strange. Although you're doing things very well now. But, for some reason I'm just a little scared in my heart. Li Yan freed a hand and held Qin Ruoxue's catkin, softly saying, don't be afraid. There is nothing to be afraid of. You only need to believe that as long as I'm around, I'll be able to hold up a piece of sky for you and help you shelter from the wind and rain. That's enough. The storm outside, you don't need to care. Everything is with me. Qin Ruoxue's expression softened as she gently leaned her head against the seat, then suddenly smiled and said, Li Yan, you're awesome. Li Yan hemmed and hawed. I'm awesome in many ways. Do you want to try it? Qin Ruoxue looked at Li Yan's expression and instantly understood what was going on, and with a swish her face turned red. Before the year, there were still a lot of things to be busy with. After cleaning up the house briefly with Qin Ruoxue, Li Yan dialed Han Zixuan's number. He had been busy with his own things for the past few days and hadn't contacted Han Zixuan. Through the phone, one could feel the grudge in Han Zixuan's tone. Ha, don't be mad. I'll pick you up later. Li Yan laughed and didn't care about Han Zixuan's tone, saying aloud, women, there are times when there is always a little emotion, a little temper. Han Zixuan was just joking, expressing her inner feelings in this way, which was nothing. Soon, Li Yan drove to the bottom of Han Zixuan's house. As a result, after waiting for a while, Han Zixuan hadn't come downstairs, so he called over. Young Li, can you come up for a bit? My parents heard you were coming over and have been waiting at home. Han Zixuan's tone was filled with self-reproach. Her relationship with Li Yan was only clear in her own mind, but her parents didn't think so, and there was no way for her to explain these things. Alright, then you wait a while. Li Yan hung up the phone and drove to a nearby store to buy some cigarettes, alcohol, and supplements before carrying his things upstairs. Since Han Zixuan opened her mouth, he had to go up. He always had to give Han Zixuan a bit of face support. Looking at the new year, there was no reason to come to the door empty-handed. Ding dong! Li Yan pressed the doorbell. Han Zixuan opened the door from the inside. Saw Li Yan immediately said, "You came. Sorry, inside my home." The words were interrupted by Li Yan before he could finish. Li Yan frowned and said in a somewhat icy tone, "What's going on? Still crying?" At this moment, Han Zixuan's eyes were a bit red, and the tear tracks had just been wiped clean, so it was obvious to see. "Nope, it's nothing. You don't have to ask. Wait for you to say hello and we'll go out." Han Zixuan's eyes were a bit evasive as she pulled Li Yan towards the inside of the house. Li Yan didn't say anything, and as a result, when he arrived at the living room, he realized that there were outsiders in Han Zixuan's home. Han Zixuan's father, Han Jianshan, and her mother, Song Xiaoyu, were sitting on one side, but the one sitting in the center was a condescending middle-aged woman with a slatternly face and an expression as if the entire world owed him money. "Uncle, Auntie," for Han Zixuan's sake, Li Yan called out to the people, then handed over the things he was carrying in the food bag in his hand. "Came in a hurry. There's not much good stuff either. Don't take offense." Song Xiaoyu piled a smile on her face. Little Li, just come. What are you taking? You're too polite." He said this on his lips, but he couldn't hide the happiness on his face. While taking the things from Li Yan's hands, he secretly glanced at the woman next to him. "This is?" Li Yan asked thoughtfully.